Chapter 1 Setting UPA Stall to Practice Medicine. Deposit your worries for no they will be returned tenfolio upon completion. Jiantong County, Qinghua Gate, Shuangchali. Sujiorong Wara worried expression as the course resues running low. Life had left their no meted well and the grief of her spassing. Sister, ilse to past a lot the aline trans tomorrow tatritalnesses, Suzayan Sato Sujiorong. I twast him for him to shoulder the family's responsibility as nothatis brother-in-law hadidint healin of duty. Uncle, if we say to pastel to make money, can wheat whiteris? Asked Sujiorong's daughter, Libilian, looking at Suzayan with a greedy expression. For ordinary people, whiteris is the best delicacy in the world. Yes, well have whiteris and well so have meat, Suzayan said, tenderly ruffling Libilian share. Can you really do it? Sujiorong gasped, knowing that Suzayan had always loved reading medical books and sekelhood, betreading medical books and being able to treat illnesses were at what different things. If something went wrong, they could face legal troubles. Don't worry, sister. If I can't treat it, you'll naturally tell them to seek medical treatment elsewhere, Suzayan smiled and said. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, his sister adacted as both a randomather, along with her husband, to support the mashigup. I twast him for him to contribute edothe who was a timid traveler. Initially, he was excited, thinking that as long as he could get closet to Lady White, he wouldn't have to worry about life. However, he discovered that there's ways a world where a demon sandy hosts at humans. Lady White too soon doubted lie a demony creature. Gratitude? What was he thinking? His heart sank, but being a resilient person, he quickly adapted. He wanted to be self-reliant and not rely on his brother-in-law forever, turning his sister into a brother-supporting demon. Remembering that Suzayan was a medical prodigy, he began to study medical knowledge in his own. Combining so many knowledge from his previous life with Suzayan's innate talent for medicine, he could memorize medical books at a glance and understand them instantly. He secretly experimented on animals to test his medical skills. He couldn't claim to cure all illnesses, but many ailments were unobliged for him. If he encountered difficult and complicated cases, he could tell them to go to a large clinic or the Imperial Medical Bureau. He also had a secret that until Daignon. There was a hutskilin se de his body the depina dupa space within him. The space could be used to cultivate medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs in this world were a hard to find. The wilderness was extremely dangerous, and gathering herbs was a life-threatening task. Large clinics bought herbs at high prices. The Imperial Medical Bureau, with its official background, could allocate a land for cultivating medicinal herbs. Without manure land, it was almost impossible for him to practice medicine. Thespasio Pineda Bethescali allowed him to cultivate medicinal herbs, removing any obstacles in his path to practicing medicine. He was confident that would be able to support the family in the future. He had long wanted to open a pharmacy but dared not do so because he didn't have enough power to protect himself, which would bet his scouring death. In this world, one couldn't begin training in martial arts at the age 13. But was different. Nurtured by Thescala since he was 5, he could train in martial arts. He insisted in studying martial arts and medical knowledge, and his brother-in-law found a martial arts manual for him. He had been practicing for 13 years. With the nourishment of Thescale, he had achieved the 5th level cultivation. That was when he made the decision to open a pharmacy. If anyone doubted the source of his medicinal herbs, he could simply reveal his 7th level cultivation and none would suspect them. With 7th level cultivation, he could search for medicinal herbs near Xian cities Langashad adventure to fair into Westlake. While 7th level cultivation at the Sajuasrer, it was in hard off. Talented individuals were trained diligently could achieve it. It wouldn't attract much attention. He was particularly talented. Without the nourishment of Thescale, he wouldn't have achieved 7th level cultivation even after 13 years of training. Many people get stuck at the 9th level for their entire lives. Even his brother-in-law, with 7th level cultivation, had become the county constable. He heard that the magistrate of Jiantong County was in lie at the 5th level cultivation. The strongest members of the major familias were Namareth and 4th level. Of course, Xian County was a big place, and there weren't many strong individual shura. Had heard that there were first oval experts in the prefectural capital and grandmasters above the first oval in the capital. These experts possessed the power to turn rivers and sea upside down. There was also a group of even more mysterious cultivators. Had heard that these cultivators practiced the of immortality and could achieve eternal life. Of course, all of these was too far away from Xian. At this moment, he only wanted to make his family's life better. To survive in this world. At the same time, he saw into dodo they could for to suffering in this world. Alright, don't be stubborn if you can treaty, Sujayarong Finalai agreed. Although Li Gongpo had a pension, they couldn't trillion not forever. Harry and your brother Hadronu Pan could now support Tepisov Teskai for her. Sujioron found a Pisov clothen soda banner for her brother. It tread healing world with medicine to pan consultation fee 100 copper coins in the bottom. Fortunately, a mediclus insuisant required in these world. Suzayan Situpa's medical stall at the entrance of Healy. However, Nuna proched sinai treatment. Instead, some elite people gathered around Susian waiting for Samiana Tokomi and see if Hekudria litretalnesses. Make way, doctor, please look at me brother quickly. At that moment, 4 strong men carrying an injured man rushed over. They were all dressed in short-sleeved shirts, leggings, straw shoes with short niveshang and gathire waists and medicine baskets in their backs. Their attire indicated that they were people who hojon out of herbs. Everyone immediately became curious. These herb gatherers had closetius with the medical clinics. We didn't take it to a clinic but instead bring the patient to Susian? Suzayan quickly approached the stretcher to examine it patient, furrowing his brow. Themon had been injured by Adamon or ghost. A scratch ran from ischius to his abdomen, exposing his intestines and demit and gastron demonicora. His face was salary editing it with black. Take him to Alarjeklik. I can't guarantee a cure, Suzayan gestured for them to take him away. He looked like could be unimment, and the risk was to I. If Hetreed Hyman theme indeed, how would he explain it? Doctor, we have another choice. The clinic cards 100 silver soins. Please try your best. If he stitches fate, the lead knelt down before Suzayan with ethid. They had joined the large clinic but were ready need treatment due to lack of money. On the way, they heard the treatment the run like a stone 100 copper coins, Suthi came, making a finale for it. You. Suzayan Healthman, not knowing what to say. Herb gatherer scantafford to triathyronalnesses. Looking at the people around him, if he could successfully treat this patient, he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of patients in the future. Difficult. Arya Jirayo went treat him, war responsible for his life or death. Suzayan looked at Themon for confirmation. Yes, it's my brother's fate if he's, Themon nodded. They had no money to go elsewhere for treatment, so they couldn't try their luck here. Alright, he'll try. Whether he survives or not depends on his fate. Suzayan began the treatment. Had dreadden medical books tat to treaten jurias caused by demon sorghosts, one must first draw out the demonic corrade for treating thwound. All tachon chun cultivation technique a practice it was strong in attack. Chapter 2 Healing. The enormous rune is composed of countless smaller runes. Currently, only a fraction of as smaller rune had been illuminated. Suzayan could sense the Thescale's insatiable desire for theriki. A massage transmit from Thescales. Activating Genesmola rune would grant a divine ability. Suzayan Shan couldn't help but tremble. Hoof. The silver needle pierced deeper, causing the waking elder brother to groan in pain. Themon tensed up but dared not disturb Suzayan's treatment. Suzayan regained discomposure and quickly brought over the antiseptic solution made from Merbomedicina Stockliantwand. The elder brother was indeed tough bidsoft sweat trolled on his face, yet didn't to Terranother sound. After cleaning thwound, Suzayan sutured it with cat. Had carefully placid the intestines back. Fortunately, they hadn't been ruptured. If they had, he might not have been able to save him. Thepio play round watched as Suzayan sewed up thwound like stitching igerment, their mouths twitching slightly. They had never seen a one being treated in such a manner. Yet everyone felt that this method was fictive, for the elder brother adnet on lyrigan consciousness but this black and face hadal soder ned pale, no longer appearing as though he might expire at an imminent. After stitching the final suture and applying the herbama de Saint-Othwan, Suzayan said in relief. These washes first I met treating a human and such a severe injury. It was impossible not to feel nervous. An ordinary person would have died 10 times over by now. Fielder brother had managed to survive until now so leguito was martial arts cultivation at the 7th rank. There shouldn't be any more issues. I'll prescribe some herbal decoctions. Take them in St. Morningond and St. Evening and come back to Cange the external wandress in Jivara 3 days, Suzayan said to Fielder brother's companions. Thank you, doctor. How much is the consultation fee? Asked the burlyman. Considering Fielder brothers' injuries, a consultation fee of 100 copper coins was genuinely low. 100 copper coins, acid sacher, Suzayan pointed to his banner. Cultivating medicinal herbs in his spatial domain required no fertilizer or watering, incurring minimal costs. The only cost was the cat, meaning earned at least 96 copper coins from the 100. It was a lucrative trade. Thump, thump, thump. Without hesitation, the burlyman knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Suzayan, cracking the cobblestone in the street. As a herbalist, the burlyman naturally know how precious these medicinal herbs were and how difficult it was to eliminate iriki. Suzayan on liquorjingen 100 copper coins weighs a kindness bound less as the heavens. All he could think of was to kato and express his gratitude. Suzayan quickly pulled the man up. The man weighs at least adkity older than him, and Suzayan couldn't accept such a gesture. These weighs a world off demon sandiria phenomena. Juan Uther warita bus against kowtowing thought could invoke death? Dr. Harrison silver coins, said the man after rising. It took out he silver change hadun him and his companions to do the same, gathering 10 silver coins stojavito Suzayan. Thisisnuff, Suzayan unla took 100 copper coins from Thimonshand. Mina mais no dolly. My elder brotheris young dolly. This is my 3rd brother, young dolly, my 4th brother, who dolly, and me 5th brother, ho dolly. If there is severe anything we can do for you, jus'll tusno, no de la wasabato nil again but was stopped be Suzayan. With martial arts cultivation at 5th rank, he called Neil. He couldn't help you feel shocked. The Dr. Luca Tobian la 18 years old yet possessed a cultivation level of at least the 7th rank. Upon hearing the man's words, Suzayan's mouth twitched. This family could practically form a zoo. How about you bring back medicinal or roots or seeds whenever you get the herbs, Suzayan suggested, a thought striking him. For cultivating medicinal herbs in his spatial domain, seeds and roots were essential. Since no daily insisted on repaying his kindness, he sked them to bring back some seeds and roots for him. Levi it is, no deliria dilly agreed. Many medicinal herbs were in used for their fruits or leaves, making thoughts worthless. Some medicinal herbs required thoughts, rendering their seeds useless. Suzayan was quite satisfied. His cultivation level allowed him to search for medicinal herb seeds to cultivate. What take a risk if a ruis no aid? One should be prudent. One shouldn't become arrogant just because they have a some cultivation. Danger was omnipresent in this world. Overconfidence could lead to an unexpected death. Watching no deliantis brothers scarishon daily away, Suzayan sat back down at the sherbamadicinus de land continued to it for the next patient. After witnessing Suzayan's medical skills, the onlooker shuri. Every onad sick fam limum bersathome. Previously, medicafis were rito expensive but no that Suzayan onlikarjed in 100 copper coins, they were readjure to bring thirsic fam limum bers for treatment. Suzayan had been sitting for a while before he ested a stream of patients arrived. Regardless of what they were or how severe a illness were, Suzayan charged only 100 copper coins. This madam and a people deply grateful to Suzayan. In large clinics or the Imperial Medical Bureau, treatment fee started at several dozen silver soins or 1100 silver soins, whereas Suzayan onlikarjed in 100 copper coins. Among the crowd, a woman dressed in red furrowed her brows as he looked at Suzayan. Could the artless man be so kind? It was impossible. In her previous life, the Xiartlisman deceived her feelings for the Koftuan family's marawashing pilandits recipe, causing her famolito beruend. How could a possibly triathesi ordinary platalos? Shek knew exactly how valuable these medicinal herbs were. 100 copper coins were merely a fraction of their worth. The Xiartlisman must have a somiother ulterior motive. Shabbat to expose his true face and reduce him to wishes. Suzayan furrowed his brows. Hasn't Sadah killing intent emanating from Thicrode? Samion wanted to kill him? Headed the Vien enemies. Hakud arbor such killing intent towards him? While treating patients, Suzayan scanned the crowd. Hadn't recognition except for a beautiful red-dressed woman with long, slender legs, prettier than any celebrity from his previous life. She was beautiful and kind-hearted. It shouldn't be. Who called it? The killing intent flicker disappeared, making it difficult for him to pinpoint the source. Hakudun lie remain vigilant. What was more troubling for Suzayan waste the illness before him? All the people he was treating were infected by Theriki. What was happening? If it were in lie a few individuals, Hakud say they were infected by Theriki somewhere. But since say ever Yonu was affected, it couldn't be coincidence. Was Xiantan City in trouble? Could it pose a threat to his sister Anis? They were the most important people in his life. They must be safe. He decided to check their health when Hagathom. If there was indeed a problem in Xiantan City and he called light, he would take his sister Anis and leave. Making a fizment, he putazide his thoughts and focused on treating the patients. He peered to silver needles to expel Therica from the surface, but in reality, Thescalis absorbed it. Hathan prescribed some medicine as to strengthen their constitution. In just on a day, her ned several dozen silver soins. Suzayan was quite satisfied. They could afford to atme it with every meal, not just Widerus. Heffel to Sensio for relief. He had taken on the responsibility of he family. To Linessen Thesmolarunen Thescale had been illuminated. Each Smolaruni had a different number of lines, but this Verstonian li had 5. He estimated that it wouldn't take it 3 days to fully illuminate it. What divine ability would he gain? His cultivation had also increased slightly, stabilizing his null broken through 5th rank cultivation. His spatial domain had expanded by about in centimeters. If the Donli Bananaday. If this continued, Suzayan couldn't even imagine what would happen. Heffel that life was becoming more and more promising. After closing Histel, Suzayan Pasha the Skirtand return Edom. Chapter 3 At the source of mysterious poison indeed, an issue has arisen in Xiantang County. Both my sister and niece have been tainted by a strange aura, albeit mildly, which hasn't manifested outwardly. Su Xian casually absorbed some of it. What has happened to Hanwen? No one knows a younger brother better than an elder sister. Su Jiaorong instinctively sensed something amiss and inquired. Nothing to worry about, sister. Today, I earned over 30 taels of silver, so from now on, our family can enjoy rice and meat at every meal. Su Xian produced the coins, handing 30 taels to Su Jiaorong while keeping a few for himself as a reserve. Only this much in a day? Su Jiaorong exclaimed, astonished. Li Gongpu, as the head constable, earns barely over 50 taels a month, risking his life daily for his duties. Yet, Su Xian manages to make over 30 taels in just one day. It seems the disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Uncle can eat meat? Li Billion gazed at Su Xian with sparkling eyes. From now on, it will be nothing but white rice and meat every day, Su Xian said, affectionately ruffling Li Billion's hair. That's wonderful. I want to eat roast chicken, Li Billion declared, her face alight with desire. What do we have here? Su Xian retrieved a roast chicken from his pocket and placed it before Li Billion. This niece of his had a peculiar fondness for chicken, reminiscent of a weasel-esque obsession, which prompted Su Xian to buy one for her on his way back. Uncle, I love you. Li Billion exclaimed, her eyes glued to the chicken. Why are you spending money so recklessly? Su Jiaorong said, a hint of concern in her tone. Even if we were wealthy, we shouldn't squander it like this. We must save for your brother as future wife. Our lives will only improve from here on, and there will be no issue with Billion eating chicken daily, Su Xian replied nonchalantly. Will we really eat chicken every day, uncle? Li Billion asked, her eyes filled with hope. Of course, Su Xian smiled. That's fantastic. Li Billion shouted, her excitement palpable. She felt as if this was the epitome of happiness. We can't spend money so frivolously. Su Jiaorong quickly interjected, determined to prevent Su Xian from indulging too much. The excited Li Billion suddenly fell silent. It seemed her daily chicken dream was slipping away. How can it be considered frivolous spending? Let Billion nurture her health. A solid foundation is essential for her martial training, Su Xian explained to his sister. Martial training? You mean to suggest that Billion should train in martial arts? Su Jiaorong was taken aback by her brother's unexpected proposition. One must master martial skills to survive well, Su Xian asserted. If it weren't for his sister's age, he would have even considered having her practice alongside him. Alright, Li Billion nodded. In this world, without martial prowess, one is no better than a pig or dog. A daughter cannot rely on her brother forever. Mother, does this mean I can eat chicken every day? Li Billion turned to Su Jiaorong, her face brimming with excitement. From now on, you can eat whatever you desire, Su Jiaorong replied. That's wonderful. Thank you, uncle, thank you, mother. For Li Billion, the prospect of daily chicken was far more significant than any talk of martial training. Su Jiaorong went out to purchase rice and meat while Su Xian began to wander around the house. He needed to ascertain the source of the strange aura affecting his sister and niece, otherwise, he would remain uneasy. After thoroughly inspecting the house, he found no clues. This was the most alarming aspect. Despite being a martial artist of the 5th rank, he could not detect the origin of the aura, highlighting how deeply hidden it was. The troubles in Xiantang were likely far more serious than he had anticipated. Su Xian's brow furrowed tightly. Must I truly leave Xiantang? After all, I have lived here for over a decade. Leaving would be quite disheartening. What about the 70 to 80,000 citizens of Xiantang? Where does this strange aura originate? My sister might have encountered it outside, but how could my niece, who has not stepped outside, be affected? If the entire city is tainted, it implies that everyone is exposed to the source. What is it in our home that everyone in the city uses? Water. Su Xian's brow raised as he hurried to the kitchen, scooping a ladle of water and taking a sip. He focused intently. There was no issue. Not the water? Suddenly, the scales within him seemed to tremble slightly, very faintly. Had he not been vigilant, he might not have noticed. He took another sip. Indeed, the scales vibrated again, confirming the presence of the strange aura in the water, albeit weakly, which was why the scales did not react strongly. Su Xian plunged his hand into the water tank. The reaction of the scales intensified as a faint trace of the strange aura was drawn from the water. It remained quite weak, yet it was perceptible. There is a problem with the water source. Is it a being or a poison? Xiantang City possesses protective formations that prevent malevolent creatures from entering. For something to infiltrate and poison the water without being detected by the formations, it must possess extraordinary strength. Su Xian could scarcely fathom it. Such a formidable being would resort to poisoning. Is it human? What could be their motive for poisoning? A cult. Only they could commit such acts. These individuals are nothing short of madmen. I must uncover the truth. That night, after confirming that his sister and niece were sound asleep, Su Xian donned a black outfit and a black iron mask, stealthily exiting the courtyard. He made his way to the nearest well. Upon reaching it, he leaped inside. As soon as his hand touched the water, the scales within him vibrated vigorously, absorbing the strange aura that mingled with the water. Sure enough, the poison was lurking in the well. The amount of poison in 1 cup of water was minimal, but in the entire well, it was significant. The well contained more poison than what he had absorbed throughout the day while treating patients. The small rune was illuminated with 2.5 lines, and with just half a line more, he could fully activate the rune and gain a divine ability. Su Xian felt a surge of joy. He flew out of the well, intending to visit the next one to absorb more poison and fully illuminate the rune. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of red rushed towards him. Before he could think, he instinctively raised his hand and struck out with a punch-rock fist. The force surged like a mountain, unstoppable. A resounding crash echoed as Su Xian staggered back 3 steps, while his opponent was also forced to retreat. It was the red-clad woman from earlier. 5th rank in martial arts. He observed, noting that she appeared even younger, around 16 or 17, yet possessed such formidable prowess. He had an advantage. For her to attain such strength spoke volumes about her terrifying talent and the powerful sect that nurtured her. I cannot afford to provoke her. Retreat is the wisest course. Su Xian swiftly took flight, leaving no time for hesitation. Wang Shifeng stared in astonishment at Su Xian's retreating figure. Is that the common rock fist technique? As a fellow 5th rank, she was shocked to find her meridians had sustained minor injuries. However, she was certain that the poison was not released by him. Those who practice the dark arts cultivate insidious techniques, so it's impossible for them to possess such raw power. Who on earth was he? Only after Xian had distanced himself did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. His rock fist was unlike the ordinary technique, it had been innovatively fused with the military body techniques of his past life, resulting in a new form. The balanced and serene Changchun technique transformed into a striking force through the new rock fist, which was an explosive and formidable display. The Changchun technique was never known for such explosive strength. He had no reason to suspect anyone would link it back to him. This night had taught him not to underestimate others. Despite his advantages, some prodigies were equally impressive, and they often had powerful backgrounds. It was prudent to remain low-key in his dealings, since someone had already taken notice of the well water. He didn't need to stress too much, he could merely observe the unfolding events. He had no intention of visiting other wells for more aura absorption. Tomorrow, he would begin consultations and illuminate the rune, which was unnecessary for now. After confirming that everything was in order around the city, Xian finally returned home. Chapter 4 of the Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It and You Shall Die. As Xian arrived at the market stall, he was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd surrounding him. Before he could even set up his stall, the eager onlookers began assisting him in arranging his goods. The atmosphere became bustling, with everyone energetically engaged, their bodies seemingly unanchored to the ground, tainted by the eerie energy that permeated the air. With each wisp of this strange energy absorbed into his being, the remaining segments of the first small rune gradually illuminated, radiating a brilliant glow. A rune composed of light emerged from the scales, imprinting itself within Xian's consciousness. Divine Art Invocation. Invocation does not pertain to casting curses, but rather to summoning deities and spirits. At present, he lacked the strength to invoke divine beings solely through his cultivation. He required additional materials for assistance. Offerings of incense and candles were essential during the invocation process, as one must harness their inner strength as fuel to guide the spirits. An insufficient reserve of inner power could lead to the burning of one's lifespan, thus one must summon spirits judiciously. This could serve as a trump card in facing insurmountable foes. However, which deity should he invoke? To call upon a malevolent spirit would be tantamount to courting death. Xian furrowed his brow, pondering whether he could summon the deities from his past life. He could only attempt this after closing his stall. The second divine art proved more challenging to illuminate, with its 25 lines being longer and thicker than those of the first rune. Although he could not immediately attain the second divine art, the feedback from his cultivation and the increase in spatial awareness were notably gratifying. Xian withdrew his gaze from the scales and lifted his head, spotting a striking woman in red amidst the crowd. Her beauty was undeniable, adorned in vibrant crimson. Could she possibly be the figure in black from the previous night? Unlikely. A practitioner of the Eternal Spring technique could not possibly possess such explosive strength. Xian resolved to disregard the woman and patiently observe the unfolding events, continuing to treat patients while discreetly absorbing the eerie energy. Wang Shifeng watched Xian from the crowd, increasingly convinced that the figure in black bore a striking resemblance to him. She was intimately familiar with Xian, knowing every mole upon his skin. Despite the masked visage of the figure in black, a sense of familiarity lingered. However, upon observing Xian practicing the Eternal Spring technique, renowned for its lack of offensive capabilities, she concluded that his demeanor was ill-suited for that of the formidable figure from that night. What was she thinking? How could this unfaithful man possibly be the figure in black? Wang Shifeng shook her head to dispel the absurd notion. At that moment, a woman clad in Taoist robes stood at a corner, casting a gaze of hatred upon Xian as he treated his patients. The unfaithful man, in this lifetime, she vowed to avenge the grievances of their past life where her elixir was taken from her. Suddenly, Xian sensed a surge of murderous intent and looked up, catching sight of a Taoist figure vanishing around the corner of the street. A Taoist? Wait, a Taoist, the poison well. Xian smacked his forehead, realizing that he had traversed this realm for too long, having almost forgotten the original narrative due to the vast differences from the tale of the legend of the White Snake. The Taoist Wang Daoling had poisoned the well, and it was Xian and Bai Nyangzi who had endeavored to heal the people. Wang Daoling had met his demise at the hands of Xiao Chang, yet, in this world, there was no Bai Nyangzi nor Xiao Chang, but Wang Daoling had inexplicably appeared. The poison well was likely the work of Wang Daoling. By healing the citizens, Xian had thwarted his plans, thus inciting his murderous intent. This made perfect sense. The murderous intent from yesterday must also have originated from Wang Daoling. As the day progressed, only a single line of the second rune illuminated, confirming that this second rune was indeed not easily activated. His cultivation had increased somewhat, and his spatial awareness had expanded by several inches. Xian was quite satisfied. If he were to cultivate alone, it would take him nearly a month to achieve such progress. This growth was indeed facilitated by the nurturing of the scales. Without their enhancement, He would not have anticipated such advancement in less than 6 months. Martial arts are classified into 9 grades. Entry-level, refining strength, grade 9, skin refining, grade 8, flesh refining, grade 7, tendon refining, grade 6, blood refining, grade 5, marrow refining, grade 4, bone refining, grade 3, organ refining, grade 2, brain refining, grade 1, Masters embody a harmonious unity, while grandmasters stand alone, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Martial immortals communicate with the divine through martial prowess, capable of slaying celestial beings. Each advancement represents the pinnacle of physical transformation, requiring innate talent, steadfast belief, and unwavering focus. Each is indispensable, otherwise, Xian would not have taken 13 years under the nurturing of the scales to reach grade 5. Grade 5 serves as the foundation of martial arts, for it is from this stage that blood refining initiates the human body's metamorphosis. The extent to which one can progress in martial arts hinges on the grade 5 blood refining. Of course, the majority of individuals never attain this opportunity, as they cannot cultivate beyond grade 5. Upon reaching grade 5, Xian discovered a secret. The eternal spring technique exhibited astounding efficacy in blood refining. Grade 5 blood refining culminates in 9 refinements, yet, most individuals break through to grade 4 after only 6 refinements, and some even manage to do so after merely 2 or 3. Although the eternal spring technique is a commonplace martial art, it grants the blood the potential for infinite transformation. This revelation was indeed a monumental surprise. However, blood refining was extraordinarily difficult. In recent days, he had absorbed eerie energy without completing even 1 refinement. It might take him a month to achieve a single refinement, with each subsequent refinement demanding exponentially greater time and inner strength. This explains why some individuals break through to grade 4 after only 2 or 3 refinements. They simply cannot afford to waste time. Xian's goal was to achieve at least 9 refinements. Before he could absorb the eerie energy from the scales, he had only aimed for 6 refinements. Now, with the scales aiding him in absorbing the eerie energy and enhancing his strength, he felt compelled to pursue the legendary 9 refinements. Upon returning home, Xian was immediately enveloped by Li Bilian, who leaped into his embrace. Here. He indulgently retrieved a roasted chicken from within his cloak and handed it to her. Thank you, uncle. Li Bilian's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted the chicken and began to feast. Hanwen, quickly set the things down and join us for dinner. Su Jiaorong hurriedly approached to assist Xian in placing the items in the room, brushing off the dust from him. At that moment, Li Bilian also scurried to bring a basin of water for her uncle to wash his face. Xian washed his face and hands briefly, and the family began their meal. During dinner, silence enveloped the table as everyone focused intently on their food, as if counting each grain of rice. Even the usually lively Li Bilian quietly savored her roasted chicken. After the meal, Xian retreated to his room, retrieving paper and brush to begin drawing. He intended to attempt the invocation for summoning a deity. He sketched the guardian deity from his previous life. The act of summoning a deity too powerful could lead to the burning of one's lifespan due to insufficient cultivation. Thus, he dared not portray a deity of excessive strength. The earth god and kitchen god lacked combat prowess, prompting him to consider the guardian deity. Soon, he had completed the drawing. Xian affixed the guardian deity on the wall, seated himself in front of the image, and began the invocation, channeling his inner strength into the painting. Immediately, he beheld a sphere of divine light. Though somewhat dim, it emanated an overwhelming power, filling him with delight. This world indeed allowed for the summoning of deities from his past life. Withdrawing his inner strength, Xian concluded the invocation. Summoning deities was not a trivial endeavor. Lighting the incense and candles he had purchased with sincerity, he arranged the offerings. The image of the summoned deity required proper worship. It was not sufficient to merely draw one temporarily. At minimum, it necessitated offerings for 49 days. Once everything was completed, Xian sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. When midnight arrived, and his sister and niece had fallen asleep, Xian donned a black outfit and a black iron mask, ensuring the surroundings were clear before slipping out of his room. With a swift motion, he exited the courtyard, shrouded in darkness, beginning his search in Xiantang. Regardless of whether the Taoist was Wang Daoling, since he had harbored murderous intent towards Xian, it was imperative to address this matter. He would not allow any unstable elements to persist. His sister and niece could not bear even the slightest risk. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it, and you shall die. Chapter 5 of the encounter between two masters. Xian did not wander aimlessly through the streets. Instead, he made a beeline for the slums. He leaped into a dilapidated house that, despite its exterior, harbored a world of opulence within. The lavish decorations were a stark contrast to the crumbling facade. A middle-aged man adorned with a golden chain and a jade ring was nestled beside a delicate young woman, no more than 17 or 18, who slept soundly beneath a silk quilt. Suddenly, the man felt a chill at his neck and jolted awake. "Do not move, or you may lose your head," Xian rasped ominously. "Whatever you say, I shall comply," Wang Biao hastily replied, feeling the icy grip at his throat. As a 7th-tier martial artist, he was alarmed that someone could infiltrate his abode without a sound. The intruder was undoubtedly a master of at least the 6th tier. He dared not entertain thoughts of resistance, knowing it could result in mutual demise. A Taoist has recently arrived in Xiantang City. Where is he? Xian inquired in a low voice. Thanks to his brother-in-law, he was well acquainted with the myriad factions and individuals throughout Xiantang County. Gathering information was most efficient when one had connections with local power brokers. Wang Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang in Xiantang County, was well informed. A Taoist? No, there hasn't been one in recent times, Wang Biao pondered before shaking his head. Think harder, Xian urged, his brow furrowing. Not recently, but rather long ago? Some days ago, a Taoist nun did visit, Wang Biao recalled, a hint of fear creeping into his voice as he remembered an encounter where one of his subordinates had been seriously injured after attempting to flirt with her, prompting a hasty retreat. A Taoist nun? Xian was taken aback. Wang Daoling was a male toad spirit. How could he have transformed into a nun? Surely there was a mistake. Indeed, a Taoist nun has come to Xiantang County recently, Wang Biao confirmed with a nod. Where is she? Xian pressed, realizing he could glean no further information from Wang Biao and resolved to seek out the nun himself. She resides at Fingboi Gate in the east of the city, directly across from the tea house, and has not left her dwelling, which is rather peculiar, Wang Biao hurriedly explained. Xian sensed something amiss about this Taoist nun. Once outside Wang Biao's home, he swiftly made his way to Fingboi Gate in the east of the city. Standing in the shadows outside the tea house, he gazed upon the solitary courtyard across the alley. He donned a pair of gloves, crafted from a special alloy weave, akin to a divine weapon, enhancing the power of his fists exponentially. The gloves were laced with 3 types of poison. The first, a lethal blood-clotting toxin known as Yama's seal; the second, a chronic poison called rotting decay, which would cause the body to decompose without its antidote, leading to a slow demise, and the third, muscle relaxant, which rendered the victim utterly incapacitated. Xian had learned of these poisons in ancient texts and had meticulously crafted them through distillation techniques from his previous life. Not only ordinary individuals but even martial artists and demons would find themselves powerless against such toxins. The gloves concealed a mechanism that would release whichever poison he desired upon activation. Xian entered the alley and nimbly vaulted into the courtyard. Who goes there? A clear voice rang out as he stepped inside. A 5th-tier martial artist. Xian wasted no time activating the mechanism, unleashing the muscle relaxant. He unleashed a powerful punch, infused with all his strength, aimed squarely at the figure in the window. The alloy gloves glimmered with a dark sheen as his fist struck. The window shattered unexpectedly, and the opponent, taken aback by Xian's swift and decisive action, hastily brandished a feather duster, aiming to strike at Xian's fists. Not good, Xian realized too late that the duster was hollow, concealing a powder. As it ruptured, the room filled with a cloud of powder. Despicable. Xian held his breath and pressed forward, landing a punch on the opponent's left shoulder, tearing the robe and shattering the shoulder blade beneath his alloy gloves. Poison. Despicable, the Taoist nun glared at Xian, cradling her injured shoulder, feeling her strength wane as the poison coursed through her. Xian too felt an insidious force infiltrating his body, causing a transformation within him. Sinister poison. At that moment, scales on his body emitted a dark glow, absorbing the vile energy, transforming it into a warm current that merged with his internal strength, completing 1/10 of his blood refinement process. You've been poisoned by my sinister toxin and have begun to mutate. Only I can save you. Quickly, give me the antidote, or you shall become a creature of malice, the Taoist nun stated, feigning calmness despite her weakening legs. Xian ignored her pleas and instead absorbed the poison lingering in the room, waiting for the muscle relaxant to fully take effect. What kind of monster are you? The Taoist nun stared at Xian in disbelief. Not only did he seem unaffected by the sinister poison, but he also eradicated the toxins within the room. Had she not sensed any sinister energy, she would have thought him a creature of malice himself. At that moment, the nun crumpled to the ground. Xian approached her, convinced that the sinister poison plaguing Xiantang City originated from her, as did the murderous intent. Initially suspecting Wang Daoling, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the true source. Xian grasped the nun's neck firmly. From where does the poison originate? He rasped. The scales absorbed the poison to elevate his cultivation, amplifying his abilities. Thus, he refrained from killing her, seeking clarity on the poison source. Xian, it is you. How fitting, in my past life, you seized my demon core, stripped my bones, and deceived my affections. In this life, I shall drag you down with me. The nun laughed maniacally. Not good. Xian sensed a surge of demonic energy erupting from the nun, as if the very space around them threatened to shatter. Self-detonation. What grudge could she possibly hold against him? The nun was a creature of malice, even the most cautious would fear encountering one willing to sacrifice themselves. The scales on Su Xian's body glimmered with dark light, devouring the explosive energy unleashed by the nun. As the energy was consumed, the scales transmitted warmth, integrating into Su Xian's body, allowing him to complete the first round of blood refinement and begin the second. "What have you done to me?" The nun was bewildered. She had detonated her demon core, only to find her demonic energy being voraciously siphoned away, akin to a roaring fire met with a torrential downpour, nearly extinguishing her flames. "Go ahead and explode again." Su Xian felt invigorated, casting a challenging gaze at the nun, eager for her to attempt another detonation. The nun, seething with rage, could not believe her ears. Did he think he could simply take what he wanted? She was determined to prove him wrong and was resolute in her next self-detonation. The scale swiftly absorbed the ensuing demonic energy, transforming it into warmth that flowed into Su Xian. Blood refinement has reached its second transformation. This was his crystalline tower. "Bring it on!" Su Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he rasped. "And no more." The nun, feeling the vice-like grip around her neck tighten, struggled to protest. The energy from her demon core had been depleted after 2 detonations. Should she attempt another, her core would dissolve and be destroyed. Though she feared the destruction of her demon core, what tormented her was the realization that its obliteration would not only fail to harm Su Xian but would instead nourish him. In her past life, Su Xian had taken her core and stripped her bones, and now she found herself ensnared in his grasp once more. Igniting her hatred, Su Xian, regaining some composure, placed his hand on the nun's abdomen, forcing his consciousness into her core. A semi-transparent, dissolving demon core floated within. Su Xian's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating whether to extract the core's energy in one fell swoop or to allow her to recover some before siphoning it away. One approach was definitive, while the other required vigilance against potential betrayal. Each option had its advantages and disadvantages, leaving Su Xian in a quandary. Chapter 6, The urgent recruitment of the Imperial Medical Bureau. With a swift motion, Su Xian unhesitatingly snapped the neck of the Taoist priestess. His other hand plunged into her dantian, extracting the sinister elixir directly. The scales glimmered with a dark sheen as the elixir shattered, transforming into malevolent energy that was entirely absorbed by the scales. The second transformation of blood refining was completed, and Su Xian immediately entered the third stage of blood refining. He gazed at the Taoist priestess with a mix of excitement and curiosity. She was still warm. This was his first experience with a corpse. In his previous life, he had envied protagonists who could uncover various treasures from corpses. He wondered if he could find anything valuable on the priestess. Su Xian reached out, his hand moving toward her bosom ere, her robes. He discovered 500 tael silver notes, for 5 tael ingots, several fragments of silver, and over 1,000 coins in copper. There were also 2 books, the Dongxian Dao Sutra, and a manual on the basics of talismans for cultivation. Su Xian took a moment to calm his racing heart, carefully stowing away the silver and the Taoist texts. He then produced a porcelain vial, pouring out a white powder over the priestess's corpse. After a billow of thick smoke, she transformed into a puddle of liquid that seeped into the ground. Su Xian flew out of the courtyard, vanishing into the vast darkness of the night. Shortly after his departure, a streak of red darted into the courtyard. After circling the city 3 times to ensure he was not being followed, Su Xian finally returned home. He changed his clothes and secured the silver notes, then began reading the Dongxian Dao Sutra. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there was nothing, yet there emerged existence. Observing all things in the universe, one refines qi. Comprehending the mechanisms of heaven and earth, one penetrates the profound mysteries. The Dongxian Dao Sutra was a brief booklet of 20 pages, which he quickly finished reading. The priestess was not a malevolent being, but a legendary cultivator. Cultivators harness the power of heaven and earth, integrating it into their being, using this celestial force to confront their foes. When human strength reaches its limits, borrowing the power of heaven is the only way to achieve the boundless. However, the power of heaven and earth can be tainted by malevolent energy. When absorbing this celestial force, one also unwittingly absorbs the sinister energy, becoming a monster in the process. Cultivators devised a method to use the sinister elixir to carry their true essence, which remains indistinguishable from ordinary individuals when not in use. It is only when needed that the true essence erupts from the elixir. As the true essence erupts, cultivators undergo a transformation. There are strict time limits on releasing one's cultivation, otherwise, irreversible mutations may occur, ultimately leading to their complete transformation into malevolent beings. Typically, they confront enemies with martial prowess, seldom revealing their identities as cultivators. Su Xian regretted absorbing the sinister elixir, as he could have directly cultivated the Dongxian Dao Sutra. This was indeed a method of attaining immortality, one that even emperors yearn for, and he was no exception. A thought crossed his mind: the scales should be capable of absorbing the celestial energy from the sinister forces, they could illuminate the scales while also providing untainted celestial power. Su Xian eagerly sat cross-legged on his bed, attempting to comprehend the energy of heaven and earth. As the night passed, Su Xian achieved nothing. He was not anxious, cultivation was not an easy endeavor. Li Billion had prepared face-washing water for him early in the morning. After freshening up, Su Xian pushed his cart out to set up his stall. Upon arrival, he found that he need not lift a finger. The families of patients had already set up the stall for him. Most of the cases involved corruption from sinister energy. Su Xian pretended to guide with silver needles while secretly allowing the scales to consume the malevolent energy. As he busied himself, he noticed a woman in red among the crowd. Su Xian found it peculiar. Why was she not treating patients? He chose not to dwell on it, indifferent to any action she might take against him. 3 days passed swiftly with no more poison from the priestess. The citizens of Qiantang City had nearly rid themselves of the malevolent toxins, leading to a decrease in patients. Su Xian successfully illuminated the second rune on the scales, completing 1/10 of the third blood refining stage without a substantial absorption of sinister energy and no connection to the power of heaven and earth. His cultivation began to slow, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Su Xian, come with me to the Imperial Medical Bureau. On this day, just as Su Xian had set up his stall, a constable rushed up to him. What is it, Lei Gu? Lei Ming, a constable following his brother-in-law, had ensured that no local thugs or gangs troubled Su Xian while he set up his stall, all thanks to the connections of his brother-in-law as former colleagues. A grave situation has arisen. The city defense forces encountered a 4th-grade malevolent being, suffering heavy casualties. The doctors at the Imperial Medical Bureau are overwhelmed, and the county magistrate has summoned all doctors from the Qiantang Medical Clinic to assist at the bureau. As Lei Ming helped Su Xian pack up his medicinal stall, he continued, "Please have someone deliver my things home. I'm heading to the Imperial Medical Bureau immediately." Su Xian's eyes lit up. He had been lamenting the lack of sinister energy to absorb, and now an opportunity presented itself. After saying a quick farewell, he made his way toward the Imperial Medical Bureau. What a benevolent heart, Lei Ming remarked, watching Su Xian rush away. Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical Bureau, Su Xian found it bustling with activity, with injured soldiers sprawled across the beds and floors. "Come help us!" A doctor from the bureau called out upon spotting Su Xian. Of course, Su Xian replied, immediately tending to the soldiers. On the surface, he appeared to draw out the sinister energy with silver needles, but in reality, he was allowing the scales to devour it. For minor wounds, he applied herbal poultices, while deeper ones were sutured with sheep gut thread. Having treated a dozen or so injured soldiers, Su Xian stabilized their conditions as the sinister energy dissipated. His face radiated joy. The malevolent energy within the soldiers was significantly denser than that of the citizens of Qiantang City. To his astonishment, after absorbing only a handful of these soldiers, he had already illuminated 10 lines on the second rune of the scales. Gazing at the hundreds of injured soldiers felt like observing an abundance of sinister energy, and Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. For the lightly injured, he consumed the sinister energy and handed them over to others. Only for the severely injured did he perform sutures, and he quickly illuminated another 10 lines. Looking up, he realized he had already treated all the injured soldiers. Su Xian felt a twinge of regret. He was just 5 lines away from gaining a second divine power, yet there were no more soldiers to treat. Isn't it frustrating? He mused, glancing at the soldiers he had already treated. While other doctors could only extract most of the sinister energy, leaving a small portion within the soldier's body, he realized he could absorb this residual energy as well. Su Xian approached an injured soldier, taking his pulse under the guise of examining his condition, while covertly siphoning off the sinister energy. "Who is this?" The head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Wang Fengshan, observed Su Xian with admiration and inquired of his subordinate. "I am not sure. He appears to be from the pharmacy," the subordinate replied, shaking his head. "Today, the county magistrate summoned many doctors from the pharmacy, so he is likely one of them." "He is the doctor who used the suturing technique," exclaimed another doctor from the bureau, having just witnessed Su Xian use sheep gut to suture a wound and save a soldier who was previously deemed unsalvageable. They were all awestruck, filled with admiration for him. "Oh, it's him." Wang Fengshan immediately took an interest in Su Xian. If Su Xian was diligent and responsible in examining the soldiers, his suturing skill would undoubtedly benefit humanity, leaving a lasting legacy. At that moment, Su Xian noticed that the second rune on the scales was just a fraction away from illumination, filling him with excitement. He wondered what divine power would be bestowed upon him once it was fully illuminated. Having completed the third stage of blood refining, he successfully entered the fourth stage, marking a significant leap in his strength. Many who reached the fourth stage of blood refining would break through to the fourth rank, and although his realm remained at the fifth rank, his cultivation was swiftly approaching the fourth rank. Indeed, coming to the Imperial Medical Bureau was the right choice. Would you be willing to join our Imperial Medical Bureau? A voice called from behind Su Xian. He turned to see an elderly man in his 50s, dressed in the official garb of a 6th-grade physician from the bureau, gazing at him intently. Are physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau allowed to practice medicine externally? Su Xian hesitated to ask, pondering that there would be more patients injured by malevolent beings at the bureau, which could expedite the illumination of the scales. However, considering the sincere gratitude of the impoverished citizens, he still wished to provide medical care to those within his capacity. If he joined the bureau, he would be unable to privately set up his stall, leaving him uncertain about his choice. Chapter 7: The Art of Spirit Absorption. As long as you are not on duty, you may do as you please, Wang Fengshan remarked. The Imperial Medical Bureau is not bound by excessive regulations. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities, no one will interfere with your leisure activities. Please take care of me in the future, esteemed sir, Su Xian said, bowing to the elderly man. I am Wang Fengshan, the administrator of the Imperial Medical Bureau. What is your name, and from which medical institution do you hail? Wang Fengshan inquired. My name is Su Xian, and I operate a herbal stall, Su Xian replied. Do you have any formal apprenticeship? Wang Fengshan raised an eyebrow, questioning how one could master medicine without being affiliated with a major pharmacy or the Imperial Medical Bureau. Self-study in medicine is no simple feat. Although medical texts are readily available, the scarcity of medicinal herbs means that one cannot truly grasp pharmacology without understanding the properties of the substances involved. Those who can self-study medicine are often exceptionally gifted, possessing an innate sensitivity to herbs, allowing them to comprehend pharmacological principles with limited resources. Su Xian had even devised a stitching technique for treating wounds. To be self-taught and yet achieve such proficiency could only be deemed extraordinary. My master is a wandering physician who taught me for several years. I cannot truly claim to be self-taught, Su Xian admitted, knowing full well the challenges of self-education in fabricating a mentor. Provide Su Xian with a set of grade A official robes and a badge, Wang Fengshan instructed, convinced that it was implausible for someone without a formal apprenticeship to possess such medical skill. Even so, Su Xian's master must have been an extraordinary individual. Were it not for the limitation of only being able to appoint grade A physicians, he would have considered granting Su Xian a grade C title. Yes, sir, the supervisor Luo by Wang Fengshan's side promptly responded. Wang Fengshan was a 6th-rank physician and an alchemist, outranking even the county magistrate, who was a 7th-rank official. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the status of an alchemist. No one, not even a county magistrate, would dare offend an alchemist, for the elixirs they concoct are indispensable for cultivation. Supervisor Luo, naturally, did not dare to delay and quickly procured the official robes and badge for Su Xian. Upon receiving the robes and badge, Su Xian felt a surge of auspicious energy envelop him. An intangible message resonated within him, imperial fortune. He had sensed this aura from his brother-in-law before and had an instinctive feeling that attacking him would result in a backlash from this very power. He had long been puzzled by its nature. Now he realized it was the fortune of the dynasty. No wonder martial artists refrained from harming court officials. They feared the repercussions of that fortune. Of course, as a mere junior medical officer, Su Xian's protection from fortune was nearly non-existent, and others likely would not take him into account. The Imperial Medical Bureau has morning duties and afternoon breaks. Grade A physicians receive a monthly salary of 20 taels. Since there is nothing pressing at present, you may return home and rest, Wang Fengshan informed Su Xian. Indeed, Su Xian was astonished to learn that a junior medical officer could receive a salary of 20 taels of silver. Truly, expertise is valued everywhere. After bowing respectfully to Wang Fengshan, Su Xian departed from the Imperial Medical Bureau. The day had proven immensely fruitful. He was on the brink of illuminating his 2nd rune, successfully advancing to the 4th level of alchemy, and becoming an official medical officer in the bureau. The trip to the bureau had been worthwhile. Gazing at the runes, Su Xian felt an insatiable urge to illuminate them all at once to uncover the nature of the divine power. Suddenly, a series of urgent horn blasts echoed through the air. Su Xian froze, and his expression shifted dramatically. He dashed homeward. The city's protective array had been breached. He had heard this sound during annual drills, but hearing it for real left him momentarily stunned. Su Xian was unaware of the circumstances, but a singular thought consumed him. He must return home swiftly to safeguard his sister and niece. Hearing the horn, Su Jiarong's expression also changed, and she hurriedly embraced her daughter, retreating into the house. Just then, she caught sight of a figure leaping over the wall, and her heart raced with fear, fearing it was a malevolent entity from outside the city. Upon recognizing Su Xian, she breathed a sigh of relief. Han 1. Su Jiarong called out, "You and Billion stay inside. Do not come out. I will protect you." Seeing his sister and niece unharmed brought Su Xian immense relief. Alright, Su Jiaorong understood that remaining by Su Xian's side would serve no purpose and might even hinder him. Billion, you hide under the bed. Do not come out until your mother calls for you, understood? Su Jiaorong directed Li Billion to the concealed space beneath the bed, designed for protection against malevolent creatures during the house's construction. Li Billion obediently nestled into the hidden compartment. Su Jiaorong closed the concealed space and moved behind the door, anxiously peering through the crack. Su Xian donned his metallic gloves. At this moment, he could not afford to conceal his identity. With the protective array broken, malevolent beings would flood into Qiantang City. Preserving his strength now would be tantamount to courting death. Recalling the Taoist who had poisoned the array, the emergence of fourth-rank malevolent entities, and the array's breach, Su Xian could only hope this was not a man-made disaster. Still feeling uneasy, he returned to his own room and gazed at the guardian deity he had enshrined. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xian drew a small knife and made a cut on his arm, allowing blood to flow freely. He filled half a bowl with blood, feeling slightly faint, before managing to halt the bleeding. Then, he placed the blood before the deity statue. Stepping into the stance and forming the incantation, he began to chant before the statue. It typically required 49 days of offerings to summon the deity, but he had only been enshrining it for a few days. Given the current turmoil, Su Xian was uncertain whether these events were interconnected, but he felt an unsettling omen. If this was indeed a man-made calamity, Qiantang City was about to face a disaster. To protect his sister and niece, summoning the deity was his only option. He could only resort to a shortcut to hasten the summoning process. As Su Xian performed the ritual, the blood in the bowl began to diminish. The guardian deity's complexion grew rosy and vibrant. Once the bowl was drained, Su Xian ceased his incantation. He gazed at the statue, witnessing a radiant light emanating from it. He could now summon the deity. Although this method allowed for an expedited summoning, it was a one-time use. After summoning, the divine light would be exhausted, resulting in the statue's destruction. To utilize it long-term, he would still need to offer for 49 days. This method was extremely taxing on his vital essence, leaving him notably weakened. Were it not for his 5th-rank martial cultivation, he would have found himself bedridden for half a month. Su Xian quickly wrapped the statue and concealed it within his garments, taking position in the courtyard to guard against any malevolent entities that might intrude and harm his sister and niece. He hoped that the breach of the city's protective array was merely an unfortunate incident that could be swiftly rectified. Suddenly, a wolf exuding malevolent energy leapt over the wall. An 8th-rank malevolent wolf lunged at Su Xian. Su Jiaorong, witnessing this, gasped and covered her mouth, fearing any sound might distract her brother. With a decisive punch, Su Xian struck the wolf's forehead, shattering its skull and rendering it lifeless on the ground. Su Jiaorong released a breath she had been holding. Su Xian, elated, was astonished to find that after defeating the malevolent wolf, its dark energy was absorbed by his scales, fully illuminating the 2nd rune. The rune's golden light burst forth from the scales, imprinting itself within Su Xian's consciousness. The art of spirit absorption. This divine ability allowed him to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Su Xian was filled with exhilaration. With this power, he could take the first step in cultivation, attuning himself to the forces of nature. Chapter 8. The 5 brothers come to the rescue. In gratitude. One by one, the sinister wolves leaped into the courtyard. Su Jiaorong's heart tightened in apprehension. Su Xian felt a surge of joy. The wolves posed no threat to him, almost prompting him to give a glowing review. As the wolves entered the courtyard, they lunged at Su Xian. With his 5th-tier cultivation unleashed in full force, the Longchun technique transformed into an explosive power. Under the impact of his Pancher fist, the body of the wolf struck directly exploded into a gruesome spectacle. Before long, the courtyard was strewn with the mangled remains of the wolves. Su Jiaorong stood in shock, never having imagined her brother possessed such formidable strength. Tears welled in her eyes, recalling their parents and the hardships they endured. The eerie energy from the wolf corpses was absorbed into Su Xian's body, devoured by his scales. The 3rd rune's corner was illuminated. A series of warm currents flowed into Su Xian's being, and under the refinement of the blood refinement technique, his blood began to undergo transformation. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. After the 4th refinement, his body truly began to metamorphose. The enhancements prior to the 4th refinement merely represented a quantitative increase, whereas the transition thereafter signified a qualitative change. No wonder the distinction between breaking through to the 4th tier before and after the 4th refinement felt like heaven and earth apart. What could the 9th refinement possibly entail? Su Xian's anticipation grew. The process of the 4th refinement was indeed slow. The eerie energy absorbed from dozens of wolves equated to merely half of the 3rd refinement, while the 4th refinement yielded less than a tenth. However, as long as the eerie energy was sufficient, it posed no issue for Su Xian. Dr. Su, are you alright? A concerned voice called from outside the courtyard. Su Xian opened the door to find Xiong Dali and Niu Dali along with several brothers standing at his doorstep. What brings you here? Su Xian inquired, taken aback. Doctor Su, we have come to help guard your home, Niu Dali replied as he stepped into Su Xian's courtyard. That's just how he is, Xiong Dali remarked, unable to suppress the urge to give his companion a good thump. Come in, Su Xian invited the group inside. After all, he was alone, and with so many eerie creatures around, should even one breach the defenses and invade the house, he could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences. It was certainly better to have Xiong Dali and his brothers standing guard together. As for absorbing the eerie energy, that could be done at any time, the safety of his sister and niece took precedence. Goodness! Niu Dali and his brothers gasped in astonishment upon seeing the exploded wolf carcasses in the courtyard. These were 8th-tier sinister wolves, their bodies as hard as iron, requiring their tempered blades to slay, yet, one punch had shattered them. Dr. Su was a martial artist above the 6th tier? A black-clad figure happened to pass by and dispatched them effortlessly, Su Xian replied, a hint of fear evident in his expression. Doctor. Su is a good person, good people are blessed by the heavens, Niu Dali concluded, convinced that divine providence was at play. Xiong Dali and the others were persuaded as well. At nearly 18 years of age, it was inconceivable for someone to reach the 5th tier in just 5 years. Even the renowned prodigies of the sacred lands were not of such age at the 5th tier. Perhaps a legendary cultivator could achieve such feats. Observing Xiong Dali's steady demeanor, Su Xian couldn't help but marvel. Being a 7th-tier martial artist certainly had its advantages, for despite sustaining grave injuries, he had nearly recovered in just a few days. Yet another pack of sinister wolves leaped into the courtyard, led by a white 7th-tier wolf king. Doctor. Su, step back to the entrance, we will handle this, Xiong Dali instructed as the 5 brothers shielded Su Xian. Retreating to the threshold of the house, the wolf king let out a howl, and the pack surged towards the brothers. Formation. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the 5 to employ a combined attack formation. The formation elevated their cultivation to the 7th tier. It was worth noting that among the 5 brothers, only Xiong Dali was at the 7th tier, while the others were 8th tier warriors. The ability to elevate 4 individuals by a tier and push Xiong Dali to the pinnacle of the 7th tier indicated that this formation was no ordinary technique. A wolf carcass flew past Su Xian's feet, and a sudden thought struck him. Placing his hand upon the corpse confirmed that he could indeed absorb the eerie energy. Relieved, he stationed himself at the entrance. With the ability to absorb the eerie energy without needing to kill, he saw no reason to engage directly. He could simply wait for an opportunity to draw the energy from the carcass later. For now, his priority was to safeguard his sister and niece. The Wolf King, growing desperate as its pack suffered countless casualties, let out a fearsome roar and swelled in size, charging towards Xiong Dali and his brothers. As the Wolf King unleashed its bizarre aura, the pack, driven mad with red eyes, charged heedlessly towards the 5 brothers. Xiong Dali and his brothers coordinated seamlessly, positioning themselves in front of Su Xian, ensuring both he and the door remained protected as they fought valiantly against the encroaching wolves. The corpses piled up before them, while the Wolf King was momentarily repelled by Xiong Dali's steadfast defense. Su Xian looked on with approval. Truly, these seasoned herbalists had honed their skills in the wilderness. Intrigued by their combined attack formation, he began to observe closely. As Su Xian scrutinized the formation, his scales trembled, revealing 5 ethereal figures before him, mirroring the fluidity of Xiong Dali and his brother's movements. The scales can project. Su Xian rejoiced, for it had been some time since the last projection following the martial technique. He hadn't anticipated that this time it would be triggered by the formation. As the formation's projection completed, 5 shadows merged into a single dark essence that descended into Su Xian's consciousness. The 5 elements reversal yin-yang formation inherited the principles of the previous combined attack, enhancing the cultivator's levels and allowing them to merge their strengths into one, elevating a single individual by 2 tiers in an instant. Furthermore, it could disperse damage among the 5, enabling them to collectively bear the assault. The reversal of yin and yang allowed for counterattacks to be returned to the enemy, and the damage could accumulate. For instance, if an enemy's attack registered as 1, the formation could absorb it and return it multiplied by 5. Su Xian could hardly fathom such a powerful new formation. Alas, the formation required 5 participants, rendering it unusable for him. Understanding the 5 elements reversal yin-yang formation, Su Xian watched as Xiong Dali and the others seamlessly executed their tactics. He had previously admired their coordination, yet now he perceived numerous flaws. Left Xian, step forward. Right Kuan, hold steady. Su Xian couldn't resist offering guidance. Instinctively, the 5 brothers adjusted their formation according to Su Xian's instructions, instantly amplifying its power by 20%. They were in awe of Su Xian's profound understanding. Doctor. Su merely observed the formation and was able to pinpoint our errors. Under Su Xian's guidance, the brothers operated the formation with increasing proficiency and strength. With the formation's enhancement, Xiong Dali was on the verge of breaking. The sinister wolves faltered under their relentless assault. The Wolf King, eyes flashing with malice, consumed a fallen wolf's carcass, swiftly devouring over a dozen more. It surged from the 7th tier to the 6th. Kill the Wolf King. Su Xian warned, alarmed. Hearing his command, the five brothers wasted no time charging at the Wolf King. The creature, now bolstered, ascended from the 6th tier to the 5th, with their cultivation unified through the formation. Xiong Dalia's strength also reached the 6th tier. The formation melded the five into a single entity, striking towards the Wolf King like a blade. The Wolf King, now a 3-meter towering beast, swiped at the five with a massive claw. A thunderous crash echoed as the brothers were sent reeling back. Before they could regain their footing, the injured Wolf King, blood trickling from its mouth, appeared before them, its cold eyes locked onto Xiong Dali as it lunged to bite him. Chapter 9 is Sacrifice. Summoning the divine Xiong Dali was on the verge of being devoured by the wolf's jaws when the treacherous Wolf King fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The five brothers of Xiong Dali felt their bodies weaken, unable to rise from the earth. Su Xian approached, clutching a massive incense stick, 3 meters long and as thick as a fist. Like a row of dominoes, one by one, the treacherous wolves collapsed to the ground. After taking the medicine, Su Xian produced pills and handed them to the five brothers. With a knife in hand, he severed the neck of the Wolf King amidst its furious lamentations, which cursed him as despicable. The dark power was absorbed by the scales, which then transmitted their strength into Su Xian's body, propelling him past the halfway mark of the 4th level of blood refinement. The first line of the 3rd rune flickered to life, but igniting the entire rune would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time, as it consisted of 100 lines. Subsequently, Su Xian systematically eradicated the treacherous wolves, piling their slain bodies together while covertly absorbing their dark power. The strength returned by the scales coursed through Su Xian's body, causing him to tremble as his blood surged like a rushing river, completing the 4th level of blood refinement, transforming his blood into a ruby-like essence. What is this, Dr. Su? Xiong Dali, having recovered after consuming the antidote, inquired curiously about the massive incense. It is a type of incense I crafted. Inhaling it causes one to feel weak and lose the ability to move, Su Xian replied. The incense, when lit, releases a smoke infused with a muscle-relaxing agent, rendering living beings helpless. Its drawback lies in its difficult preparation. It took considerable effort to create just one. Its effects are slow to manifest. I only ignited it when the pack of wolves entered the courtyard, and it has only just begun to take effect. What a splendid item, Xiong Dali remarked, his face gleaming with desire. If we had such an incense, what medicine could we not procure? Before them lay not merely an incense stick, but a fortune. That moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Su Xian's heart sank. The worst possible scenario had arisen. What is that? Xiong Dali exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed skyward. A colossal figure loomed in the clouds, moving with an erratic rhythm, obscuring the sunlight and plunging Xiantang City into darkness. A dragon, Su Xian gasped, stunned by the sight of the behemoth as a dragon had emerged from the clouds, gazing directly at him. That he felt as though crushed beneath a mountain, his bones creaking under the immense pressure, on the brink of collapse. How terrifying! Is it a 1st tier or a superior tier dragon? The dragon's head turned with a hint of curiosity. Su Xian collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. O great dragon god, I offer Xiantang City as a sacrifice and beseech you to accept me as your servant. A figure soared from the city, kneeling in midair. County Magistrate Song. Su Xian never anticipated that the dark hand behind this calamity was none other than the magistrate of Xiantang County. Rage ignited within him, for in pursuit of becoming a treacherous slave, he was willing to sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands. How unworthy he was to be a guardian of the realm. The unexpected betrayal of his brother-in-law was no mere coincidence. As he had departed the city alongside County Magistrate Song, old grievances and new hatreds surged within him. Kill him, he seeks to sacrifice us. Cries erupted throughout the city as figures surged into the air, charging towards County Magistrate Song. Powerful individuals from various noble families. The treacherous dragon observed the unfolding chaos, making no move, as if relishing the struggles of mere ants, yet appearing to harbor some reservations. Too late, County Magistrate Song's manic laughter filled the air as he produced a formation disc, causing Xiantang City to rise under a protective array. Empowered by the formation, he ascended to the 3rd tier of martial prowess, effortlessly swatting each assailant back to the ground. This is disastrous. That wretched official has been in Xiantang City for 3 years, stealthily transforming the city's protective array into a sacrificial formation, turning the entire city into a cauldron, waiting for us to be cooked and consumed. Xiong Dali exclaimed in distress. With the sacrificial array in place, it is likely that no one in Xiantang City can stand against County Magistrate Song. Are we to wait for death? Su Xian had not anticipated that this devious official would take 3 years to alter the city's defenses. County Magistrate Song activated the array again, causing the ground beneath Xiantang City to crack open, with streams of molten lava oozing forth. Some unfortunate souls who could not evade the eruption fell directly into the magma, incinerated into plumes of black smoke, which the formation gathered and expelled into the sky. The treacherous dragon extended its head, inhaling the smoke with evident pleasure. Seeing the dragon consuming the black smoke, County Magistrate Song was exhilarated, his face contorting grotesquely. The dragon god accepted his offerings. Once all of Qiantang City's inhabitants had been sacrificed, he would become a servant of the dragon god, harnessing its power to break through his own limitations and gain an extra century of life. Gazing at his withered hands, madness filled his eyes. He had prepared for this moment for 5 years. Xian watched as everyone became lambs ready for slaughter and sighed deeply. What a wretched world this is. He retrieved the statue of the door god from his robes and tossed it into the air, chanting incantations and stepping through the ritualistic motions. He infused the statue with his fifth-tier internal energy. The statue radiated a brilliant divine light, and a deity emerged from within. Cursed be it, after all his internal energy was consumed, the statue began to siphon Su Xian's life force. In an instant, his hair turned white, aging him by 5 years. Only then did the door god emerge, initially standing a mere 1.5 feet tall, but upon stepping out of the statue, it transformed into a giant 10 meters tall, pointing a finger at County Magistrate Song. What? County Magistrate Song gasped in shock, and in an instant, he was reduced to ashes beneath that single finger. The sacrificial array of Qiantang City was shattered in an instant. The door god transformed into a beam of divine light, charging towards the treacherous dragon. A chorus of dragon roars resonated through the clouds as a droplet of dragon blood fell from the sky, landing in Su Xian's courtyard. The enormous form of the treacherous dragon vanished, and the divine light dissipated. Sunlight once again illuminated the earth, casting a surreal glow upon those who had survived the calamity. Xiong Dali and his brothers gaped in astonishment at Su Xian. I swear upon my soul to serve Su Xian as my master. Should I betray this oath, may my soul scatter and meet an untimely demise. Xiong Dali knelt before Su Xian without hesitation, a fragment of his spirit transforming into an oath, materializing as a transparent orb, which he raised above his head and offered to Su Xian, sweat pouring from his brow. Witnessing such events, his first thought was of silencing witnesses. Su Xian did not accept their loyalty. The consequences would be dire. Ying Dali pulled Neo Dali down beside him, both kneeling and offering their oaths to Su Xian, lifting their oaths high above their heads. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His internal energy was depleted, and he had lost 5 years of life, making him susceptible to collapse at any moment. For now, he merely held on. Thankfully, the summoning of the divine had frightened the 5 brothers. What might have occurred otherwise was uncertain, for the human heart is the most unpredictable. This crisis had been too severe. He vowed never to summon the divine in public again. Very well. Su Xian waved his hand, accepting the oaths from the 5 men. The 5 orbs merged into his being, binding their fates to his thoughts from that moment onward. Master, Xiong Dali exhaled in relief, leading his brothers in a bow towards Su Xian. Arise, Su Xian commanded them, turning his gaze to the dragon blood. Feeling the scales yearning, he plunged his hand into the dragon blood, which greedily absorbed it. Before long, the dragon blood was entirely consumed. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Watch over my sister and niece. I shall rest for a while. He hurried back to his room. Later, when others come asking, say you know nothing, Xiong Dali instructed his brothers. There will surely be many inquiring about the divine. Rest assured, big brother, Neo Dali replied, his expression indicating that he was not foolish. The brothers exchanged worried glances at Neo Dali. Back in his room, Su Xian felt overwhelmingly fatigued, akin to having worked tirelessly for a month without rest. He lay on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Darling, darling, a gentle voice called to him in his dreams. Chapter 10 Rescue, Doubt, Awakening. Su Xian furrowed his brow. A 5th-grade warrior should not dream at all. What could this signify? The details of the dream eluded him, save for the memory of a woman calling him my husband. By Su Xian? Unthinkable. In this world of demons and trickery, gratitude was a mere illusion. A predation was far more probable. Who was the woman that addressed him thus? Why did she manifest in his dreams? His head throbbed with unanswered questions, so he decided to cease pondering. Su Xian then noticed a surge of vitality coursing through him, invigorating his spirit as though he had consumed several boxes of brain tonic. The streaks of white in his hair had vanished, and he settled into a meditative posture to examine his body. 6 refinements of blood. Su Xian pinched himself. Pain. It was real. Dragon blood? His consciousness swiftly sought the dragon scales. The 3rd rune had astonishingly illuminated 70 lines. Just 28 more lines would complete the illumination, granting him access to the 3rd divine ability. It felt surreal. A drop of precious blood was squeezed from his fingertip, exuding an enchanting fragrance that made one yearn to consume it. It was vibrant and dazzling, weighing 10 pounds, 9 refinements achieved. A drop of precious blood should weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. His vitality from 5 years had also been restored. Whether it was due to the 6th refinement of blood or the refinement of dragon blood, he could not tell. Su Xian felt a pang of fear. Summoning a spirit of the 5th grade was already a strain. Fortunately, it was merely the guardian deity. Had he summoned a more potent divine being, it could have drained decades from his lifespan in an instant. Aging would ensue even without death. He resolved to exercise caution in the future. Without breaking through to the 2nd grade, he would refrain from summoning spirits unless in dire circumstances. Even the guardian deity was not to be trifled with. How many 5-year lifespans could one possess? Nonetheless, the gains were substantial. The third rune illuminated over 70 lines, and he had achieved the sixth refinement of blood. Crisis breeds opportunity that he could break through to the fourth grade of martial arts at will. There was no rush. He aimed for the ninth refinement of blood to lay the foundation for his ascension as a martial immortal. Moreover, he had awakened the ability to absorb spiritual energy. No longer would he be troubled by his inability to comprehend the forces of heaven and earth. His path to cultivation became clear. The allure of eternal life is boundless for anyone. He wondered what the situation outside was like. Thinking of his sister and Bai Lian, Xian felt little inclination to practice the absorption of spiritual energy. As he exited the room, he spotted the 5 brothers, Xiong Dali and his companions, squatting on the ground, ravenously consuming lumpy soup as if they were famished souls reborn. "Master," Xiong Dali exclaimed upon seeing Xian, hastily rising to his feet. Yang Dali and the others paused as well. Niu Dali hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back and poured the lumpy soup straight into his mouth. "Ah, hot, hot." Xian winced at the sight of Niu Dali hopping in pain. The brothers looked at Niu Dali, this foolish fellow, suddenly feeling averse to acknowledging him. "What is the current situation?" Xian inquired of Xiong Dali. "Master, although the city defense formation has been breached, the aura left behind by the enigmatic dragon and divine beings has deterred the demons from approaching Qiantang City, making it quite safe at present. 6th grade physician Wang Fengshan has taken charge of the county office and, along with the 4 prominent families of Qiantang City, is working to restore the city defense formation. Furthermore, regarding Magistrate Song, the matter has also been reported to the state, and it is said that the state is in an uproar, having already dispatched personnel to investigate." Xiong Dali paused here. "But what?" Xian gestured for Xiong Dali to continue. "This incident has attracted the attention of several major families and sects in the Central Plains. They are exceedingly interested in the injured enigmatic dragon and the appearing divine beings. They have already sent people to investigate the enigmatic dragon and the divine beings," Xiong Dali said, furrowing his brow. "The divine being was summoned by you, Master. These individuals could become a nuisance. The method of summoning spirits could incite fierce competition among these families and sections." "No matter, as long as everyone keeps it under wraps," Xian replied nonchalantly. "What I summoned was merely a fragment of the guardian deity. The deity's position in this world is beyond the reach of a few families or sects to investigate. As for the enigmatic dragon, it has little to do with me." Indeed, the 5 brothers nodded in agreement. "Hanwen has awakened. It is time to eat." Su Jiaorong and Li Bilian approached with bowls of lumpy soup, beaming with joy upon seeing Xian. "Uncle, are you all right?" Li Bilian, brimming with concern, rushed to Xian's side, scanning him up and down, and only relaxed upon confirming he bore no injuries. "Uncle is fine." Xian affectionately ruffled Li Bilian's bun. "Uncle, I will practice martial arts to protect you," Li Bilian declared earnestly. "I truly wish to grow quickly and cultivate martial arts to safeguard Uncle." "Good. From now on, Bilian must diligently practice martial arts to protect Uncle," Xian said, filled with joy as he lifted Li Bilian into his arms. "Let your uncle eat." Su Jiaorong gently took her daughter from Xian's embrace. "You haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. Hurry and have something." Su Jiaorong handed a bowl of lumpy soup to Xian. "All right." Xian accepted the lumpy soup and began to eat. It was thick, warm, and pleasantly sour, whetting his appetite. Soon, Xian polished off a large bowl of lumpy soup. "Knock, knock, knock, Dr. Su." Someone knocked on the courtyard door, calling for Xian from outside. The group exchanged glances. Several parties had already come seeking him before he had awakened. There were officials from the county office and members of several prominent families, all inquiring about the divine beings. Although the divine being had appeared here, at that time, everyone was under attack by the demons and had not paid attention to where the divine being had emerged. Su Jiaorong and Xiong Dali echoed this sentiment, drawing no attention from anyone. A mother and daughter devoid of cultivation, along with a few herbalists of merely 7th grade at best, were not taken seriously in connection with the divine beings. They were merely routine inquiries before departing. "Another inquiry, who is it?" Su Jiaorong yelled out. "I am a servant from the medical bureau. Manager Wang has summoned all physicians to report to the medical bureau," came the voice from outside. "Very well, I shall go at once." Xian hastily set down his bowl. It was likely concerning the treatment of the injured. As physicians, their duty was solely to save lives. Following the assault on Qiantang City by the demons, Magistrate Song had activated the sacrificial formation, and there would surely be many injured. "You all ensure my sister and the others are safe." I am heading out, Xian said, rushing towards the medical bureau. Upon arriving at the medical bureau, he was met with a scene of chaos. Injured individuals were sprawled everywhere. They were either soldiers or constables. Xian began his work of healing. He inserted needles into the wounded, extracting the demonic energy, and then handed them over to other physicians for further treatment. Time passed unmeasured. Once the injuries in the medical bureau had been tended to, Xian, accompanied by 2 assistants, emerged with medicine to treat the common folk in the city. The devastation was heart-wrenching. Some houses had collapsed, others reduced to ashes. Everywhere there were the wounded and the dead, with cries of despair echoing throughout. He immediately attended to the severely injured, while for the lightly wounded, he administered a needle to purge the demonic energy. Xian was tirelessly occupied, not pausing for even a moment. He tended to the wounded for a full 3 days. Had it not been for his 6th-grade refinement of blood, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Upon finishing with the last patient, Xian dropped to the ground, leaning against the wall, utterly spent. Have something to eat. A fist-sized bun was offered before him. Xian looked up to see the red-clad woman he had spotted in the crowd. Thank you. Xian, starved, accepted the bun and began to devour it greedily. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? Wang Shifeng inquired, observing Xian. No need. I am so fatigued that your poison would be of no consequence. Do you have any more? Xian asked, having finished the large meat bun, looking at the red-clad woman. Does a 5th-grade powerhouse need to poison a mere physician? Here. Wang Shifeng produced another bun from her bosom and handed it to Xian. Without hesitation, he accepted it and began to eat. It was delectable. Who on earth are you? Wang Shifeng suddenly leaned closer to Xian, asking. A heartless person would never wholeheartedly treat others, nor would they so readily consume another's food. A dog cannot change its nature. She does not believe that in this second life, Xian has transformed. There remains but one possibility: Xian is not Xian. Chapter 11: Cultivating Immortality, the third divine ability. Who am I? Xian was startled by the charming face that almost struck him. Who else could it be? Could the other party suspect him of being the mysterious figure from that night? Impossible. I am Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng gazed intently into Xian's eyes, seeking any sign of weakness. Had Xian also been reborn, she did not perceive any fluctuation in his gaze. Miss Wang, you have a bit of eye gunk, Xian remarked, looking at the lovely face so close to him. Wang Shifeng, blushing with embarrassment, stomped her foot and transformed into a red shadow, vanishing without a trace. Xian watched the direction she disappeared, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, having sensed no malice. She likely was not an enemy. Whatever the case, his gains had been substantial this time. Not only had he healed his injuries and absorbed the eerie energy, but upon encountering the bizarre corpse, he had also taken the opportunity to absorb more of its power. The third rune was nearly illuminated. He had thought it would take a long time to activate the rune, yet it had happened so swiftly. His blood refinement had reached the 6th level of perfection. However, the scales still resisted breaking through to the 7th level. The 7th level of blood refinement undoubtedly held secrets he was unaware of. He needed to seek guidance, but from whom? The major clans? They were neither relatives nor acquaintances. What a far-fetched idea! How could he inquire about overcoming the 7th level of blood refinement? It was indeed a challenging predicament. He had assumed that continuously absorbing eerie energy would lead to constant breakthroughs, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Wait, there was someone in Xiantang County who understood 5th level blood refinement. Wang Shifeng, as a disciple of a major sect and a 5th level warrior, certainly had insights into 5th level blood refinement. Yet, having only exchanged pleasantries over a couple of buns, how could he approach her? Regardless, with his martial realm stalled, he would focus on cultivating immortality. If he encountered Wang Shifeng again, he could cultivate a relationship. Once they became familiar, he could broach the subject. Ideally, he could even become her disciple. Major sects typically recruited pupils from a young age, and someone like him would undoubtedly be overlooked. He had little regard for minor sections. Indeed, cultivation was intertwined with the intricacies of human relationships. It was quite troublesome. He decided to set aside his worries, believing that solutions would manifest when the time was right. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, he headed home. Thoughts of his sister and Bai Lian warmed his heart. Home was the coziest place of all. Time to eat. Upon seeing Xian, Su Jiarong retrieved the dishes from the steamer. Li Bilian brought in the wash water. After a brief wash, Xian began to eat. Returning home to a warm meal dispelled all his fatigue. A day's toil felt trivial in comparison. After dinner, Xian carried Li Bilian to the yard, where he spotted the 5 brothers, Xiong Dali and his companions, practicing their combined attack formation. Hold on a moment, Xian said. The 5 brothers looked at him, unsure of what he wished to convey. Billion can play over there, Su Xian said, placing his niece aside. He then addressed the 5 brothers. I possess a combined attack formation that requires the cooperation of 5 individuals. I shall teach it to you. Naturally, the stronger his companions were, the better. Whenever he ventured out, he felt at ease knowing the 5 brothers were at home. Thank you, master. The 5 brothers rejoiced, eagerly anticipating Su Xian's teachings. Su Xian imparted the 5 elements reversal yin-yang formation to them, which was derived from their own formation techniques. The brothers grasped it quickly, and even if some struggled, they would at least be able to remember it. During this process, Su Xian felt an urge to strike Xiongdali, who was rather slow-witted. Fortunately, the others had absorbed the teachings well, and he instructed them to teach each other, as he lacked the patience for it. Once the 5 brothers were instructed, Su Jiarong had prepared a large tub of wash water for Su Xian. Immersing himself in the tub, he felt an immense sense of relaxation. After a day of labor, a bath was truly refreshing. After bathing, Su Xian sat cross-legged on his bed. As he activated the spirit absorption technique, the energies of heaven and earth surged into his body, accompanied by eerie energy. The scales glimmered, devouring the eerie energy. Indeed, it worked. He quickly operated the Dongshan Dao Sutra, refining the pure energies of heaven and earth into a thread of magical power, integrating it into his central dantian. Su Xian wore a joyful expression. He had finally stepped into the first realm of cultivation, the realm of Qi sensation. The Qi sensation realm continuously refined the energies of heaven and earth into magical power, which would eventually break through the central dantian. This marked the second realm, the opening of the mountain. Subsequently, the magical power would expand within the central dantian, leading to the third realm, the expanding sea realm. Once the central dantian reached its utmost expansion, the magical power would transform into liquid flowing within, representing the fourth realm, the Sea of Qi. The sea of magical power would engulf the entire central dantian, forming a solid foundation on its surface, denoting the fifth realm, the Blessed Land realm. The Dongshan Dao Sutra was incomplete, only documenting the first 5 realms. Su Xian was not concerned. Reaching the fifth realm would make it easy to seek subsequent techniques, using spirit absorption to draw in the energies of heaven and earth, the scales devouring the eerie energy, and the Dongshan Dao Sutra refining the energies into magical power. Everything was simply perfect. The following day, the third rune of the scales was completely illuminated, transforming into a luminous talisman that merged into his sea of consciousness. Divine ability 9 Heaven's profound method. It could summon souls and reshape bodies, bringing the dead back to life. Su Xian recognized this divine ability. He recalled that in his previous life, in the legend of the New White Lady, Bai Nyangzi had used this ability to summon Bai Fu's soul and reconstruct his body. He never expected that his third divine ability would be this. Activating this ability required formidable cultivation, akin to summoning spirits. Insufficient cultivation would cost one their life. The good news was that this divine ability was not selective. Both internal energy and magical power could activate it. With his current internal energy at the 5th level and a bit of magical power, healing minor injuries was feasible, and bringing the dead back to life was somewhat attainable by sacrificing his own life. After absorbing eerie energy all night, the third rune was finally illuminated, yet his blood refinement at the 6th level remained stagnant. He needed to quickly learn how to break through to the 7th level. Otherwise, he could only advance to the 4th rank through the 6th level. Naturally, Su Xian was unwilling to settle for a 6th level breakthrough to the 4th rank. He aspired to establish a foundation of immortality through the 9th level of refinement. The martial path fell short of the immortal path precisely because the martial path could not establish a foundation through 9 levels of refinement. With the scales at his disposal, Su Xian was determined to attempt the 9th level foundation. He resolved to put aside his worries, as perhaps a breakthrough would occur at any moment. Rising, Su Xian exited his room. Uncle! Li Billion, munching on a chicken leg, spotted Su Xian and dashed into his embrace. Su Xian lifted Li Billion and twirled her around. Master, wash up. Xiongdali, grinning foolishly, brought over Su Xian's wash water. Su Xian thought to himself, Xiongdali, I truly want to hammer this fool. Can't you just fill another basin? Yang Dali, with a cold expression, kicked Xiongdali. Hu Dali and Ho Dali looked up at the sky, pretending not to know him. Dr. Su, hurry to the Imperial Medical Bureau. An anxious voice called from outside. What happened? Su Xian opened the door and saw the errand boy from before. Manager Wang's daughter is gravely injured, and her condition is critical, the errand boy reported. Quickly, let us go. Su Xian grabbed his medical kit and hurried to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Upon arrival, Su Xian made his way to the recovery hall, a place akin to a modern hospital ward. Su Xian, come quickly. As soon as he entered, Wang Fengshan pulled him into a room. Wang Shifeng. Su Xian was astonished to see Wang Shifeng lying on the bed. A massive bone spur protruded from her chest, piercing through her lungs. Had it not been for her 5th-level cultivation and life-saving elixirs, she would have long since perished. "I'll give it a try," Xian said. Without having awakened his 3rd divine ability, he was certain he could not heal Wang Shifeng, but now he could attempt it. If he healed Wang Shifeng, not only would Wang Fengshan owe him a favor, but Wang Shifeng would also owe him her life, making it easier to inquire about how to break through the 7th level of blood refinement. Chapter 12 of the Essence of Healing and Alchemy. I intend to employ a secret technique, Xian remarked to Wang Fengshan. "Everyone, please step outside." Wang Fengshan instantly comprehended the implication. In this world, a myriad of secret arts existed, and naturally, such secrets necessitated discretion. With the exception of Xian, all others departed. He opened the medicine chest and retrieved various surgical instruments, carefully using scissors to cut open the clothing. Fortunately, the right side of the chest remained intact. Alas, the left side had likely succumbed to the chill of death. Placing his hand upon the left chest, the eerie energy was absorbed into the scales. The 4th rune illuminated 3 lines at once. The sinister force emanating from the bone spurs was formidable. Given Wang Shifeng's 5th-tier prowess, it was only reasonable that such a powerful and malevolent entity would inflict such grievous harm. After absorbing the sinister energy, a diluted version of the 9 Heavens Profound technique was applied to the wound. The deft hands, honed over decades of solitary existence in his past life, swiftly extracted the bone spur. Blood sprayed toward Xian's face, yet a protective barrier materialized before him, intercepting the flow. Under the efficacy of the 9 Heavens Profound technique, the wound rapidly ceased bleeding, allowing Xian to breathe a sigh of relief. His strategy was to utilize the 9 Heavens Profound technique to staunch the bleeding. Once that was achieved, the surgery would be halfway successful. He proceeded to clear the accumulated blood in the lungs, meticulously suturing the wound, while the 9 Heavens Profound technique continued to halt the bleeding. The complete closure of the chest wound took 3 hours. While it may sound simple, it was indeed a straightforward endeavor for someone like Wang Shifeng, a 5th-tier warrior. As long as the eerie energy could be dispelled and the bleeding controlled, the injury was manageable. In a rather whimsical manner, Xian stitched the wound into the shape of a colorful butterfly. Scars were inevitable, yet a butterfly was certainly more aesthetically pleasing than an unsightly scar. To ensure a complete recovery without scarring, he would not exert himself excessively for Wang Shifeng, as she was not one of his kin. After applying herbal ointments, Xian exited the sick room. "How did it go?" Wang Fengshan immediately approached Xian upon his emergence. "I have fulfilled my duty. Please allow the maidservant to assist with the cleanup and change of clothing," Xian replied. "This is the essence of alchemy. Feel free to inquire if there is anything unclear." With Wang Fengshan having lost his wife and raising his only daughter with utmost care, he resolved to pass on the alchemical arts to Xian, who had saved Wang Shifeng. Xian was taken aback by this unexpected boon. His initial intent was merely to save Wang Shifeng's life, yet Wang Fengshan offered the secrets of alchemy in return. Such an opportunity was truly invaluable. The advanced and intricate art of alchemy was not easily taught to those who sought it. "Very well," Xian said, accepting the essence of alchemy and tucking it into his bosom. "My daughter's condition will require your continued assistance," Wang Fengshan added, seizing the opportunity. He believed that the esteemed doctors of the Imperial Medical Bureau could manage Wang Shifeng's care, yet he felt more assured with Xian overseeing her recovery. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Miss Wang," Xian vowed. In light of the alchemical essence, he decided to provide Wang Shifeng with a simplified version of the 9 Heavens Profound technique daily, ensuring she would be back on her feet in 2 days. Having already given so much, he felt it unnecessary to request further compensation. "I shall take my leave," he said, as the maidservant assisted Wang Shifeng into her garments, allowing Wang Fengshan to hasten into the room to see his daughter. After a brief tour of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Xian departed. Upon returning home, he greeted his sister before retreating to his chamber to peruse the essence of alchemy. The pharmacological principles outlined therein bore similarities to those in the medical texts, yet it introduced several herbs not documented elsewhere, enriching Xian's knowledge. Some of these herbs were derived from the limbs of malevolent entities. The essence of alchemy primarily focused on the processing of herbs and their refinement. With the world suffused with sinister energy, the herbs naturally bore such a quality. Incorporating them into potions posed no issue, but the refinement of alchemical substances demanded the extraction and concentration of this sinister energy, or it would become a potent toxin. This was the most challenging aspect. The lesser the sinister poison, the higher the quality of the elixir. For Xian, however, this was the simplest stage. Next, he encountered various alchemical techniques and the nuances of the alchemical furnace and fire. Cultivators harnessed alchemical fire for their craft, while first-tier warriors condensed their vital energy into flames for alchemy. Yet, who among cultivators and first-tier warriors had the leisure to engage in alchemy? Most relied on the furnace's earthly flames for their concoctions. There were two types of earthly flames of volcanic magma and geothermal flames. Essentially, these were the flames of volcanic lava and those produced by the combustion of natural gas. The volcanic magma flames were naturally superior, boasting higher temperatures capable of dissolving sinister toxins, resulting in purer elixirs. Geothermal flames, while less ferocious than volcanic flames, were stable and manageable, proving remarkably effective against sinister poisons. With sufficient skill, their elixirs could rival those produced by magma flames. The essence of alchemy contained records of refining alchemical fire, passed down through Wang Fengshan's family. Regrettably, the Wang family lacked any cultivators, rendering them unable to practice. Su Xian felt elated. Once he established his own sect, he would be able to cultivate the skill. Mastery of alchemical techniques required a sufficiently potent spiritual force to perceive the changes in herbs and to employ the appropriate incantations for refining potions at the opportune moment. Without mentioning the fifth-tier cultivation level, Su Xian's soul, having traversed 2 lives, was innately powerful, and he possessed extraordinary aptitude for alchemy. Many techniques he could grasp after a single observation, and after practicing once, he would become proficient. After reviewing the essence of alchemy twice, he memorized the unfamiliar herbs. By the afternoon, he had acquired a substantial understanding of the material. Of course, knowing the theory was one thing. Alchemy was another matter entirely. To truly master alchemy, one essential word prevailed: refinement. While others struggled, Su Xian had cultivated a vast array of herbs. Though he lacked high-grade medicinal materials, he had an abundance of those for lower-grade potions. He planned to visit the Imperial Medical Bureau the following day to experiment with alchemy. The ability to absorb sinister energy while refining potions was optional for him. However, he was particularly interested in the sinister toxins within the elixirs. He also wished to avoid patients absorbing sinister energy. By day, he would hunt malevolent entities, and by night, he would cultivate the Dongxian Dao scripture. And now, he could devote his days to alchemy and his nights to cultivation, which, though slower than hunting, was steadier. The potent herbs outlined in the essence would yield sinister energy no less formidable than that of malevolent entities. The elixirs would prove invaluable for his sister, niece, and 5 brothers. The essence recorded a washing marrow elixir, which, once refined, would enable his sister to become a warrior. He did not seek for her to become a master, he merely desired her to strengthen her body and possess a modicum of self-defense. The elixirs could also nurture and enhance his niece's aptitude, ensuring her future achievements would be even greater. As for his 5 brothers, being his most reliable allies, strengthening their prowess was indispensable, and elixirs were a necessity. This endeavor to save Wang Shifeng had already yielded substantial returns through the essence of alchemy. After securing the essence, Su Xian began his cultivation of the Dongxian Dao scripture. The absorption of spiritual energy was robust, yet the earthly power he could retain was limited, necessitating a gradual nurturing of his dantian. Whether this slow pace was typical of cultivation or a reflection of his own circumstances remained unclear. The night passed swiftly. Su Xian rose early and made his way to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Wang Shifeng should be awakening soon, and it was imperative to converse with her before broaching the subject of the 7th refinement. At the Imperial Medical Bureau, Wang Shifeng slowly opened her eyes to find Wang Fengshan dozing at her side. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Wang Fengshan inquired urgently upon awakening. "I feel a sense of heaviness and pain in my chest." "Were you the one who saved me?" Wang Shifeng recalled the bone spur piercing her chest and the unwillingness to perish so easily in this new life, having fought tooth and nail to return. "I possess no such capabilities." "It was Su Xian," Wang Fengshan replied. Only a first-tier expert or a cultivator could have salvaged Wang Shifeng's condition. He had thought of suturing her wounds as a last resort and summoned Su Xian. To his astonishment, Su Xian indeed had a remedy. "Su Xian?" Wang Shifeng exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. "Does Su Xian possess such remarkable medical skills?" Not quite. Chapter 13. The realm of martial arts and breaking through barriers. Su Xian undoubtedly lacks such medical expertise. Where could the problem lie? "Father, be cautious of Su Xian. He harbors deep intentions and must have ulterior motives," Wang Shifeng solemnly advised Wang Fengshan. "What could he possibly want from me?" Wang Fengshan inquired, perplexed. "Our family's alchemical techniques, the method for the cleansing marrow pill, and the recipe." Recalling how Su Xian betrayed the Wang family in her previous life for the cleansing marrow pill and its formula, Wang Shifeng's resentment surged. This time, she would not allow history to repeat itself. She was determined to expose Su Xian's true nature and prevent her father from being deceived. "I have already," Wang Fengshan began, intending to mention that he had given the formula to Su Xian, but Su Xian had arrived. As soon as Su Xian entered the recuperation hall, Wang Shifeng's formidable spiritual perception detected him. Wang Fengshan swallowed back his words, uncertain why his daughter bore such strong prejudice against Su Xian. Regardless, he believed that once his daughter got to know Xian, her perspective would surely change. He's here. Wang Fengshan greeted Xian at the door with a broad smile. Let me examine Miss Wan's injuries, Xian said. You check on her. I must attend to some matters, Wang Fengshan replied as he departed. With his daughter awake, he felt reassured, but a multitude of affairs from the Imperial Medical Bureau awaited him. Miss Wang, I shall inspect your wound. Xian reached out to lift Wang Shifeng's clothing at her chest. What are you doing? Wang Shifeng exclaimed, instinctively covering herself and eyeing Xian warily. To examine the wound, Xian replied, momentarily speechless. He had hoped to employ a gentler version of the Nine Heavens Profound technique during the examination to hasten her recovery, yet Wang Shifeng's resistance was palpable. Were it not for his desire to inquire about the 7 refinements, he would not have bothered with her. I am not severely injured. It is unnecessary, Wang Shifeng stated, taken aback by Xian's medical proficiency, realizing he must have already assessed her injuries when he treated her the previous day. In her past life, Xian had scrutinized everything, which stirred an embarrassing feeling within her. She could not view Xian merely as a physician. If you feel discomfort, just call for me, she asserted, unable to impose treatment. Xian prepared to leave. I owe no debts of gratitude. What do you seek? Wang Shifeng challenged, convinced Xian intended to leverage any favors to have her father accept him as an apprentice, thereby coveting the Wang family's cleansing marrow pill and recipe. By offering to repay him, she believed Xian would reveal his true intentions, and she would unmask him. This time, she would not tread the same path as before. To her surprise, Xian spoke first. I do indeed wish to consult you on a matter. He paused. I wish to inquire about the realms of martial arts. You seek to learn from my father? You must swear an oath, are you willing? Wang Shifeng inquired, keen to observe Xian's choice. Unlike her previous life, where she fell for Xian's sweet words and urged her father to take him as a disciple, leading to the downfall of the Wang family, she would not be so easily swayed again. I wish to understand the realms of martial arts, Xian interjected hastily. Is it necessary for Wang Fengshan to teach alchemy? I have learned most of the theoretical knowledge. What I lack is practical experience, which Wang Fengshan cannot provide. If Wang Shifeng continued speaking, he feared he might unwittingly become Wang Fengshan's disciple. What do you mean by realms of martial arts? You wish to inquire about this? Wang Shifeng was taken aback, not expecting Xian to ask about the realms of martial arts rather than seeking to save her. It felt as though her life was deemed cheap. My aspiration is to become a formidable warrior. I am quite intrigued by the realms of martial arts, Xian asserted, wearing an expression that suggested a doctor should not desire to be a powerful figure. Wang Shifeng found herself unable to comprehend Xian. Were it not for her perception that his spirit and physical form were in harmony, she would have suspected he had been possessed. Xian must be feigning interest in the realms of martial arts to lower her guard. She would speak about the realms and see how long he could maintain his charade. Allow me to elaborate on the realms of martial arts, she said. Xian perked up, pulling over a chair to sit. There are 9 grades in martial arts, followed by the masters above the first grade, the Grand Masters, and those transcending Grand Masters. Then there are the half-immortals, true immortals, and martial immortals. The initial stage of the 9 grades marks entry into martial arts, which involves refining strength. The 8th grade signifies the birth of internal energy, refining the skin. The 7th grade focuses on refining flesh, the 6th grade is for refining tendons, the 5th grade involves refining blood, during which the human body begins its transformation. Each refinement of blood represents a transcendence of the human form, particularly after the 4th refinement when the blood transforms into precious blood, enhancing vitality. After reaching the 5th grade, one should strive to break through to the 4th grade after 4 refinements. Achieving the 6th refinement is optimal. Isn't it said that one can achieve 9 refinements in blood? How can the 6th refinement be optimal? Xian interrupted, questioning Wang Shifeng. Indeed, the 5th grade allows for 9 refinements in blood, Wang Shifeng clarified. However, after the 6th refinement, one must connect with the heavenly martial arts. Those who attempt to connect invariably encounter misfortune. Thus, the 5th grade of blood refinement effectively culminates at the 6th refinement. This was common knowledge, and she had not concealed it. Anyone who joined a sect or the court would be privy to this information. Xian's brow furrowed slightly. It turns out that those above the 6th refinement of blood must communicate with the heavenly martial arts. No wonder he had been unable to break through to the 7th refinement of blood. What happens if one attempts the 7th refinement of blood, he inquired, eager to clarify the implications, as it directly pertained to his potential for the 9th refinement. 9 deaths, 1 life. In nearly 50 years, only 1 person has survived, transforming into a monster. Wang Shifeng explained. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Was it akin to the path of immortality? If martial arts were tainted by malevolent forces, connecting with martial arts would render one susceptible to such corruption. How does one sense martial arts? He asked, wanting to ascertain whether martial arts had indeed been corrupted. One must perceive martial arts to discern its state. Martial arts seeks the heart. This is a question only you can answer. Those with lofty aspirations protect the common people, while those with lowly intentions merely seek self-preservation. The essence of martial intent varies. It is not easily ranked in strength or weakness. The essence of martial intent manifests as martial arts. Bear in mind that while honing martial intent is permissible, one must never attempt to connect with martial arts. Wang Shifeng harbored a wild notion. Su Xian could not possibly wish to connect with martial arts to achieve the seventh refinement of blood. She swiftly dismissed the thought. It was inconceivable. Su Xian was merely a doctor practicing the Spring Eternal technique. How could he possibly achieve the fifth grade of blood refinement at 18? In his previous life, Su Xian had resorted to unscrupulous means to cultivate and only reached the fifth grade of blood refinement at 30. It was utterly implausible for him to attain the fifth grade of blood refinement at 18. Wang Shifeng felt compelled to remind Su Xian not to attempt such a connection. It was not that she was unable to forget the past. Should Su Xian perish, it would be at her hands. In the fourth grade, one refines the organs. The 5 organs are transformed into the 5 spirits. When the 5 spirits unite, one breaks into the third grade, known as refining the spirit. The fusion of spiritual intent leads to the second grade, while the outward manifestation of spiritual intent transitions into the first grade. When one's spiritual intent forms its own domain, one becomes a master. If one's domain becomes an independent realm, one is deemed a grand master. When the domain takes form, one transcends into the super grade. A fully realized domain within the half-immortal realm is the essence of the earth immortal. As for the martial immortal above the earth immortal, I have never heard of it and know not what wonders it holds. Wang Shifeng briefly outlined the subsequent realms, deeming them too distant for Su Xian to comprehend, and did not elaborate further. Only then did Su Xian attain a clear understanding of martial arts. Previously, he had been practicing aimlessly. Were it not for the scales he possessed, he would not have achieved his current level of martial arts. The concepts of martial intent, refining the spirit, merging spiritual intent, manifesting spiritual intent, and domains opened his eyes to a vast world. He must witness the wonders of the martial immortal. Thank you, Mississippi. Should anything arise, do call for me. Su Xian felt a strong urge to return immediately, to hone his martial intent, connect with martial arts, and attempt to break through to the 7th refinement of blood. After bidding farewell, he rose to leave. As Wang Shifeng watched Su Xian depart, she wondered if he would truly attempt the 7th refinement of blood. Su Xian had inquired about the 7th refinement with the utmost curiosity. How could that be? Wang Shifeng chuckled to herself. If Su Xian were to achieve the 5th grade and begin breaking through to the 7th, I would gladly serve as his foot servant. Chapter 14. Alchemy and drug testing. Su Xian was eager to immediately refine his martial intent, yet, while he understood the concept, he found himself at a loss on how to proceed. The essence of martial arts he chose would influence his future path. With such a low level of comprehension, he could not expect to go far. He was not the kind of person who would selflessly guard the lives of others, and thus, he struggled to manifest any profound martial intent. He needed to conceive an appropriate martial idea. Lacking any leads for now, he decided to practice alchemy first. Lord Wang, I wish to use the alchemy room, Su Xian stated as he arrived at Wang Fengshan's office. There is no one using room ding, Wang Fengshan replied, producing a key and handing it to Su Xian. Thank you, Lord Wang, Su Xian exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the key. Wang Fengshan was far more agreeable than Wang Shifeng, and out of respect for Wang Fengshan, he chose not to dwell on past grievances with Wang Shifeng. Go ahead, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Wang Fengshan advised Su Xian. Understood. Su Xian departed. The alchemy room was a spacious chamber of approximately 100 square meters. At its center stood an alchemical furnace, with the underbelly concealed, harboring magma-like ground fire. When the lid was removed, the earth fire surged forth. Su Xian retrieved the medicinal herbs for the qi nourishing powder. Qi nourishing powder was a powdered substance that lay between medicine and elixir, relatively easy to concoct and suitable for beginners. He began by refining the herbs. Placing the materials into the furnace, he lifted the lid to release the ground fire and formed a mental seal with his hands. Su Xian concentrated his formidable spiritual energy, shaping it into a line that extended towards the furnace, where he observed the transformation of the herbs within. As the seal transformed, Su Xian wielded his spiritual energy to manipulate the ground fire and the herbs, gradually transitioning from clumsiness to proficiency. The consumption of his spiritual energy was intense. Su Xian pondered the necessity of a powerful soul for alchemy. Without it, even the refinement of herbs was unattainable. In the furnace, the herbs coalesced into a drop of liquid. This liquid was as dark as ink and exuded a sinister aura. This was no medicine, it was clearly poison. The crucial moment had arrived. He needed to eliminate the malevolent toxins. With a change in the seal, the liquid soared from the furnace to hover before Xian. He pointed at the liquid, and the malignant toxins were absorbed by his scales. Xian's eyes brightened. The liquid's dark energy rivaled that of a 7th-grade malevolent creature. Heat radiated from his scales. Although his martial path remained stagnant, this heat infused his body, continuously fortifying him. The liquid transformed into a drop of vibrant green elixir, emitting a fragrant aroma that was irresistible. Xian carefully sensed it. The malignant toxins had been entirely purged. With another change in the seal, he stored the elixir in a porcelain vial and continued to refine the herbs. With his powerful spiritual energy and sufficient materials, Xian quickly mastered the art of herb refinement. Gazing at the dozen or so filled vials, satisfaction washed over him. This was enough to produce 30 portions of qi-nourishing powder. The refinement process had illuminated 2 lines of the 4th rune, comparable to slaying a malevolent beast. He needed a variety of herbs, particularly those for the bone-cleansing pill, which could enhance one's aptitude. This would enable his sister to embark on her martial journey and grant Bai Lian formidable abilities before her cultivation. It would also elevate the cultivation limits of the Xiong brothers. The elixirs he crafted bore no malignant toxins, ensuring they could consume them without fear of adverse effects. He wondered if they could continually consume them to enhance their aptitude. Bringing his thoughts back, Xian commenced his first true alchemical endeavor. A plume of black smoke erupted from the furnace. Xian stared in disbelief at the last ingredient, realizing how challenging alchemy truly was. Crafting elixirs was no pursuit for the ordinary. The value of these herbs exceeded 10,000 gold. He cast the final ingredient into the furnace. After 29 failures, he had gained some experience manipulating the seal. He observed the changes in the liquid. As the liquid transformed, he sequentially added the other liquids. A fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, making it difficult to resist swallowing. Xian dared not let his mind wander. The last time he had faltered, all had gone awry. The final liquid melded perfectly, releasing an exquisite aroma that permeated the air. It was complete. However, the amalgamated liquid was not a powder. It had formed into several small globules, resembling pills. Xian manipulated the seal to extract the pills. What is this? I intended to create qi-nourishing powder, yet it has turned into pills. Have I failed again? Should he consult Wang Fengshan? That would be futile. How could he explain a toxin-free elixir? He could only resort to testing it. After a brief cleansing, Xian departed from the Imperial Medical Bureau with the pills. Coincidentally, he encountered a scruffy little dog just outside the bureau. With a feeble creature seemed to have fled when the malevolent entities invaded the county. In this world, stray dogs were non-existent, for dog meat was still considered meat. It was fate that they crossed paths. This would be the animal for his drug testing. Xian squatted down and scooped up the emaciated dog, cradling it as he returned home. Doggy. Upon seeing Xian with the little dog, Bai Lian rushed over, gnawing on a chicken leg. The dog, catching a whiff of the aroma, opened its eyes wide, fixated on the chicken leg with a look of longing. Bai Lian hesitated momentarily at the dog's gaze, then quickly devoured the meat, discarding the bone on the ground. The little dog squirmed in Xian's arms. He set it down, and it lunged for the bone, gnawing and licking at it. Uncle, what shall we name it? Bai Lian inquired. Let us call it Chang Ming. Xian decided on the name, wishing for the little dog to endure the drug testing and live a long life, while also hoping his elixirs were safe. Bai Lian then brought a bowl of rice mixed with pig fat. Chang Ming devoured it ravenously. Once the dog was sated, Xian resolved to begin the drug testing. He took out the porcelain vial and poured out one pill, releasing an enticing fragrance. Uncle, what is this? Can I eat it? Bai Lian sniffed the air, gazing at the pill with a look of desire. An elixir. Just then, Xiong Dali entered, witnessing Xian feeding the dog an elixir. An elixir, Hanwen, how could you give an elixir to a dog? Su Jiaorong, who had overheard, rushed in, alarmed. Each elixir is worth 100 gold. Isn't this wasteful? This is an elixir I concocted myself. I am uncertain of its effects, so I'll test it on the dog first, Xian hastily explained, noting his sister's fierce expression. His sister was generally accommodating, but she held a strong attachment to wealth. Let me try, I'm stronger, Xiong Dali remarked, eyeing the pill with hunger. Elixirs were precious. He would be a more suitable test subject than a dog, given that they could only use powdered substances for cultivation. Before Xian could respond, Chang Ming swiftly snatched the pill from his hand and swallowed it whole. Look at how it steals. Chang Ming immediately felt a surge of warmth erupting within, radiating through its limbs, causing it to dash around the yard in a frenzy. Uncle, do you think Chang Ming has gone mad? Bai Lian asked, her face pale with concern. She had hoped to eat one herself. Xian observed the frantically running Chang Ming with apprehension. I hope it hasn't been poisoned into madness. After half an hour, Chang Ming finally came to a halt, still frail but emanating an invigorated aura. Xian was elated, at least it proved the elixir was not lethal. After watching for another half hour to ensure Chang Ming was not merely experiencing a temporary surge, he finally allowed Xiong Dali to try an elixir. Xiong Dali eagerly accepted the pill, tossing it into his mouth without hesitation. He felt a tremendous surge of energy erupting from his core, enveloping him in warmth, compelling him to begin cultivating immediately, determined not to waste a single ounce of the elixir's power. The potency of this elixir surpassed that of the powdered substances by at least fivefold. Chapter 15 The Condensation of Martial Intent. Intertwining the path of martial arts in astonishment, Niu Dali gazed at Su Xian, questioning whether he had misperceived the situation. He concentrated once more, yet found no trace of any medicinal toxicity. How could this be possible? Master, is this a pill from the ruins? Niu Dali speculated that the only elixirs devoid of toxicity must be those from ancient times, treasures beyond measure. The thought of having consumed one, and even giving a portion to his dog, filled him with excruciating regret. So much wealth lost. This is the qi-nourishing powder that I concocted. What do you feel? Su Xian inquired. Master, this is qi-nourishing powder? Niu Dali's expression reflected disbelief, as he struggled to comprehend the notion that a pill with no toxicity could merely be a powder for nourishing qi. What sensations accompany the ingestion of the elixir? Su Xian was concerned only with whether the medicine posed any harm to the body and its efficacy. There is no toxicity whatsoever, and the potency is at least 5 times that of the qi-nourishing powder, Niu Dali replied, bewildered, suspecting he might be hallucinating due to the effects of the elixir. After another careful assessment, he confirmed that his cultivation had indeed improved, and his body was free from toxicity. The fact that the qi-nourishing powder had been refined into an ancient elixir caused his eyes to shine with excitement as if they were beams of light. Wait, no toxicity? Xiong Dali, hearing Niu Dali's words, could hardly believe his ears. I have removed all toxicity. It is perfectly normal, Su Xian replied nonchalantly, pondering why it had not formed into a powder but rather into a pill, an odd success in alchemy. Nonetheless, the 5 brothers of the Xiong family stared at Su Xian in a daze. Is this truly normal? Since there are no issues, take it and cultivate with it, Su Xian said, tossing a porcelain vial to Xiong Dali. Master, this is far too precious. Xiong Dali exclaimed hastily. This vial of elixir is worth at least several tens of thousands of gold, and there is no market for it. A pill without toxicity is a dream for countless individuals. It has only ever appeared at auctions. Who would have thought that one day he would possess a vial? Consume as much as you need. If it's insufficient, let me know. Elevate your cultivation swiftly and assist me in searching for some medicinal herbs, Su Xian urged, eager for the materials related to the cleansing marrow pill, hoping to enhance the strength of the Xiong brothers, enabling them to venture deeper into the wilderness for his sake. If I can obtain even one herb, I can cultivate a whole field. Then, the cleansing marrow pill will be plentiful. I refuse to believe my sister cannot step into the realm of martial arts, nor that my niece's talent cannot defy the heavens. Indeed, Xiong Dali thought to himself, realizing that being under Su Xian's tutelage was truly worthwhile. A pill devoid of toxicity is a luxury even the disciples of the sacred land do not enjoy. Such privileges are reserved only for the saints and holy maidens. The 5 brothers gazed at Su Xian with fervor, feeling an overwhelming impulse to devote themselves to him. I shall go wash up. Despite having cleaned himself at the medical bureau, he still felt sticky and uncomfortable. Su Xian retreated to his room. Su Jiaorong, unaware of the potency of the elixir free from toxicity, only knew that her brother was adept at alchemy. In high spirits, she slaughtered 5 chickens, purchased half a pig, and prepared to celebrate heartily. Wherever Su Xian went, longevity seemed to follow. He appeared as a devoted follower, pleased with the prospect of a long life. Su Xian ignored the matter. After indulging in a bath, he finally washed away the remnants of the elixir. Uncle, dinner is ready. As Su Xian dressed, Li Bilian called from outside the room. Coming, he replied, joining her in the dining hall. Uncle, there are so many delicious dishes today. Braised pork, stewed ribs, red braised chicken, beggar's chicken, lotus leaf chicken, stewed pig trotters, meatballs, and stir-fried shredded meat, Li Bilian exclaimed, her mouth watering. Su Xian chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, realizing this was what home felt like. A grand feast lay before them, revealing Su Jiaorong's joy among the Xiong brothers. Only Xiong Dali maintained composure, while the other 4 were already subtly swallowing their saliva, particularly Niu Dali, whose every swallow was loud enough to make Xiong Dali want to chastise him for his lack of decorum. Let us eat, Su Xian said, placing Li Bilian on a stool beside him. Niu Dali, holding a bowl larger than his head, no, a basin, devoured his food ravenously. Su Xian couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate he was, otherwise, he would truly struggle to afford such gluttony. Hu Dali and Yang Dali, though less exaggerated, also had hearty appetites. This was precisely why Su Jiaorong had purchased half a pig. One simply could not feast sufficiently without it. After the meal, Xian returned to his room and first offered incense to the newly painted door guardian before sitting cross-legged on the bed, employing the spirit absorption technique to cultivate the Dong Xin Dao Jing. As the forces of heaven and earth flowed into his body, the mysterious energy was absorbed by his scales, and the heavenly essence was refined into magical power, merging into his central dantian. Though the process was gradual, Xian could perceive changes within his central dantian. He estimated that after 6 months of cultivation, he would be able to break through to the mountain opening realm, at which point he could learn talisman crafting. He still had a foundational talisman book to study, but he could not project magical power until he reached that realm. As night fell, Xian concluded his cultivation and, noticing the early hour, began pondering the path of martial arts. To advance in martial arts, one must condense martial intent, but what kind of martial intent should he condense? Xian felt quite lost. Without condensing martial intent, he could not break through the 7th refinement of blood refinement. In the future, he would also be unable to progress to the 2nd rank, which required the fusion of divine intent. A flicker of light flashed from the scales, and Xian found himself in an unfamiliar realm, a void where nothing existed. "Why do you practice martial arts?" a resounding voice echoed through the emptiness, shaking Xian's spirit. He pondered deeply. Why practice martial arts? To survive, to protect himself, for the sake of his sister and her family, to be able to assist others. Xian's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity, and he finally found his answer. "I wish to protect all that I hold dear," he proclaimed loudly into the void. "Have you determined your martial intent?" the powerful voice echoed once more. "To be invincible at my level and to challenge those above my rank with parity," Xian declared solemnly. "In the void, according to logic, shouldn't your martial intent be to protect? Invincible at my level and parity with those above, what nonsense is this?" Xian felt a surge of enlightenment wash over him, and his burdens were lifted. His formidable intent coalesced, forming a unique martial intent. An aura of invincibility erupted from him, one that even the heavens could not conceal. As his martial intent condensed, a boundless river appeared in his mind, drawn to his martial intent. Martial arts, martial intent manifests martial arts. Xian cautiously intertwined with the path of martial arts, attempting to break through the 7th refinement of blood. The moment he began to connect with the river of martial arts, an overwhelming force surged into his body. Chapter 16 News of the auction. The strange power surged into Xian's body, absorbed by the scales. Xian steadied himself. The martial force melded with the precious blood, initiating its 7th transformation. As the martial intent fused with the precious blood, a thread of order began to manifest. The precious blood shone brilliantly, radiating dazzling light. As dawn broke, Xian finally integrated the feedback from the scales into the precious blood, completing 1/10 of the 7 refinements. The martial intent became entwined within the precious blood, endowing it with an unparalleled strength at the same level, and a balanced rule when facing stronger opponents. The martial intent was in its nascent stage, requiring continuous battles to remain undefeated at the same level and achieve a balanced outcome against stronger foes. Only then could the martial intent grow increasingly formidable. However, transcending levels was not an unlimited endeavor. The stronger the martial intent, the greater the leap across levels. Xian could summon spirits and invoke deities, and his claim of a balanced competition against stronger foes was not mere bravado. With such confidence, he successfully condensed his martial intent. To merely fantasize about condensing martial intent would lead to its dispersal. Failing to achieve this would result in no further advancement in cultivation. Lacking the confidence to refine martial intent, one might shout hollow slogans that could easily be shattered, ultimately leading to self-destruction in the path of martial arts. Xian opened his eyes and stood up. A series of cracks echoed from his bones, his body brimming with strength. He could contend against 4th-tier opponents and achieve a balanced fight against 3rd-tier ones. After freshening up, Xian made his way to the Imperial Medical Bureau, diving headfirst into the alchemy chamber. Today he was more adept. Within the same time frame, he refined 50 portions of medicinal liquid. He proceeded to concoct pills, naming the elixir Vitality Pill. With yesterday's experience, he successfully produced 15 batches from the 50 portions, while 35 batches failed. Xian was dissatisfied, as the success rate was below 50%. The precious blood transformation had reached 2/10.4 runes illuminated. 2 additional lines of progress was steady without the need to hunt monsters. That was commendable. Placing the pills in his pocket, Xian departed from the Imperial Medical Bureau. "Master!" Xiong Dali opened the door for Xian, while Niu Dali hurriedly brought water for him to wash his face. Chang Ming rushed over, appearing more spirited today, with fine hairs sprouting in the bald patches. After cleaning up, his fur was sleek and black, and his 4 snow-white hooves made him appear as though he was treading on clouds. "How effective is the Vitality Pill?" Xian inquired while wiping his face. "The efficacy is 6 times that of the Vitality Powder, and there is no need to expel pill toxins." One can take one a day, even better than the gathering chi pill. There are no residual toxins, allowing for long-term consumption, Xiong Dali replied. Other pills often leave residual toxins, making long-term use unfeasible. The long-term use is the most precious aspect of the vitality pill. Take this bottle of vitality pills. After washing up, Xian handed Xiong Dali a bottle of pills from the 15 batches. He had produced over 200 vitality pills, filling 2 bottles, with this particular bottle containing 200 pills. This! Xiong Dali exclaimed, astonished by the full bottle of vitality pills. Are these like free candy? Am I dreaming? He pinched Nyo Dali to confirm. Brother, that hurts. Nyo Dali yelped. It's not a dream, master, this is far too precious. What he held was not merely pills but tons of gold. It's nothing. I can refine that in a day, Xian replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow I'll be even more skilled, I should be able to produce more. It's that simple? Xiong Dali exclaimed, incredulous. Master, do you realize what you just said? Master, Lingchuan County is hosting an auction, with precious medicines up for bid, Xiong Dali continued, putting away the pills. After consuming the pills, he would reach the 6th tier. He had previously thought he would be stuck at the 7th tier for life, but he never anticipated such an opportunity. An auction? Xian was taken aback. In a time when monsters roamed freely and transportation was difficult, commerce was stifled. Who would have thought there would be an auction? Lingchuan was located in the heart of the empire, with convenient transportation, and monsters were quite rare in the outskirts. People gathered their items to bring to the auction house in Lingchuan, attracting countless buyers who competed for bids, with the highest bidder winning, Xiong Dali explained, fearing Xian might not understand what an auction was. Xian furrowed his brow slightly. His wealth amounted to less than 1,000 taels of silver. He lacked the precious medicines needed for the soul cleansing pill, and even 10,000 taels of gold might not suffice to purchase a single herb. Master, auctioning a bottle of precious pills would be more than enough to buy precious medicines, Xiong Dali noted, recognizing Xian's worried expression about finances. A bottle of precious pills could buy not just 1 herb but even 10 without issue. Xian wore a bitter smile. Alchemy was too easy, and he almost forgot the value of the vitality pill. Despite being the most basic vitality powder, its lack of toxins would undoubtedly attract many buyers. The absence of residual toxins meant that having 1 bottle allowed for more frequent consumption. Consuming more pills than others signified a shorter training time, allowing one to advance more swiftly. The vitality pill's potency was not excessively strong, making it suitable for martial artists at the 9th tier. The potential buyer demographic was vast, ensuring a good price at auction. How long until the auction begins? Xian asked. In a month, Xiong Dali replied. Strive for a breakthrough. In a month, come with me to the auction. Xian pondered. In a month, he could refine plenty of vitality pills and even concoct higher-tier pills. He was not convenient to act openly, but if anyone dared to provoke his 5 brothers, they would respond with force. Considering the cultivation speed of Xiong Dali and the others, it was certain that Xiong Dali would reach the 6th tier within a month, while Nyo Dali and the others could make it to the 7th tier. Using the yin-yang reversal array, even 4th-tier warriors could contend effectively. Their protection would be more than adequate. As for home, the city defense formation had been repaired, ensuring safety was not an issue. Yes, Xiong Dali affirmed. Chang Ming rubbed against Xian's pant leg, gazing up at him with an expression that begged for food. Want a treat? Xian produced a vitality pill and asked. Woof woof woof. Chang Ming wagged his tail furiously, fixating on the vitality pill and barking. Here. Xian tossed the vitality pill to Chang Ming. Chang Ming leapt up and swallowed the pill in one gulp. The 5 brothers twitched at the corners of their mouths. Who feeds their dog with pills, especially ones worth a fortune, without toxins? They had previously lived in conditions worse than a dog. Chang Ming raced around the courtyard. Xian found it peculiar. Chang Ming actually exhibited signs of vitality. Was he evolving into a monster? Yet, there was not a trace of malevolent energy within him. Would he become a spirit companion? Chang Ming was quite attached to the family, especially to Bai Lian. He would not harm his family. Xian was curious to see how Chang Ming would grow. Uncle, I want to eat, Li Bai Lian said, eyeing the vial in Xian's hand with a greedy expression. Xian was rendered speechless. In his niece's eyes, there were only 2 categories, edible and non-edible. You can't eat this, Xian quickly interjected, fearing Li Bai Lian might sneak a taste while he wasn't looking. Since she had yet to start cultivating martial arts, consuming it could potentially overwhelm her. Oh, Li Bai Lian said, looking disappointed. Such a fragrant item was off limits. Alright, it's time for dinner, Su Jiao Rong announced as she approached. Uncle, hurry up. Li Bailian tugged at Su Xian, leading him toward the dining hall. After dinner, Su Xian entered his room and lit incense before the deity statue. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began cultivating the Dongshin Dao Jingda. He absorbed the power of heaven and earth into his body, while the strange energy was absorbed and reflected by the scales, gradually enhancing the blood refinement process. The power of heaven and earth was refined by the Dongshin Dao Jing and integrated into his middle dantian. Although the process was slow, it was steadily advancing. Above Qiantang City, a flying vessel appeared. A woman clad in white, resembling snow, descended from the vessel. Wang Shifeng furrowed her brows upon seeing her. By Xingxue, in her previous life, this woman had caused considerable trouble for the Wang family due to Su Xian. It was unexpected that in this lifetime, Bai Xingxue had become a third-tier martial artist before even reaching 20, able to walk upon the air. Chapter 17 appears to be truly different. Su Xian, in a previous life, betrayed, humiliated, and deceived me. In this life, I shall ensure you are flayed alive. Bai Xingxue, holding a white umbrella, stood in the alley, her gaze piercingly cold as she observed the Li family residence. She had waited for 19 years. A flash of red appeared before the entrance of the Li household. Bai Xingxue, what are you plotting? Wang Shifeng inquired. You too have been reborn. In your past life, he caused your family to be shattered. Will you still protect him in this life? Bai Xingxue smirked, a scornful smile gracing her lips. His life belongs to me, none shall lay a finger on him. Wang Shifeng extended her hand, revealing a string of bronze bells adorning her wrist. How did you acquire such an item? Bai Xingxue's eyes narrowed. Despite Wang Shifeng being only a fourth tier, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain with this artifact in play. Madwoman, utilizing that item, a fourth tier is as good as dead. I do not believe you can safeguard him for a lifetime. Bai Xingxue spun on her heel and vanished into Shuangcha Alley. Wang Shifeng departed as well. A small dog poked its head out from a hole in the wall, glanced around, and quickly retreated. The following morning, Su Xian awoke feeling refreshed and stretched lazily. After days of cultivation, a trace of a swirling energy finally began to circulate within his dantian, marking his advancement to the mid-stage of qi perception. Could he, within a month, break through to the mountain opening realm? Attaining this realm would allow him to project his magical energy outward, enabling him to learn talisman crafting. With the combination of celestial techniques and martial prowess, even a second-tier warrior would not pose a threat. He had gained a modicum of self-protection. Those above the first tier were preoccupied with their own cultivation. The strongest among the first tier would not emerge, allowing him to feel secure. After completing his morning routine, Su Xian made his way to the Imperial Medical Bureau. He aspired to concoct a first-tier gathering qi pill. The nourishing qi powder had been transformed into a nourishing qi pill. He wondered what the gathering qi pill would turn out like. Su Xian, come here. Just as he arrived at the bureau, he was summoned by Wang Fengshan. What is it, Supervisor Wang? Su Xian noticed a stunning woman clad in white beside Wang Fengshan. He could not discern her cultivation level. This is the Bai family lady from the state city. Take her to the site of the divine spirit's descent. After Wang Fengshan took over the county office, he directly conducted business at the Imperial Medical Bureau. With an overwhelming number of matters in Xiantang County, he was unable to manage them all. When individuals from the state city sought clues about divine spirits, he had them explore the area guided by the physicians of the bureau. Spotting Su Xian, he hastily entrusted Bai Xingxue to him. Su Xian was preoccupied with the thought of refining the gathering qi pill when Wang Fengshan conscripted him. I shall accompany you. Wang Shifeng approached. Wang Fengshan frowned. He understood the arrogance of the scions of great families and was aware of his daughter's temperament. He preferred not to have her alongside Bai Xingxue. If the young lady wishes to go, then let her. Bai Xingxue immediately agreed. Wang Fengshan remarked, this is my daughter, a country girl unversed in etiquette. Bai lady, please be patient, and Shifeng, you shall follow the guidance of Bai lady on this trip. Wang Fengshan subtly indicated that Wang Shifeng was his daughter, hoping Bai Xingxue would show some forbearance for his sake, while also signaling Wang Shifeng to refrain from provoking her. Miss Wang possesses both grace and beauty, and she is certainly incomparable to other women. There is no need for Lord Wang to be modest. With Miss Wang accompanying us, this journey will undoubtedly be smooth. Bai Xingxue's voice was as melodious as a nightingale, gentle as flowing water. Wang Shifeng displayed a look of disdain. She was aware of the dynamics between herself and Bai Xingxue. Su Xian truly wished to suggest that if Wang Shifeng accompanied them, they might as well go together. On one hand, Wang Fengshan was reluctant to refuse, while on the other, he did not wish to offend a member of a prominent family. Furthermore, the other party's cultivation level remained indiscernible. It was best to avoid making enemies before he sufficiently developed his power. He prioritized survival. The three departed the Imperial Medical Bureau under Wang Fengshan's worried gaze. Wang Shifeng positioned herself between Bai Xingxue and Su Xian, revealing the bronze bell. Bai Xingxue raised an eyebrow and silently followed Su Xian toward Qingba Gate in Xuanxia Alley. Dr. Su, Dr. Su. As they passed through, people greeted Su Xian with warm smiles, showing him immense respect. Following the calamity in Xiantang City, Su Xian had rescued many. He dedicated an hour each day to offering medical services in Xuanxia Alley, earning the deep gratitude of the populace. Families erected longevity tablets for Su Xian, continually honoring him with offerings. Bai Xingxue raised an eyebrow. In the previous life, Su Xian had not garnered such adoration from the common folk. Dr. Su. Dr. Su. A burly, dark-skinned man rushed toward Su Xian, calling out. What troubles you, fellow villager? Su Xian inquired. The man stammered, his urgency rendering him nearly incoherent. Do not panic. Speak slowly, Su Xian reassured him patiently. My wife is in labor, I beg you to save her and the child. The man took a few deep breaths, his words finally flowing more steadily. Su Xian hesitated. If he sought to save the woman, he would inevitably offend Bai Xingxue. The ramifications of such an act were uncertain. The scions of noble families often regarded ordinary people as mere livestock, capable of slaughtering entire villages without a second thought. Yet, lives were lives. Miss Bai, may I treat the patient first? Su Xian asked Bai Xingxue that he wished to attempt a rescue, but Bai Xingxue's disapproval would render him powerless. Whenever she drew near, her martial intent instinctively transmitted to him that he had not anticipated that one could be invincible among equals yet evenly matched when facing a superior opponent. There was a time to act and a time to endure. As long as he had not faced defeat, he remained invincible among his peers. Was martial intent so cunning? With no prior experience in consolidating martial intent, he had no knowledge of whether others experienced similarly. He could ascertain that Bai Xingxue was at least of the third tier. In terms of strength and status, he had no choice but to respect her. Are you not afraid of my displeasure? Bai Xingxue did not expect Su Xian to request her patience for the sake of an ordinary person. In her previous life, Su Xian would not have acted thus. To placate her, he would not even have acknowledged her presence, let alone save anyone. Hearing Bai Xingxue's query, Su Xian exhaled in relief. If she truly were displeased, she would not have inquired. Miss Bai possesses a kind heart, she would not turn a blind eye to someone's plight. How could she possibly be angry? One can traverse myriad paths, but flattery is the surest route. Let me begin with a compliment. I do not believe that you would prevent me from saving a life. Su Xian said, Thank you, Miss Bai Yuan lady, would you be so kind as to retrieve my medical kit from the bureau? Fellow villager, let us proceed to your home. Su Xian expressed his gratitude to Bai Xingxue with a cupped fist, asking Wang Shifeng to fetch his medical kit. Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment. Do not worry. I will not seize the opportunity to harm him. Bai Xingxue whispered to Wang Shifeng. All right. Wang Shifeng understood that Bai Xingxue was not one to make idle threats and promptly returned to the bureau. Su Xian followed the man to his home. Upon entering, he found a woman lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. He placed a piece of ginseng in her mouth to sustain her breath. Boil water, as much as you can, and everyone else, please step outside. Wang Shifeng, once you bring the supplies, send them in. Su Xian instructed, ushering everyone out. Su Xian employed a weakened version of the Nine Heavens profound technique on the woman. Her breathing stabilized. Su Xian sighed in relief. Had he arrived a moment later, the woman might have perished. I assure you that both mother and child will be safe, he assured her. Thank you, Dr. Su, the woman said gratefully. Rest now. You shall awaken in due time. With silver needles inserted, the woman fell into a deep slumber. Wang Shifeng soon returned with the medical kit. Su Xian commenced the cesarean section, utilizing the weakened version of the Nine Heavens profound technique alongside surgical techniques. A wail of a newborn filled the air. Both mother and child were safe. Bai Xingxue observed Su Xian emerge, cradling the child with a radiant expression. It seemed that in this life, Su Xian truly was different. The inner energy within his palm dissipated. Wang Shifeng, gazing intently at Bai Xingxue, finally relaxed. Chapter 18. Guests, gifts, and tea. Cradling the infant in his arms, Su Xian felt for the first time the sanctity of life. How is my wife? A man stepped forward to inquire. She is not in serious condition. She will awaken in a quarter of an hour, Su Xian replied as he handed the wrapped child to the man. Dr. Su, please bestow a name upon the child, the man urged. That seems inappropriate, Su Xian hesitated, for the child was not his. What does it matter? You are the one who was given life. Besides, You are a man of fortune, your blessing will surely reflect in the name, the man said earnestly. What is your surname? At this point, Xian decided to assist. I have no surname. Everyone calls me Zhuzi, the man replied with a wry smile. Then let us name him Zhu Xiaochun. My mother nearly lost her life in giving birth to him, so filial piety is paramount, Xian suggested as he gazed at the child. Excellent. Zhu Xiaochun, it shall be my son shall bear the surname Zhu. Thank you, Dr. Su, Zhuzi exclaimed, preparing to kneel before Xian. Have I forgotten the rules? After imparting some instructions, Xian departed Beima Alley with Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng, heading towards Shuangchai Alley. Miss Bai, this is the very place where the divine first manifested, Xian pointed to the sky above Shuangchai Alley. Your home lies in Shuangchai Alley, does it not? Bai Xingxue queried, having not noticed the traces of the divine. Xian wondered if she might suspect him. After all, he was merely a 7th-grade doctor practicing the Changchun technique. How could he possibly be connected to the divine? What kind of wild imagination would lead her to that conclusion? Bai Xingxue was simply asking out of curiosity. Indeed, Xian nodded. What is your home like, Dr. Su? Is it filled with medicinal herbs? Would you mind if we visited? Bai Xingxue inquired, her curiosity evident. That is my home, Xian said, unable to refuse given their respective statuses and strengths. It was as if a fireworks display had been set off nearby. He had to praise it as splendid and magnificent, for it would not be difficult to locate his residence. Xian led the two women to the Li household. Wang Shifeng furrowed her brow slightly, wondering what Bai Xingxue intended. Following Xian, Bai Xingxue approached the door. Xian knocked. It was best if Bai Xingxue harbored no ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would expend her lifespan inviting the divine to extinguish her. Master. Yang Dali opened the door and, upon seeing Xian, quickly swung it wide. Miss Bai, Miss Wang, please come in. Xian ushered Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng inside. Uncle, sister. Li Bilian exclaimed, munching on a chicken leg as she dashed over. Upon spotting Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng behind Xian, she sweetly greeted them. Changming, following closely behind, sought to salvage a leftover chicken bone from the little master's meal. Although scant in flesh, it was quite savory. Spotting Bai Xingxue, Changming braced himself against the ground, but in his haste, his hind legs collided with his front, causing him to slide in front of Xian. He quickly sought refuge beside Xian. This woman is dangerous. What a well-behaved child. Here, have a piece of candy. Bai Xingxue smiled gently, her radiance akin to a blooming flower, momentarily captivating Xian. He quickly regained his composure, determined not to let her disturb his resolve. Li Bilian, however, did not accept the candy, instead turning her gaze towards Xian. Quickly thank your sister, Xian prompted. Thank you, sister, Li Bilian replied, accepting the candy. Sister, I have a gift for you, Wang Shifeng interjected, placing a copper leaf chain around Li Bilian's neck before she could react. Bai Xingxue raised an eyebrow. Though it lacked the fearsome quality of the copper bell, it could certainly withstand a blow from a 3rd-grade powerhouse, yet, it could also be life-saving. Was Wang Shifeng truly unrepentant? Hadn't the destruction of her family at Xian's hands in a previous life been sufficient? Thank you, Sister Wang, Li Bilian expressed her gratitude, though Xian was unfamiliar with the significance of the gift. Nonetheless, he noted its exquisite craftsmanship. It was undoubtedly valuable, and he signaled for Li Bilian to express her thanks. Saving Wang Shifeng's life warranted the gift of a copper necklace. Thank you, Sister Wang, Li Bilian beamed, utterly enamored with the necklace, unable to take her eyes off it. Bai Xingxue then produced a string of white jade beads and offered them to Li Bilian. This is not appropriate, Xian began to protest, intending to remove the bracelet. He could not accept Bai Xingxue's gift. This is a Nanhai dragon pearl. It can cleanse your aptitude and lay the foundation for Bilian's martial training, Bai Xingxue explained softly. Xian's hand halted in midair, poised to remove the pearl. A treasure capable of cleansing aptitude was a rare find, and it was precisely what Bilian needed at this moment. There was no turning back now. You should express your gratitude, Bilian, Xian urged, knowing he would owe Bai Xingxue a favor. Thank you, sister, Li Bilian chirped, her joy radiant like a sunflower, bewildered by her unexpected fortune. Hanwen, why have you not invited our guests to sit? Su Jiarong approached, inspecting Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng with a warm smile. This is my elder sister. Sister, this is Wang Shifeng, daughter of Supervisor Wang Fengshan, and this is Bai Xingxue from the Bai family in the State City, Xian introduced. Greetings, Miss Bai. Bai Xingxue performed a courteous bow. Sister, Wang Shifeng called sweetly. Very well, Miss Bai, Miss Wang, please come in. Bring out the finest tea, Su Jiarong said, taking the hands of the two women, her expression brimming with delight, as she turned to Su Xian. Su Xian felt something amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Very well, he replied, nodding as he went to fetch the tea. This was no ordinary tea. Tea tree demons had wreaked havoc outside the city, and Li Gongpu had been tasked with leading the constables and city guards to hunt down the tea tree demons, resulting in chaos. The former magistrate of Qiantang County had sacrificed his life to activate the city defense formation, defeating the tea tree demon. Only then did Magistrate Song arrive. A segment of an ancient root fell beside Li Gongpu, who stealthily brought it home. Su Xian was struck by a sudden thought: what might sprout from the root of a demon? He planted the ancient root within his spatial realm. To his surprise, the demon's power dissipated, and it began to sprout, eventually growing into a small tea tree the following year. In retrospect, the demon's power must have been absorbed by the scales. Su Xian prepared some tea leaves, which were immensely fragrant and invigorating. A single sip chased away fatigue and brought tranquility to the mind. As Su Xian entered the living room with the tea, he found Su Jiarong chatting merrily with the two women, as if they had been sisters for years. Sister, what is the meaning of this? I have never seen you so close with someone upon first meeting, he remarked, puzzled. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and serve tea to the ladies. Su Jiarong chided him with a glare. Very well. As Su Xian opened the tea canister, a refreshing aroma wafted throughout the room. The two women, previously engaged in conversation with Su Jiarong, turned their heads in unison. Having lived two lives, they were naturally discerning. This tea was no ordinary brew. Su Xian casually scooped a spoonful into the teapot and poured hot water over it. He had previously studied the tea's calming effects, deeming it of little significance, merely a beverage. As he brewed the tea nonchalantly, he noticed the corners of the two women's mouths twitching slightly. What a waste! Once he finished brewing the tea, Su Xian poured 3 cups and brought them forth. Bai Xingxue lifted her cup, bringing it to her nose, and was immediately enchanted by the intoxicating fragrance. With a delicate sip, her eyes widened with delight as she eagerly drank the entire cup. Wang Shifeng, equally astonished, finished her tea in disbelief. Chapter 19. The first grade of condensing Dan, the 3 treasures Taoist, cleanses the malevolent force. Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng gazed in disbelief. With their current level of cultivation, they had employed extraordinary means. A residual malevolent force lingered in their bodies, which could only be expelled gradually. They never anticipated that Su Xian's tea had the power to cleanse this malevolent force and purify their bodies. Although a single cup of tea could only wash away a trace of the malevolent energy, the remaining remnants clung to them like a venomous toxin, proving exceedingly difficult to eliminate without extraordinary methods. Yet, this tea could eradicate a trace with just 1 cup. If consumed daily, they could cleanse the remaining malevolent toxins within a year. Hanwen, pour tea for the 2 young ladies, Su Jiarong instructed Su Xian. Her brother appeared as stiff as a piece of wood, causing her to feel a twinge of impatience. Before Su Xian could act, Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng extended their teacups towards him. Did he truly need to be so impatient? It was as if they had never tasted tea before. The entire teapot seemed to vanish into the depths of the two women's stomachs, steeping until the tea leaves lost all flavor. He felt as if they were staring at the tea leaves in his pot as though they intended to consume them. It must be an illusion. Surely Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng wore expressions of delight. This pot of tea was worth a month's worth of their efforts. Hanwen, prepare some tea leaves for Miss Bai and Miss Wang, Su Jiarong said to Su Xian. Very well. Seeing their fondness for the tea, Su Xian recalled he had several jars at home, perfect for a reciprocal gift. The tea is too precious. You need not give me more, Wang Shifeng quickly replied. The tea capable of cleansing malevolent forces was undoubtedly scarce. It would be wise for Su Xian to keep it for himself. She could gradually eliminate the malevolent toxins, albeit at the cost of not being able to advance for 5 years. You should keep this precious tea. It will benefit you greatly. Do not let others see it, Bai Xingxue advised, warning of the dangers of possessing something so valuable. The precious tea was indeed the most effective antidote to the Dan poison. Su Xian must have been unaware of its efficacy, otherwise, he would not have so carelessly presented it to them. Fortunately, it was they who received it. Otherwise, with several jars still at home, he had intended to make tea eggs. Every year, Su Xian prepares dozens of jars. It's nothing special, Su Jiarong remarked. Tea eggs? Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng's minds were momentarily bewildered. I want 2 jars, Wang Shifeng exclaimed eagerly, pained at the thought of transforming it into tea eggs. I shall have 2 jars as well, Bai Xingxue added, fearing Su Jiarong might use them to boil tea eggs. Su Xian returned with 4 jars of tea leaves. Su Jiarong engaged the 2 ladies in conversation for quite some time before they finally departed from the Li residence. He is not Su Xian, Bai Xingxue remarked as she held 2 jars of tea leaves against the wind. He is indeed Su Xian, Wang Shifeng replied as she walked past Bai Xingxue and headed towards the alleyway. Yes, he is Su Xian, Bai Xingxue smiled as she exited the alley. Hanwen, this tea, Su Jirong said, looking at Su Xian, who was not a fool and could naturally discern the tea's extraordinary nature. Xiong Dali. Su Xian called out, preparing a pot of tea and summoning him to the courtyard. Master, Xiong Dali arrived in the parlor. Drink this cup of tea and share your thoughts, Su Xian instructed, hoping Xiong Dali might discern something. Xiong Dali lifted the tea bowl and drank it in one gulp. This tea can dissolve medicinal toxins, he exclaimed in astonishment. The toxic effects from the medicinal powders he had consumed during his cultivation were mitigated by this tea. The bottleneck at the 6th grade had loosened. Su Xian had not anticipated that the tea could dissolve malevolent forces. No wonder he and his sister could not detect it. He possessed scales within him, while his sister had never cultivated and thus had no malevolent energy. Naturally, the precious tea could not manifest its effects. Here, take this jar of tea leaves and enjoy, Su Xian offered to Xiong Dali. Thank you, master, Xiong Dali replied excitedly as he accepted the tea leaves. He was confident that within a month, everyone would improve by 1 grade. Xiong Dali took the teapot away, while Su Xian decided to visit the Imperial Medical Bureau to refine pills. Upon arriving at the bureau, Su Xian began to extract medicinal materials. As he gained proficiency, his speed increased dramatically. Within less than an hour, he had refined 70 portions of medicinal liquid. The runes illuminated 2 lines. The 7th stage of blood refining was completed by 1/3. His central dantian had been nurtured to the later stage, showing promise for a breakthrough within a month. He had extracted 40 portions of qi nourishing powder and 30 portions of gathering qi pill ingredients. Beginning to refine the pills at this time, Su Xian successfully produced 20 bottles of qi nourishing pills, achieving a 50% success rate. Next, he turned to the gathering qi pills. With his experience from refining the qi nourishing pills, despite it being his first attempt at the gathering qi pills, he managed to successfully refine 10 out of 30 portions of ingredients. The final batch of gathering qi pills produced a spiritual pattern. A single spiritual pattern doubled the medicinal potency. Su Xian gazed in disbelief at the gathering qi pills. How had he managed to refine a first-grade spiritual pill in just a few days? What would other alchemists think? Wang Fengshan had spent 30 years refining pills, yet only managed to imbue half a spiritual pattern into his pills. To even conceive of a first-grade pill was unfathomable. Su Xian had refined several times and produced first-grade pills. He was indeed a prodigy. This was likely due to the complete eradication of the Dan poison. Su Xian stored the pills in bottles and exited the alchemy room, only to find a massive flying vessel hovering above him. Its presence above the county office hinted at an extraordinary identity. A slight frown crossed his brow. They had come seeking divine assistance again. He had underestimated the complexities of invoking the divine. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid calling upon the divine. A pressure descended from above, nearly triggering Su Xian's martial intent. His expression shifted, and he quickly calmed himself, leaving the Imperial Medical Bureau. A middle-aged Taoist stepped out from the flying vessel, casting a perplexed glance downward. He sensed a peculiar martial intent that evoked a sense of threat, vanishing in an instant. He was an expansive sea realm cultivator. Was there a grandmaster here? He could not help but retract his aura, landing at the county office. The 3 treasures real person. The Taoist descended, and Wang Fengshan led the county office officials in a respectful greeting. Is there anything left behind by County Magistrate Song? The 3 treasures Taoist inquired. County Magistrate Song was reduced to ashes by the divine's finger, leaving nothing behind. The room is utterly clean, Wang Fengshan reported. The 3 treasures Taoist furrowed his brow. The blood sacrifice formation was not something just anyone could handle. With countless malevolent deities, a single mistake in summoning could lead to death and ultimate release for the summoner. The fact that County Magistrate Song had summoned a demonic dragon was troubling. The Thunder Mountain Temple had dispatched him to investigate, seeking to determine whether County Magistrate Song intended to blood sacrifice Qiantang City or the demonic dragon, or if someone aimed to exploit County Magistrate Song's blood sacrifice of the demonic dragon to awaken that terrifying entity. This was something the Thunder Mountain Temple would never permit. The awakening of that entity would bring great calamity to the Thunder Mountain Temple. The absence of any remnants left by County Magistrate Song raised suspicions. How could he have left the room so impeccably tidy? There was only one possibility: someone helped him tidy up the room. Let us proceed to County Magistrate Song's chamber, the 3 treasures Taoist commanded. Wang Fengshan led the 3 treasures Taoist to County Magistrate Song's room. Observing the immaculate chamber, the 3 treasures Taoist performed a hand seal, pressing it to his forehead. An eerie aura emanated from him. A bloodshot vertical eye sprouted from the center of his brow, causing Wang Fengshan to feel a wave of discomfort. For the sake of longevity, one who practiced such methods was neither human nor ghost. He would rather die than practice such arts. The vertical eye emitted a beam of light, scanning the room. The three treasures Taoist hurriedly urged the hand seal, causing the vertical eye to slowly close, vanishing from his forehead, dispersing the eerie aura. King of the Golden Symbols, the three treasures Taoist spoke in a solemn tone. Chapter 20 of the Long Life of the Nine Grades, the Lost Child of King Jinbo. The King Jinbo of Phoenix Mountain, Wang Fengshan was taken aback to learn that the county magistrate of Song had colluded with the King Jinbo. The King Jinbo, unable to break through the half-step Earth Immortal realm, likely sought to blood-sacrifice Qiantang City to summon the Demon Dragon, intending to revive the ancient being within Westlake while it was still in a weakened state, seizing the opportunity to claim the Earth Immortal Dao fruit. The Sanbao Taoist spoke in a serious tone. Why hasn't the King Jinbo taken action? Wang Fengshan inquired, puzzled. The summoner, replied the Sanbao Taoist. Wang Fengshan understood, even the sparrow fears the hawk behind it. Does the summoner have any leads? Sanbao Taoist asked, relieved that a summoner had appeared, preventing the King Jinbo from succeeding. Qiantang County would face catastrophic ruin, and the entire Ningzhou would suffer calamity, further exacerbated by the internal and external troubles of the court. There are no leads. The chaos in Qiantang City was overwhelming at the time. I wonder if the King Jinbo has any information, Wang Fengshan mused. What do you mean? Sanbao Taoist questioned. As a sparrow, the King Jinbo should have an overview of the situation, Wang Fengshan asserted. If the King Jinbo is indeed monitoring the situation, he must know something, but how to gather information? Sanbao Taoist frowned. Seeking information from a half-step Earth Immortal was akin to courting death, unless the elder of Leishan Temple intervened. The King Jinbo, desiring to probe the divine, would certainly dispatch subordinates to investigate. Wang Fengshan confidently stated, certainly, he must provide his subordinates with intelligence and clues. Sanbao Taoist's eyes brightened. If we cannot confront the King Jinbo directly, can we not deal with his subordinates? I shall have the county office interrogate any unfamiliar faces that appear, Wang Fengshan declared. The King Jinbo's people are most likely to infiltrate the city when the city defense array fails or hide within the villages. My men will conduct a thorough investigation as well. Sanbao Taoist affirmed. The two reached an agreement and promptly set off on their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Xian had arrived home. The five brothers of Xiong Dali had become quite adept at practicing the five elements yin-yang reversal formation. Even the dim-witted Niu Dali was managing to keep up. Niu Dali, you've made a mistake, I shall strike. As the formation flickered, Xiong Dali's massive fist landed squarely on Niu Dali's head. No wonder Niu Dali's head has been resembling that of Shakyamuni lately, Xian mused. Uncle! Li Bilian rushed over, gnawing on a chicken leg. Changming scampered after her, rubbing against Xian's feet. Xian produced a qi nurturing pill and tossed it to Changming. Changming leaped up and swallowed the pill in one gulp, then began to run around the yard. A surge of heat enveloped him, emitting a layer of white mist, his blood energy flowing like a torrent, roaring forth. 9 grades. Xian had not anticipated that after consuming a few days' worth of pills, Changming would ascend to the 9 grades. As he ran, the white mist was absorbed into his body, yet Changming's aura did not grow stronger. Instead, it diminished until it was completely concealed. Xian realized he could no longer sense Changming. With his 5th grade blood refining and 7th refinement cultivation, and 2 lifetimes of experience, his spiritual power was not inferior to that of a master, yet he could not perceive Changming at all. Changming dashed up to Xian, excitedly wagging his tail. Xian reached out to ruffle Changming's fur. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. In his moment of distraction, Changming had bitten through his fingertip, consuming a drop of his precious blood. Immediately afterward, Xian sensed a shared consciousness with Changming. He was able to detect various scents wafting through the yard through Changming's senses. Dinner's ready. Su Jiaorong called from the yard, breaking Xian from his reverie. Uncle, it's time to eat. Li Bilian tugged at Xian, leading him toward the dining hall. After their meal, Xian pushed a cart out the door, heading to his customary clinic. Upon reaching the entrance of Xuanxia Alley, he found that the townsfolk had already come to assist him in setting up his stall. Dr. Su, the city has been quite unsettled lately, with many children going missing. You must keep a close eye on your niece, urged Zhang Fu as he arranged the stall. Missing children? Xian frowned, pondering whether it was the work of humans or sinister forces. Numerous clans and sects had arrived in Qiantang City. If there were those practicing dark arts, it would not be unusual for them to abduct children. The city's protective array had been breached not long ago, allowing malevolent beings to infiltrate as well. I heard that a newborn child named Zhuzi has also gone missing. The entire city is searching for him, Zhang Fu lamented. Zhuang Xiaochun? Xian halted, his hands pausing in their task. That was the name he had personally chosen for the child. Zhang Fu nodded in affirmation. Is there anyone with an urgent ailment? Su Xian inquired, scanning the crowd. Dr. Su, we only have some chronic issues.
It can wait until tomorrow. We're not in dire straits, the townsfolk replied promptly.
Zhengde, could you please help me take my things home? I'm going to check on Juzi, Su Xian said, hurrying off.
Is Dr. Su going to investigate the missing children? A woman asked, watching Su Xian leave in a rush. I heard that the name Zhuang Xiaochun was given by Dr. Su himself, commented a middle-aged woman in her 30s. I shouldn't have mentioned this in front of Dr. Su. He's kind-hearted and might feel compelled to investigate. Such matters are perilous. If anything were to happen to him, I could never forgive myself, Zhang Fu said anxiously. I shall pray for Dr. Su's safety, the woman declared, hastily returning home. We should also return and pray for Dr. Su in front of the Changsheng tablet, others echoed, quickly heading home to offer their prayers, hoping for Su Xian's safety.
Su Xian soon arrived at Juzi's home. Dr. Su!
Juzi exclaimed upon seeing him, his expression dark and haggard.
How did Xiaochun go missing? Su Xian asked.
He was still in bed before sleep, but by dawn, he was gone, Juzi replied, his face etched with sorrow.
Su Xian extended his spiritual sense into Juzi's home, detecting a faint trace of malevolent energy. A sinister force. Su Xian continued to probe, realizing that the malevolent energy had exited Juzi's residence and vanished. How to find him? He thought of Changming. He concentrated, establishing a connection with Changming. Within a quarter of an hour, a white figure leapt down from the rooftop of Juzi's house. It was Changming. Following Su Xian's command, Changming began to sniff around Juzi's home. As Changming leapt onto the rooftop, Su Xian's vision merged with Changming's, allowing him to perceive everything Changming saw. The vanished sinister energy re-emerged under Changming's keen sense of smell. Changming tracked the energy across the rooftops until they arrived at an abandoned manor. Su Xian soon stood before the dilapidated gate of the estate. By mansion, he read the name on the plaque, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this the dwelling of the green serpent from the legend of the white snake? Could it be the green serpent demon? Changming concealed his presence, transforming into a white shadow as he entered through the gate. The manor was overgrown with weeds, long since abandoned. Following the malevolent energy, they arrived at an artificial hill, which contained a cave. Changming ventured into the cave, tracing the sinister energy. After traversing 200 to 300 meters, he reached the cave's exit, deep within the underground cavern. Upon leaping into the cave, Changming immediately heard the cries of a child. Following the sound, he discovered a child trapped within an iron cage. A monstrous being, its limbs resembling those of a centipede, was standing before a dark, ominous furnace, performing alchemical rites. With a casual motion, it seized a child and tossed him into the furnace. This is terrible, Zhuang Xiaochun! Su Xian exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed the monster grab Zhuang Xiaochun. Chapter 21. The transformation of martial intent into Dao, breaking through to the fourth-rank. Changming soared into the air, leaping upon the swaddled form of Zhuang Xiaochun, tearing the wrapping apart with a single bite. Zhuang Xiaochun immediately tumbled out from the confines of the swaddle. Changming seized Zhuang Xiaochun by the neck and leapt towards the cave entrance, vanishing in an instant. The lurking malevolence was entirely unaware of Changming's presence until the swaddle was torn open, at which point it reacted with a furious roar and immediately pursued Changming. Emerging from the cave, Changming darted towards Su Xian, who was rushing forward as well. Changming, clutching the child, reached Su Xian, who took the child into his arms before Changming departed the Bai residence. The malevolence also approached Su Xian. With a powerful strike, Su Xian unleashed a fist against the advancing malevolence. The martial intent erupted, rendering him invincible at his level, a perfect 50-50 draw against a third-ranked foe. A tremendous explosion echoed as both Su Xian and the malevolence were forced back 3 steps. The third-ranked malevolence made Su Xian feel as if his entire body might split apart, yet he remained evenly matched. The martial intent surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds, empowering Su Xian. With the full force of the 7 blood refinements in operation, the martial path manifested to bolster Su Xian. The rock fist, operating at full capacity, unleashed a devastating force toward the malevolence. The malevolence unleashed its full aura, which triggered the city's protective formation, directing its might towards the malevolence. A golden crown flew from the malevolence, countering the suppression of the protective formation, stirring the entire city of Qiantang into alarm. The Sanbao Daoist's expression brightened. This was the work of the Jinbo Law King's people. He hastened towards the Bai residence. Wang Fengshan followed closely behind, and soon, the Sanbao Daoist's figure vanished from sight. Bai Xingxue leaped onto the rooftop, racing towards the Bai residence. Wang Shifeng soared up onto the rooftop as well, heading in the same direction. Su Xian felt the scales yearning for the crown and struck out with a single fist towards the malevolence. With a resounding crash, Su Xian's garments were torn, propelling him skyward.
Now was the moment. Su Xian grasped the crown firmly. The malevolence exhibited a disdainful expression, for the crown contained the power of a half-step earth immortal, while Su Xian was at most of the third rank. Attempting to seize the crown barehanded was tantamount to courting death. The malevolence was taken aback as it sensed the power within the crown dissipating rapidly. Su Xian's face lit up with excitement. There was so much, truly, an abundance. The power surged into the scales, which refined and funneled it back into Su Xian's body, propelling the 7 blood refinements into a frenzied ascent, achieving perfection and breaking through to the 8th refinement. The magical energy expelled from the scales melded into Su Xian's central dantian. Su Xian had not anticipated that the scales could refine magical energy, which originated from within the crown. The magical energy integrated into his central dantian, swiftly elevating him to the late stage of chi perception. With further enhancements forthcoming, would he break ground tonight? In an instant, Su Xian drained the magical energy from the crown. The malevolence's astonishment was still evident upon its visage as Su Xian and the crown plummeted to the ground. With the loss of the crown's defense, the protective formation descended directly upon the malevolence, suppressing half of its strength. With a single fist, Su Xian struck the malevolence on the head with the rock fist. The full power of the 8th refinement coursed through him, bolstered by martial intent and the martial path, this punch reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. The malevolence, now utterly suppressed, had no means to resist, forced to watch helplessly as Su Xian's fist shattered its skull. In an instant, Su Xian unleashed a second punch against the malevolence's chest, shattering its heart. A formidable malevolence might not be slain with a mere blow to the head, only the destruction of its heart would ensure its demise. The malevolence's inner power was absorbed by the scales. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xian placed Zhuang Xiaochun on the ground, disappearing from the Bai residence. The Sanbao Taoist arrived at the Bai residence, rushing forward to examine the corpse of the malevolence.
"How is it, master?" Wang Fengshan inquired, hastening to join him. "Dead," the Sanbao Taoist replied somberly. "The Jinbo Law King's envoy has perished. How will they investigate the matters of the divine? This is the crown of the Jinbo Law King," Wang Fengshan exclaimed, spotting the dull, lifeless crown on the ground. "This malevolence is of great significance." The Sanbao Taoist stood before the crown, which was an artifact of the Jinbo Law King. It had been given to the malevolence, who was extraordinary in Phoenix Mountain. The Jinbo Law King would undoubtedly dispatch others to investigate its demise and the matters of the divine, Wang Fengshan asserted. "The one who slew the malevolence is formidable," the Sanbao Taoist remarked gravely. "To defeat a 3rd-ranked malevolence under the crown's enhancement, he is likely a Grand Master." He recalled the martial intent he had sensed upon arriving. Could it be him? Such a master exists in Xiantang City. Wang Fengshan also wore a solemn expression, uncertain whether this individual was friend or foe. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, Bai Xingxue noticed the 2 men were not approaching. They, in turn, sensed her arrival, yet no one acknowledged her. Such a significant event occurring without the city's factions responding would indeed be strange. Wang Shifeng also arrived at the Bai residence. She and Bai Xingxue immediately recognized the malevolence. The son of the Jinbo Law King. They marveled at how the centipede malevolence, which should have been refined into a malevolent pill by Su Xian, had inexplicably perished in Xiantang City. In this life, what malevolence would Su Xian use to concoct a malevolent pill, without stepping onto the immortal path? What path would Su Xian tread? When they encountered Su Xian once more, everything had changed. Perhaps Su Xian was truly not the same as the Su Xian of his past life. Several others arrived, their expressions grave upon seeing the malevolence. Was this Grand Master related to the matters of the divine? Was it he? Wang Shifeng sensed the explosive force of the punch. The other party had only revealed a 5th-rank strength before. Was he concealing his true power? The county magistrate's constables arrived, bowing to Wang Fengshan, and commenced their search of the Bai residence. Soon, they discovered the cave hidden within the rockery, rescuing the children and returning them home alongside Zhuang Xiaochun. Su Xian returned home, entering his room to begin his cultivation. The harvest had been overwhelmingly bountiful. A half-step earth immortal's malevolent energy, the malevolent energy of a 3rd-ranked malevolence, and the power feedback from the scales propelled his blood refinement to continual breakthroughs. The magical energy flowed into his central dantian, which now felt as if it might burst. He was on the verge of breaking through to the mountain-opening realm. His blood surged within his body. Having reached the limit of the 8th refinement, the scales continually expelled energy and magical power. Su Xian resonated with a mighty roar. His blood, akin to quicksilver, broke through to the 9th refinement. The martial path manifested. With martial intent merging into his blood, the martial intent transformed into Tao patterns, imprinting itself upon every drop of blood. With the 9th refinement perfected, his blood transmuted into treasure blood, and the vitality surged forth, coalescing into an evergreen tree, the god of eternal spring. In an instant, the evergreen tree collapsed, morphing into a berserker, whose steel fists shattered the heavens and earth.
The rock fist manifested as a martial god. Every cultivation method, once refined to the Tao realm, could condense into a martial god, enhancing the technique. The eternal spring technique transitioned from perfection to the Tao realm, achieving a speed of 150 and an inner energy recovery of 150. The rock fist broke through the Tao realm, unleashing a force of 150. Su Xian trembled, breaking through from the 5th rank to the 4th. His inner strength and the lower dantian coalesced into liquid. This was a feat achievable only by a Grand Master, yet he had attained it at the 4th rank. Although the quantity could not match that of a Grand Master, the quality was undeniably exceptional. The foundation of a martial immortal, the liquid inner energy propelled the Tao realm rock fist, allowing him to contend even at the 1st rank. I in the Grand Master realm, bolstered by martial intent and martial path, he could engage in a fierce exchange, albeit not for long, akin to a Grand Master experiencing premature release. His martial intent became even more concentrated and powerful. He could claim invincibility at the same level, and even surpass 2 ranks without issue. Surpassing 5 ranks with divine images at his command was truly not a problem. The martial intent naturally grew stronger. At that moment, the magical energy in his central dantian reached its limit. As he circulated the Dongxian Dao Canon, Su Xian found himself in a realm of existence, confronted by a towering mountain that loomed before him. Chapter 22 Breakthrough, Inscribing Runes. This marks the pivotal juncture of transcending the mountain-opening realm. With a mere thought, Su Xian summoned his magical essence, transforming it into a blade that cleaved down toward the towering mountain.
A resounding roar echoed within his dantian. The colossal mountain remained utterly unperturbed. Su Xian's magical power coalesced into a massive axe, which fell into his grasp. Channeling the full might of his 4th-tier martial arts, he wielded the axe with his fists.
The rock fist, imbued with martial intent, combined with the might of his art, directed the colossal axe toward the mountain.
To cleave the mountain and rescue my mother.
The world trembled as the magical axe dissipated, leaving a deep axe mark upon the mountain's surface.
Su Xian furrowed his brow.
It was insufficient. The mountain was too immense. He pondered whether others on their path to enlightenment faced a similarly imposing obstacle. Su Xian concentrated his magical essence into a saw, commencing his endeavor from the mountain's peak. Progress was visible, albeit slow, as the mountain was gradually sliced apart beneath the saw's relentless advance. It was far better than being devoid of hope for a breakthrough. The energy from the scales continued to merge within his dantian. With each increment of magical essence, the saw solidified further. As the saw became more substantial, the pace of slicing through the mountain quickened. The scales also transmitted energy into Su Xian's body. This energy was refined into internal power, merging with his organs, initiating the 4th-tier organ refinement process. The 4th-tier organ refinement involved the cleansing of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, with the spring eternal technique prioritizing the liver. Internal power flowed into the liver, enhancing and fortifying it. A verdant glow erupted from the liver, enveloped by the spring eternal technique. As the liver was refined, Su Xian's body expelled toxins and impurities under the formidable liver's prowess. Dark crimson sweat oozed from his pores, saturating the room with a foul stench. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight emerged, a tremendous boom reverberated as Su Xian's entire being trembled. The mountain was cleaved asunder, collapsing to either side. He had achieved the mountain-opening realm. Magical power surged forth from his dantian like a torrential flood, circulating around him and emanating from his fingertips. The magical energy completed a full cycle before returning to his dantian. Su Xian felt his wood essence swell, a vibrant green radiance shimmering around him, as a divine spirit birthed within his liver. Su Xian had successfully broken through to the 4th tier of organ refinement, ushering the first divine spirit into his organs. This spirit, entirely green, resembled a miniature version of Su Xian himself. The spring eternal technique, endowed with the wood attribute, facilitated rapid recovery, propelling him to level 200, comparable to spiritual grade techniques. Upon opening his eyes, the stench assaulted him anew. He hurried to the courtyard by the well to cleanse himself. Dirty water cascaded down Su Xian's body, staining the ground black. After considerable effort, he finally rinsed himself clean and changed his clothes before heading to the Imperial Physician's Bureau. Upon arrival, a grave atmosphere enveloped the place. Su Xian overheard discussions about the sidious monstrous apparitions and the concern over potential lingering threats. Without hesitation, he entered the alchemy chamber. With his organs refined and his liver perfected, Su Xian sensed a marked difference during the alchemical process. The wood essence surged, granting him unparalleled control over the medicinal materials. Concurrently, he refined 100 portions of medicinal liquid. The abundant wood essence fostered a stronger affinity with herbal liquids, sharpening his mental acuity. His precision and timing during the concoction process improved significantly. Of the 100 portions, 60 were for qi-nourishing elixirs, yielding 50 successful elixirs, with 10 being first-tier qi-nourishing elixirs. 40 portions were for gathering chi elixirs, resulting in 25 successful elixirs, 3 of which were first-tier gathering chi elixirs. Su Xian felt a tremor throughout his body. The verdant glow from his liver intensified as precious blood within his main vessel merged with the green light and was transported to his heart. The scales transmitted energy into Su Xian, his internal power coursed into his heart, intertwining with the green light. His heart contracted violently before expanding with equal ferocity. A flame ignited upon Su Xian's heart. He had broken through to the heart refinement stage, igniting the heart's fire. With the heart's fire ablaze, Su Xian's control over the earth's fire doubled. His success rate in alchemy would undoubtedly soar.
After securely storing the elixirs, Su Xian exited the alchemy chamber. "Are you Su Xian?" called out Taoist Sanbao, halting Su Xian in his tracks.
"Yes, my lord," Su Xian replied, hastily bowing before the third-tier official.
"Where were you when the monsters appeared?"
Taoist Sanbao scrutinized Su Xian, noting his 7th-tier martial prowess and his cultivation of the Spring Eternal technique.
"I was in the city searching for Xiaochun."
A wave of magical energy imbued with a sinister force infiltrated Su Xian's soul, compelling him to speak truthfully. However, his seasoned soul, having traversed 2 lifetimes, withstood the magical incursion. The scales vibrated, absorbing the energy, preventing Su Xian from divulging the entire truth.
"Many are aware of the search for Xiaochun.
Concealing it is futile," Su Xian stated.
"Who would have thought there existed a spell that compels truthfulness? I almost revealed my visit to the Bai residence. Fortuitously, my soul's strength and the scales safeguarded me. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated."
"You may leave now." Taoist Sanbao gestured for Su Xian to depart. He harbored doubts regarding Su Xian's capability to vanquish the monsters. His investigation merely aimed to ascertain Su Xian's search for the missing child and the subsequent rescue of Xiaochun from the cave, conducting a routine examination. After confirming the spell's effectiveness, he permitted Su Xian to exit. Exiting the Imperial Physician's Bureau, Su Xian exhaled deeply. The unpredictable nature of magical spells had left him on edge. The recent intrusion into his soul had triggered the scales. Had it been a direct attack without the scales to absorb the energy, he would have been unable to withstand it. He needed to cultivate talismans to ensure his self-defense against practitioners.
"Hanwen, is it still safe in Xiantang City with the monster's emergence?" Upon reaching home, Su Jiaorong inquired with concern.
"Sister, the monsters have been defeated, and with Xiong Dali and the others on guard, there is no need for worry," Su Xian reassured her.
"That is a relief."
"Let us eat," Su Jiaorong responded. Finally at ease, after their meal, Su Xian retreated to his chamber, retrieving the foundational talismans for examination. The foundational talismans appeared quite simple. Mastery of powerful souls and the ability to channel magic were prerequisites for inscribing runes. Having reached the mountain opening realm, Su Xian had already mastered externalizing his magical power. With a robust soul, he possessed a natural advantage in learning talismans. All that remained was for Su Xian to master the various rune designs. He took up a brush and began to replicate the talismanic inscriptions. Fortunately, the handwriting of the physician's prescriptions bore a resemblance to the runes, making replication effortless. Having perused numerous prescriptions over a decade and authored countless more, he found it easy to transcribe them. The only challenge was committing the rune designs to memory for subsequent writing. With his excellent recall, he quickly memorized the entire compendium of talismans and began practicing. As Su Xian practiced, he simultaneously employed the spirit absorption technique to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, cultivating the Dongxian Dao scripture. Suddenly, while inscribing a fire talisman, his hand trembled, and the fire talisman detonated. Had it not been for his formidable 4th-tier cultivation, he would have sustained severe injury. Despite merely replicating the design without infusing magical power, how had it exploded? Su Xian scrutinized the situation and soon discerned the cause. It was the spirit absorption. While absorbing the powers of heaven and earth, they inadvertently merged with the talisman during his inscription process. Due to the lack of adherence to the proper technique, the fire talisman detonated. Su Xian had not anticipated that spirit absorption could infuse the powers of heaven and earth into the talismans. Harnessing all his strength, Su Xian utilized his divine ability to guide the heavenly forces drawn by spirit absorption into his brush, inscribing the runes. With each stroke, the essence of heaven and earth flowed into the talisman's lines. Su Xian focused intently, completing the final stroke, and a talisman imbued with the essence of heaven and earth appeared before him. The simplest concealment talisman had been formed. Reciting the incantation, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a fireball that enveloped him, concealing his presence.
"Indeed, it works!" Su Xian exclaimed with delight. Chapter 23 Mastery in the Art of Symbols. The Void's Inscription. The concealment symbol, a basic talisman that obscures one's aura for half an hour without a trace. Crafting symbols isn't overly difficult, is it?
Su Xian wore a satisfied expression. With the ability to absorb spiritual energy without depleting his own magical power, and with ample mental fortitude, he could inscribe as many symbols as he desired. His spiritual essence rivaled that of a grandmaster, his mental prowess formidable, allowing him to draw with ease. He deemed the absorption of spiritual energy to be a misallocation of effort. The heavenly forces drawn in were merely refined into a thread, leading to significant waste. Inscribing symbols, however, allowed for a perfect utilization of this energy. As he inscribed symbols, the forces of heaven and earth intertwined with his body, partially refining into magical power, while the mysterious energies were absorbed by his scales, transforming into internal strength. The efficacy of symbol inscribing surpassed that of cultivating the Tao of the profound. Initially fearing that symbol creation would hinder his cultivation, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could manage all three pursuits concurrently. Xian learned to inscribe symbols rapidly, though he still needed to master the art of engraving. Inscribing was a one-time endeavor, while engraving depended on material and the strength of the talisman, allowing for prolonged usage, even repair upon damage. Lacking the materials and tools for engraving, he could only inscribe with a single breath. Xian produced 20 concealment symbols. Only when his hand was steady and his lines flawless, achieving a perfect success rate, did he turn to the next talisman. The purification symbol, a foundational talisman with slightly more intricate lines than the concealment symbol, could eliminate dust, making it unnecessary to clean the house for half a month. Fully focused, Xian began to inscribe the purification symbol. Building upon the foundation of the concealment symbol, he found the process both swift and stable. With abundant mental energy and the inexhaustible forces of heaven and earth provided by spiritual absorption, he possessed ample resources for practice. Other practitioners would require 10 days to half a month to master even the simplest of symbols, not due to difficulty, but because of limited magical power and mental capacity, alongside the need to resist the corrupting forces. They could only practice 2 or 3 symbols a day, while a prodigy might take 10 days to half a month to succeed. Xian, however, inscribed continuously until reaching proficiency. In a mere quarter hour, he inscribed more than others could in a month. After completing 20 purification symbols, he successfully created one after another, with his success rate steadily improving 10 to 1, 5 to 1, 3 to 1, and ultimately 2 to 1, achieving a flawless outcome. Discarding the failed parchment into the rubbish bin was a luxury only he could afford in his practice. The third symbol, the gathering water symbol, was essential, as water is the essence of life. In the wild, some water sources might be tainted by corrupting forces, and without experience, consuming them could be perilous, akin to eating mushrooms, relying solely on luck. Hence, this talisman proved to be immensely practical. After discarding a pile of failed symbols, Xian finally achieved a perfect success rate. The stack of completed talismans was safely stored in his spatial pocket. The fourth symbol, the tracking symbol, allowed one to trace another by affixing the talisman to them. Though it held little utility for him, Xian practiced diligently. He stored away a collection of successful talismans while discarding the failed ones, achieving a flawless success rate with the tracking symbol. The fifth symbol, the gathering spirit symbol, was exceedingly perilous. The forces of heaven and earth could be corrupted when gathered, hence its use had strict regulations. It could not be applied to living beings, regardless of their condition, but could be affixed to weapons to enhance their power. For example, placing a gathering spirit symbol on a sword would concentrate the forces of heaven and earth upon it, augmenting its might. The critical aspect was that weapons empowered by such forces could injure even cultivators. One might wonder why any practitioner would study such a talisman. It seemed akin to digging one's own grave. Immersed in his practice, Xian tossed countless failed talismans into the bin while accumulating successful ones in his spatial pocket. His speed and stability in inscribing symbols grew steadily. The sixth symbol, the dispelling evil symbol, achieved a perfect success rate. The seventh symbol, the fire symbol, followed suit with flawless execution. The eighth, the wind control symbol, was inscribed with equal precision. The ninth, the water avoidance symbol, also reached a perfect success rate. As Xian devoted himself to inscribing symbols, pursuing a flawless success rate, an ethereal aura began to manifest around him, deepening with each successful symbol he inscribed. The profundity of this aura corresponded with an increase in his success rate. Upon mastering the foundational symbols to perfection, the essence of this aura coalesced into a mysterious rune that materialized in his hand. With a stroke of inspiration, Xian extended his hand into the void. The forces of heaven and earth, intertwined with his will, adhered to his fingertips, and as he moved them, a golden rune emerged in the air. With each gesture, the concealment symbol materialized before him. Regrettably, as he approached the final stroke, his mental energy waned, rendering him incapable of completing the inscription, causing the symbol to dissipate into nothingness. Xian, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, realized that through intent he could inscribe symbols and gather energies. To his astonishment, he had successfully ascended to the rank of a third-tier talisman master in a single evening. The introductory texts on foundational talismans stated that only grandmasters could achieve such a rank, with the next level being the ability to manifest symbols through thought alone. Only when one could condense a symbol in the air with mere contemplation could they truly be considered a master of the talisman arts. The mastery of skill culminates in the Tao. His recent failure was due to excessive mental exhaustion from inscribing, yet he was confident that once his mental energy replenished, he would undoubtedly succeed in inscribing in the void.
However, the effort required for void inscription was immense. Utilizing paper talismans was far more economical. Su Xian sensed a fiery red phantom coalescing upon his heart. Though not fully solidified, it signified a significant advancement in his mental cultivation.
His magical power began to manifest in a misty form, and once this mist solidified into liquid, he would enter the realm of expansive seas. Never had he anticipated such substantial gains in a single night. The path of talismans aligned with the Tao, the essence of his heart igniting as a phantom of his spirit emerged, and his magical power took on a misty form. His countenance radiated joy at these developments. From henceforth, he resolved to practice inscribing talismans each evening. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Li Billion amusing Longming with a chicken bone. In truth, it was Longming entertaining Li Billion. The creature's ability to consume a chicken bone whole was hardly a challenge. "Master," Nadali exclaimed, hastily bringing a basin of wash water upon seeing Su Xian emerge.
"I have some talismans here that you might find useful."
"Take them and distribute them among everyone," Su Xian said, retrieving the talismans from his spatial pocket and handing them to Nadali. And Nadali, astonished, replied, These weigh several pounds. Are these all talismans?" He could hardly believe his eyes. "Am I still dreaming?" He pinched himself. The sharp pain confirmed his reality. "This is insane. Who possesses talismans by the pound? Do you think these are mere scraps of paper?" Nadali was bewildered by how he found himself before Xiongdali. "What's wrong?" Xiongdali queried, noticing Nadali's bewildered expression. "Brother, can you confirm if this is real?" Nadali implored, snapping back to reality upon seeing Xiongdali, shoving the handful of talismans into his brother's hands. "What's real?" Xiongdali replied, perplexed as he examined the papers. His hand trembled, nearly dropping them. He then pinched himself hard. "Ouch, it hurts, this isn't a dream." Nadali howled. "Talismans?" Xiongdali gasped, trembling as he meticulously inspected the symbols one by one, fearing that beneath the topmost layer lay merely paper. "Talismans," Nadali affirmed with a nod. "Where did you get these?" Xiongdali questioned, suspecting his brother might have resorted to robbery, an impossible notion, as robbing a talisman sect would surely lead to demise. "They were given by the master," Nadali stated, still incredulous. "The master?" Xiongdali pondered, suddenly finding this plausible. One could not fathom the master's intentions. "Brother, could they be fake?" Nadali mused after a lengthy contemplation. "Fake?" Xiongdali drew a concealment symbol, infusing it with his internal power. It ignited without flame, transforming into a ball of fire, which he promptly tossed at Nadali. "Why is it always him?" Chapter 24 of the arrival of the Golden Bull King. Nadali's aura had perfectly concealed itself. "It's the genuine talisman," exclaimed Xiongdali, his voice brimming with excitement. Such a thick stack of talismans, there must be several thousand, with each type having at least 100 sheets. The 5 brothers can share, with each receiving no less than 20 sheets. Using these talismans to strike an opponent is certainly feasible. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Nyodali's eyes glistened with anticipation as he gazed at the talismans, saliva nearly dripping to the ground. "Are these truly authentic talismans?" The other brothers gathered around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the heavy stack of talismans. Such treasures were only found in the realm of immortals. How could they not covet them? Gathering spirit talismans. Monkey Dali gasped in astonishment. They had encountered these talismans once before when they guided a group of mysterious individuals to gather medicinal herbs. That group had faced a second-tier monster, and by employing the gathering spirit talismans, even a team of 4th and 5th-tier warriors had managed to slay the second-tier beast. Without the gathering spirit talismans, the monster would have remained impervious, unyielding in its defense. The memory of the gathering spirit talismans was etched deeply in their minds. Xiongdali, overwhelmed by the sheer number of talismans, had initially overlooked the gathering spirit talismans. Upon noticing the hundreds of them, he pinched Nyodali, exclaiming, "They are here, they are here." Nyodali winced, tears welling up. It was always he who received the talismans, and they must never be revealed, only to be used in moments of life and death. Taking a deep breath, Xiongdali composed himself. One must not make assumptions about the master. Whatever occurs is simply the norm. The brothers calmed their racing hearts, knowing that if they were to use the talismans, there would be no mercy left for the living. As seasoned veterans of the world, they understood the rules of survival well. Let us proceed directly. Who will take the first pick? Xian Dali stacked the talismans and gestured for everyone to select as if drawing cards. Each brother would take their share based on fortune.
I'll go first. Nyo Dali reached for a concealment talisman. I'll follow. Monkey Dali was the second to select a concealment talisman, soon followed by Tiger Dali and then Goat Dali.
Lastly, Xian Dali picked a concealment talisman as well. They continued in this manner, taking turns until the entire stack of talismans had been drawn, each brother acquiring 1 or 2 sheets of various types. They tucked the talismans safely into their clothing, which had been sewn with numerous long pockets to separate the talismans, ensuring they wouldn't mix them up. Once the talismans were distributed, Xian prepared to leave when a dark cloud drifted from the horizon, casting a shadow over the entire Qiantang city.
The sky turned pitch black.
"Return my son's life," a furious roar echoed above Qiantang city. The city's protective formation activated, enveloping the city in its celestial barrier. The dark cloud morphed into a massive face, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow Qiantang city whole. The overwhelming power of the monster surged forth, causing the protective formation to falter. "It's merely the manifestation of the Golden Bull King. Do not panic, activate the formation." Taoist Sanbao soared into the air, flanked by his Taoist soldiers. They arranged themselves and intertwined with the protective formation, transforming it into a golden dragon. Taoist Sanbao glowed with treasure-like brilliance, resembling a dragon pearl that fell into the mouth of the dragon. The golden dragon harnessed the royal fortune, reviving the stalling protective formation into a frenzied operation. Xian sensed the formation extracting energy from everyone and channeling it within. His central Dantian's power ignited, coalescing beneath his skin to resist the formation's extraction. The protective formation astonishingly drew upon the strength of the entire city's populace, invoking the royal fortune and manipulating the forces of heaven and earth. No wonder it could safeguard an entire city. No wonder the protective formation had been transformed into a sacrificial array. The golden dragon, infused with the power of the city's people, erupted in golden radiance, its strength rapidly escalating from extraordinary to half-step immortal. The dragon roared as it expelled a golden orb, akin to a miniature sun, towards the massive face in the sky. The orb shot forth, exploding within the dark cloud, leaving the face riddled with wounds. A resounding boom echoed, triggering a sonic explosion that rippled through space, sending shockwaves akin to water waves. As if struck by a heavy blow, the protective formation cracked, splintering like fragile glass. Countless fissures appeared across the golden dragon, revealing the Taoist soldiers within. They were bloodied and battered, suffering grievous injuries. Taoist Sanbao unleashed his full power, sprouting a pair of fleshy wings from his back, feathers sprouting from his face, and a bird-like beak forming as a vertical eye opened on his forehead. He manipulated his hand seals, unleashing his power to envelop the entire golden dragon. The cracks on the dragon mended instantly, and the fissures in the protective formation vanished. Xian sensed the formation's extraction of energy growing stronger. It was the first time he witnessed a cultivator unleashing their full potential, the power of a monstrous transformation. It was no longer mere cultivation, it was the evolution into a monstrous being. The protective formation intensified its extraction, returning to its original state. A colossal vertical eye opened on the dragon's forehead, its iris shimmering like glazed glass, reflecting countless facets of this world. The eye emitted a dazzling radiance, coalescing into a beam of 7-colored light that shot towards the enormous ghostly face. The light absorbed the powers of heaven and earth, transforming into a 10-meter-wide column that pierced through the ghostly cloud, dispersing half of it in a single strike. 2 golden bowls emerged from the dark cloud, manipulated by an unseen force, slowly parting and then crashing together with tremendous force. The subsequent explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves towards the protective formation, fracturing it into disarray. Taoist Sanbao maneuvered the golden dragon within the protective formation, frantically siphoning the strength of the city's citizens. When their energy fell short, he resorted to extracting their very lives to empower the formation. Xian watched as lives were drained by the formation and hesitated to intervene, knowing that breaking the formation would still lead to devastation for the entire city. This was the fate of mortals. Turning back, he summoned a concealment talisman, transforming it into a fireball that enveloped his sister and niece, concealing their presence. The formation could not lock onto Su Jiaorong and Li Bilian, their extracted energies dissipating. Each of the brothers, including Xian Dali, applied a concealment talisman to themselves, feeling the extraction of power cease, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Xian could only focus on protecting his family. As for others, he could only hope the monster would be swiftly vanquished. Under the relentless extraction of the protective formation, it finally stabilized. Taoist Sanbao formed a hand seal, and the dragon's vertical eye emitted a beam that became a shield, enveloping the front of the dragon as it charged towards the sonic waves like a golden arrow. The golden dragon collided with the sound waves, and the world fell into a profound silence, as if time had stopped. After several seconds, the dragon's scales burst apart, scattering like confetti, the fortune dissipating, and the Taoist soldiers plummeting from the sky like dumplings. In that moment, Taoist Sanbao transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting like an arrow into the ghostly face hidden within the clouds. The golden light detonated within the massive face, the two golden bulls at the forefront becoming tumultuous, flung apart. Taoist Sanbao, his essence waning, exuded an erratic aura, the twisted power distorting his body further into a grotesque form, yet, he paid no heed to his condition as he pursued one of the golden bulls. Only with both bulls clashing could they unleash an attack. If he could confine one, the threat would be nullified. Su Xian's gaze flickered towards the other golden bull, his eyes filled with yearning for the power it held. Chapter 25 Devouring, Expansion of the Dantian, Refinement of the Spleen. Several beams of light surged towards the golden bull on the opposite side of the city. Without further hesitation, Su Xian donned a black robe, masked his face with an iron mask, and affixed a concealment talisman before pursuing the Sanbao Daoist. Channeling the full extent of his fourth-tier power, he leapt through the streets in relentless pursuit. He needed to find a method of movement to enhance his speed. If the distance widened, he would truly be unable to catch up. The golden bull, resembling a golden meteor, crashed down on the left side of Qiantang City, creating a massive crater. Upon arriving at the site of the golden bull's descent, Sanbao Daoist performed a series of incantations, his body enveloped in a mysterious aura, quickly transforming into a large, featherless bird. With talon-like hands, he reached for the golden bowl. The bowl radiated a brilliant golden light, piercing through the Daoist's avian claws, causing dark green blood to flow forth. Su Xian, who had just arrived, felt a wave of revulsion. A cultivator had turned into a birdman. Sanbao Daoist, still wielding his incantations, summoned a blood-red beam of light from the vertical eye on his forehead, directing it towards the golden bull. The bowl shimmered with golden brilliance, forming a shield that repelled the bloodlight. The golden light transformed into a radiant arrow, shooting towards Sanbao Daoist. He countered with a dark aura, creating a barrier to block the golden arrow. However, the red light from his vertical eye faltered momentarily. The golden bull soared towards Sanbao Daoist. The dark barrier was shattered. The bull struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to spew forth dark green blood. A piece of green jade shattered upon impact, unleashing a thunderous force upon the golden bull, which became charred and fell to the ground. Sanbao Daoist collapsed into unconsciousness. Su Xian stepped forward, inspecting Sanbao Daoist's condition. He was not dead. He still drew breath. However, in this bird-like form, he would suffer greatly even if he survived. The scales quivered. Unable to resist, Su Xian reached toward the Daoist's dantian. Activating the soul absorption technique, he found it indeed effective. To his surprise, the technique could absorb the opponent's magical energy. The key factor was Sanbao Daoist's unconsciousness. His magical energy was chaotic and uncontrollable, allowing for its extraction. The Daoist's magical energy was drawn into Su Xian's body, where it was absorbed and refined by the scales, subsequently returned to Su Xian. This was not an act of exploitation. He was rescuing Sanbao Daoist. As the magical energy was devoured, the various anomalies surrounding Sanbao Daoist dissipated, and the enigmatic elixir fell silent. Seeing the Daoist regaining his human form, Su Xian hesitated momentarily before administering a vitality pill. Having absorbed the Daoist's entire magical energy, he could not simply stand by and watch him perish. Turning, he approached the golden bowl. Su Xian extended his hand toward it. The bowl shimmered, attempting to resist, but alas, it had lost its power to fight back after being struck by lightning. Su Xian effortlessly placed his hand upon the bowl. Within the bowl, the mysterious and magical energy was ravenously absorbed by the scales. The bowl resembled a delicate maiden, unable to evade the dim golden lights that flickered around it. After Su Xian fully devoured the golden bowl, he fled the scene. Not long after Su Xian's departure, Sanbao Daoist gradually regained consciousness. "What is this?" he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his hands. Even if he survived this ordeal, he would be among those aberrations within the sect. To his astonishment, he found that he had remarkably returned to his former self. A wave of excitement surged within him. Wait a moment, Sanbao Daoist noticed that the vast ocean of magical energy he had condensed was now completely absent. In that instant, he was at a loss whether to feel sorrow or joy. At this time, Su Xian rushed towards another golden bull. With a multitude of individuals present, the bull's resistance was not the only concern. The struggle among them would not be resolved in a short time. A child would make a choice. He desired both golden bulls. Soon, Su Xian reached the location. Bai Xingxue, Wang Shifeng, and several unfamiliar individuals were present, all exuding fourth-tier energy. Together, they confronted the golden bull. The bull soared through the air, launching attacks towards the group. Wang Shifeng emanated a green light, managing to shield herself from the bull's assault, though her counterattacks proved ineffective against it. Bai Xingxue, resembling snow, practiced a technique akin to ice. The air around her crystallized with a chilling aura, and snowflakes danced like a celestial being amidst the snow. A middle-aged man wielded iron fists, striking fiercely with a dragon's roar, radiating golden light. Were it not for his martial arts, Su Xian might have mistaken him for a practitioner of the 18 dragon subduing palms. He was able to push the golden bull back with a single blow. A middle-aged woman wielded her sword with the grace of a celestial maiden, exuding an elegant charm despite her age. The sword she held was no ordinary weapon, it unleashed a misty sword energy that prevented the golden bull from approaching her. Another middle-aged scholar, holding a bone fan, emanated an enigmatic aura, effortlessly deflecting the bull when it came too close. Su Xian sensed the scales greed towards the bone fan. A beggar, aged and frail, wielded a green bamboo pole, seemingly freshly cut from a bamboo grove. Each strike shimmered with emerald light, successfully repelling the golden bull's advances. A 20-year-old woman, veiled in white, concealed her features. Her movements were light as air, and her flowing silk emitted a white glow, surprisingly capable of pushing back the golden bull. Certainly no ordinary fabric. Lastly, a robust monk in his 30s, with muscles reminiscent of coiled dragons, wielded a Zen staff that released golden Buddhist light, exerting the strongest suppression upon the golden bull. Despite their combined efforts, they inflicted no real damage upon it. It was evident that they were holding back, otherwise, they would have subdued the bull long ago. Su Xian retrieved a set of talismans. The bright light talisman, though it sounded grand, was merely a small illumination spell. With the demonic array set, using the bright light talisman could dispel illusions and illuminate the path ahead. Su Xian tossed over 30 bright light talismans among the group. They were immediately drawn to the spectacle. Activating the bright light talismans, a single talisman could only illuminate a small area, but with over 30, they transformed into a dazzling flash. All present were momentarily blinded, rendered unable to see anything. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xian hurled over 30 fire talismans towards the golden bull. The bull plummeted to the ground. Su Xian pressed his hand upon it. The scales shimmered, and the bull's mysterious energy was instantaneously devoured. Before the others regained their sight, Su Xian vanished from the spot, leaving behind a charred, worthless golden bull. As the others wept, regaining their vision, they found no trace of the assailant. Upon seeing the bull, now devoid of any mysterious energy, they exchanged glances, recognizing its worthlessness, and vanished from the scene. Not all practitioners were associated with the celestial sex, their status was not to be underestimated. Who else could unleash dozens of talismans at once? Did they think those were mere scraps of paper? They were not to be trifled with. Upon returning home, Su Xian was filled with exhilaration. He had struck gold. Indeed, he had. Without the night grass, the horse would not thrive. Without unexpected fortune, one could not achieve wealth. At this moment, the scales continuously relayed magical energy and power back to him. He hastily began his cultivation. The magical energy flowed in, and the mist within his central dantian grew denser and denser, soon filling the entire space. As the magical mist neared the point of congealing into liquid, Su Xian was on the verge of a breakthrough into the expansion of the sea realm. The scales glimmered with dark light. The magical energy within his dantian surged, crashing against the walls, causing the dantian to expand continuously. The more energy he absorbed, the larger the dantian became. Once all the magical energy had been integrated into the central dantian, it appeared boundless. The mist-like magical energy transformed back into vapor. The magical energy was now 100 times its original amount, albeit still in vapor form. Upon reaching the peak of the mountain opening realm, the breakthrough to the expansion of the sea realm would likely yield a 1,000-fold increase. The firmer the foundation, the greater the achievement. Yet, what Su Xian truly desired was longevity. The mountain opening realm granted a lifespan of 150 years, comparable to that of a martial artist, while the expansion of the sea realm offered 230 years. With such an expansive dantian, when would he break through the expansion of the sea realm and increase his lifespan? The martial path yielded the greatest rewards. His mind focused, he successfully condensed his spirit, igniting a fire that surged into the spleen, illuminating it with a golden glow, beginning the process of condensing the earth spirit. With the completion of the fourth-tier refinement of the organs, he had successfully condensed the wood and fire spirits. Now, the earth spirit was in the process of being formed. In no time, he would achieve the condensation of the 5 spirits, merging the 5 elements with his spiritual essence and martial intent, ultimately attaining the 3rd tier. Chapter 26 Merits, Incense, and Dharma. Su Xian rose to his feet, a series of crisp sounds echoing around him, reminiscent of beans crackling in a pan, as his body had undergone a rigorous refinement. Stepping out of the room, he was met by his anxious aunt, Li Bilian, who rushed over, cradling Changming tightly. Upon seeing the frail and nearly lifeless form of Changming, he felt a pang of forgetfulness as the protective array was activated. He had indeed overlooked something crucial. Fortunately, Changming had achieved the 9th rank, otherwise, the great array might have drained him to the state of a desiccated corpse. With urgency, Su Xian produced a vitality pill, which nourishes the essence and blood, thereby enhancing martial prowess. The protective array siphoned the very essence of life, and the vitality pill was precisely what was needed for recovery. He held the pill before Changming, who swallowed it eagerly. The vitality surged through Changming's body, as he digested the effects of the pill. With the infusion of energy, Changming's breath began to stabilize, and he leaped from Li Bilian's embrace, wagging his tail energetically at Su Xian. Su Xian tossed another vitality pill to Changming, who leapt up to catch it and swallowed it whole. A resounding roar erupted from his body, akin to thunder, as his vitality surged like quicksilver. He had ascended to the 8th rank. Su Xian was astonished by Changming's extraordinary resilience in the face of peril.
Hanwen, the old man Lu next door passed away last night.
His son and daughter-in-law are gravely ill. Many are waiting for you at the alley entrance, Su Jiaorong announced as she returned with a basket of vegetables, having set out to procure provisions, only to find that a funeral was taking place just a few houses down. The widespread affliction left many unable to sell vegetables, all awaiting the arrival of her brother to provide aid. Su Xian pondered the implications of the erased rain. The elderly, the sick, and the weak would undoubtedly succumb. You 5 brothers, bring 2 buckets of water each, Su Xian called out to the 5 brothers, Xiong Dali and his kin. They promptly returned with 10 buckets of well water. Su Xian placed a vitality pill in each bucket, allowing the pills to dissolve within the water. Let us proceed, he instructed, and the 5 brothers followed him out. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, the crowd erupted in cries of, Dr. Su has arrived, please, Dr. Su, tend to my wife.
Dr. Su, can you help my mother? Dr. Su, please save my son.
Despite the palpable urgency, no one surged forward. They formed an orderly line, each awaiting their turn to receive a cup of water. Su Xian brandished a bamboo cup, calling out to the gathering point. One by one, they approached to receive their share of the well water infused with the vitality pill.
He has awoken. My son has come back to us.
The water worked wonders. Many who had been unconscious began to regain consciousness, eliciting shouts of joy from the throng. Before long, the 10 buckets were emptied.
Xiong Dali, fetch more water, just as before, Su Xian instructed.
Understood, Xiong Dali replied, and the 5 brothers hurried back.
Su Xian knew that the vitality pill must remain concealed. While his intentions were noble, it did not guarantee that all he aided were deserving. History was replete with tales of benevolence turned to misfortune. One must always be wary. After quenching their thirst, the crowd quietly placed their meager offerings into a basket beside Su Xian, bowing in gratitude before departing. Su Xian was too preoccupied to manage the donations. The night stretched on as he continued his work. An elderly monk, his beard entirely white, approached, drawn by the long line of people. A flash of golden light momentarily blinded him, and as he rubbed his eyes, he exclaimed, "This! The golden light of merit!" He gazed at Su Xian, utterly astonished. The sheer abundance of merit and the power of incense surrounding him suggested a potential for divine embodiment. Unable to restrain himself, he tugged on his beard, the sharp pain confirming that this was indeed reality. "Benefactor, your merits are boundless. You are destined to connect with the Buddha," the old monk said, excitement radiating from him as he stepped closer to Su Xian. If he could guide Su Xian onto the path of enlightenment, he would gain the benefits of Su Xian's merits and incense power, an opportunity not to be missed. Clad in a patchwork robe, he leaned on a bamboo staff and held a humble begging bowl, his excitement akin to that of a man who had just become a father at an advanced age. Begging and such, Su Xian misheard, thinking only of the urgent need to save lives, and he asked the old monk to wait. The monk stood patiently by, and with the help of the 5 brothers and the locals, they worked tirelessly until the depths of night, ensuring that everyone received the vitality pill-infused water. At last, Su Xian paused, noticing the old monk standing nearby. "Old monk, allow me to prepare some vegetarian fare for you," he offered. The monk, not wishing to offend, sensed that Su Xian possessed no discernible cultivation. Yet his spirit was comparable to that of a great master, leaving him uncertain of Su Xian's true capabilities. There were 2 possibilities: either he had no cultivation at all, or he surpassed the level of a grandmaster, at least of exceptional quality. The monk was not from Qiantang City. His arrival from beyond its borders implied that an ordinary person could not contend with the supernatural. The likelihood of him being a powerful figure was high, and Su Xian knew he could not afford to offend such a being. "Unless a deity is summoned, it is best to avoid doing so," the monk murmured, feeling his stomach grumble in protest. "Benefactor, please lead the way." He bowed deeply, his demeanor casual. "Let us discuss matters after we have eaten." Su Xian guided the monk back to his home. "Sister, prepare some vegetarian fare for him," he instructed Su Jiaorong. "Certainly, monk, may I borrow your bowl?" she asked as she took the monk's humble vessel and headed to the kitchen. "Grandfather, why is your head so bald?" Li Bilian inquired curiously, approaching with Changming in her arms and pointing at the monk's shiny pate. The monk regarded her with a wise gaze. The aura of intelligence emanating from Li Bilian was remarkable. He clutched his beard, tugging at it in surprise. Such talent was a rarity in a millennium. She was still so young, requiring several more years to cultivate. He was tempted to accept her as a disciple immediately. "If I take Su Xian as my disciple, this girl would be as good as mine," he mused. "Grandfather is a monk and must shave his head," Su Xian explained to Li Bilian. "What is your name, and where did you ordain?" he inquired, eager to discern the monk's background.
I am the old monk Fahai, ordained at Xian Temple, the monk replied.
Fahai? Is that not from Jingshan Temple?
Su Xian asked, astonished. He had previously inquired about Jingshan Temple and discovered that it did not exist in this world. To encounter Fahai at Xian Temple was unexpected.
Wait, Xian Temple, wasn't he that a Taoist temple? Is the Sanba Taoist not from there? How could a disciple of Buddhism be ordained at a Taoist temple? Su Xian felt a surge of confusion.
What Jingshan Temple? I was raised at Xian Temple and aspire to establish a temple. Jingshan Temple would be perfect, the monk replied, particularly taken with the name Su Xian mentioned.
Jingshan Temple was named by me?
Su Xian exclaimed. The vegetarian fare arrived, and Su Jiaorong emerged from the kitchen with the bowl. Fahai, feeling famished, accepted the food and began to eat voraciously. His hunger was insatiable.
Fahai has fallen into such dire straits?
Su Xian found it hard to believe. Once he finished his meal, Fahai let out a satisfied belch.
Benefactor, we are destined to connect. Would you consider ordaining with me? He proposed earnestly.
That is not possible, Su Xian began, but his sister Su Jiaorong interjected swiftly. Su Xian is the sole heir of the Su family, he must propagate our lineage.
You ungrateful monk!
I kindly offered you food, and now you wish to take my brother to ordain. Leave my home at once.
Su Jiaorong glared, ready to drive him away.
Ordination is not required, living as a layperson is also acceptable, Fahai hastily reassured, sensing Su Jiaorong's hostility.
Wait, sister, Su Xian said, pulling her back.
Fahai was no ordinary monk. He had been a revered figure in his past life, possessing true abilities. In this world, his strength was uncertain, but it was likely above the exceptional tier. Being a lay disciple was not out of the question. Fahai had his own motivations, needing a master to guide him, allowing them both to benefit. Any ill intentions could be countered with divine assistance, should it come to that.
Chapter 27 of the establishment of Jingshan Temple. Xian performed a respectful bow and inquired, Master, what teachings do you impart?
After clarifying, he learned of the methods for attaining a golden body of merit, the path to divinity through incense offerings, and the practices of the Buddhist faith. One may vanquish malevolent spirits, safeguard oneself, and attain longevity, Fahai solemnly declared, his aura reflecting the gravitas of a venerable monk.
Is there a great celestial dragon? Xian could not restrain his curiosity. You are aware of the celestial dragon's grand treasury?
Fahai gazed at Xian, astonished.
Celestial dragon's grand treasury?
I am unfamiliar with it, Xian mused, recalling Fahai's accompanying theme, the great celestial dragon. Indeed, it exists. The very notion stirred excitement within him. What is so extraordinary about this technique? Just the name alone evokes such a response.
It must be remarkable, I must learn it.
Master, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple, Xian implored, bowing once more to Fahai. Good disciple, Fahai beamed with delight. In that what had once seemed insufficient now appeared ripe with opportunity. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted Xian upright. I shall be on my way, Fahai proclaimed, his entire being aglow with Buddhist radiance as he ascended into the heavens, transforming into a golden light, leaving the city of Qiantang and descending upon an unnamed peak outside the city. Xian's brow furrowed in astonishment. What power was this? The clash between the giant-faced cloud and the three treasures Taoist had not exhibited such grandeur. Is he at the earth immortal realm? He pondered, recalling that both the three treasures Taoist and the giant-faced cloud were merely pseudo-half-step earth immortal beings, one reliant on external forces, the other a mere projection. Fahai's might surpass theirs. He must indeed be at least a half-step earth immortal or perhaps even an earth immortal. Fortuitously, no discord had arisen between him and Fahai. Seated before a dilapidated temple, Fahai radiated with Buddhist light. A flash of enlightenment illuminated the inscription on the stone tablet before the temple, revealing it as Jingshan Temple. He produced a bronze pagoda and cast it into the air. The palm-sized pagoda expanded in the wind, transforming into a structure standing over 4 zhang tall beside the crumbling temple. The mountain trembled as Fahai proclaimed, Today, I vow to establish Jingshan Temple, to safeguard this land and to guide all sentient beings. His voice, imbued with divine resonance, echoed clearly to every corner of Qiantang city, leaving no soul unaware of his declaration. A surge of merit descended upon him, amplifying his aura as the Buddhist light illuminated the heavens, casting the sky in a golden hue. The light coalesced into the visage of an arhat, merging with Fahai's essence. He trembled with the force of a breakthrough, transcending the half-step earth immortal realm. He had lingered at the pinnacle of the extraordinary for decades, yearning for the final leap, yet had struggled to find the opportunity to establish the temple until now.
With a graceful motion, Fahai stepped into the ancestral home of the Li family.
Master, Xian greeted respectfully. Fei gestured, enveloping both Xian and himself in a protective sphere, isolating them from the outside world.
The teachings are not to be divulged to the unworthy. Do you wish to learn the celestial dragon's grand treasury? Fei inquired. Indeed, Xian responded with unwavering determination.
The celestial dragon's grand treasury may only be mastered by those of great merit, drawing upon incense offerings to summon the dragon, and employing the methods of the Buddhist faith to activate it.
To practice, one must possess immense merit, the strength of incense, and great resolve, Fei elucidated. Am I not capable of learning? Xian's heart sank with disappointment. How could he claim such merit or incense?
You possess the purest merit and incense, Fei stated with conviction. However, this practice progresses slowly.
Are you willing to dedicate yourself to it?
I am willing, Xian affirmed, astonished that he harbored such merit in incense. The merit, derived from his altruistic endeavors, and the incense, which he could not fathom the source of, remained a mystery.
Yet, he resolved to not dwell on the uncertainty.
As your disciple, I will impart the celestial dragon's grand treasury to you. This technique is contingent upon merit. The greater the merit, the mightier the power.
Remember to accumulate merit, Fei instructed. I shall heed your words, Xian replied sincerely, recognizing that performing good deeds aligned with his true nature while simultaneously enhancing his abilities was indeed a fortuitous endeavor. The Thunder Mountain Temple is a sacred place for the dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism.
As your master, I too have traversed this path, remaining stuck at the pinnacle of the extraordinary, unable to progress. I sought a method within the Buddhist teachings to break through and thus became a monk. The celestial dragon's grand treasury encompasses both Buddhist and Taoist paths, integrating fragments of the 9 mysteries of the Tao. This technique is a method for immortals, characterized by slow progress and challenging breakthroughs. Only those with great perseverance may undertake this practice. The incense of merit is tainted by selfish desires, leading to corruption. The incense can be toxic. Esteemed predecessors have utilized the power of incense to manifest external incarnations, thus acquiring the celestial dragon's technique. By merging with the fragmented 9 mysteries of the Tao and employing the secret methods of the Buddhist faith, one ultimately attains the celestial dragon's grand treasury. Fei recited the incantation of the celestial dragon's grand treasury.
Xian, lacking understanding of merit and incense, could only commit the words to memory.
Merit is the reward of heaven and earth. The power of incense is the collective consciousness of sentient beings, visible only to those with the wisdom to perceive it. Cultivating the celestial dragon's grand treasury with this wisdom yields remarkable results. I shall impart to you the method of cultivating wisdom. Having completed the teachings of the celestial dragon's grand treasury, Fei proceeded to share the cultivation method for wisdom. Yes, Xian rejoiced, realizing that finding a master was indeed fortuitous, and he quickly committed the teachings to memory.
Do you have any questions? Fei inquired after imparting the technique. Master, the celestial dragon seems akin to the Taoists' enigmatic elixir, an external incarnation, which suggests it may have little impact on the body. Does practicing the celestial dragon's grand treasury shield one from the influence of malevolence?
Xian speculated, believing the celestial dragon to be a unique elixir, its effects manifesting externally and thereby sparing the practitioner from detrimental repercussions. Indeed, it allows for prolonged practice without fear of backlash from malevolent forces. However, given its nature, it is inherently peculiar. Malevolence not only affects the body but also erodes the spirit and soul. Though the celestial dragon serves as an external incarnation, it remains connected to one's soul. Remember, do not be greedy for power. Practicing the celestial dragon's grand treasury diverges from other methods that alter the body, so caution is paramount. There have been practitioners who, despite appearing human, became transformed by malevolence.
Fei warned gravely. Is there truly no method to evade the corruption of malevolence? Xian pressed.
It is said that ancient practitioners were immune to the taint of malevolence, but alas, the world has changed, Fei replied, falling silent on the matter. Xian longed to inquire further, but Fei had already vanished from the courtyard. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit Jingshan Temple. His voice echoed in Xian's ears. Whether Fei harbored reservations or simply wished to refrain from discussion, Xian could only set aside his uncertainties. After bidding farewell to his sister, Xian returned to his quarters. He mentally reviewed the method of cultivating wisdom, ensuring he had not overlooked anything, and began his practice. Initially, the cultivation required an eye-cleansing elixir. The necessary materials were readily available. He gathered the herbs, performing the ritualistic gestures as a flame ignited before him. This was the alchemical fire, conjured through his own magical prowess. Though he was still inexperienced, he managed to handle the herbs adequately. The alchemical fire refined and absorbed malevolent energy, transforming the herbs into a vial of elixir. Typically, mastering Buddhist techniques necessitated a deep understanding of Buddhist doctrine, yet Xian found himself unencumbered by such requirements. His merit served him better than mere scripture. As the elixir dripped into his eyes, he calmed his mind and focused, following the prescribed techniques. A profound and mysterious force awakened within his brow, coursing through his cranial channels and entering his eyes, refining them. The process was intense, as a refreshing aura enveloped and protected his eyes, activating the elixir's potent properties. Chapter 28, The Celestial Dragon's Grand Accomplishment and the Art of Medicinal Cultivation. Xian opened his eyes, a divine light flashing within them. His enlightened vision had awakened. He perceived the forces of merit and incense that enveloped him. The merit was golden, while the incense energy blazed a fiery red. He gained clarity on the nature of Buddhist power, which arises from the fruits of enlightenment, also known as the power of aspiration. No wonder that mastering Buddhist power necessitates an understanding of Buddhist doctrine. Though he lacked enlightenment, his merit as a devout believer naturally conferred upon him a position within the realm of Buddhist fruits. Thus, he effortlessly cultivated his enlightened vision. Otherwise, he would have needed to study Buddhist scriptures for several years before achieving this. The Buddhist power emanated from the center of his forehead, the seat of his spirit, manifesting the third consciousness, located at the upper dantian. This power was devoid of any sinister influence, yet during cultivation, he was assailed by nefarious thoughts that whispered in his ear, disturbing his concentration. The practices of Buddhism were perilous, far more so than the cultivation of qi. A mere moment of distraction could lead one astray, plunging them into the depths of the Avicii hell. Should one's spirit become ensnared, it could be transformed into a grotesque entity. However, Xian remained unscathed, successfully cultivating his enlightened vision to the first stage. With newfound awareness of the merit and incense surrounding him, Xian performed a series of hand seals, wielding the Vajra seal and the treasure flat seal. The gestures shifted fluidly. The incense energy surrounding him was absorbed and refined by the hidden hand seals. As he rubbed his hands together, he conjured a celestial dragon. The dragon entwined itself, providing a destination for the incense energy, which flowed into the celestial being. The ethereal dragon, infused with the incense, gained a tangible presence. Various thoughts within the incense erupted violently, assailing Xian's spirit. The dragon's scales shimmered with a dark luster, devouring all sinister energies, as the pure thoughts coalesced instantaneously into a golden egg. This phenomenon had never been discussed by Fahai. Should he consult Fahai, that would be unwise, as it was inextricably linked to the scales devouring the sinister energies within the incense. How could he explain the complete eradication of the sinister force? Regardless, it felt devoid of danger, so he decided to set it aside for the moment. He continued to manipulate the hand seals, channeling Buddhist power into the celestial dragon. The power coursed through the dragon's form, establishing an energy meridian. The final step of the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment involved cultivating a fragmented version of the 8-9 profound art through the dragon's avatar. This required a communion with the forces of heaven and earth for cultivation. The energies of heaven and earth were absorbed by the divine powers, setting the 8-9 profound art into motion. Under the raging forces of heaven and earth, the dragon became battered and torn. Was this truly the incomplete 8-9 profound art? No wonder it was necessary to cultivate using the avatar, otherwise, one risked exploding from the strain of the 8-9 profound art during direct cultivation. As the forces of heaven and earth intertwined with the sinister energy, the scales gleamed with dark radiance, consuming the malevolence entirely. Just as the celestial dragon completed the grand cycle of the 8-9 profound art, it began to ravenously absorb Xian's merit. The merit fused with the dragon, giving rise to a physical form, transforming into a true dragon. The dragon's corporeal manifestation complete, the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment was achieved. The celestial dragon emitted a resonant roar, soaring in 9 circles above Xian before diving into his back, its head and claws manifesting as a dragon tattoo upon his chest. Xian, holding an iron staff, stood in a state of bewilderment. With the completion of the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment, the dragon had attached itself to his staff. The dragon flew directly onto him, a situation that had never been mentioned by Fahai. The cultivation of the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment had deviated. Fortunately, it posed no immediate issues. The 8-9 profound art would automatically operate within the dragon's tattoo, normally cultivating on its own. However, Xian was different. Unable to sense the forces of heaven and earth, he could not absorb them through the automatic operation of the 8-9 profound art. Others would slow down or even halt the automatic operation of the 8-9 profound art to prevent the rapid cultivation from allowing the sinister energy to taint the dragon. Not to mention the dire consequences of such corruption upon the spirit or the dragon itself. What would it feel like to cultivate a malevolent entity? The celestial dragon's grand accomplishment possessed a method whereby, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the sinister energy would concentrate in portions of the dragon's body, allowing for direct severance. Each severance could eliminate 90 days of the dragon's cultivation, purifying it. Otherwise, should the dragon become corrupted, it would not only taint the spirit but also retaliate against its host. Therefore, the cultivation of the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment was inherently slow. Su Xian did not face this issue, yet he could not sense the forces of heaven and earth. He needed to employ spirit absorption to progress. The automatic self-cultivation of the dragon was not particularly useful, but it did not hinder his ability to draw talismans. Drawing talismans also required spirit absorption. The dragon could absorb the forces of heaven and earth to cultivate automatically. This presented a rare opportunity for simultaneous cultivation. The dragon's possession afforded him the protective power of the 8-9 profound art, effectively doubling his defensive capabilities. With ample time remaining in the day, Su Xian began inscribing talismans. The talismans proved exceedingly practical. Having in abundance would be advantageous, allowing him to balance both cultivation and talisman crafting. As Su Xian grew increasingly adept at drawing talismans, his speed quickened. By dawn, he had inscribed over 300 talismans. Stretching his limbs, he felt a satisfying crackle throughout his body. This night had yielded bountiful rewards. He had cultivated the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment to the 8th tier, and the dragon's manifestation had enhanced his defensive power significantly. Most importantly, once the dragon reached the 3rd tier, it could detach from his physical form, allowing him to undertake perilous tasks with the dragon's aid, maximizing his martial prowess. Cultivating the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment to absorb sinister energy, alongside his magical cultivation and talisman crafting, the energy feedback from the scales equated to Su Xian having vanquished a 6th-tier malevolent entity throughout the night. The spirit of the earth god of the spleen coalesced into a faint ethereal form. His vital energy surged like a torrent, his body's yang energy radiating vigorously. His magical power increased gradually. To transcend into the sea expansion realm, he would need to absorb more energy, otherwise, he would be forced to cultivate into his 70s or 80s. 300 talismans, though time-consuming, had not hindered his cultivation of the celestial dragon's grand accomplishment. Crafting thousands of talismans would pose no problem. He stored the talismans within his spatial realm, which had expanded by about an acre due to the absorption of the Taoist nun and the devouring of the golden symbols. There was ample space remaining, and he planned to cultivate more medicinal materials. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed the talismans stored in his spatial realm were dissipating in power. The earliest talismans had transformed into powerless slips of paper. What was happening? He focused intently. The magical power within the talismans had been converted into its spiritual energy by the space, infusing the medicinal materials. No wonder the recent growth of the herbs had been so extravagant. Those harvested the day before had regrown by the following day, akin to leaks that seemed never-ending. The spatial realm could indeed convert magical power into its spiritual energy to nourish the herbs. If he infused his magical power into the spatial realm, he could accelerate the growth of the herbs. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Recently, he had been refining pills and saving lives, resulting in a significant depletion of medicinal materials, and he had contemplated reducing their usage. Little did he realize that his magical power could nourish the herbs. Su Xian began infusing his magical power into the spatial realm, which transformed it into its spiritual energy that merged with the medicinal materials. The herbs began to grow wildly. Excellent. Su Xian's face radiated joy. His realm still remained at the mountain opening stage, yet his magical power surpassed that of ordinary sea expansion realm cultivators. As he continuously infused magical power into the spatial realm, it began to rain with spiritual energy within the herbs. Nourished by this with spiritual rain, experienced a growth rate accelerated by hundreds of times, rapidly sprouting into a vast expanse. Drawing talismans required no magical power, leading him to feel that his power was underutilized. Now, however, he had found a worthy outlet for his magical energy. He continued to pour his magical power into the spatial realm until he finally ceased. The herbs filled the entire space, robust and flourishing, sufficient for his frenzied pill refining. Su Xian eagerly anticipated the upcoming auction. He hoped to procure potent herbs, plant them within the spatial realm, and stimulate their growth with magical power, thereby cultivating a vast garden. He envisioned creating as many washing marrow pills as he desired, not to mention, he aspired to craft higher-level pills in abundance. At the auction, he was certain to acquire herbs suitable for planting. Just then, Su Xian sensed fluctuations in energy. His face brightened. Xiong Dali had broken through. He sensed several more energy fluctuations. Goodness, the 5 brothers had all broken through in succession. Su Xian exited his room. Master, we have all broken through. Xiong Dali exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Su Xian. Indeed, this is a gathering chi pill. Su Xian produced a gathering chi pill and tossed it to Xiong Dali. Xiong Dali had reached the 6th tier, while the others had attained the 7th tier. Together, they could form a formation to counterbalance the 3rd tier, which was certainly impressive, rarely seen in the world. Only large sects possessed such formations, and those typically required hundreds or thousands of people to form a military array. Xiong Dali gazed at the gathering chi pill in his hand. It was yet another malevolent energy eliminating pill, and he felt a twinge of unease. Chapter 29 The Divine Pill. Calm, Xian Dali endeavored to compose himself. The initial joy of his breakthrough had considerably diminished. The gathering qi pill was not merely a tonic, it was a superior-grade elixir. The qi-nourishing powder was merely a powdered remedy, lacking in refinement. The masteress crafting of it into a pill elevated it to a superior grade. This refined pill, forged by the master, was undoubtedly more potent. Xian Dali felt that even a 6th-grade elixir lost its allure. What did it matter if the master possessed a 6th-grade one? First grade, master, grandmaster, super grade, couldn't one simply indulge in the elixirs to achieve such status? The prospect of becoming a half-step immortal was not beyond imagination. He poured forth a gathering qi pill. Xian Dali's hand trembled, nearly causing the precious pill to slip from his grasp. For spiritual patterns, a single spiritual pattern doubled the efficacy of the medicine. The master's alchemical prowess, enhancing the effects to quadruple, made the gathering qi pill comparable to the minor returning pill. And yet, it lacked the pill poison of the minor returning pill. The minor returning pill could augment one's cultivation by a decade, depending on individual absorption, but at least 5 years was guaranteed. However, one could not consume the gathering qi pill as if it were mere candy. Each must be refined before further consumption. Calming his mind, Xian Dali swallowed the gathering qi pill. It transformed within his abdomen into a mass of martial essence and blood, residing within his chest and abdomen. The essence was vast and pure, notably condensing rather than dispersing, gradually merging into his. There was no need for refinement, the essence naturally integrated into his body. Even those without cultivation could partake. It could truly be called a divine pill. Master, this pill can nourish even those without cultivation, Xian Dali exclaimed with fervor. The minor returning pill could not achieve such a feat. To consume the minor returning pill, one had to rely on formidable internal energy to suppress its explosive potency, gradually refining it. Those of low martial cultivation could not partake. Forced consumption resulted in disastrous explosions. In contrast, the master's gathering qi pill released its potency slowly, easily tolerated by ordinary individuals. Ordinary people can consume it? Xian expressed his surprise. He had not attempted it himself. He had not anticipated that the gathering qi pill could be ingested by those untrained in martial arts. Woof, woof, woof. Chang Ming caught the scent of the gathering qi pill and hurried over, wagging his tail in request. Xian tossed a gathering qi pill to Chang Ming, causing Xian Dali's lips to twitch. Were it not for the gathering qi pill, he might have been unable to resist stewing Chang Ming before he could digest the pill. Chang Ming leapt and swallowed the gathering qi pill whole, sensing Xian Dali's ill intent and casting a wary glance in his direction. Xian shared Chang Ming's perception, feeling the gathering qi pill transform into pure essence and blood within Chang Ming's body, slowly releasing its benefits. While it could not cleanse one's innate qualities, it could indeed strengthen the physique and solidify the foundation. Good morning, Uncle. Li Billion approached, holding a chicken leg as she spotted Xian. Uncle, here is a candy for you. Xian produced a gathering qi pill and offered it to Li Billion. She opened her mouth wide. She had often seen Uncle Xian consume such pills and had long desired to taste one, but Uncle had always said she could not. Now, at last, she had the opportunity. As Li Billion tasted the gathering qi pill, her eyes widened in delight. It was delicious, sweet, and fragrant, with a delightful crunch. It was so filling that after just one, she could not manage to finish her chicken leg. This tiny candy pill was more satisfying than 3 bowls of rice. Xian checked Li Billion's pulse, confirming that she was fine and that her essence was gradually increasing before feeling reassured. Go play, he instructed her, heading toward the backyard, where his sister was surely busy with seemingly endless chores. The elder sister, eat this. Upon reaching the backyard, Xian found Su Jiaorong washing clothes and handed her a gathering qi pill. A pill, Su Jiaorong instantly recognized its significance. Could an ordinary person like her truly consume this? This is a pill for strengthening the body, Xian explained. Su Jiaorong accepted it and swallowed it, feeling the pill transform into a warm flow settling in her chest and abdomen, radiating warmth throughout her body, invigorating her. She felt as if she possessed boundless energy. Isn't this worth quite a bit? Su Jiaorong, sensing the effects, began to worry about its value, fearing it must cost a fortune. I crafted it. It's no trouble to consume like candy, but don't overindulge. You can take a second only after the warmth diminishes. Billion took one and can digest it before taking another. It aids in martial cultivation. Xian presented a vial of pills to Su Jiaorong. Very well. Su Jiaorong accepted it without hesitation. No matter how much it cost, her daughter's future was far more important than any monetary concern. As for herself, she would refrain from consumption. Elder sister, do not hesitate to partake. There are many days ahead to enjoy life. We must see Billion become a warrior, and should the opportunity arise, I hope you too can cultivate martial arts and maintain good health. Xian discerned his sister's intentions. I shall partake. Su Jiaorong pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, realizing she needed to remain healthy for her brother's sake. As for martial arts, she took it lightly. She was of a certain age, after all, practicing martial arts seemed improbable. Elder sister, please sew a long pocket into my inner robe. I need to store some items. Tomorrow, I shall venture far with Xiong Dali and have my master look after the house. Su Xian intended to place talismans in the pocket of his inner robe instead of keeping them in storage. If he produced only talisman paper, how could he utilize it? A quarter of an hour will suffice. Su Jiaoron, wiping her hands on her apron, had already made several new inner robes for Su Xian, and adding a pocket would not take much time. I shall visit the medical bureau. Su Xian concluded his instructions and departed. He needed to request a leave of absence. Unlike in his past life, where high-speed trains could cover thousands of miles in a day, a round trip would take at least 10 days to half a month. A leave was necessary. Upon reaching the medical bureau, Su Xian sought out Wang Fengshan. Director Wang, I would like to request a half-month leave for the Lingchuan auction. Wang Fengshan inquired. Indeed. Su Xian was not surprised that Wang Fengshan was aware of the auction. After all, he was a half-great spiritual pattern alchemist and had received an invitation to the event. My daughter will also attend the auction in my stead. Shall you both go together? Wang Fengshan remarked. He had observed Su Xian's actions over the past few days, noting that whenever disasters struck Qiantang City, he was always at the forefront of healing the afflicted. Those he treated lived to tell the tale. His character and medical skills were beyond reproach. The more he observed, the more he appreciated Su Xian. Having his daughter accompanying him to the auction seemed fortuitous. Perhaps something remarkable would transpire. Su Xian hesitated. Traveling with a group of men and a woman could be somewhat inconvenient. It is decided. We depart tomorrow. Wang Fengshan did not grant Su Xian the opportunity to decline and firmly established the plan. His daughter was typically aloof and indifferent toward others, yet she had mentioned Su Xian on numerous occasions in recent days. As her father, he felt compelled to intervene. Su Xian was invited to the medical bureau by Wang Fengshan, who also gifted him valuable alchemical insights, prepared an alchemical chamber for him, and provided guidance on the art of alchemy. This kindness rendered Su Xian unable to refuse. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall set out from the city gates. Su Xian confirmed the time and place. Very well. Wang Fengshan felt a sense of satisfaction. As for his daughter, he could assist only so much. After leaving the medical bureau, Su Xian made his way toward Jingshan Temple, needing to inform his master. The streets were bustling with people, all heading to Jingshan Temple to offer incense and pray for the Buddha's blessings. Whether the Buddha could indeed safeguard the populace remained uncertain, but his master would unquestionably protect Qiantang City. This was a vow made by his master. To violate it would surely invite retribution. It was also the reason he felt at ease departing, knowing that the Golden Pestle harbored ill intentions toward Qiantang City. Should the Golden Pestle wish to attack, he would first have to contend with his master. Yet, his own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have simply eliminated the Golden Pestle, eradicating future threats and avoiding worry over the safety of his sister and niece. This auction must yield the great elixir. He aimed to refine the cleansing marrow pill, enabling his sister and Billion to embark on their martial journey and acquire the means of self-protection. Chapter 30 of the Transformations of the Dragon. Leaving home for Golden Mountain Temple. The ascent to Golden Mountain Temple consists of 1,300 steps, a task that would exhaust an ordinary individual. However, for cultivators, the experience is markedly different. With each step taken, an oppressive force intensifies, weighing heavily upon them. Yet, as Su Xian ascended, the dragon mark on his body emitted a resounding dragon's roar, dispelling the oppressive energies that sought to bind him. The might of the heavenly dragon was unable to withstand the suppression, but the merits he accumulated effortlessly countered it, allowing Su Xian to reach the temple with ease. The once dilapidated temple now gleamed with renewed splendor. Though modest in size, it radiated a resplendent brilliance. This was a sanctuary worthy of a half-step earth immortal, where vows were taken to protect Qiantang City. Wang Fengshan had allocated funds for the temple's reconstruction, forging a bond with Fahai, for which Su Xian was grateful, acknowledging Fahai's guardianship over Qiantang City. Initially, Wang Fengshan had harbored concerns regarding potential reprisals from the King of Golden Mace, yet those fears had dissipated, for they too possessed a half-step into the realm of earth immortals. As Su Xian entered the Buddhist hall, he proceeded directly to the sanctum, while the devotees before him respectfully offered their incense. Who would dare to breach the decorum? Upon reaching the Zen courtyard, Fahai inquired, "Do you harbor any doubts?" "Master, I must embark on a distant journey, and I hope you can look after my sister and niece." Su Xian replied earnestly. "Rest assured, leave them in my care. Place the talisman at home. Should any trouble arise, I shall be swift to respond," Fahai assured. Taken aback by Su Xian's request, entrusting a half-step earth immortal with the guardianship of his household was a unique endeavor, one only Su Xian could conceive. Contemplating Su Xian's vast merits and Li Billion's innate talent, Fahai readily acquiesced. Had it been anyone else, Fahai would have dismissed them outright, for he had once been a practitioner himself. Fahai produced a talisman, imbuing it with his spiritual imprint. Should any malevolent entity intrude upon Su Xian's home, the talisman would activate, manifesting as his avatar, allowing Fahai to sense the disturbance and intervene if necessary. Master, do you possess a suitable technique for my movement? Xian inquired, having come to Golden Mountain Temple not only for guardianship but also to acquire a martial art. Mastering movement techniques is essential for survival, a necessity for any traveler in a foreign land. Previously lacking in effective techniques, he was determined to learn something valuable from his esteemed master. I possess a technique known as the 9 transformations of the dragon, a movement art of the Taoist tradition. Legend has it that upon mastering the 9th transformation, one can traverse the heavens and the earth, ascending to the celestial realms or descending to the netherworld. However, no one has succeeded in mastering it, as it requires the practitioner to embody the essence of the dragon. Upon observing you, I sense a trace of dragon energy within you. You may indeed be well suited for this art, Fahai explained thoughtfully. Dragon energy. Xian was momentarily taken aback, unaware of such a presence within himself, perhaps because he was of Han descent, the descendants of the dragon. This technique had never been successfully practiced, with no precedents to guide its cultivation. Would you be willing to learn it? Fahai inquired. I shall learn, Xian answered without hesitation. With scales in his possession, what technique would he not pursue? Since there were no existing references, he might as well delve into this technique. I shall impart this technique to you, Fahai gestured, enveloping both himself and Xian within a protective field. He then recited the incantation, which Xian committed to memory. Mastering the entirety of the technique, though it was classified as a movement art, it was fundamentally a body-refining technique. This mysterious practice not only enhanced one's movement but simultaneously tempered the body, executing various astonishing maneuvers while in motion. It refined every part of the body, embodying the essence of a serpent transforming into a dragon. Though not literally becoming a divine dragon, one would acquire a physique as powerful as that of a dragon. The technique itself was indeed peculiar. Apart from its extraordinary movements, it proved exceptionally swift. In moments of flight, one's form became enchanting, perhaps even a tad embarrassing. Yet, in the pursuit of survival, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Speed was of the essence. Under ordinary circumstances, Xian would never dare employ such a technique. For instance, the first transformation, the serpent's dash, required one to undulate their hips while running. This brought to mind the alluring movements of Fei Yuqing from his past life. The allure of this technique was undeniable. The first transformation allowed for movement within a small space, covering 800 miles in a day, rivaling that of the swiftest steeds. The technique comprised 9 transformations, each more extraordinary than the last, emphasizing speed. The second transformation, the flying serpent, allowed for movement within 100 meters, achieving a daily distance of 1,000 miles. The third transformation, the strange serpent, permitted movement within a kilometer, covering 3,000 miles in a day. The fourth transformation, the python, allowed for movement within 3 kilometers, achieving 5,000 miles daily. The fifth transformation, the anaconda, enabled movement within 10,000 meters, reaching a daily distance of 10,000 miles. The sixth transformation, the flood dragon, represented a complete metamorphosis, allowing for thought-driven movement within 100 miles, achieving a staggering daily distance of 100,000 miles. The seventh transformation, the true dragon, allowed movement within 1,000 miles, covering 1,000,000 miles daily. The eighth transformation, the Yinglong, enabled movement within 10,000 miles, achievable by mere thought. The ninth transformation, the divine dragon, could traverse the heavens and the earth in an instant, reaching the netherworld or ascending to the celestial realms. Alas, none have succeeded in mastering it, leaving its authenticity in question. However, with Fahai's endorsement, it seemed unlikely to be false. Should you have any doubts, there is no need to consult your master. Simply select another technique, Fahai advised. Although Xian possessed a trace of dragon energy, Fahai remained skeptical of his potential. The sudden recollection of this technique felt serendipitous. The capricious whims of a half-step earth immortal were not to be taken lightly. Thus, he entrusted Xian with this long-forgotten art. Yes, I take my leave, Master. Xian bowed respectfully and exited the Zen chamber. Fahai closed his eyes to meditate. At his level of cultivation, were it not for the vows he had taken, he would have long since secluded himself in pursuit of breaking into the realm of earth immortal. Xian descended from Golden Mountain Temple and made his way home. Hanwen, the repairs on your clothing are complete. Upon seeing Xian return, Su Jiaorong presented the mended garments. Excellent. Xian accepted the clothing and retreated to his room. He intended to attempt the 9 transformations of the dragon. He did not expect to master it in a single day, rather, he sought to ascertain whether he could cultivate it at all. If unsuccessful, he would return to Fahai for a different technique. Standing in his room, he steadied his mind, summoned his energy, and began to circulate it according to the prescribed route of the 9 transformations of the dragon. However, as the energy flowed from his dantian through his meridians, it began to dissipate. What is happening? It was no wonder this technique was deemed unfeasible. The energy was dispersing. How could one cultivate under such conditions? Suddenly, the scales resonated, and a breath of energy intertwined with his dissipating power, coalescing into a serpentine form that began to circulate through his meridians. A dragon energy. Setting aside his astonishment, Xian swiftly focused his mind and resumed the circulation of the 9 transformations of the dragon. His body twisted and turned within the confines of his room, executing a series of astonishingly provocative movements. After completing a session of the 9 transformations of the dragon, Xian felt as though his entire being was unanchored, as if his body were fragmented into dozens of pieces. Within his meridians flowed a serpentine energy, mirroring the movements of the 9 transformations of the dragon. Had he succeeded in his cultivation, Xian's expression was one of disbelief. Just moments ago, his energy had dissipated, and now he had achieved success. Could it be the scales? Was that truly a dragon scale? Otherwise, how could the infusion of a single breath of energy lead to a successful cultivation of the 9 transformations of the dragon? Fahai had mentioned that to master this art, one must possess dragon energy. The scales, infused with that energy, must indeed be of dragon origin. Unable to comprehend the full implications, he decided to set those thoughts aside for the moment. The truth would reveal itself in time. Xian then detected an unpleasant odor emanating from his body. Having succeeded in the first transformation, the serpent's dash, he had undergone a thorough cleansing, expelling impurities that reeked foully, akin to having fallen into a latrine. He hurriedly cleaned himself up. After his bath, dawn broke. A full day had passed while he practiced the 9 transformations of the dragon. He tucked the talismans into his pocket along with essentials and food, stowing his black garments and alloy gloves in his spatial pouch. With a pack slung over his shoulder, he stepped outside, flanked by his 5 brothers. "Uncle, take care on the road," Li Bilian said, her face a mask of reluctance, standing beside her mother at the threshold. "Hanwen, make sure to heed Miss Shifeng's advice while traveling," Su Jiarong cautioned. "Brother has never ventured far before, and Wang Shifeng is a formidable martial artist, seasoned in her travels. It would be wise for him to listen. Do not worry, sister, Uncle Bilian will bring back delicious treats for you." Xian waved his hand in farewell, turning away with purposeful strides, unwilling to look back for fear of shedding tears. A fleeting white shadow overtook him. It was Changming. After a moment's consideration, he decided to bring Changming along. Chapter 31: The 6 Paths of Cultivation and the Onslaught of Monstrous Beasts by Xingxue. Xian was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Bai Xingxue. She unfailingly wielded a white umbrella, despite the absence of rain or sun, leaving one to ponder the purpose of such an accessory. "Dr. Su, I have heard that you are attending the auction in Lingchuan. I, too, represent the Bai family at the auction. Would it not be splendid for us to travel together?" Bai Xingxue proposed. "Since we are all headed to Lingchuan, I acquiesced to her request without much thought." Xian, however, sensed an underlying discord between the 2 women and found it perplexing that they would now be traveling together. He hoped that their journey would be devoid of any unforeseen complications. "Let us depart," Wang Shifeng concurred, feeling it inappropriate to decline, especially considering Bai Xingxue's status as a 3rd-tier powerhouse. It was often said that a friend was preferable to an enemy. "Please, board the flying vessel." Bai Xingxue gestured towards a wooden ship over 30 meters in length, anchored outside the city, adorned with sails. Xian was mystified as to how such a ship could soar through the skies, suspecting it was related to some arcane formation. He was not particularly well versed in such matters. Could it be that Wang Shifeng had agreed to this journey merely for the sake of boarding the flying vessel? "I have never had the opportunity to ride on a flying ship," Niu Dali exclaimed with uncontained enthusiasm. The other brothers, Xiong Dali and his companions, quickly distanced themselves, their expressions betraying their embarrassment at Niu Dali's exuberance. How mortifying! Chang Ming closely followed Xian, anxious not to be left out. As they boarded the ship, Niu Dali dashed about, touching everything and gazing around like a curious child in a grand garden. Xian extended his spiritual awareness, surveying the vessel. Once everyone was aboard, Bai Xingxue issued a command, and lines of light illuminated the exterior of the ship, akin to a circuit board coming to life. The formation was activated, and the vessel began its ascent into the sky. Soaring to a height of 100 meters, the sails glowed with intricate patterns, summoning a fierce wind that filled the sails, propelling them forward with remarkable speed. The flying vessel formed a streamlined barrier, deflecting the wind and minimizing air resistance. Xian was left in a in this world, where the principles of mechanics and aerodynamics were scarcely understood. Ingenuity had led to advancements that rivaled those of his previous life. Yet, the overwhelming presence of extraordinary powers had stunted technological progress. War, it seemed, was the catalyst for such rapid advancements, with costs rendered irrelevant in the face of conflict. However, in this realm, warfare was dominated by supernatural forces, leaving little room for technological development. The flying vessel itself was a product of warfare. Xian observed several crystal cannons aboard, reminiscent of those he had seen on the walls of Qiantang City. These cannons, powered by inner strength, magical energy, and the essence of life, could also be charged with crystals, resources so rare that only prominent families like the Bai could afford them. Otherwise, the vessel would be nothing more than a target for the monstrous entities that lurked in the skies. Shortly after departing Qiantang City, they were beset by an attack from a horde of diminutive flying monsters. The crystal cannon swiftly obliterated them, posing no threat to the vessel. Nyodali, however, was soon overwhelmed by the motion, turning pale before succumbing to nausea and vomiting, leaving him in a state of disarray. Su Xian retreated to his quarters to cultivate his strength, knowing that power was paramount and he must seize every moment to enhance his abilities. Having recently mastered the 9 transformations of the Wandering Dragon, he sought to refine his skills further. He was determined not to falter in his practice. Fortunately, his room was quite spacious, over 100 square meters, providing ample room for his training. As he twisted and turned, he discovered a troubling issue: his hands were empty. Could he draw talismans? The thought struck him, and he could not resist the urge. He retrieved a brush and talisman paper, attempting to draw a snake talisman, activating his spiritual powers. Su Xian endeavored to create the talisman, but the attempt ended in failure. The snake's rapid movements and contorted poses made it nearly impossible to maintain the stability required for drawing talismans, or even the slightest tremor could ruin the entire effort. The contrast between movement and stillness rendered success elusive. Rather than idly waiting, he devised a large drawing board for the talisman paper to stabilize his efforts. He placed the paper upon it, which proved more effective than drawing directly on the paper. He practiced diligently, ensuring that no matter his body's movements, his hands remained steady and unwavering. The drawing board allowed him to achieve a semblance of tranquility within chaos, enabling him to complete a few strokes. However, the talisman paper often erupted in explosions, proving the task exceedingly challenging. Under ordinary circumstances, Su Xian would have succeeded in drawing talismans effortlessly, as he had already entered the realm of talisman crafting. Yet, the snake's erratic movements presented hellish difficulty. If he could manage to draw talismans in such conditions, he would surely excel under more stable circumstances. Drawing talismans also allowed him to simultaneously cultivate multiple techniques. Practicing the 9 transformations of the Wandering Dragon while drawing talismans equated to mastering 6 distinct disciplines. Su Xian found himself increasingly enamored with this multifaceted approach to cultivation. He had anticipated that boarding the flying vessel would lead them swiftly to Lingchuan, only to realize that this world was vast and boundless. The journey to Lingchuan was akin to traversing from China to America in his previous life. The vessel moved at a pace comparable to a cargo ship, and he understood he should not expect to arrive in less than 10 days or even 2 weeks. Thus, he immersed himself in his room, dedicating 24 hours a day to cultivation, with Chang Ming guarding the door, permitting no one to approach. 5 days passed, and he successfully drew a breath-concealing talisman. His proficiency in talisman crafting had grown, enabling him to draw talismans in any environment with mere gestures. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to advance further in his practice. One day, seized by inspiration, he discerned a path forward. Indeed, with his current cultivation level, he would not be easily swayed by mere whims. The spirit of the earth, taking on a misty form, materialized before him, its earthy hue allowing the contours of its features to emerge. It would take no more than a month for it to fully coalesce. The heavenly dragon, having reached the late 8th tier, was on the verge of breaking into the 7th tier within days. With his 4th tier status, he should have been able to ascend alongside the 8th tier heavenly dragon at a more accelerated rate. Once the heavenly dragon's cultivation matched his own, its progress would slow accordingly. The 5 days of practicing the snake talisman had enhanced his physical defenses to some extent. With such refinement and the heavenly dragon's augmentation, achieving an indestructible body within a day would be entirely plausible. The 4th rune of his scales illuminated 3 additional lines, but to fully activate the 4th rune, he had a long and arduous journey ahead. Su Xian continued his training, his body appearing and disappearing in an instant, as elusive as a phantom. He tirelessly sketched talismans, achieving success at a rate of 1 out of every 1,000 attempts, then 1 in every 800, 500, 300, 100, 50, 10, 5, and finally 2, culminating in a perfect success rate. Time passed unmeasured until Su Xian finally mastered the art of drawing talismans. While in the midst of performing the snake talisman technique, this newfound ability would not hinder his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Wandering Dragon, nor would it detract from his martial and spiritual pursuits. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded, and the flying vessel shuddered violently. Su Xian was startled and hurried from his quarters, only to behold a colossal creature outside the ship, an abominable bird with 9 human heads and 1 avian head, its abdomen teeming with writhing tentacles, its wings extending over 20 meters as it launched an assault on the vessel. The aura of a first-tier beast permeated through the vessel's barrier, inducing a sense of dread. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. A swarm of smaller flying monsters, akin to kamikaze aircraft, surged towards the ship. The crystal cannon struggled to fend them off as countless flying beasts breached their defenses, crashing against the vessel's barrier and depleting its energy reserves. Should the situation continue, once the energy of the cannons and barriers was exhausted, they would face the first-tier monstrosity directly. Su Xian reached for the statue of the door god nestled in his bosom. In times of dire need, one must invoke the divine. Chapter 32 The Crash in the Wilderness. The Bai family is indeed a prominent clan in the Central Plains.
It is inconceivable that they cannot handle even a first-grade monster. Su Xian clutched the statue in his arms and gazed skyward. Su Xian, you must return quickly, Wang Shifeng said, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Previously, she had seemed cold and distant, as if he owed her an immense fortune. Now, however, she appeared rather amiable. But would returning ensure their safety? Master, the brothers of Bear Dali encircled Su Xian, forming the 5 elements yin-yang reversal formation. Chang Ming hid beneath Su Xian's feet, believing it safest to be by his master's side. With a thunderous roar, the flying vessel shook violently. The protective shield shattered under the relentless assault of countless small monsters. Fragments scattered, disintegrating into specks of light before reaching the deck. An endless swarm of monsters surged forth. Bai Xingxue led a battalion of silver-armored warriors to confront them. The armored soldiers formed a military formation, their armor's inscriptions glowing and intertwining into a cohesive entity. Bai Xingxue erupted with a dazzling silver light, her white parasol transforming into a suit of light armor that enveloped her. Merging with the formation, her aura surged rapidly from the 3rd rank to the 2nd, then to the 1st, and finally to half-step master level, as she charged towards the monstrous creatures, whose heads were adorned with writhing tentacles. The Frost Divine Sword cleaved through the air towards the beasts. The sword energy extended for 3 zhang, and with a sorrowful cry, 2 of the 10-headed monsters were severed. Dark, ink-like blood sprayed down, corrosively eating through the deck and creating gaping holes. Su Xian withdrew his hand from his robe. There was no need to summon a deity. The Bai family still possessed some resources. Wang Shifeng's sword ignited in flames, reducing the smaller monsters to ash with a single strike. Su Xian lamented silently. It would have been better to leave a corpse for him. The 2 severed heads of the 10-headed monsters rapidly regenerated, merging into one. They spat forth a plume of black light towards Bai Xingxue, who summoned an icy domain around her to block the attack. The residual waves of dark energy crashed against the flying vessel. Wang Shifeng stood protectively before Su Xian and the others, activating a bronze shield that absorbed most of the dark energy. The remaining energy was intercepted by Bear Dali and his brothers, safeguarding Su Xian from harm. Unfortunately, the vessel did not share this fortune. It could not withstand the assault and exploded into 2 segments, plummeting to the ground. Su Xian, be cautious, Wang Shifeng exclaimed, intent on guiding him away from the vessel. With Su Xian at the 7th rank, falling with the vessel would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Yet, Su Xian and Bear Dali's brothers deftly produced wind talismans, securing their descent towards the earth. Wang Shifeng nearly lost her balance in the air. Regaining her composure, she followed Su Xian and the others to the ground. My master bestowed these talismans upon me. I never anticipated they would be so useful, Su Xian remarked to Wang Shifeng. Your master? Wang Shifeng was taken aback. In both this life and the previous one, she had never heard of Su Xian having a master. How had this revelation suddenly emerged? I recently took Fa Hai as my master, Su Xian replied. It was quite normal for a half-step earth immortal to grant their disciple a few talismans, even if she doubted him. Wang Shifeng dared not inquire further about Fa Hai. Wang Shifeng regarded Su Xian with a peculiar expression. In the previous life, Su Xian and Fa Hai were sworn enemies, and though she was unaware of how their feud began, Su Xian had once employed various means to slay Fa Hai, severing his head and sealing his soul within a crab, transforming into a monstrous entity, tormented day and night by the flames of Buddhism. Now, in this life, Su Xian had become Fa Hai's disciple. Was all of this merely a dream? Wang Shifeng felt cracks forming in her Dao heart, beginning to fracture. With a resounding clash, Bai Xingxue unleashed a powerful strike with her sword, cleaving the 10-headed monsters in 2. The armored warriors of the Bai family fell like dumplings from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Bai Xingxue landed and spat out a mouthful of foul blood, grievously wounded. Witnessing this, Wang Shifeng finally steadied her Dao heart. If this were a dream, what then of Bai Xingxue's condition? Everything felt so real. It could not be a mere illusion. Observing Su Xian hastening towards Bai Xingxue, who was rushing towards the 10-headed monsters, she realized that he was indeed different from his former self. In this life, Su Xian possessed unparalleled medical skills, was benevolent, and genuinely kind-hearted. Unlike the Su Xian of the past, who would stop at nothing to gain power. Reaching the fallen monsters, Su Xian discreetly touched the corpses of the 10-headed beasts. Their monstrous power was entirely absorbed by their scales. He retrieved a silver needle and began to puncture the acupoints around Bai Xingxue, appearing to expel the monstrous energy, while in truth, he was allowing the scales to devour it, stabilizing her injuries with the Changchun technique. Without waiting for Bai Xingxue to speak, Su Xian dashed towards the armored warriors, hastily treating their wounds. He embodied the heart of a healer. He has indeed changed, Wang Shifeng remarked as she joined Bai Xingxue. Yet we have found ourselves in a dire predicament, Bai Xingxue replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she surveyed their surroundings. Wang Shifeng, lost in her romantic thoughts, failed to recognize the gravity of their situation. Oblivious to the perilous realm they had descended into. It was unexpected that a vessel equipped with a concealment formation would encounter such formidable monsters.
Though the 10-headed creatures were not particularly fearsome, their acute senses made them a formidable threat. The concealment formation could not deceive them, and now that they had been discovered, the vessel lay in ruins, having crashed in an uncharted wilderness, true wilderness.
Here, encounters with master-level monsters and superior-grade beasts were not uncommon. We are in the wilderness?
Wang Shifeng scanned her surroundings, feeling the chilling, sinister energy encroach upon her body, her expression growing grave.
Master, this is the wilderness. Bear Dali and his brothers surrounded Su Xian, their faces etched with concern. The wilderness? Su Xian was astonished that the Bai family's vessel had unwittingly traversed into such treacherous territory.
The wilderness is a place untouched by man, teeming with countless monsters and treacherous realms, where entering often leads to certain death. The scales trembled, transmitting an exhilarating energy through Su Xian's being, akin to a fish returning to the sea. The scales voraciously absorbed the invading monstrous energy. In a mere moment, it equated to having slain a 9th-grade monster. Were it not for the myriad dangers, this place could be his sanctuary. Bear Dali and his companions were not as fortunate as Su Xian. They had to rely on their anti-monster talismans to counter the encroaching wilderness energy. Bai Xingxue and the armored warriors activated the inscriptions on their armor to fend off the wilderness energy, while Wang Shifeng enveloped herself in a bronze shield, isolating herself from the sinister forces.
How did we end up in the wilderness? Su Xian inquired.
I cannot say, Bai Xingxue replied, her expression serious.
You don't know? Su Xian's countenance darkened.
Bai Xingxue naturally had no idea how the vessel had ended up in such a place. Her ignorance implied one possibility: some unseen force had guided the vessel here. What kind of power could transport them to the wilderness without anyone noticing? Bai Xingxue was a 3rd-grade powerhouse, yet none aboard the vessel had sensed anything amiss. This power was undeniably terrifying. What could its purpose be in bringing them here? The unknown is the most terrifying of all.
Su Xian once again reached into his robe, clutching the statue tightly.
How do we escape this place? He asked, regaining his composure. We must locate the celestial instrument on the vessel and set its coordinates to find a way out, Bai Xingxue explained.
With no clear sense of their surroundings, how could she know how to escape?
Over there, Su Xian pointed to the north. Upon descending from the sky, he had observed the vessels landing in that direction. Bai Xingxue furrowed her brow at the sight of the north. Each step taken in the wilderness was fraught with peril, and the place where the vessel had fallen was several li away, a distance that could cost countless lives to traverse. Chapter 33 The Temple. The White Serpent calls to Bai Xingxue's astonishment. Su Xian possessed an astonishing number of concealment talismans. She nearly concluded that such charms were as commonplace as cabbages in the streets. Clearly, Su Xian had been fortunate to apprentice under an exceptional master. Mastering the foundational talismans was as effortless as quenching one's thirst in the realm of half-step immortals. Yet, who could summon a half-step immortal to draw talismans? Su Xian stood alone in this regard. With the concealment talismans in hand, they could navigate safely without inadvertently wandering into deceptive realms or encountering 10 sinister birds, peculiar creatures of the supernatural. As everyone affixed the concealment talismans, Bai Xingxue led the way adorned in the heavy armor of the Bai family, with Wang Shifeng positioned centrally, and the 5 brothers of the Xiong family forming a protective formation at the rear, as they journeyed northward. If formidable demons emerged, they would simply circumvent them thanks to the concealment talismans. Their journey remained uneventful. They soon approached the valley where the flying vessel had plummeted. Bai Xingxue and the Bai family's heavy armor halted, while Wang Shifeng advanced to investigate. Darling, 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 Su Xian heard a woman's voice calling out in his mind. This voice had echoed in his dreams before. It was peculiar for it to manifest in broad daylight. Could it be a demon? No, demons would produce a different reaction with their scales. Yet, the term darling was perplexing. He had never taken a wife after 2 lifetimes spanning over 50 years. He remained a bachelor. Wait a moment, Su Xian did have a wife of the White Serpent. Anxiety surged within him. After all, the White Serpent was a supernatural being, and this realm was rife with demons. The White Serpent's prowess was above the extraordinary, likely teetering on the cusp of true immortality. In the original tale, the White Serpent's cultivation was indeed sufficient to attain immortality. Only the tribulation of love stood in her way. It was not beyond possibility for the White Serpent to exist at the true immortal level. How would it feel to be targeted by a demon of such caliber? It would be akin to a frog being fixated upon by a venomous snake. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted across his body. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether the flying vessel had indeed been summoned here by the White Serpent. A wave of unease washed over him. The voice grew increasingly discernible. As a 4th-grade warrior who dabbled in both Buddhism and Taoism, his spirit was comparable to that of a grandmaster. Beside him stood Bai Xingxue, a 3rd-grade cultivator. The White Serpent's silent summons echoed in his mind. What was her intention? He feared he might be unable to resist.
Darling, leave this place at once.
After much effort, Su Xian finally grasped her fragmented message, urging him to depart. The reason for his presence here was not solely due to the White Serpent. There were others at play. The White Serpent's trepidation of this presence heightened Su Xian's anxiety. Ahead lay an ancient temple.
Wang Shifeng interjected, "We must not enter." "Absolutely," Su Xian replied without hesitation. Regardless of the White Serpent's warning, the first tenet of survival was to suppress curiosity. This was an ancient relic. Bai Xingxue approached and remarked, "An ancient relic signifies ancient techniques, treasures, and elixirs.
A plethora of riches awaits. Is it not peculiar that the flying vessel inexplicably arrived here, encountered 10 sinister birds, and crashed within an ancient site? Do you not find this to be an extraordinary coincidence?" Su Xian observed the glimmer of greed in the eyes of the two women and cautioned, "The second tenet of survival is to avoid greed." Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng were determined to proceed, and he chose not to hinder them, for he would not venture forth himself. "The flying vessel has fallen within the relic," Bai Xingxue stated softly.
"What?" Su Xian's expression darkened.
This was a deliberate ploy. Whether he wished to or not, he had to go.
"Is there truly no other way to escape this place?" Su Xian endeavored to maintain his composure. He was utterly unaware of their location.
How could he hope to leave? The wilderness was fraught with peril at every turn. Wandering aimlessly would be no safer than entering the relic. Bai Xingxue replied, "We must proceed."
Su Xian found himself in a dilemma.
Entering the temple would mean being ensnared by the adversary, while refraining from entry would leave them without a compass, unable to navigate out of the wilderness. "You stay here and await our return," Wang Shifeng instructed Su Xian. As a 7th-grade physician, Su Xian's presence within the temple would serve little purpose. He would only be a liability. Bai Xingxue cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shifeng but remained silent. She had no intention of allowing Su Xian to enter the temple. Su Xian, relieved not to take risks, declared, "I have concealment talismans, dispelling talismans, gathering spirit talismans, tracking talismans, fire talismans, diamond talismans, strength talismans, and rejuvenation talismans.
Take them, ensure your safe return."
He produced a multitude of talismans, distributing them to Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng. What a splendid opportunity to tread the treacherous path. He could not allow their demise. The wilderness was fraught with dangers that necessitated their initial exploration. Su Xian resolved to lavishly arm Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng to the teeth. Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng gazed in astonishment at the talismans in their hands, their minds echoing a singular word: extravagant. How much did Fa Hai dote on this disciple to provide such an abundance of talismans? "Stay here and do not wander," Bai Xingxue cautioned before distributing the talismans to the Bai family's heavy armor and leading them toward the temple. "Be careful," Wang Shifeng added, following closely behind the Bai family members.
"Should any danger arise, retreat immediately."
"Survival is paramount," Su Xian called out. They could not afford to perish, for they would need to scout the path ahead in the future. Wang Shifeng's lips curled into a smile upon hearing his words, while a fleeting smile crossed Bai Xingxue's cold visage, only to vanish in an instant, like a fleeting illusion.
"What shall our master do next?" Xiong Dali inquired.
"Wait," Su Xian replied. The fact that they had been brought here indicated one thing: they could not be captured without entering the temple. Otherwise, what was the point of such elaborate efforts? He retrieved a tent from his spatial pouch and instructed the 5 brothers to set it up. He then produced pots, pans, and utensils for cooking. Using a gathering water talisman, he filled a large vat with clean water. After boiling the water, he indulged in a hot bath.
"Ah, how refreshing."
He then took out vegetables and began to enjoy a hot pot meal with the 5 brothers. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Su Xian reclined on a soft bed. The 5 brothers took turns standing guard. As a day passed, Su Xian relished in his sumptuous feast and restorative slumber, his complexion glowing with vitality. Upon awakening, he resumed his cultivation. In the wilderness, the forces of nature were tainted with supernatural power, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to cultivate. Yet, Su Xian was different. He thrived. The scales had been devoured with delight. 2 days elapsed, and still, there was no sign of Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng. It was as though they had sunk into the depths of the sea, with not a whisper of news. Meanwhile, Su Xian remained carefree, indulging in his cultivation, hot pot, and sleep. Oddly enough, no demons had assailed them. This place felt like a forbidden zone. Su Xian found solace in the tranquility. The White Serpent's call had not surfaced since that day. Su Xian pondered the existence of the White Serpent, but he decided to dismiss it. If she existed, they would inevitably meet again. Strengthening his own abilities was the most pragmatic course. With power, he could confront whatever challenges lay ahead. As he diligently practiced his cultivation, his once frail physique became noticeably more muscular. Though he was not overly brawny, Su Xian felt quite satisfied. The talismans he had previously dispatched had all returned, and he had grown proficient in alchemical fire. He no longer required an alchemy chamber to concoct elixirs. Su Xian successfully refined 2 batches of gathering spirit pills. Although lacking spiritual patterns, they were of high quality. Another 2 days passed, and suddenly, the temple erupted with divine light, shaking the valley. Distant cries of fear echoed as the demonic entities fled in terror. The temple doors flew open, and Wang Shifeng emerged first, followed closely by Bai Xingxue, her silver armor shattered. Only 5 members of the Bai family's heavy armor accompanied them, their armor reduced to mere fragments. As they stumbled out of the temple, all of them collapsed, unconscious.
Quick, help them!
Su Xian urged the 5 brothers to rush forward. They could not afford to lose them. The brothers formed a protective formation, cautiously approaching the temple. When they found no response from the temple, they hastily carried the unconscious figures into the tent. Su Xian's gaze fell upon Wang Shifeng's injuries, and he inhaled sharply. A piercing wound to her chest suggested that without 4th-grade strength, she would have perished long ago. Now, she was not far from death. Bai Xingxue fared even worse. A blow to her abdomen had ruptured her intestines. It seemed she had managed to exit the temple solely through sheer willpower. Chapter 34 Healing and Inquiry. The Bai family's heavy armor is not in a much better condition. 2 have severed an arm, 1 is half a body and riddled with wounds, while another has been cleaved from cheek to chin. Yet, for Su Xian, such matters are trivial. Despite their deep comas, he still inserted silver needles into their vital points, feigning to guide the eerie energy while, in truth, allowing the scales to devour it. The 3rd principle of the Guadao states that one must always exercise caution in any circumstance. The pure and potent eerie energy emanating from the few individuals caused Su Xian to raise an eyebrow. Such formidable eerie entities, fortunately, none had penetrated him. The scales conveyed a sense of delight, relishing the exquisite taste of the energy. After purging the eerie power, he proceeded to treat Wang Shifeng's injuries. The others were administered vitality-replenishing pills to sustain their lives, unafraid of death. Su Xian employed a weakened version of the 9 Heavens Profound Origin technique on Wang Shifeng's wounds. Though a complete version was possible, the injuries had not been properly attended to, and healing would undoubtedly leave sequelae. He administered a spirit pattern gathering energy pill to Wang Shifeng to avert potential dangers during the treatment. As he meticulously cleaned the wound, he discovered that her heart was half destroyed. He excised the shattered remnants of her heart with a surgical scalpel, ensuring a thorough cleansing. Nurtured by the 9 Heavens Profound Origin technique, he encouraged the heart to regenerate. He reattached the major artery and utilized the technique to facilitate their integration. With the application of the 9 Heavens Profound Origin technique, the thoracic cavity healed, the sternum was realigned, the fractured bones cleared away, and the technique was applied to promote their healing. Once the sternum and the surrounding flesh were treated, another application of the 9 Heavens Profound Origin technique was placed upon her chest. The horrifying injuries on Wang Shifeng's torso began to heal perfectly. After covering her with a blanket, he turned to Bai Xingxue, who lay in a neighboring tent. Bai Xingxue's condition was even more grievous. Her body was akin to a sieve, save for her unscathed face. Her lower abdomen had been directly perforated, leaving it a mangled mess. It was miraculous that she had survived. He applied the 9 Heavens Profound Origin technique to her, administering a spirit pattern gathering energy pill to commence treatment. Remarkably, her body bore hundreds of wounds. He prioritized the most severe injury to her abdomen, meticulously clearing away the pulpy remains. Her intestines lay ruptured, with foulness festering within. A cleansing talisman was cast into Bai Xingxue's abdomen, purifying all impurities within its grasp. Once the foulness was eradicated, he applied the 9 Heavens Profound Origin technique. The wounds began to heal, and her intestines regenerated. The uterus reformed, restoring her abdomen to its former state. Within the span of an hour, all of Bai Xingxue's injuries were addressed. After covering her with a blanket, he proceeded to the adjacent tent where the surviving members of the Bai heavy armor awaited. Without delay, he attended to their wounds. For the severed arm, he staunched the bleeding and healed the injury, enabling regeneration of the lost limb, albeit at the cost of vitality. Naturally, he would not expend such energy for those with whom he bore no kinship. However, without draining his vitality, he could assist them effortlessly. By the time all treatments were concluded, a day had passed. It was not that they had achieved mastery in cultivation, rather, they were exhausted. After a warm shower, he savored a hearty bowl of steaming rice accompanied by hot pot before succumbing to slumber. Wang Shifeng awoke to a chilling sensation enveloping her. Startled, she came fully to consciousness within the tent. As she pulled back the covers, she discovered herself entirely unclothed. Striving to maintain her composure, she was soon joined by Bai Xingxue, who also gasped in surprise at her own state of undress. The 2 women exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, "Where are we?" in unison. "Our injuries," Bai Xingxue calmed herself and, upon inspecting her body, was astonished to find that she had miraculously healed, almost believing she had never been wounded at all. I am about to break through." Wang Shifeng, disregarding her lack of attire, centered her thoughts and began her breakthrough. Effortlessly transitioning from 5th-grade blood refinement to 4th-grade organ refinement, she ignited her heart fire, achieving enlightenment of the mind. As her inner strength flowed into her lungs, which were of the metal element, the fire invigorated the metal, illuminating her lungs' spiritual essence, successfully manifesting a spectral image within. Bai Xingxue, who had been stuck at the pinnacle of third-grade cultivation, felt a loosening within her as well. Promptly, she sought to break through. Having cultivated martial intent and spiritual will across 2 lifetimes, she effortlessly surpassed the initial stage of second-grade refinement.
With the success of her breakthrough, Bai Xingxue turned her gaze toward Wang Shifeng.
Su Xian, she speculated, yet still found it hard to believe. Only Su Xian could save us, Wang Shifeng affirmed. Bai Xingxue was unaware of Su Xian's medical prowess, but Wang Shifeng was well aware. She had examined all those whom Su Xian had treated, and the eerie energy had been thoroughly cleansed. Although her previous injuries were not as severe as this time, it was not something an ordinary person could heal. Su Xian had effortlessly restored her. From this, it was clear that Su Xian had held back during the last treatment. The 2 women donned their garments and exited the tent. Discovering the 5 brothers of Xiong Dali outside, they confirmed that Su Xian had indeed rescued them.
Where is Su Xian? Wang Shifeng inquired.
The master has treated everyone and is now resting, Xiong Dali replied. Let him rest well, Wang Shifeng stated, recognizing the toll of healing so many with such grave injuries in just a day. Su Xian must have expended considerable energy and required rest. Should any questions arise, they would wait until Su Xian had recuperated. Bai Xingxue remained silent, following Wang Shifeng back to the tent.
Could Su Xian possess such extraordinary medical skills?
Bai Xingxue pondered, feeling as though she were in a dream. In her previous life, Su Xian had never revealed his medical abilities. She only knew him as a doctor. She had never fathomed the extent of his prowess. Healing her injuries and allowing her to advance from 3rd grade to 2nd grade was nothing short of miraculous. The ability to bring the dead back to life was merely a testament to his skills.
Unless Su Xian's soul has been taken over, she mused. Su Xian's medical skills are exceedingly high.
The injuries that should have claimed my life were healed by him, Wang Shifeng remarked. Having been astounded by Su Xian's medical expertise previously, she now realized that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. The depths of Su Xian's medical abilities were beyond her comprehension, and she could not gauge whether this was his limit.
Su Xian is not a fraud, is he?
Bai Xingxue suddenly asked, looking at Wang Shifeng. I have examined his soul, and there are no issues, Wang Shifeng reassured her. You were once at 5th grade, now at 4th grade. How can you be so certain that nothing is amiss? Just because you found no issues does not guarantee there are none, Bai Xingxue countered, expressing her skepticism. There were those more powerful than her. The peculiar and esoteric methods were beyond their understanding. I utilized this, Wang Shifeng revealed, producing a copper mirror.
The 3 Lives Mirror.
Bai Xingxue exclaimed in astonishment. She had not expected Wang Shifeng to possess the 3 Lives Mirror, which was guarded by a formidable otherworldly being.
How did you acquire it?
Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The significance of the 3 Lives Mirror lay in its ability to reveal the past lives of individuals. By employing it, one could unveil Su Xian's existence across 3 lifetimes. The truth would become apparent, as even true celestial beings could not obscure the mirror's gaze. It was a divine artifact, albeit with a somewhat limited function, merely allowing one to glimpse another's past lives. As Bai Xingxue furrowed her brow, she found herself equally perplexed by the situation. In this lifetime, something must have changed that they were unaware of. Why has Su Xian changed so drastically? We must ascertain what distinguishes this lifetime from the last, Wang Shifeng asserted. She had been diligently investigating the differences between Su Xian's current and past lives but had found nothing conclusive.
Do you know why, in his previous life, Su Xian was so ruthless in his pursuit of power? Bai Xingxue suddenly inquired. Why?
Wang Shifeng responded, puzzled. It is quite normal for many to go to any lengths for power. For his beloved wife, he sought to resurrect her. He needed power that transcended the heavens to break free from the shackles of existence, Bai Xingxue explained, a revelation she had only come to understand just before her death in her past life.
Chapter 35 of the Eye in Possession. Does he have a wife? Who is she? Wang Shifeng inquired.
I do not know, I only discovered this before my demise. His sole purpose is to resurrect his wife, came the reply.
In this life, have you seen Su Xian's wife?
Bai Xingxue shook her head and responded, no, I have investigated every detail of Su Xian's life, and he has no wife.
Wang Shifeng pondered, could it be that, since his wife has not appeared in this life, he has refrained from resorting to desperate measures to seize power as he did in the last?
It is entirely reasonable for Su Xian to change if his wife is absent, Bai Xingxue affirmed. Wang Shifeng nodded. It is natural for one person to influence another's entire life. The absence of Su Xian's wife will undoubtedly alter his fate in this life. Su Xian awoke after 2 days of slumber. Exiting the tent, he observed that the Bai family's heavily armored warriors had fully recovered from their injuries. The resilience of martial artists is remarkable. The 2 unarmed warriors had adapted to their single limbs, and their shattered armor had been replaced. Bai Xingxue had exchanged her silver armor for a suit of black iron half-armor. Master, Xiong Dali called out as he witnessed Su Xian kick Niu Dali, and Niu Dali promptly brought over the water for washing his face.
Is everything all right? Su Xian asked while cleansing his visage.
Miss Wang and Miss Bai came seeking you, master. Upon learning you were resting, they chose not to disturb you, Xiong Dali explained.
Has there been any unusual activity at the temple? Su Xian inquired, his concern lingering on the temple.
They went to great lengths to bring us here.
It cannot be so simple.
There has been no abnormality. Xiong Dali shook his head. Su Xian had instructed him to keep a close watch on the temple before he slept, and for the past few days, he had been observing it without any signs of disturbance.
Su Xian furrowed his brow, placing the towel back in the basin. This is illogical. What ulterior motives lie behind the shadowy machinations? Have we secured the Hun Tiani? Su Xian, we acquired some items from the temple. We should divide them. Wang Shifeng and Bai Xingxue approached him.
You risked your lives to obtain these items. There is no need to share them with me, Su Xian declined.
My martial intent is rooted in fairness.
We survived thanks to your talismans, and it is only just that you receive a share of what we acquired, Bai Xingxue stated.
My martial intent is to act according to one's wishes.
If I wish to give, I shall give, Wang Shifeng added. Su Xian exclaimed, is there truly such an excuse for giving gifts to others? Let us discuss this in the tent. Having said that, if he were to refuse, it would contradict his martial intent. The scales and the other items held little allure for him. As for the elixirs, he could concoct them himself, and the techniques, he already possessed sufficient martial skills. Very well, the 2 women followed Su Xian into the tent. This is the crystal bracelet I obtained from the temple. It possesses the effects of prolonging life and enhancing beauty. It is the finest gift for a lady. Bai Xingxue presented a string of crystal beads. A lady, I have no wife, however, it would be fitting for my sister. I shall take this, Su Xian said with delight. Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng exchanged glances. I also acquired 3 vials of elixirs, a martial technique, and a treasured sword. Bai Xingxue revealed her findings. I obtained a stone sphere. Wang Shifeng placed a stone the size of an eye on the table. Upon its appearance, the scales within Su Xian trembled. A sense of urgency washed over him, rendering him momentarily stunned. Is this stone sphere a treasure? I desire both the crystal bracelet and this stone sphere, Su Xian declared, picking up the crystal bracelet and the stone sphere. I had no intention of acquiring anything more, yet I find myself truly captivated by these items. The elixirs and techniques shall be divided between me and Miss Wang. Bai Xingxue nodded in agreement. Have you found the Hun Tiani? Su Xian inquired as he stored the stone sphere and bracelet, his primary concern still resting on the Hun Tiani. Without the Hun Tiani, we cannot leave the wilderness, Bai Xingxue confirmed. We have found it. She extended her hand, and the Hun Tiani appeared, growing to a height of 1 meter as it unfurled in the wind. Once we establish its location, we shall depart immediately. A sense of relief washed over Su Xian. He had always felt that this place was unsafe, and the sooner they could leave, the better. I will prepare. Once we have the location, we shall leave, Bai Xingxue announced as she rose to depart. I shall also prepare. Wang Shifeng followed suit. Su Xian gazed at the 2 items in his hands, satisfaction etched on his face. His efforts to save the 2 women had not been in vain. As Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng exited the tent, he realized that he had indeed not married in this lifetime. Wang Shifeng felt a surge of joy within her heart. It was precisely this reason that differentiated his life in this world from the last. Bai Xingxue's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. In this life, he must not encounter that woman. It would be detrimental for both him and her, Wang Shifeng asserted. Keep a vigilant eye on the women who approach Su Xian. If necessary, Bai Xingxue snapped a twig. You would take action? Wang Shifeng smirked, knowing Su Xian's deep affection for that woman. She would not be foolish enough to harm her. At most, she would allow them to miss each other, ensuring they would not meet. Bai Xingxue said no more. They were not fools, and their immediate priority was to locate the Hun Tiani and leave the wilderness. Wang Shifeng followed closely behind. Inside the tent, Su Xian stored the crystal bracelet within his space and picked up the stone sphere. There was nothing particularly special about it. If one were to claim it was unique, it was merely perfectly round. In this world, there is no true perfection, only approximations of it, yet upon seeing this stone sphere, one could not help but perceive it as the epitome of perfection. The stone sphere exuded a strange force. Its surface cracked, revealing an eye within. Su Xian was taken aback. This was not a stone sphere at all, but a living eyeball. The eyeball lunged toward his forehead. Su Xian attempted to evade, but under the influence of the strange force, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to blink. Move, scales! Su Xian urgently called upon the scales within him. If they absorbed the strange force, he could evade the eyeball, yet the scales remained unresponsive, retreating deep within his soul, revealing no trace of energy. What was happening? Were the scales afraid? Had they brought him here for the sole purpose of the eyeball? What would happen if the eyeball struck him? A multitude of thoughts raced through Su Xian's mind as he helplessly watched the eyeball collide with his forehead. Countless tendrils penetrated his skin, skull, and brain, seizing control of his nerves and body possession. Su Xian's expression shifted dramatically. The eyeball aimed to take over his body. The strength of the eyeball was overwhelming and, occurring so suddenly, left him no time to cast a spell. The principle of the Tao forbids carelessly engaging with the unknown. He would forever remember this lesson. The eyeball infiltrated all the nerves of his brain, forcibly embedding itself in his forehead, becoming a third eye. At that moment, the scales erupted in a brilliant inky glow. The eyeball, in a state of panic, sought to retract its tendrils from his brain, but having already fused with his nerves, it found itself unable to withdraw. The strange force of the eyeball was devoured by the scales as if it were a torrential flood. The eyeball, much like Su Xian moments prior, was rendered helpless. Su Xian realized the scales had devised a strategy. He had mistakenly thought the scales had cowered in fear. A wave of relief washed over him. With the scales taking action, the eyeball was doomed. The strange force within the eyeball was entirely consumed by the scales. Su Xian regained control of his body. A new eye adorned his forehead. Gazing at this additional eye, Su Xian could only smile ruefully. He had transformed into the very thing he had least desired. Chapter 36 Fusion. Forbidden Ground. Su Xian endeavored to compose himself with the situation as it stood. He needed to devise a solution. The troubling aspect was that his eyes had not merely undergone transformation. They had become his organs. While transformation could still consume the eerie power for recovery, organs were beyond such a remedy. Surgical detachment. The thought of having surgery performed on his brain filled him with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he reached into his forehead. The inability to sever what should be cut only invited chaos. The pain was excruciating, as the optic nerves felt like steel wires, forcibly pulling out, threatening to extract his brain along with them. He had no choice but to cease. Removal was not an option either. Excavating the eyeball directly would intertwine it with the cerebral nerves, puncturing the brain's core. This was a predicament he could not escape. Left with no alternatives, Su Xian resolved to learn to control the third eye. Like a child learning to speak and walk, he practiced diligently. After much effort, he finally gained control over his eyes. Closing them, only the vertical mark remained on his forehead, much improved. He then covered his forehead with a strip of cloth. A surge of vital energy coursed through his body, akin to a flood washing over. The scales consumed the eerie power, yielding a tremendous amount of energy that merged with his being, rapidly elevating his vitality. Su Xian practiced the Changchun technique, channeling his vitality to cultivate martial arts. The energy surged into his spleen, refining it. The deity of earth materialized from a shadow, solidifying into a tangible form. The refinement of the spleen was complete, and the earth's power seeped forth, giving rise to metal within the lungs, merging with the lung meridians. The torrential vitality rushed into the golden lungs, refining them. The deity of metal manifested within the lungs. As the life force continuously integrated, the deity of metal solidified further, eventually coalescing into a mist before ceasing. The refinement of the golden lungs was halfway complete, marking a breakthrough into the late stage of the fourth rank in organ refinement. With this martial advancement, his frustrations dissipated considerably. Countless dangers lurked in the wilderness. Su Xian resolved to cultivate the Eye of Insight. At the second tier, it could penetrate illusions and unravel deceptive realms, significantly enhancing his survival abilities in the wilds. Su Xian activated the Eye of Insight. Under the auspices of virtue, the cultivation of Buddhist techniques progressed smoothly, yielding results with half the effort. The power of the Eye of Insight began to manifest at his brow. It was absorbed by the third eye embedded within. Circulating within it, the power of the dual eyes merged into the third eye, which sank into his brow, becoming one with his upper dantian. Su Xian found it challenging to remove the third eye from his brow. It merged seamlessly with his upper dantian, destined to remain together for a lifetime. He nearly deviated from his path of Buddhist power. Steadfast in his resolve, he sought tranquility and focus in his cultivation. The willpower and Buddhist force surged forth wildly from the third eye at his brow. The cultivation of Buddhist power accelerated significantly. What was happening? Was the third eye an artifact of the Buddhist realm? It mattered not, as long as it posed no harm, he would accept it. The immense Buddhist power birthed from the third eye propelled the Eye of Insight to the second tier. Even with the third eye tightly closed, he could perceive various energies. The vibrant hues represented the 5 elemental forces, and within the energy, there lingered a faint grayish-white essence. Eerie power? Su Xian hadn't anticipated that he could elevate the Eye of Insight to the second tier in a single night. In a moment of desperation, he thought to cultivate as much as possible, hoping to advance the Eye of Insight before encountering a deceptive domain. To his surprise, the third eye merged with his upper dantian, directly promoting the Eye of Insight to the second tier. With an additional eye on his forehead, he gained significant insight. In the wilderness, discerning deceptive realms could indeed be life-saving. Removing the cloth, the third eye merged into the upper dantian, remaining concealed unless he chose to harness its full power. The third eye functioned like an amplifier, the mental strength of a grandmaster magnified, reaching the celestial realm. What an unexpected delight! My lord, Miss Bai has instructed us to prepare for departure, boomed Xiong Dali's voice from outside the tent. Su Xian exited the tent to find Bai Xingshui activating the celestial instrument. The instrument flickered with starlight, its celestial brilliance piercing the heavens. The starlight rippled outward, shattering the darkness. The Big Dipper emerged. The celestial instrument spun rapidly, gathering starlight in the air to form a constellation, creating a nebula. The nebula rotated, aligning with the Big Dipper in the sky. The starry light intensified, revealing coordinates within the nebula. Bai Xingxue beamed with delight, retracting the incantation as the celestial instrument shrank to the size of a thumb and flew into her hand.
Where are we? Su Xian inquired, stepping forward. Lingchuan, Bai Xingxue replied, her expression grim. Lingchuan? Su Xian was taken aback.
Wasn't Lingchuan the heart of the empire? How could it be in the wilderness, forbidden zone? Su Xian pondered a possibility. During the empire's expansion, certain regions became unmanageable and would not extend outward. The empire would seal these areas, designating them as forbidden zones. It was akin to encountering obstinate homeowners while constructing roads. In his previous life, one would simply detour. The empire's domain was vast, its fortune suppressive, and combined with the seals, there was no danger in avoiding the forbidden zones. However, avoiding danger did not imply that the forbidden zones were devoid of threats. The empire merely sealed them, which suggested that either they could not be eradicated or the cost was too steep. The peril of the forbidden zones was self-evident, justifying Bai Xingxue's pallid complexion.
Lingchuan is an ancient forbidden zone, Bai Xingxue confirmed. Su Xian understood that there were varying degrees of forbidden zones.
Ancient, primal, and eternal, each more terrifying than the last. The primal forbidden zone represented the realm of celestial beings and bizarre creatures. Together, they were insufficient to fill the gaps left by the eerie beings. Take these concealment talismans and let us leave at once, Su Xian said, producing a stack of talismans and handing them to Bai Xingxue. If necessary, he would cast a spell to summon divine aid to escape. He had little faith that the gatekeepers could stand against celestial beings. Bai Xingxue wasted no time, distributing the talismans. Stay close behind me, Wang Shifling instructed Su Xian and the five brothers.
Understood. The five brothers encircled Su Xian, forming a five-element yin-yang reversal formation, trailing behind Wang Shifeng.
Su Xian felt as though he resembled a mere weakling. Wasn't he respectful to inquire? He found this arrangement somewhat agreeable yet felt a pang to his pride.
Survival is paramount, he reminded himself.
Everyone affixed their concealment talismans. Bai Xingxue led the remaining members of the Bai family in heavy armor, followed closely by Wang Shifeng. The five brothers shielded Su Xian from behind. They had scarcely departed when an eye appeared above the temple, watching Su Xian as he retreated. Bai Xingxue raised her hand, signaling everyone to halt, her gaze tense as she peered ahead. Su Xian, curious, followed her line of sight, activating the Eye of Insight. Su Xian realized, are we intruding upon the nest of 10 eerie birds? Before them, the valley was teeming with these creatures, and should they advance, they would undoubtedly be torn apart by the 10 eerie birds, each a formidable first-tier creature.
Retreat! Bai Xingxue signaled for caution.
Everyone held their breath, stepping back slowly. However, an unexpected sound shattered the silence. A dry twig snapping echoed loudly in the valley. The 10 eerie birds, previously resting with closed eyes atop the cliff, all opened their eyes, fixing their gaze upon them. Su Xian felt as though he were alone in a dark room filled with people, an icy shiver running down his spine as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Do not move, Bai Xingxue's voice trembled slightly. Though she had broken through to the second tier, the Bai family only had 5 members present, unable to form a military formation. Otherwise, she would have been confident in crossing the canyon. Now, merely avoiding becoming bird droppings would suffice. Wang Shifeng raised her right hand, revealing a bronze bell on her wrist, ready to activate at any moment. We need to back away slowly, Bai Xingxue whispered. The 10 eerie birds, fixated on them, had yet to launch an attack. If they could retreat cautiously, they might avoid a deadly confrontation. Utilizing all means to escape the primal forbidden zone was essential, as it harbored more dangers than just the 10 eerie birds. The largest of the 10 eerie birds let out a shriek, rallying the others to charge towards Su Xian and the group.
Run!
Bai Xingxue exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 37. He escaped from the ghost market in a swift turn of events. Bai Xingxue had barely shouted for retreat when 10 ominous birds descended upon them. Wang Shifeng prepared to unleash the bronze bell. A flurry of talismans soared above her head, and a multitude of them detonated amidst the 10 eerie birds. Her immediate reaction was one of dismay. So much money, gone in an instant. Bai Xingxue was taken aback. She had resolved to fight desperately, yet found herself feeling as though they, the scions of noble families, were mere beggars before Su Xian.
Run!
Su Xian shouted to Wang Shifeng and Bai Xingxue. The 10 bizarre birds were formidable apparitions, and while the talismans could at best delay them, extermination was out of the question. If not now, when would they flee? The group transformed into 5 brothers, shielding Su Xian as they sprinted ahead. Wang Shifeng closely followed the few behind Su Xian, while Bai Xingxue, clad in heavy armor from the Bai family, brought up the rear. Su Xian activated his keen insight and glimpsed into the realm of the uncanny, breaking into a cold sweat as he narrowly avoided leading everyone into peril. The second tier of his clairvoyance could discern the strange domain, otherwise, their fate would be dire. His spiritual power, emanating from the earth immortal realm, spread outward, detecting formidable presences that he promptly circumvented. Initially, Wang Shifeng and Bai Xingxue paid little heed to their surroundings. A flock of 10 bizarre birds pursuing them was not out of the ordinary. However, after shaking off their pursuers, Su Xian continued to sprint, encountering no dangers whatsoever. This was decidedly abnormal. What manner of place was this? An ancient forbidden zone, where each step was fraught with peril. Certainly not mere luck could explain it. Recalling Fahai, she felt a twinge of envy. Why did she not possess such a marvelous master? Bai Xingxue's face twisted with jealousy. Su Xian was acutely aware that something was amiss. He dared not allow Bai Xingxue to lead the way any longer, nor linger in the ancient forbidden land. An instinctive awareness told him he was being watched, sending shivers down his spine. For the sake of his life, he disregarded everything else and urged everyone to flee. Any ensuing blame would be placed on his unreliable master. Could Bai Xingxue and the others even inquire of half-step earth immortals? When confronted by the 10 bizarre birds, they were fortunate to have a sufficient number of talismans, otherwise, they would have had to invoke divine aid, bringing about even greater complications. Without mentioning how Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng would react to his invocation of a deity, they were in the heart of the empire, where countless formidable beings might be disturbed. The Forbidden Land was devoid of inhabitants, leaving no room for concealment. With high-level talismans, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Crafting talismans primarily relied on spiritual and magical power. He possessed the ability to absorb spiritual energy. With his third eye amplified, he wielded the spiritual power of the earth immortal realm, allowing him to draw high-level talismans with ease. His strongest asset was not his medical skills, but rather his mastery of talismans. Regrettably, he could not even craft intermediate talismans, let alone advanced ones. He wondered if Lingchuan had any tomes on talisman crafting for sale. If there were, he would certainly purchase both intermediate and advanced talismans. If he could create a multitude of high-level talismans, he would not fear even the most formidable apparitions. He pondered whether there existed talismans of even higher caliber than the advanced ones. Should such talismans exist, with his earth immortal spiritual power combined with his ability to absorb spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly be able to create them. The vastness of the world would then be his to traverse at will. Su Xian's resolve intensified. Upon reaching Lingchuan, his primary objective, aside from acquiring potent herbs, would be to seek out tomes on talisman crafting. If he could not find any, he would take advantage of the bustling auction to inquire where they might be available. Su Xian led everyone in a fervent dash. With his earth immortal spiritual power and the concealment talisman, alongside his second-tier insight, they burst forth from the ancient forbidden zone. Ani within the forbidden land observed Su Xian's departure, slowly closing and vanishing into the depths of the ancient realm. They had emerged. Su Xian guided the group through the mountains and forests, breaching the boundary stone of the forbidden land, and finally reaching the main road with expressions of elation. Niu Dali plopped down, a look of relief etched upon his face. Xiong Dali truly wished to kick him, for despite the danger, following their master felt little different from a leisurely outing. The sight of Niu Dali's cowardice only fueled his irritation. Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng meticulously examined the boundary stone, confirming it was not a trick of illusion, and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Xingxue produced a bamboo tube and pointed it skyward. A beam of light shot into the heavens, bursting forth and forming a snowflake pattern in the sky. The Bai family will soon come to retrieve us, she assured Su Xian and Wang Shifeng. There were no further inquiries about how Su Xian would lead them out of the ancient forbidden land. Each individual harbored secrets, and some secrets were best left unexamined, otherwise, fathers and sons could become estranged, and couples could turn to enmity. Su Xian had expected Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng to ask questions, and he had even prepared excuses to attribute the situation to his unreliable master, yet to his surprise, the two women acted as if they had noticed nothing amiss. No questions were raised, which was perhaps for the best.
Is there a tome on talisman crafting for sale in Lingchuan?
Su Xian inquired of Bai Xingshui and Wang Shifeng. As ladies from esteemed families, one a Xian, the other a disciple of a grand sect, they should possess such knowledge. Upon hearing Su Xian's query and recalling how he had been dispersing talismans as if money were no object, both women suddenly entertained an absurd notion: perhaps those talismans were crafted by Su Xian himself. They quickly dismissed the ridiculous thought. Su Xian, a seventh-tier physician, crafting talismans, impossible, absolutely impossible. With Su Xian possessing so many talismans, Fahai must have dabbled in talisman crafting as well, and it was only natural that Su Xian would take an interest in tomes on the subject. Basic talismans could be purchased at the study in Lingchuan City, while intermediate talismans were exclusive to sects specializing in talisman cultivation, and advanced talismans were closely guarded secrets. They had heard whispers of a first-tier talisman above the advanced level. Beyond the first tier lay forbidden talismans, knowledge beyond their grasp. Bai Xingshui stated, with the Bai family also having talisman masters, they possess some understanding of this domain.
Are there no other places to acquire intermediate and higher-level talismans aside from the sects? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, realizing that the path to advancement in every world was firmly controlled by powerful factions.
Perhaps we might encounter some at the auction, or with a stroke of luck at the ghost market, Bai Xingshui suggested after a moment's contemplation.
The ghost market?
Su Xian inquired, having never heard of such a place. The ghost market is essentially a venue for dealing in goods that are best kept hidden. Both sellers and buyers cloak themselves, resembling phantoms, hence the name. However, the authenticity of items sold there is often dubious, so one must exercise caution when purchasing. Wang Shifeng elucidated. Su Xian had not anticipated the existence of such a place. Indeed, a stroke of luck at the ghost market might yield a high-level talisman tome, Bai Xingshui remarked. Such occurrences were not unheard of in the ghost market.
Is there a ghost market in Lingchuan? Su Xian asked eagerly.
Lingchuan's ghost market is one of the three major ghost markets of the empire. Given the multitude of participants at this auction, many will likely bring goods that are difficult to sell elsewhere to the ghost market, Bai Xingshui explained.
Where is the ghost market located? Su Xian promptly inquired.
In the eastern part of Lingchuan, Ghost Street, it opens on the 15th and the 1st of each month at the hour of the pig, Bai Xingshui replied.
Perfect, tomorrow is the 15th.
Su Xian resolved to visit the ghost market the next day, hopeful of acquiring some valuable items. The auction would also feature ancient runes, all uncovered from relics, which required personal interpretation. The runes being auctioned varied in quality, and it was rumored that some had even deciphered forbidden runes. Su Xian's heart raced at the prospect. If he could obtain a forbidden rune, he would gladly forego eating beef. Soon, a flying vessel appeared overhead, descending gently. Third Miss, an elderly man with a white beard greeted Bai Xingshui from the flying vessel with a bow.
Let us depart.
Bai Xingshui led Su Xian and Wang Shifeng aboard the vessel. As it ascended, they set course for Lingchuan City. Upon reaching Lingchuan, Su Xian bid farewell to Bai Xingshui and found an inn to stay for the night, eagerly awaiting the opening of the ghost market the following day. Chapter 38. The Bronze Dan Furnace, Withered Roots. At the hour of the pig, in front of the ghost street, a man donned in a black iron mask and clad in dark garments made his appearance.
Su Xian observed that everyone's attire obstructed their spiritual perception, prompting a wry smile from him. Fortunately, he had secured a hidden symbol and a mirage symbol, otherwise, he would have appeared as a fool, for mere masking could not prevent others from probing. Upon entering Ghost Street, throngs of people were present, yet an eerie silence enveloped the place, with all communication conducted through gestures. At the entrance of the ghost market, various meanings of hand signals were affixed for assistance. Su Xian took note and proceeded into the ghost market. A dazzling array of wares was on display, encompassing a myriad of items. Quite literally, even excrement was for sale. An exquisite grade of demonic excrement could be smeared on oneself to deter lower-grade demonic creatures from approaching in the wilderness. Encountering a superior-grade demonic entity would only lead to certain death. The presence of a high-grade demon in another's territory was a provocation that could result in a relentless feud. Su Xian was intrigued by the myriad of techniques and manuals. It was outrageous. The items were presented without any pretense, as if the vendors perceived everyone as simpletons. The bronze artifacts appeared intentionally aged, deceptively labeled as relics of treasure. Having watched archaeological videos in his past life and possessing a second-tier discerning eye, the forgeries were immediately apparent. Even if they were not forgeries, they were of little value, leaving him disheartened. Wandering aimlessly, he felt the likelihood of finding anything worthwhile was slim. Suddenly, a quiver of his scales suggested the presence of something valuable. Su Xian halted and approached a vendor before him. The tremor ceased. Disappointed, he shifted his attention to another direction, only to find his scales unresponsive. After a search lasting several minutes, he stumbled upon a small stall in a corner, where his scales finally reacted. The vendor was shrouded in a voluminous black robe, obscuring their age and gender. The offerings were meager: a palm-sized bronze Dan furnace, a tattered book devoid of a cover, a desiccated root, an antiquated bronze vial, and a fragmentary map.
Su Xian curiously scrutinized the items on the stall, unsure which one elicited a response from his scales. With his discerning eye bolstered by the mental prowess of the earth immortal realm, he found that these items were devoid of deceit. They were all treasures. The bronze Dan furnace struck him as a formidable magical artifact. The tattered book, however, was disappointing. It contained records of various demonic entities and potions, but was not a scripture of Taoist teachings. He then gazed at the withered root, which, despite its desiccation, still held a glimmer of vitality. The bronze vial emanated a faint aura of magical energy and was also a magical artifact, though its purpose remained unclear. The map, aged and worn, bore the marks of time that only his discerning eye could perceive. These items likely belonged to an alchemist. The withered root was probably a medicinal herb. Its exact properties were uncertain, as its ancient state rendered it unrecognizable. Only through cultivation could its true nature be revealed. Without further ado, Su Xian procured a vial containing 15 unmarked chi-boosting pills and presented it to the vendor. At home, they consumed a type of spiritual pattern chi-boosting pill, rendering the chi-boosting pills relatively useless. This time, he intended to barter for something of value or perhaps sell them. The vendor extended their hand, and Su Xian reached into the vendor's sleeve. They communicated through gestures within the confines of the sleeve. 15 ancient pills in exchange for all the items on the stall? Sun Honghong looked bewildered. Ancient pills, not the kind with toxic properties, a scam. Each ancient pill commanded an exorbitant price, and she felt incredulous at the notion of trading 15 for such meager items. She contemplated refusal, yet, what if they were genuine and a verification was imperative? She accepted the vial, uncorked it, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, startling her into hastily resealing it and glancing around. Seeing no one paying her heed, she exhaled in relief. Regardless of their authenticity, the enticing scent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Would she encounter a Na'vi wealthy individual? She had heard tales of such fools, those with abundant wealth but little discernment. Nevertheless, she needed to verify the pills. Wary of being deceived, scams were rampant, and caution was paramount. Employing a sealing technique, she reopened the vial. The fragrance enveloped her, and even a single breath felt invigorating. She poured out one pill, round and smooth, exuding an intense aroma, yet she refrained from consuming it, knowing the dangers of ingesting unknown substances. Instead, she retrieved a small bamboo tube, releasing a plump white silkworm. The creature, sensing the aroma, immediately crawled to Sun Honghong's palm and took a bite of the pill. Sun Honghong swiftly reclaimed the pill. Ancient pills were invaluable, and she could not allow the little silkworm to consume too much. She scrutinized the silkworm closely. It served as a discerning creature for identifying pill properties. Any toxic substances would alter its coloration. The more vibrant the hue, the more potent the toxicity. A quarter of an hour passed without any change in the silkworm. It remained as pristine white as before. Sun Honghong stifled her excitement, urging herself to remain composed. She mustn't allow Su Xian to perceive her eagerness. Handing over the items, she secured the pills close to her heart and made her way to a secluded alley, where she bolted away in a frenzy, fearing he might retract the offer. She felt as if she had struck gold. Having exchanged the dilapidated finds from an abandoned cave for 15 ancient pills, it was as though a pie had fallen from the sky. She had even visited a temple to pray for romance. Meanwhile, Su Xian hastily stowed away the items and departed. He was certain that the vendor was oblivious to their true worth. The bronze Dan furnace alone was worth a fortune. 15 chi-boosting pills barely equated to a third of a furnace's worth. The herbs he could cultivate himself bore no cost. The bronze Dan furnace was a treasure, capable of varying sizes and enhancing the potency of pills. With his earth immortal realm's mental acuity, refining second-tier spiritual pattern pills would pose no challenge. What might the potency of a 2-pattern chi-boosting pill yield? And that was merely a chi-boosting pill. If he ventured to concoct higher-tier pills, what caliber would they achieve? Su Xian could scarcely contain his excitement. The bronze Dan furnace, when stored in his dantian, could nurture and enhance the quality of the pills. The higher the furnace's quality, the more potent the pills produced. In the future, concocting 3-pattern or even 4-pattern pills would not be an insurmountable task. He had struck it rich, immensely so. As for the ancient root, his scales had reacted to it, indicating its extraordinary nature. Exiting the ghost street, he circled around several times, deploying his formidable mental energy to confirm he was not being followed, before shedding his entire disguise in a secluded area. After another round of caution, Su Xian finally returned to the inn. Master, Xiong Dali, who had been waiting by the window, sprang to his feet upon Su Xian's return. "You should rest now," Su Xian instructed. Xiong Dali exited the room, closing the door behind him. Su Xian produced the ancient root, and through his alloy gloves, he felt the scales stirring, though not as intensely as before. Now, however, the scales shimmered with a dark luster, trembling incessantly. What was this ancient root to provoke such a reaction? It bore no malevolent energy. What could possibly attract his scales? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xian stored the ancient root in his spatial realm and planted it in the earth. The trembling of his scales ceased. He channeled his vast magical energy into the spatial realm, transforming it into wood spiritual energy that infused the planted ancient root. The root eagerly absorbed the wood spiritual energy, its withered exterior cracking with a crisp sound. A hint of green emerged from the ancient root, a sign of life rekindling. The desiccated outer layer fell away, revealing a tender shoot sprouting forth. His scales quivered, transmitting a wave of elation. Su Xian gazed at the tender shoot, entirely unfamiliar with its identity, but instinctively aware it was something remarkable. The mere fact that it brought joy to his scales, nurtured by his own magical energy, indicated its extraordinary nature. As for its precise identity, that would eventually be revealed. He continued to infuse the ancient root with his magical energy, unable to refine the bronze Dan furnace just yet. Su Xian then examined the tattered book. His brow arched as he discerned that a powerful mental force concealed the book's true contents. To others, it appeared as a travelogue, but his earthy mortal realm's mental acuity coupled with his discerning eye unveiled its original text. No wonder it had been put up for sale. Su Xian's expression turned peculiar. Was this an otherworldly version of the classic of mountains and seas? The book contained various edible demonic entities and their alchemical components, reminiscent of a recipe book from the classic of mountains and seas. Chapter 39 of the Auction of Elixirs. No restrictions on various cooking methods such as steaming, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising, roasting, and grilling. Could it be that a chef from another realm penned this cookbook? The tattered tome is profound and extensive, detailing various culinary techniques that eliminate most of the sinister energies from aberrant flesh, rendering it consumable, nourishing the vitality and blood, fortifying the body, and enhancing both martial prowess and magical abilities. Even if one cannot comprehend the forces of nature, one can still derive magical power from the sustenance. Truly a remarkable genius. There is a minor issue. While most of the sinister energies from the aberrant flesh are purged, they are not entirely eradicated. If the residual energies are not expelled from the body, they may accumulate over time, leading to a backlash and transforming into malevolent entities. The genius indeed devised a method, refining elixirs to extract the sinister energies using alchemical fire, treating oneself as an elixir and employing alchemical techniques to purge the internal energies. Though it cannot completely eliminate the internal energies, it can continuously purify the body, preventing corruption. However, the process of refinement is exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to a true transformation into an elixir. For Su Xian, this poses no challenge. With his scales intact, any residual sinister energy is non-existent. Su Xian treats the tattered tome as a treasure, carefully perusing its contents. Not only is the author a chef, but also an alchemist of considerable skill. The essentials of alchemy, absent from the records of grand elixirs, are meticulously documented within. The essence cleansing pill has been modified, incorporating aberrant flesh, enhancing its ability to elevate one's innate qualities. The power of the aberrant flesh nurtures spiritual roots. Even ordinary individuals without spiritual roots, upon consuming the essence cleansing pill, can manifest spiritual roots, the grade determined by the level of the aberration. A first-grade aberration nurtures the emergence of advanced spiritual roots. A master-grade aberration can yield earth-grade spiritual roots, while a grandmaster-grade aberration can produce heaven-grade spiritual roots. An extraordinary aberration can give rise to supreme spiritual roots. However, the tome does not elaborate on the potential of more powerful aberrations. It remains unclear whether anyone has employed half-step earth immortal realm aberrations, or whether the most formidable can solely nurture supreme spiritual roots. Su Xian possesses an exceptional memory, committing the entire book to memory overnight. As the alchemical fire ignites, the tattered tome is reduced to ashes. The dawn breaks brightly. Master, hearing the commotion, Niodali brings in the water for washing. Come in, Su Xian replies, and as Niodali enters with the basin of water, Su Xian adds, I have matters to attend to shortly. Regardless of who comes, just inform them I am in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Understood, Niodali acknowledges before exiting and closing the door behind him. Having failed to procure any talismans or manuals at the ghost market last night, he can only hope to find something at the auction. The auction is still 3 days away, and he plans to deliver the chi-nourishing pills there. He needs to estimate their worth, both with and without spiritual patterns, to avoid the embarrassment of winning an item he cannot afford. Naturally, he cannot swagger into the auction. To conceal his wealth, he employs an illusion talisman, transforming into a stout man in his 40s, adorned with gold and silver as if he were a nouveau riche. The breath-hiding talisman conceals his aura, preventing others from discerning his true depth, significantly reducing potential troubles. Su Xian departs the inn through the window. Niodali relays Su Xian's instructions to Xian Dali, who, along with a few brothers, stands guard outside Su Xian's room. Wearing a conical hat, Su Xian's transformed appearance is hardly distinguishable from his true self. Easily recognizable upon arriving at the Lingchuan auction, he heads to the appraisal and inventory section. Items for auction must first be appraised to determine their value before being entered into inventory and awaiting bidding. The first window is unoccupied, so Su Xian approaches directly. You didn't come here just because there's no line, did you? Elder Wu observes the ostentatiously dressed figure before him, recognizing his ignorance of auction house etiquette. Yes, what of it? Are you not conducting business here? Su Xian queries, puzzled. Is sitting here not permitted? The auction house regulations state that the first window only accepts appraisals for lore-related treasures, elixirs, or secret relics. If you do not possess any of these, you must queue at the other window for inventory, Elder Wu replies, his tone polite yet condescending. Su Xian raises an eyebrow, realizing this is a VIP window. What about ancient elixirs? He produces a vial of elixir and places it on the appraisal table. Elder Wu is rendered speechless. Ancient elixirs are exceedingly rare, and a single vial, is this a jest? In all his years of appraising treasures, he has never seen anyone present a full vial of ancient elixirs. It has been 30 years since someone offered even 20 pieces at once. This stout man has undoubtedly been deceived. The only reason for someone to come to the Lingchuan auction with such a claim would be if they genuinely believed they possessed a vial of ancient elixirs. Surely, you don't mean a whole vial, do you? Elder Wu cautiously inquires, suspecting that the contents may not be as abundant as claimed. 1 vial, 100 pieces, Su Xian states. This vial contains ordinary qi nourishing pills, along with a single one inscribed with a spiritual pattern. We cannot accept these at the auction. Please consult another establishment. Elder Wu maintains a smile, his politeness contrasting with his refusal. Su Xian, undeterred, retorts with a smile that belies his irritation. You seem quite courteous, can't you just refuse to accept them? In novels, the elderly appraiser would be met with ridicule, driven away from the auction house amid chaos. However, reality is different. Elder Wu maintains his professional composure throughout, though he still cannot accept the elixirs. Su Xian uncorks the vial, and a fragrant aroma wafts through the air. Elder Wu, being the first to catch a whiff, reacts swiftly. Quick, seal it. Elder Wu activates the array at the first window, isolating Su Xian from the crowd. Can you accept them now? Su Xian inquires with a half smile. Yes, a whole vial, you say? Elder Wu rises from his seat, shock written across his face as he gazes at the vial in Su Xian's hand. Heavens, I never imagined I would witness an entire vial of ancient elixirs in my lifetime. The young lady in charge of this auction is currently troubled over the headline item. Now, with an entire vial of ancient elixirs, this auction is bound to create a sensation across the empire. Who would dare criticize the young lady's ability to manage the family business now? I suddenly have no desire to sell, Su Xian states, recorking the vial and tucking it away as he stands to leave. Old man, blind to greatness, I'm at fault. Esteemed guest, please wait, I shall fetch the young lady to discuss this matter with you in person, Elder Wu exclaims, slapping himself twice on the face, causing it to swell instantly. Su Xian is taken aback by the old man's adaptability and decisive actions. With such subordinates, this auction house could indeed be a worthy partner. It would be even better if I could attract the attention of higher-ups. That would facilitate negotiations. The esteemed guest, please, this way to the private room, Elder Wu urges, hastily leading Su Xian to a private chamber while sending someone to inform the young lady. Prepare tea, Elder Wu commands, remaining deferential despite his swollen cheeks resembling buns, arranging for servants to serve tea and snacks, attending to Su Xian like a servant. An esteemed guest's arrival deserves a grand welcome. A fragrant breeze wafts in as a stunning woman enters the private room, her charming smile radiating warmth. Can you make decisions at the auction? Su Xian cuts to the chase. Can you? Su Yanran raises an eyebrow, recognizing the need for caution. Having discreetly employed her charm, she is accustomed to men being utterly captivated, yet, this one remains unfazed. I am the young lady of the Lingchuan auction house, and I certainly have the authority to make decisions. I assure you, esteemed guest, I will amplify the promotion of your elixirs, ensuring they are sold at the highest price, Su Yanran guarantees. That's all well and good, but I wonder if the auction has any talisman manuals or grand elixirs? Su Xian inquires. As she is capable of making decisions, he prefers not to wait for the auction and would rather make a direct purchase for convenience. Whether this is feasible depends on the offer presented. The world has always operated in such a manner. Chapter 40 Selection of the Warehouse. Lingchuan Auction House, one of the three major auction houses of the empire, offers not only potent medicines but also invaluable treasures. Among the collection are 3 volumes of talismanic texts, one each of intermediate and advanced levels, along with a first-grade talismanic scripture. A single vial of ancient elixir seems insufficient. Su Yanran, with a smile that captivates all, exerts her charm in an attempt to sway Su Xian's thoughts. Under the influence of his celestial realm spiritual energy, Su Xian perceives Su Yanran as even more enchanting. Truly, she is a bewitching spirit. Having lived 2 lives, with a heart as tranquil as still water, he remains unmoved. Let us discuss the elixirs first, Su Xian states, handing the vial to Su Yanran. In the realm of commerce, longevity is paramount. Su Xian is unperturbed by the potential damage to Su Yanran's reputation over a single vial of elixir. Should she entertain greed, his strength would allow him to take her life with ease. The vitality elixir may not be classified as a high-level potion, yet its broad applicability stems from this very fact. What family lacks a promising descendant, who does not yearn for their child to excel? Who does not wish for their offspring to gain a head start? Su Xian is all too familiar with how many parents would go to great lengths for such a cause in his past life. A full vial, containing 100 pills, could elevate a child 2 realms above their peers. What does this imply? For a naturally gifted child, the cultivation process becomes exponentially easier. With the aid of the vitality elixir, they could advance 4 or 5 realms ahead, placing them so far in front that others would find it impossible to catch up throughout their lives. It is no wonder parents become frantic. Achieving success in cultivation leads to a prolonged lifespan, yet death is inevitable. For a family to thrive for generations, a reserve of strength is indispensable. Regardless of parental aspirations or familial legacies, this vial of elixir would undoubtedly stir tremendous waves. For any family fortunate enough to acquire such elixirs, it symbolizes a legacy of prosperity for centuries to come. Su Xian is confident that the elixir will surely impress Su Yanran. After a quick appraisal, Su Yanran promptly activates the protective wards and isolation formations in the guest room. Her gaze flickers momentarily before settling into calmness, suppressing her inner greed. Unable to ascertain the depths of her counterpart, she refrains from entertaining reckless thoughts. Of this individual, bold enough to approach her, is certainly no fool and possesses their own backing. Sealing this deal would grant her a decade's worth of accomplishments, silencing the elders of her clan who would dare to meddle in her management of family affairs. Acquiring an entire vial of ancient elixirs is no trivial feat. It indicates the presence of a formidable organization behind it. Should she successfully forge an alliance, the Su family would echo solely with her voice.
Su Yanran's breath grows heavier, realizing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must be seized.
The Linchuan warehouse is open for you, sir. Should there be anything you desire, I shall negotiate with the sellers on your behalf, Su Yanran states solemnly. The prospect of an entire vial of ancient elixirs does not faze her. Her interest lies in Su Xian himself. Su Xian raises an eyebrow, recognizing her audacity. Her willingness to go this far piques his interest as he seeks to exchange talismanic scriptures and potent medicines. Su Yanran readily permits him to enter the warehouse and select items. She even entrusts him with an ancient elixir imbued with a spiritual pattern for auction. Su Xian hands her a vitality elixir marked with a spiritual pattern, fully aware that such significant benefits must yield even greater returns. He also intends to sell the vitality elixir, and given Su Yanran's beauty and commendable character, it will be auctioned through her.
An ancient elixir with a spiritual pattern? Su Yanran's voice trembles with excitement.
Trained professionally, she maintains her composure. Unless utterly overwhelmed, the vial feels as heavy as a mountain in her hands, cradled carefully to avoid a fall. Naturally, Su Xian is puzzled. Why the astonishment over a simple spiritual pattern? It can be crafted with mere hands-eye in the future. His elixirs will only bear 2 spiritual patterns, one of which will inevitably be a failure. Su Yanran uncorks the vial and pours out a single pill, instantly dispelling any lingering doubts upon seeing the spiritual pattern. She feels as though she is in a dream. Could such untold wealth truly fall upon her? Elder Wu swiftly begins to announce, our Linchuan auction house is set to auction 100 vitality elixirs.
Su Yanran informs Elder Wu.
These foundational elixirs are suitable even for those who have yet to cultivate martial arts. Once the news spreads, Su Yanran believes the entire Linchuan will erupt with excitement. Let us postpone the auction by 3 days, she adds.
3 days is far too brief a time frame to attract more families.
The auction must be delayed. Were it not for the reputation of the auction house, she would even consider postponing by half a month.
Very well, Elder Wu acknowledges. Sir, here is your token.
Presenting it will grant you a 50% discount on all transactions at Linchuan Auction House, as well as unrestricted access to the warehouse to select items and collect auction proceeds. Please keep it safe. Su Yanran hands Su Xian a purple gold token inscribed with the number 1. Elder Wu's eyes widen at the sight of the token. The eldest daughter possesses only 10 such tokens, with the number 1 being the most prestigious. To see the token is akin to seeing the eldest daughter herself. With the Su family under her authority, it is as if one is in the presence of the family head. Elder Wu reflects on the elixir Su Xian presented, concluding that the eldest daughter's decision is entirely rational. He would have made the same choice. The other party is indeed worthy of the number 1 purple gold token. Su Xian accepts the token, casually tucking it into his pocket, much to Elder Wu's chagrin. Su Xian seeks rare medicinal seeds or roots, ideally in a singular quantity. With these, he can cultivate. As for talismanic scriptures, they are scarce. It would be fortunate to obtain even a few should they discover unknown talismans from relics. He hopes the auction house could keep an eye out. Securing a forbidden talisman and mastering it would allow him to rest easy as a forbidden talisman master. Forbidden talismans are akin to nuclear weapons. Eventually, both demons and celestial beings must negotiate peace with him. Such talismans are elusive. Perhaps with Su Yanran's assistance, he might uncover one. A collaboration with Su Yanran seems promising. Please, this way, Su Yanran says, carefully storing the spiritual patterned vitality elixir and leading Su Xian toward the warehouse. She has no intention of selling the ancient elixir with a spiritual pattern. She plans to acquire it at 10 times its auction value for her own use. Only a fool would sell it to another. Su Yanran guides Su Xian to a chamber crafted from 10,000-year-old cold iron, which houses the highlight of this auction as well as items that have failed to sell in previous auctions. Do not underestimate these unsold items. Their presence here signifies their significance. Some may have been too expensive, while others remain shrouded in mystery. Su Xian's first focus is the scriptures, one intermediate, one advanced, and one first-grade talismanic text. The intermediate scripture spans over 50 pages, the advanced one contains about 10, while the first-grade scripture comprises merely 3 pages. Su Xian collects all 3 scriptures. Utilizing his celestial realm spiritual energy, he activates his second-tier insight to examine the medicinal herbs within the warehouse. There are indeed many, though they have lost vitality and can only be refined into elixirs, not cultivated. The preservation process has left Su Xian disheartened. Just then, his attention is caught by a withered herb that still possesses a glimmer of life, one of the primary ingredients for the cleansing marrow elixir. The heavenly spirit flower elated, he picks up the herb. A living medicinal herb instills confidence in Su Xian, prompting him to search diligently. The spirit nourishing wood. Su Xian gazes at a piece of wood with delight. This is an excellent resource for nurturing the spirit. He never anticipated its presence here. Although it is only as thick and long as a thumb, it is imbued with vitality. It can undoubtedly yield a spirit tree. Lin Chuan has proven to be a wise choice. Having gathered so much and yet not fully explored the warehouse, he eagerly anticipates what else he might uncover. Chapter 41, Cultivating Herbs and Learning Talismans. He collected the washmarrow grass, which still held vitality. The strong bone vine had not completely withered, so he gathered it as well. The ghostly fungus, bearing spores, was also collected. The blood soul ginseng, having borne seeds, was added to his collection. Looking at the bountiful harvest, Su Xian wore a face of delight. He had gathered the materials for the Wang family's version of the washmarrow pill. The simplified washmarrow pill could be given to his sister and niece as if they were mere candies. Yet, he was not satisfied with just the simplified version. He yearned to concoct the high-end washmarrow pill as described in the ancient tome for his sister and niece. The lower-grade version would merely serve as a snack. What was this? A treasure. Su Xian opened a jade box to reveal a purple lotus flower, radiant with treasure light and suffused with the essence of the Tao. This was the purple lotus recorded in the ancient tome, the primary ingredient for the soul-reviving pill. Regrettably, it was merely a single flower. If he could obtain its root and stem and plant it in his space, he would possess a treasure that would yield an endless supply of purple lotuses. Truly, it was a precious herb, still vibrant even after being harvested, showing no signs of wilting. As he gazed at the flourishing purple lotus, Su Xian conceived an idea. Could he use his magical energy to hasten its maturation and seed production? He carefully stored the purple lotus away. What was this? Su Xian spotted an ancient bronze box, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under his discerning gaze. He turned to Su Yanran and inquired about it. This bronze box was discovered in the Eternal Ruins. No one has been able to open it, and it remains in storage after failing to sell at auction. Su Yanran explained. The box was recognized as a treasure, yet multiple individuals had attempted to purchase it only to return it afterward when they could not unlock it. After several buyers, no one else placed a bid, and it gathered dust in the storeroom. Su Xian felt a sense of familiarity with the bronze box, recognizing its design. The pattern matched that of the bronze vial he had purchased from the ghost market, with identical engravings and minor imperfections. Was there a connection between the bronze vial and the bronze box? He decided to take it back. Perhaps the vial could unlock this box. Dear guest, that box cannot be opened, Su Yanran cautioned, worried that Su Xian might waste money on an unopenable item. No worries, I shall simply bring it home as a blind box, Su Xian replied with a nonchalant air, exuding confidence. Su Yanran was left speechless. What was a blind box? Did he truly recognize the bronze box? After perusing the storeroom and finding nothing of interest, Su Xian bid farewell and left. He was eager to return and investigate whether there was a connection between the bronze vial and the bronze box. Su Yanran accompanied Su Xian out of the auction house. Once outside, he circled the city a few times, using his spiritual sense to ensure no one was following him. In a secluded spot, he dispelled the illusion and wandered around the city once more before returning to the inn. Master? Upon hearing movement from the room, Xian Dali called out. Has anyone come looking for me? Su Xian opened the door and asked. Miss Wang and Miss Bai came looking for you but left when they learned you were cultivating, Xian Dali replied. Did they say anything? Su Xian inquired. No, Xiong Dali shook his head. They left no message, so it couldn't have been of great importance. Su Xian dismissed it, as his goals had been accomplished, and there was little left to attend to. Were it not for the need to wait for the auction proceeds, he would have taken Xiong Dali in his brother's home. Having decided to free his brothers from guard duty, Su Xian closed the door and placed the valuable herbs he had acquired from the auction house into his spatial realm. The space expanded significantly, now encompassing around 10 acres. He marked out several plots in the barren land and planted the aged herbs. Infusing the space with his magical energy, he transformed it into wood spiritual energy, which cascaded down as spiritual rain upon the aging herbs. Under the nourishing wood spiritual rain, their vitality was fully awakened, and they sprouted vibrant green shoots, successfully taking root. Su Xian was elated. He dug a pond in his space, allowing the wood spiritual energy to become the pond's water, into which he placed the purple lotus. The lotus erupted in a dazzling purple light. Fortunately, it was within his spatial realm, otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir in Lingchuan City. The vitality of the purple lotus surged, each petal resplendent and glistening, floating in the wood spiritual water and greedily absorbing its energy to grow. Excellent. Su Xian had feared the wood spiritual energy would have no effect on the purple lotus, but as long as it was willing to absorb it, maturity would eventually come. Once it bore lotus seeds, he would cultivate an entire field of purple lotuses. After planting the aged herbs and the precious herbs, Su Xian took out the talisman scriptures to study. The intermediate talismans represented an upgrade from the basic talismans. They featured more intricate lines, aligning more closely with the principles of heaven and earth. Some talismans were combinations of various basic talismans. For instance, the explosion talisman was a fusion of the fireball and water-gathering talismans. The opposing forces of water and fire merged within a single talisman. Upon activation, these contradictory forces would repel each other, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The purifying talisman, a combination of the cleansing, illuminating, and dispelling evil talismans, could purify supernatural entities of the 4th rank and below. It was far superior to the dispelling evil talisman, not by a small margin. 1,000 purifying talismans thrown into a flock of 10 supernatural birds would at least obliterate 1 or 2. The illusion talisman, along with the breath-concealing and transformation talismans, fused to create the ever-changing talisman, which could perfectly mimic another's form. No wonder the intermediate talismans were significantly fewer than the basic ones. Were the advanced talismans formed from the fusion of intermediate ones? Su Xian pondered as he flipped through the thin advanced talisman scripture. As he had surmised, the advanced talismans were indeed derived from the intermediate talismans. They were far more complex and expansive, lacking sufficient spiritual energy. One could hardly hope to draw them, let alone memorize them. Advanced talismans adhered to the principles of heaven. Without enough spiritual energy, forcing oneself to memorize them could result in backlash from the heavenly laws, leading to severe consequences, either rendering one a fool or causing one to forget everything. Su Xian found it easy to memorize the intermediate talismans, as they were simply combinations of the basic ones, making it relatively simple. However, when it came to the advanced talismans, he encountered difficulties. Although he had memorized the intermediate talismans, recalling the advanced talismans formed from those combinations proved to be a laborious task. His spiritual energy, refined through his cultivation in the earth immortal realm, allowed him to memorize the advanced talismans only after repeated attempts. The advanced talismans could not merely be called talismans, they were more akin to talisman arrays, composed of countless talismans. They formed a three-dimensional structure. Advanced talismans were not drawn on talisman paper but rather carved onto a medium or inscribed in the void, consuming an immense amount of heavenly and earthly energy. Beasts of the 2nd rank or below could not withstand a single strike. Su Xian turned his attention to the 1st-rank talismans, which could rival the strength of 1st-rank practitioners. A multitude of them could even incapacitate a master, and they could confine great masters. As he opened the 1st-rank talisman scripture, the aura of the Tao surged forth. The 1st-rank talismans resonated with the great principles of heaven and earth, awakening his understanding of talisman craft. Ethereal runes manifested around him. Advanced talismans were talisman arrays, while 1st-rank talismans formed a talisman matrix. The 1st-rank talisman scripture recorded an entire talisman matrix. The Slaying Immortals talisman boasted a formidable reputation, claiming to possess the power to slay immortals. Su Xian's spiritual energy rapidly depleted, his head feeling as if pierced by 1,000 needles, leaving his face pale with pain. The Slaying Immortals talisman involved the great principles of heaven and earth. As he attempted to memorize it, those principles integrated into his body, and malevolent energy surged toward him. Fortunately, his scales absorbed the malevolent energy completely. Having recorded the Slaying Immortals talisman, Su Xian found it was already late at night. He was drenched in sweat and collapsed onto the ground, his eyelids heavy and barely able to remain open. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. The Slaying Immortals talisman was not complete. This was merely a fragment known as the Trapping Immortals talisman. The complete Slaying Immortals talisman might indeed possess the power to slay immortals. The other components of the Slaying Immortals talisman would likely be much harder to find. There was, however, another method. The scales could perform a divination, and he was certain they could derive the complete Slaying Immortals talisman from the Trapping Immortals talisman. The issue was, he had not yet figured out how to trigger the divination. Since the last attempt, the scales had not performed another divination. He could only wait for the right opportunity. He retrieved the bronze box and the bronze vial. The design on the bronze box indeed matched that of the bronze vial. What connection could exist between the two? Chapter 42 of the Enigmatic Armor, Breakthrough, and the Practice of Talismans. The bronze vial is a magical artifact. Refining it might unveil the connection between the bronze vial and the bronze chest.
Infusing it with magical energy, the bronze vial emanates a faint azure glow. It shrinks to the size of a thumb and flies into Su Xian's hand. The refinement is successful. Su Xian perceives that within the bronze vial lies a hidden world. It is indeed a spatial item. It is nothing particularly extraordinary, merely capable of holding and retrieving items. Its thumb-sized form could serve as a small pendant to be worn around the neck. The bronze chest opens to allow Bai Lian to store items, yet the link between the bronze vial and the bronze chest remains elusive, leaving Su Xian in disappointment. He had assumed that activating the bronze vial would unlock the bronze chest, but he had overthought it. Wait, there is a hole in the bronze chest, precisely the size of the shrunk bronze vial. Could it be? He inserts the bronze vial into the hole. The vial draws upon magical energy, and Su Xian feels a surge of excitement. A pathway has opened, channeling his magical energy completely into the bronze vial. The chest radiates a brilliant azure light. Su Xian's magical energy cultivates the elixir, refining the bronze vial, and he sees the bottom of it. Using his spiritual abilities, he channels the power of heaven and earth through the process of spirit absorption. The forces of nature are drawn in, and the Taoist scriptures operate frantically, refining the natural energies into magical power that is infused into the bronze vial. The vial extracts magical energy at a slow pace, granting Su Xian the time to refine the forces of heaven and earth. As the magical energy continues to flow, the bronze chest finally begins to transform. With a series of clicks, the sound of gears turning fills the air. The lid of the chest pops open slightly. Su Xian feels compelled to express his gratitude to the street vendor. Had he not sold the bronze vial to him, the bronze chest would remain unopened. What treasure lies within the bronze chest? It must be something valuable, for otherwise, it would not be so difficult to access. Su Xian lifts the lid of the chest, and 3 beams of green light shoot forth. There are traps. Su Xian is taken aback. Fortunately, he has attained the 4th rank and is endowed with the protection of the heavenly dragon's 8 or 9 profound techniques. With his scales tempered, his body is extraordinarily agile, allowing him to evade the flashes of light in the nick of time. 3 holes, the size of brush tips, appear in the ceiling, revealing starlight. The green beams pierce through the roof. Thankfully, he managed to dodge them. Gazing at the bronze chest, Su Xian refrains from attempting to open it again. He commands the heavenly dragon to fly before the chest and cautiously opens it. Confirming that there is no immediate danger, he approaches the bronze chest. Inside lies a complete set of bronze armor. Much to Su Xian's astonishment, he had imagined many possibilities, yet never considered that it would be a full suit of armor. This bronze armor comprises a faceplate, helmet, torso armor, leg armor, boots, and gloves. The bronze armor emits a radiant glow, bursting forth from the chest and enveloping Su Xian in an instant. A bizarre force seeps into his body from the armor. It is indeed a sinister object. Su Xian's expression shifts dramatically. He had not anticipated that the contents of the bronze chest were not treasures but a malevolent artifact. Once the armor is donned, countless slender red tendrils sprout, piercing into his body and intertwining with his blood vessels and nerves. A frenzied, murderous will surges from the armor into his consciousness, seeking to devour his very soul and take possession of him. The scales emit a dark light, and the sinister power of the armor invades Su Xian's body, leaving him devoid of any spiritual energy. Without the support of this energy, his consciousness wanes. Su Xian's celestial realm spirit energy erupts, inscribing a purifying talisman in the void, which then strikes at his consciousness. His awareness emits a mournful wail, scattering his spiritual energy throughout his mind. Su Xian gasps heavily. Curiosity has led him into a perilous predicament. Had it not been for his scales, he would have perished. The dormant third eye awakens, absorbing the scattered spiritual energy and merging it with his soul. His celestial realm spirit energy grows wildly, solidifying to a certain extent before halting. Upon enhancing his spirit energy to the late stage of the celestial realm, the scales devour the ominous energy, solidifying his golden deity, a radiant figure seated on a golden lung. The golden essence flows through the meridians into the water kidney, where a faint phantom begins to materialize. The god of water begins to take form. Surviving a great calamity often brings unforeseen fortune. Danger and opportunity coexist, but how to rid himself of this armor? The armor has fused with him, almost as if it were a living entity. His consciousness feels extinguished, leaving him as a body devoid of awareness.
Without consciousness, can the armor be controlled? Su Xian's spirit energy permeates the armor, granting him control over it. It is a remarkable experience. As he perceives from two perspectives simultaneously, the bronze armor resonates with his body. It seems to have absorbed the armor's consciousness. His awareness aligns with that of the armor, as if they are one and the same. Su Xian concentrates, and the tendrils of the armor retract from his body. The pain is excruciating, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones. This is no mere metaphor. The tendrils grow deep into his marrow, and their extraction is indeed a torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones. The armor slips away from him, forming a humanoid figure clad in armor standing behind him. Su Xian can command the armor with a mere thought, able to merge with it at any moment. Recalling the pain of separation, he is reluctant to merge carelessly. The sinister armor boasts the defensive power of a grandmaster, complemented by his heavenly dragon's protective aura. Once combined, their defense rivals that of a superior-grade malevolent entity. He stands on the brink of the celestial realm, barely a step away. It can be said that merely striking him once or twice would not suffice to bring him down. To eliminate him would require no less than 2 or 3 strikes. In a dire situation, donning the armor could very well save his life. Allowing the armor to remain nearby, Su Xian succumbs to sleep, utterly exhausted. He is profoundly fatigued, to the point of being drained. Having recorded the talisman of descent, his spirit energy has been severely depleted, leaving him unable to stay awake. He fights to remain conscious, eager to discern what lies within the bronze chest, but he is on the verge of being possessed. He bears the unbearable pain of the armor's separation. Ultimately, Su Xian sleeps for 2 full days and nights. Wang Shifu and Bai Xingxue search for him twice, only to be intercepted by Xiong Dali. Su Xian, ravenous, listens intently as Xiong Dali reports back. I am so hungry, desperately hungry. After consuming 5 bowls of rice, Su Xian begins to recover. Although the bronze armor has been detached from his body, a mysterious connection remains. The armor continues to draw upon his vitality. This is the reason for his ravenous hunger. After 2 days of slumber without sustenance, the bronze armor's demands nearly leave him starving. The bronze armor consumes vitality to sustain itself. Henceforth, he must eat enough to satisfy both himself and the armor, matching the appetites of Xiong Dali. Su Xian informs Wang Shifu and Bai Xingxue, I shall not participate in the auction. He speaks to Xiong Dali, I intend to practice talismans and return home with the money once the auction concludes. Understood, Xiong Dali responds dutifully. Once Su Xian has replenished his strength, he waits for Xiong Dali to clear the table before commencing his practice of talismans. Although he has recorded intermediate and advanced first-grade talismans, he has yet to craft any and must still hone his skills. The intermediate talismans are straightforward, involving the fusion of basic talismans. After a day of practice, Su Xian masters all the intermediate talismans with a success rate of 100%. His talismanic prowess improves, and the ethereal image of his talisman path solidifies significantly. Once his mastery of the talisman path is fully realized, he will gain complete control over it, able to summon talismans at will. He sketches 500 intermediate talismans. Next, he endeavors to practice advanced talismans. Advanced talismans cannot be inscribed on talisman paper, they must be carved onto objects. Despite having studied talismans for so long, Su Xian has never carved a talisman before, and the difficulty is immense. First, a suitable medium is required. The medium must be capable of storing the forces of heaven and earth, otherwise, inscribing a talisman would be futile. Moreover, it must be robust. The power of advanced talismans is formidable. If the medium is not strong enough, it will shatter. What material should be used as a medium? Upon observing the bronze chest, Su Xian gains an idea. The bronze chest can store magical energy and is extraordinarily sturdy, making it an ideal medium. It could accommodate not only advanced talismans but even first-grade forbidden talismans. However, cutting it poses a challenge due to its resilience. Su Xian gazes at the bronze chest with a wry smile. Must he learn the art of crafting tools, not to mention the creation of weapons? He merely needs to find a way to cut and carve into the bronze chest. Indeed, the 4 arts of cultivation are indispensable. Su Xian resolves to visit the study to see if there are any introductory texts on crafting tools. Seeking methods to cut and carve the bronze chest, Chapter 43 of the Broken Book, The Fire of Artifacts, and the Art of Disassembly. The study not only sells books but also accepts and interprets them. It engages in all transactions related to literature. It is rather intriguing. As Su Xian stepped into the study, a white-haired old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle warmly welcomed the guests, treating each patron with genuine reverence. Sir, what would you like to purchase? We have the Jinping Mei in 13 volumes, and everything in between. The only limitation is your imagination. The old man, amiable and approachable, advanced towards Su Xian. Su Xian, with a serious countenance, inquired, do you have any texts on artifact refinement? Ah, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Just yesterday, I acquired an ancient tome entitled An Introduction to Artifact Refinement. Allow me to fetch it for you. The old man turned and went to the storage room of the study. Su Xian, utilizing his advanced spiritual insight, began to explore the study. It was filled with elementary cultivation methods, rudimentary talismans, and basic alchemical texts, but there were no books on artifact refinement to be found. No wonder the proprietor claimed he was fortunate. He had acquired a book just the day prior, likely fearing it would not be sold to him. The martial arts techniques available were comparable to the Chongqing technique, lacking in true value. "Sir, please take a look." The proprietor approached with a tattered old book, its cover barely readable, with the words detailed explanation barely discernible. Under the scrutiny of Su Xian's insight, the book appeared quite ordinary, having been penned no more than 20 years ago. Su Xian's disdain was evident. Is this truly the only book on artifact refinement you possess? Refinement is laborious and arduous, requiring various rare minerals for practice. Aside from prominent families nurturing artifact refiners, who would take up such a profession? Such books simply do not sell, the proprietor explained. Su Xian was taken aback by this reality. In novels, even the humblest blacksmith's shop could teach artifact refinement, yet, in reality, it was an impossibility. The production of common artifacts would hardly sell for ordinary people crafting divine weapons. Aside from their inability to be absorbed, they could compete with low-tier artifacts. They were inexpensive and abundant. Artifacts of intermediate grade and above required innate talent, diligence, and resources, all of which were inescapable necessities. It was not a pursuit for the average person, who could only rely on their family for support. It was entirely reasonable that the study had no such literature for sale. "How much does it cost?" Su Xian asked, aware that he could not be overly demanding. He was not seeking to learn artifact refinement. He merely wished to find a method for cutting and sculpting the bronze box. A tattered book was acceptable as long as it was legible. 500 gold. The proprietor extended his palm. Su Xian turned to leave. Were it not for the absence of artifact refiners for external assistance, he would have sought one to help him with the cutting. Given his relationship with the auction house, securing an artifact refiner through Su Yanran would certainly not pose a problem. He did not wish for Su Yanran to know that he had opened the bronze box, nor did he want her to assist in finding an artifact refiner. Needing Su Yanran's help to locate an artifact refiner would suggest his own lack of strength, and he could not be certain what thoughts might arise in her mind. He had initially wanted to peruse the texts on artifact refinement to find a way to cut the bronze box. 500 gold for a tattered book felt akin to robbery. It would be better to seek out Bai Xingxue and see if the Bai family could assist him in locating a foundational text on artifact refinement. That should not be too difficult. 300 gold. Upon seeing Su Xian turn to leave, the proprietor grasped his arm. 50 gold. Su Xian replied. A tattered book for 50 gold is unacceptable. I shall not sell it. Very well, it's a deal. The proprietor hastily thrust the worn book into Su Xian's hands, as if fearing he might change his mind. Feeling somewhat cheated, Su Xian departed the study, clutching the tattered book. 50 gold represented half of his current savings, and although he was expecting a substantial influx of money from the sale of elixirs, he still felt discomfort. The sensation of being swindled was indeed unpleasant. Upon returning to the inn, Su Xian opened the tattered book. Good heavens, no wonder it cost 50 gold. The proprietor was eager to sell it. No wonder there was nothing extraordinary under my insight. The entire tome on artifact refinement failed to provide any instruction on the actual process of refinement. Instead, it detailed the disassembly of magical artifacts, leaving one to ponder the true essence of refinement. The book's concept was lofty, with numerous damaged artifacts. Disassembling them into raw materials would allow ordinary individuals the opportunity to learn artifact refinement, alleviating the perennial struggle for materials. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this notion. Yet, in the end, it proved fruitless. To say it was successful would be misleading. The book's theoretical approach suggested that to disassemble a magical artifact, one would require formidable spiritual strength to separate the various materials that had fused together. At the very least, one would need the spiritual power of a master. Could a master truly decompose materials? Was this world truly devoid of resources? The critical point was that the author of the theoretical work had not reached mastery. Everything was merely conjecture, and proven by experience. Su Xian felt a wave of exasperation, likening it to a poorly executed presentation from his past life. His own requirements fit the bill. He did not intend to dismantle the components but rather to dismember the bronze box itself. This tattered book was surprisingly suitable for his needs. The 500 gold felt justified. His earlier displeasure dissipated. The bronze box had likely been purchased by someone who had explored every conceivable method, and the chances of finding a basic artifact refinement technique pertaining to the cutting and sculpting of the bronze box were slim. The violent disassembly proposed by the book could very well be a viable approach. Who knew? He might indeed succeed in dismantling the bronze box. After a day of study, Su Xian grasped the disassembly methods recorded in the tattered book. The focus lay upon the fire of artifacts, and the technique of disassembly of the fire of artifacts was a fusion of mental fire, body fire, and earth fire. Su Xian had already mastered the body fire, known as the fire of pills. With his consciousness illuminated, the heart fire was awakened. He merely needed to absorb the earth fire to merge it into the fire of artifacts. Upon scrutiny, the disassembly technique outlined in the book was actually a fragmented talisman. Due to its incompleteness, the drawing would result in significant destruction. With proper guidance, it could facilitate the disassembly of magical artifacts. A brilliant concept, indeed. Su Xian surmised that the incomplete talisman might possess a minimum grade of 1. Perhaps it was even stronger, possibly a fragment of a forbidden talisman. However, this was all speculation, as he had not seen the complete talisman, making it difficult to assess. Drawing talismans was a simple task for Su Xian. He noted it down shortly thereafter. Su Xian sketched the talisman on the table, which promptly transformed into a pile of wood shavings. He mused that employing the disassembly talisman might be overkill. A destructive approach might be more fitting. What if he drew it upon a monstrous entity? Would it not simply dismantle the creature? Su Xian's eyes sparkled with thought, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Would a monstrous entity permit him to draw talismans without retaliation? A single punch would be far more efficient. Absorbing the malevolent energy would be a more direct approach. Incorporating the talisman into an object would imbue it with disassembly power, making it effective in combat. But for now, he would concentrate on dismantling the bronze box. Lingchuan surely had an alchemical chamber. He resolved to approach Su Yanran to request the use of the alchemical chamber to absorb the earth fire, merging the 3 fires into the fire of artifacts, thereby dismantling the bronze box. He planned to practice advanced talismans, crafting a few for his sister and niece for self-defense. 1 talisman for ensnaring foes and another for high-level defense. Exiting the inn, Su Xian utilized a mid-tier transformation talisman to assume the guise of a portly individual and proceeded to the Lingchuan auction house. Is there something you require, sir? Upon hearing of his arrival, Su Yanran set aside her tasks to greet him. I wish to borrow the alchemical chamber for cultivation. I hope Miss Su can accommodate me, Su Xian stated plainly. What are your requirements? Su Yanran inquired. It is merely a matter of the Su family. As long as there is sufficient earth fire, that will suffice, Su Xian replied, uncertain of the exact quantity of earth fire he would need. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Su Yanran promptly organized everything for him, directing him to the finest alchemical chamber within the Lingchuan Medical Bureau. Upon entering the spacious chamber, with earth fire blazing fiercely, Su Xian wore a satisfied expression. This will do splendidly. Then I shall not disturb you further, sir. Su Yanran withdrew from the chamber, relieved that Su Xian found the accommodation suitable. Su Xian unleashed his peak spiritual power, ensuring there was no one outside the alchemical chamber, and proceeded toward the earth fire. Chapter 44 of the refinement of bronze talismans before the earth fire. Su Xian channeled the method of igniting the heart's fire within himself, which radiated outward. With deft movements of his hands, he gathered the alchemical flames before him. The technique of propelled both the heart's fire and the alchemical flames into the earth fire, absorbing its essence. As the earth fire enveloped the heart's fire in alchemical flames, an enigmatic force surged into Su Xian's body, overwhelming him with a sensation akin to being devoured by scales. Su Xian exerted his mental prowess, compelling the heart's fire and the alchemical flames to draw closer. Upon nearing the earth fire, signs of fusion began to manifest. Su Xian directed the heart's fire and alchemical flames to voraciously absorb the earth fire, which dimmed as if on the brink of being entirely consumed. The subterranean flames surged forth, restoring their vigor. Su Xian felt his mental energy depleting rapidly. Fortunately, his cultivation as a master-level practitioner enabled him to sustain the exertion without fear of exhausting his mental reserves. The untested techniques were fraught with pitfalls, demanding at least exceptional mental fortitude. Thankfully, his mental capacity was vast. Under the strength of his formidable mental energy, the heart's fire and alchemical flames merged seamlessly with the earth fire. The extended outward, gracefully landing in his hand, its warmth palpable. Su Xian did not underestimate the before him. In an instant, it could reach temperatures of 10,000 degrees. He grasped it firmly and integrated it into his body, surrounding his heart, absorbing both the heart's fire and the body as fire, allowing it to gradually grow stronger. Upon exiting the Imperial Medicine Bureau, he circled a few times to ensure no one was trailing him. In a secluded spot, he dispelled his transformation talisman and took another few turns before returning to the inn. The auction had already commenced, and the elixirs crafted by his master had caused a sensation throughout the empire, drawing numerous prestigious families to Lingchuan City, including the third prince. Xiong Dali exclaimed with excitement, just the lowest grade elixirs refined by our master have attracted countless noble families and even the royal family. If those people knew the elixirs I consume are 100 times better, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. A swell of pride surged within him. Xiong Dali felt as though he stood atop the pinnacle of life. I consume a single elixir that you all have never even laid eyes upon. I understand now. I shall enter seclusion and await your summons once the auction concludes, Su Xian replied calmly, as he had anticipated this outcome. Xiong Dali regarded Su Xian with unwavering admiration, his feelings akin to an unending river. Observing the composure of his master, he felt he fell short in comparison. Calm, calm, I must not bring shame to my master, he thought, striving to quell his excitement as he exited the room and closed the door. Su Xian summoned forth the bronze box, controlling it with his mental energy to levitate in the air with a flick of his finger, the sword towards the bronze box, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, enveloping the box in a raging fire. The bronze box glowed a fiery red, yet not a trace of it melted. Truly, it was an ancient artifact, remarkably resilient. Su Xian's spirit sword, this material could likely withstand the power of forbidden talismans. He employed the decomposition technique, sketching the talisman in the void with his finger, which descended upon the bronze box. The box emitted a radiant glow, attempting to resist the decomposition technique. However, the heated bronze box was utterly incapable of withstanding the power of decomposition. In a shower of azure light, it shattered into myriad fragments. Su Xian waved his hand, retaining a sizable shard while the rest were absorbed into his spatial storage. They began to refine this shard, and as the decomposition technique was applied, the shard broke down into 5 pieces, each measuring 3 centimeters by 5 centimeters. He kept one bronze plaque and stored the others away, continuing to refine the remaining piece. What shall I use for carving? He pondered, recalling that the method of the decomposition technique involved infusing the runes into the bronze box. He resolved to utilize this method to engrave the runes onto the bronze plaque. First, he needed to draw the talisman. For most, drawing talismans in the void was an arduous task, but for Su Xian, who possessed formidable mental energy and mastery over the talisman path, it was a feat easily accomplished. Activating the spirit absorption technique, he merged the power of heaven and earth within himself, extending his finger into the void. As his finger moved, ethereal lines were drawn in the air, forming a 3-dimensional talisman. The first talisman he practiced was the indestructible golden body talisman, a high-level defensive talisman. Once he perfected it, he intended to craft a bronze talisman for his sister's daughter. Halfway through his drawing, the talisman in the void trembled and dissipated into nothingness. Luckily, it was not drawn on talisman paper, otherwise, it would have surely exploded. Su Xian simultaneously controlled it to refine the bronze plaque while sketching the talisman in the void. Only his immense mental strength allowed him to manage both tasks. Any other individual would have found it impossible to juggle both. After 2 failures, a third, a fifth, and then finally, he managed to draw halfway through the 10th attempt. By the 20th attempt, he completed 4/5, and on the 30th attempt, he finished the final stroke. With sweat glistening on his brow, Su Xian, at the peak of the earth immortal realm, had exerted his mental energy to draw a high-level talisman 60 times while maintaining the continuous refinement of which left him somewhat fatigued. Yet, he rejoiced at his success. The most crucial step was embedding the indestructible golden body talisman into the bronze plaque. As the talisman solidified upon the plaque, he directed it towards the bronze plaque using the method learned from the decomposition technique. Focusing intently, he watched as the indestructible golden body talisman approached the bronze plaque. Upon contact, it merged seamlessly within. Su Xian's heart leapt. It was working. Lines of runes began to materialize on the bronze plaque. As the indestructible golden body talisman sought to integrate into the bronze plaque, the rune lines fractured and exploded. Fortunately, the bronze plaque's remarkable durability ensured that the explosion did not cause any damage. Su Xian composed himself, continuing to sketch runes in the void. With the accumulation of previous successes, the process became significantly smoother. Shortly thereafter, he completed the indestructible golden body talisman. Reflecting on his earlier experiences, Su Xian understood that fluctuations in his mental energy affected his control over they. He had not accounted for the subtle differences in the thickness of the bronze plaque, which had ultimately led to the previous explosions. Focusing his mental energy, he meticulously sensed the unique characteristics of every part of the bronze plaque. Once he comprehended every nuance, he urged the indestructible golden body talisman to merge with the plaque. Drawing on his past experience, he made minute adjustments with each integration of the talisman into the bronze plaque, which began to radiate with golden runes, signifying the indestructible golden body talisman. With the final stroke completed, the bronze plaque emitted a dazzling golden light. Su Xian cast an intermediate concealment talisman to obscure the manifestation, otherwise, the entire Lingchuan would be alerted. The golden and bronze lights on the plaque pulsed in alternating rhythms, absorbing the power of heaven and earth into the talisman. To his astonishment, the high-level talisman possessed the ability to grow autonomously. When worn, it would absorb the cultivation energy emitted by the wearer. If not frequently activated, its power would strengthen over time. Additionally, if a powerful individual infused their energy, the talisman's might would be greatly amplified. Su Xian poured his late-stage martial cultivation and celestial energy into the bronze plaque. The plaque gleamed with alternating gold and green lights, shining brilliantly like the stars. Once all energy was infused, the bronze plaque's defensive capabilities could withstand a full-force strike from a second-tier expert. Su Xian wore a satisfied expression. "Master, the auction will conclude today," Xiong Dali's voice echoed from outside the room. The auction was scheduled to last 3 days. Unbeknownst to him, while crafting the bronze plaque, time had slipped away unnoticed. Let the innkeeper prepare 3 tables of feasts, Su Xian instructed, feeling ravenous and on the brink of starvation.
Yes. Xiong Dali hurriedly set off to make arrangements.
Niu Dali brought Su Xian a basin of water for washing. After freshening up, the dishes were served. Su Xian devoured the food voraciously. Niu Dali watched in astonishment as Su Xian cleared 3 tables of food single-handedly. With such a prodigious appetite, he feared he might be linked to a bottomless pit. After satisfying his hunger and restoring his spirits, Su Xian resolved to seek out Su Yanran for monetary matters. He wondered how much the elixirs had fetched at the auction. The third prince's involvement surely indicated a substantial sum. Chapter 45 Crystals, Homecoming, and the Enchantress 300 crystals. Su Xian had initially anticipated receiving gold notes, but to his surprise, Su Yanran presented him with 300 crystals. Each crystal equated to 10,000 pounds, amounting to a staggering 3 million gold coins. Wealth was within reach. He truly felt affluent. The immense and enigmatic energy emanating from the crystals caused his scales to quiver incessantly. Su Xian endeavored to maintain his composure. The power of the crystals was a manifestation of pure natural energy, capable of being absorbed to refine magical prowess. However, the formidable mysterious force contained within the crystals necessitated caution, as one could not refine too many at once. In order to expel this mysterious energy and continue the refining process, the invention of the crystal cannon was born. After all, who would employ crystals for artillery? There was scarcely enough time for cultivation. With his scales, Su Xian could absorb crystals with ease. He finally glimpsed the hope of breaking through to the sea expansion realm, albeit at a considerable cost. The collaboration with Su Yanran could not falter. The qi-nourishing pills could no longer be sold. Instead, he would focus on refining high-grade elixirs for auction, as well as grand medicinal treasures and superior talismans. Investing resources would facilitate his breakthrough to the third stage of the sea expansion realm. The 300 crystals represented the auction proceeds of ancient elixirs devoid of spiritual patterns. The Su family was willing to purchase an ancient elixir with spiritual patterns at 10 times the price. This amounted to 3,000 crystals. What do you think, esteemed guest? Should that not suffice, I can arrange a separate auction for an ancient elixir with spiritual patterns, Su Yanran cautiously suggested, concerned that Su Xian might be displeased with the absence of such an auction. Su Xian had contemplated this scenario. The auction hosted by the Su family was also a prominent clan. How could one afford to miss an opportunity to enhance their power? The offer of 10 times the price was undoubtedly sincere. Even if the auction were to take place, considering the elixir was of lower grade, it remained uncertain whether it could fetch such a price. Very well, he agreed. 3,300 crystals is a substantial sum, and fortunately, I have refined them into a bronze vial. The 3,300 crystals were safely stored within the bronze vial. Miss Su, please keep an eye out for talismans, scriptures, and precious medicines. I shall present ancient elixirs and high-quality talismans for auction, Su Xian instructed Su Yanran. Certainly, this is a communication talisman. I will reach out to you with any updates, Su Yanran exclaimed with delight, as her desire for a long-term partnership with Su Xian was finally taking shape. Su Xian's proposal filled her with uncontainable joy. Very well, I shall take my leave, Su Xian responded, accepting the communication talisman before departing. Su Yanran escorted him out of the auction house. After wandering through the city a few times to ensure no one was tailing him, he dispelled his transformation talisman and circled back to the inn. Master, Xiong Dali awaited Su Xian outside the inn and approached him as he arrived. What has transpired? Su Xian inquired, sensing that Xiong Dali had specifically waited for him, indicating there was a matter at hand. Miss Wang mentioned the auction was concluded and that we should return together. I informed her that you had gone out, and she has been waiting at the inn, Xiong Dali replied. Very well, then let us return together, Su Xian stated nonchalantly that he had successfully accomplished his business, earning 3,300 crystals, and it was time to head home. He missed his sister in Billion, and returning with Wang Shifeng felt inconsequential, as they were all bound for the same destination. With that, he entered the inn. We shall return tomorrow, Wang Shifeng remarked upon seeing Su Xian, not inquiring about his activities. Su Xian held a fondness for women who maintained emotional stability. They were never a bother. There were many matters that were best left unasked and unknown by women. Agreed, Su Xian nodded. He too needed rest, aiming to refine the bronze talisman. He had not slept for several days and required a good night's sleep. Wang Shifeng, pleased with Su Xian's acquiescence, subtly smiled before retracting her expression. Departing the inn, Wang Shifeng resided with relatives in Lingchuan, rather than staying at the inn. Dr. Su, I am heading eastward and will pass through Qiantang. Would it be possible for us to travel together? As Su Xian was about to retire to his room, Bai Xingxue entered, followed by Wang Shifeng, who seemed to guard against Bai Xingxue as if she were a thief.
The dynamics between these two women were quite peculiar. Su Xian did not respond affirmatively or negatively, turning his gaze towards Wang Shifeng. He had just agreed to return with her. The speed of the Bai family's flying vessel was swifter, yet the decision rested with Wang Shifeng. Upholding one's word was a principle Su Xian lived by. In Su Xian's view, a fleeting smile graced Wang Shifeng's lips, vanishing almost instantaneously.
Miss Wan, might I inquire if we could travel together? Bai Xingxue, perceiving the unspoken exchange between the two, directed her question towards Wang Shifeng. Apologies, Miss Bai, Wang Shifeng addressed Bai Xingxue, assuring her departure. Very well, we shall set off early tomorrow morning, Bai Xingxue stated coldly. Su Xian paid her demeanor no mind, recognizing Bai Xingxue's aloof nature. After Bai Xingxue left, Su Xian collapsed onto the large bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. How delightful it felt. At that moment, in Xiantang City, a captivating woman arrived at the residence where Su Xian had slain the Taoist priestess. Enchantress, we have found no leads. A figure clad in black knelt behind the woman, his voice trembling. Your incompetence is unacceptable. The enchantress waved her hand, sending the shadow crashing into the wall, shattering a cabinet and collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. Depart, the enchantress commanded delicately. Yes. The subordinate vanished from the room. Veiled and obscured, the enchantress's beauty was shrouded, her figure possessing a mesmerizing allure that left a striking impression. As she moved about the room, she paused at the spot where the Taoist priestess had met her demise. Closing her eyes, runes manifested across her body. Fate runes. Su Xian would surely exclaim in astonishment, a thought becomes a symbol. This woman appeared to be in her late teens yet possessed remarkable mastery of rune arts. Visions began to unfold before her eyes, depicting the moment Su Xian had slain the priestess. Regrettably, Su Xian had donned a black robe and wore gloves made of alloy, concealing his visage entirely. The images were fragmented and silent, making it difficult to ascertain the perpetrator. As the images shattered, the enchantress opened her eyes, fury radiating from her expression. How dare you destroy my avatar? The enchantress's face was contorted with rage. She had painstakingly nurtured her Taoist avatar for 2 decades, only to see it perish in Xiantang City, its essence dissipating, with no information returned. How could she not be furious? The images seemed to suggest that the avatar had recognized someone, yet, devoid of sound, it remained a mystery who had been called out. The expression displayed surprise and shock. Who in Xiantang City could her avatar recognize? The king of the golden drum. There was no motive, they were allies with no conflict. It made no sense to slay the priestess. Su Xian, he was the person she knew best in Xiantang City. Impossible. Su Xian lacks the capability. Who could it be? Despite the fragmented images, the silhouette felt inexplicably familiar. Su Xian, could he possess such ability? Was it possible they merely resembled one another? With the old monk Fahai stationed, she dared not investigate openly. If Fahai discovered her, he would undoubtedly confront her. Thus, she could only proceed with her investigation cautiously, determined to uncover the identity of this individual, the Rock Fist, a force of terrifying ferocity. Could Su Xian be the one? She felt that her life had only begun to grow interesting since her rebirth. Regardless of whether Su Xian was the perpetrator, the betrayal and ambush from a previous life demanded resolution in this one. She would condemn him to serve as her eternal servant, attending to her whims for all eternity. Anticipation for Su Xian's return began to swell within her. Outside Xiantang City, a flying vessel descended. Su Xian and Wang Shifeng disembarked. During the past few days, Su Xian had refrained from refining bronze talismans or absorbing crystals, focusing solely on cultivating snake sprint and intermediate talismans. Upon disembarking, he bid farewell to Bai Xingxue and Wang Shifeng, hastening back home with his 5 brothers, eager to resume his cultivation. Chapter 46. The return home. In a flurry of excitement, Li Bilian dashed towards Su Xian, leaping into his embrace. Changming, trailing closely behind Su Xian, nudged forward with a look of grievance, yearning for attention after a month away from home. Sister, I missed you so much, Li Bilian exclaimed, as she lifted Changming and playfully squeezed it, much to its delight. Su Xian could only shake his head in bemusement. Who is this, my dear uncle? Li Bilian inquired, noticing the enigmatic figure of Gui Jia behind Su Xian. This is Uncle Jia, Su Xian replied with a smile, having already resolved to have Gui Jia as his ever-vigilant bodyguard. Hello, Uncle Jia, Li Bilian sweetly called out, but Gui Jia remained aloof, offering no response. Undeterred, she greeted the 5 brothers. Hanwan, you're back. Excitedly, Su Jiarong approached Su Xian, her eyes brimming with tears. You've been gone for a month, and I worried every day, just like Li Gongpu, who disappeared without a trace. Seeing Su Xian return safely eased her worries, and she implored, Sister, I'm fine. Please don't cry. Su Xian hastily reassured her. After all the hardships, I'll prepare a feast for everyone, Su Jiarong declared. I want roast chicken, stewed chicken, grilled chicken, and beggar's chicken. Li Billion joyfully shouted. Su Xian was at a loss for words. It seems you have quite the obsession with chickens? While there were indeed chickens available, not as many as Li Billion desired, only a roast chicken and a beggar's chicken were prepared. Su Jiarong indulged in half a cow. Given that Big Bull was quite the hearty eater, little did she realize, her brother's appetite surpassed even that of Big Bull. With a table laden with food, both Su Xian and Li Billion found themselves unsatisfied. It took several additional dishes to barely satiate everyone. Su Xian sighed. Guojia's appetite was truly formidable. Su Jiarong expressed her concern. With such consumption, the salary from the Imperial Medical Bureau combined with market earnings simply won't suffice. We can't survive on plain rice and steamed buns for every meal. Thin porridge in the morning, rice buns at noon, and coarse grains in the evening. Previously, Su Xian had not considered this matter, but today's meal raised concerns for Su Jiarong. We must economize. Without me, this family would truly fall apart. Sister, here is a 30,000 gold note for you to manage expenses, Su Xian offered, presenting the note to Su Jiarong. He understood her temperament well. Upon witnessing his voracious appetite, she would surely ponder ways to cut costs. The 30,000 gold note was a gift from Su Yanran, who believed that cashing in crystals was inconvenient, thus providing Su Xian with change. He accepted it without hesitation. Were it not for his bright future, he might have felt tempted to rely on her generosity. Su Jiarong's face lit up with a smile upon receiving the note, dispelling her frugal thoughts. After ensuring everyone was well fed, Su Xian took a bath and soon fell asleep, with Guijia standing guard outside his door. Guijia was meant to watch over him while he slept, but Su Xian felt uneasy and instructed Guijia to remain outside. Just as he dozed off, a fragrant breeze swept through the room, and a graceful woman appeared before him. Su Xian awoke with a start. Remarkable, a half-step earth immortal realm? Guijia, sensing the disturbance, prepared to rush in, but Su Xian quickly halted him. Although he possessed peak earth immortal spiritual power, allowing him to sense the presence of others, his actual combat strength was on par with a grandmaster, an invincible force that he dared not make a move. Fortunately, his formidable spiritual power allowed him to maintain control over his body, preventing him from being detected as he regained consciousness. Brother Su, we meet again. Did you kill the Taoist priest? The woman leaned closer, her finger lightly tracing Su Xian's fair cheek, her expression filled with fondness. Su Xian was taken aback but maintained his composure. He had not anticipated that she would find him so swiftly. He had left no trace. The Taoist priest had been reduced to mere essence. How had she tracked him down? A sense of panic washed over him. You, a mere doctor, could never have slain the Taoist priest. It must have been someone else. Once I find that person, I will come to take you away. Just wait for me, she said, planting a kiss on his forehead before vanishing from the room. Once he confirmed with his peak earth immortal spiritual power that she had truly departed, Su Xian opened his eyes, feeling utterly horrified. He hurriedly summoned Guijia back inside. From now on, Guijia must stand guard at his bedside. Should he encounter such a formidable opponent again, if she did not kill him outright, he would have the opportunity to summon a deity. Did this woman recognize him? Indeed, the Taoist priest had also been aware of his identity, yet he could not recall ever having met her. What was the meaning of this? For his safety, he had not inquired further and had simply eliminated the Taoist priest, leaving behind a potential threat. Did her words imply that if she found the one who killed the Taoist priest, she would take him away? It made him feel as if he were her illicit lover. Having just been taken advantage of, Su Xian felt his mind spinning. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. If he possessed formidable power, he could command respect and authority. Sleep eluded him. He resolved to cultivate, to enhance his strength, to forge the enchantment talismans, and to prepare additional defenses for his sister and others. Su Xian retrieved a bronze talisman and began to practice the indestructible golden body talisman. Drawing from his previous successful experience, the process flowed much more smoothly this time. Failures were reduced significantly. 10 failures led to 1 success, 5 failures led to 1 success, 3 failures led to 1 success, 2 failures led to 1 success, ultimately achieving a 100% success rate. As he practiced, his mastery of talisman crafting became increasingly refined. Gazing at the 8 indestructible golden body talismans before him, Su Xian suddenly had an idea. He could infuse the talismans with the spirit absorption technique. The bronze talisman could absorb the power of heaven and earth to grow stronger. By using spirit absorption, he could channel this power into the talisman, undoubtedly enhancing its strength. The energy of heaven and earth surged forth, infusing 7 bronze talismans. They floated in midair, radiating a golden-green glow. Su Xian employed a mid-level concealment talisman to cloak the entire room, ensuring that the anomaly went unnoticed. The 7 bronze talismans greedily absorbed the heavenly energy, growing increasingly powerful. Su Xian was filled with excitement. This was promising. As the talismans began to tremble, attempting to break free from his control, Su Xian quickly ceased the incantation. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual power, the talismans would have soared into the sky. What was happening? Su Xian gathered the 7 bronze talismans back into his hands, feeling them quiver incessantly. As he infused his spiritual energy into them, he encountered a strange thought. The bronze talisman transformed into an enigmatic talisman. Su Xian had not anticipated this turn of events. While its strength was undeniable, it would be useless if it could not be wielded. Remembering the situation with Guijia, Su Xian's thoughts shifted, and he channeled his magical energy into the bronze talisman, initiating the refinement process. Despite the talisman's resistance, Su Xian's overwhelming spiritual power and magical energy ultimately subdued it. The 7 bronze talismans were absorbed into his consciousness. The scales shivered as the enigmatic power within the talismans was devoured completely. He drew a talisman in the void. The purification talisman was formed and infused into the bronze talisman. Stripped of its enigmatic support, the thought dissipated into spiritual energy, scattering within his consciousness. As the third eye awakened, it consumed the scattered spiritual energy, merging it with Su Xian's own. Su Xian gazed at the now powerless enigmatic talisman with satisfaction. Upon activation, the bronze talisman could withstand attacks of the first rank, even resisting a full-force strike from a grandmaster. Moreover, it had the potential to grow stronger. And not bad at all. Chapter 47. La Division of Talismans. Fright. 7 bronze talismans, 1 each for my sister, niece, and 5 brothers. Did it seem like I had forgotten something? Changming. The dog's life is still alive. Crafting the bronze talismans, the scales devoured the enigmatic power, feedbacking immense energy that set Su Xian's vital essence into a frenzied motion. He felt a tremor coursing through his body, as the water kidney emitted an ethereal black glow. A shadowy figure solidified. The deity of water manifested. The 5 deities came into being, interconnected. The 5 elements were formed, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Next, the 5 deities fused, achieving the 3rd tier. Mastering the advanced talismans would undoubtedly lead to the unification of the 5 deities, culminating in the 3rd tier. His magical power had increased, though it was merely a drop in the ocean for his vast inner elixir. Su Xian remained unperturbed. With 3,300 crystal stones at his disposal, there was no need for haste. If 3,300 were insufficient, he would procure another 3,300. He was resolute in his belief that one could not fail to enhance their cultivation through investment. Continuing to practice talismans, Su Xian contemplated inscribing the 9 radiant golden light array. This was an intermediate talisman formation, a combination of the golden light talisman, blade talisman, and illusion talisman. The golden light coalesced into blade light, forming an array that ensnared enemies within a phantasm, where they would be mercilessly shredded by golden blades. It was an effective large-scale attack talisman, particularly useful against groups. He retrieved a bronze plate and summoned the fire of the vessel. The plate glowed red as it was heated. In the void, he began to inscribe the talisman. For his inaugural attempt at the 9 radiant golden light array, building upon the foundation of the indestructible golden light talisman, he found no trace of clumsiness. After 3 failures, he successfully inscribed the 9 radiant golden light array. With experience from crafting the indestructible golden light talisman, Su Xian infused the array into the bronze plate while carefully adjusting it, ensuring the formation did not distort. The 9 radiant golden light array was successfully imprinted onto the plate on the first attempt. Su Xian felt a surge of joy with his 100% success rate in crafting the indestructible golden light talisman, coupled with the enhancement from talisman mastery and his formidable mental strength. The creation of advanced talismans was exceedingly simple. With the first success came the second. After crafting 9 radiant golden light arrays, he reached a 100% success rate. It then dawned on him that he had forgotten to craft an indestructible golden light talisman for Changming. Everyone else had one. Changming must not be left out. In the future, it would be amusing to see the dog, with a bronze talisman in its mouth, fiercely pursuing enemies. Changming was a spirit dog, a formidable asset to the household. It was essential to arm it. After completing the talismans, he infused the talismans with the power of heaven and earth through his divine abilities. Although this would give rise to enigmatic consciousness transforming into enigmatic symbols, he was not concerned, as the scales would protect him. Shattering the enigmatic consciousness would also enhance his mental strength. It was a win-win situation that he could not afford to miss. As long as he maintained control and did not exceed his limits, everything would be fine. The bronze talisman morphed into an enigmatic symbol, halting his divine powers. The bronze talisman was refined and absorbed into his sea of consciousness, while the enigmatic power was devoured by the scales. The purification talisman condensed and struck the bronze talisman, transforming the enigmatic consciousness into mental energy, which was consumed by the third eye, merging into Su Xian's mental strength. A refreshing breeze washed over his mind, inducing a mild addiction. He firmly anchored his thoughts, casting aside this temptation. He could not allow himself to fall into the path of demonic obsession. Next, he turned to the shape-shifting talisman. The transformation talisman could alter one's appearance, essence, and height, though its duration was limited. The shape-shifting talisman, however, was unique. It could not only transform one into another person but also into a demon or a spirit, mimicking their aura so that even those lacking celestial realm cultivation would not detect any flaws. As long as the talisman's power was not depleted or self-released, it would remain effective. The advanced talisman automatically absorbed the power of heaven and earth for replenishment, theoretically ensuring it would never become obsolete. The shape-shifting talisman could also be employed to transform individuals into pigs or mice as punishment, or even into cattle and sheep for sale. Su Xian's intention in crafting this talisman was not to punish others, but to conceal himself. With prior experience, he swiftly mastered the shape-shifting talisman with a 100% success rate, crafting 9 pieces. He infused the bronze talisman with the power of heaven and earth, refining it into a sea of consciousness, devouring the enigmatic power, dispersing the enigmatic consciousness, and assimilating the mental energy. This entire process flowed seamlessly, becoming increasingly proficient. He proceeded to master the heavenly fire meteorite talisman, the fright talisman, the causality talisman, the exorcism talisman, the healing talisman, and the restoration talisman. After half a month, Su Xian had become adept with all advanced talismans. As he gazed at the causality talisman, he realized that his previous attempt had not been sufficiently thorough. He needed to sever the ties of causality. From then on, it must be utterly clean. The causality talisman could reveal and sever causality. Everyone gathered around. Su Xian exited his chamber and called out to the brothers, who were practicing the yin-yang reversal array. "Master, is there something you need?" Xiang Dali, accompanied by his brothers, approached Su Xian, inquiring. "Here, take these talismans," Su Xian said, producing a string of bronze talismans and handing them to Xiang Dali. Upon receiving the bronze talismans, Xiang Dali was taken aback. He had assumed they were low-level talismans, as the master had crafted countless low-level ones and carved some normally. He never anticipated they were advanced talisman formations. The master held them casually, like trinkets from a street vendor. Was this a hallucination or a dream? Unable to contain himself, he slapped Xiang Dali beside him. "Brother, why did you hit me?" Xiang Dali asked, bewildered, covering his face. "Does it hurt?" Xiang Dali inquired with concern. "It hurts. My mouth is bleeding." Xiang Dali pointed to the corner of his bleeding mouth. "It's not a dream." Xiang Dali marveled at the string of bronze talismans in his hand, akin to a keychain, with astonishment etched on his face. "Master, please don't keep startling me like this. My heart can't take it." "What is this?" Xiang Dali gazed curiously at the bronze talismans. "Advanced talisman formation." Xiang Dali inhaled deeply, calming his startled heart. "Master, even if you produce a first-tier talisman, I should not be astonished. It's normal operation, nothing to make a fuss over. Stay calm, stay calm." How could he remain calm? A single advanced talisman formation could serve as the treasure of a small sect. With such a formation, they could establish a family legacy. Advanced talisman formations could absorb the power of heaven and earth to grow. As long as the legacy was maintained for long enough, defeating a master was no issue. He held a string of them, though brand new. He could sense the immense power contained within. Nurtured over decades, they could undoubtedly reach master level. What a concept! In the mortal realm, a master reigns supreme. The royal family, for instance, has but a single first-tier powerhouse in residence. Do not be misled into thinking that just because there are 2 half-step celestial beings in Xiantang City, half-step celestial beings are common. They remain hidden from sight. A first-tier being is a national treasure. Masters roam the world as formidable forces. A master-level talisman formation is sufficient to establish a small family. He held not one, but a string of them. How could he possibly remain calm? But talisman formation. Xiang Dali's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. A string of advanced talisman formations. This must be a joke. Considering the master's style, it was not surprising, yet it was somewhat terrifying. His mind was torn between belief and disbelief. Su Xian had already departed, his sister and niece had not practiced and needed his assistance in refining the bronze talismans. They could only utilize defensive talismans and automatic counterattack talismans. The activated talismans were entirely off limits. However, the defensive options would suffice. Among the advanced talismans, 7 were self-operating and passively activated. He crafted 2 strings for his sister and niece to wear as necklaces. It was somewhat unconventional, but as long as it provided protection, that was adequate. Among these talismans were the indestructible golden light talisman and the 9 radiant golden light array. Li Billion approached. Su Xian saw her carrying Changming and called out, "You've arrived." Li Billion rushed over, clutching Changming, her small face flushed like a ripe apple. "Uncle gives you a necklace. Once you wear it, you cannot take it off." Su Xian presented the bronze talisman necklace. "It's so ugly," Li Billion remarked, looking disdainfully at the string of green bronze plates.
This is a treasure. Look. Su Xian activated the indestructible golden light talisman, and the golden-green radiance instantly captivated Li Billion. Uncle, I want it.
She dropped Changming and reached for the bronze talisman necklace. Anything that glowed must be a treasure.
Let us recognize the bond. Su Xian produced a silver needle and pricked Li Billion's finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the bronze talisman.
He activated the incantation, and the blood droplet permeated the bronze talisman. This minor discomfort was nothing for Li Billion. She was accustomed to far worse injuries. Had it not been for Su Xian's exceptional healing skills, this spirited child would not have survived several mishaps. She felt a connection with the bronze talisman, and with a thought, it transformed into a string of bronze beads, which she promptly donned around her neck. She concealed the precious item within her clothing, determined to keep it hidden from prying eyes lest it be snatched away. Changming, witnessing this, hurried over to Su Xian, wagging its tail and barking, clearly eager for a share. Su Xian produced a small string of bronze talismans for Changming, specially designed, with each piece no larger than his fingertip. Su Xian guided Changming to channel its vital essence into the bronze talisman, successfully establishing a bond. Changming joyfully scampered about, thrilled to have its own treasure. Su Xian paid no further heed to Changming or Li Billion. As the bronze talisman recognized its master, it transformed into an ordinary copper ornament, concealing the talisman's intricate lines, rendering it indistinguishable from mere jewelry. No one would think twice about such adornments. Even if someone did harbor ill intentions, they would find it impossible to remove them. Triggering the bronze talisman without first-tier strength would lead to either death or severe injury. His niece was no fool. She had already tucked it safely into her garments. Such a scenario was virtually unheard of. Changming, of course, would have to be mentally challenged to believe that a string of talismans could adorn a dog's neck. If anyone spotted a dog wearing a string of talismans, who would dare to act against it? Su Xian made his way to the backyard, gifting the bronze talisman bracelet to his sister before setting to work on crafting a first-tier trap immortal talisman. He aimed to refine the disintegration technique into a weapon, each strike imbued with disintegration power, making it an unequivocal killing machine. Chapter 48 The Enchantment of the Immortal Trap Talisman, Mastery of Talismans, and the Thunder Tribulation's Sister, wear this and do not part with it, Su Xian urged as he presented the bronze talisman bracelet to Su Jiaorong.
What a waste of money.
Is it expensive? She inquired, receiving the bronze bracelet with a mixture of delight and caution. Although she chided him for his extravagance, she could not resist adorning herself with it.
This is a talisman I crafted, not mere jewelry.
It can withstand the assaults of malevolent entities. Allow me to bind it to you, Su Xian replied with a smile.
A talisman, how invaluable, how much silver would this fetch?
Su Jiaorong questioned, contemplating removing the bracelet.
Sister, if you encounter danger, what of Bai Lian and I?
Besides, I made this myself. It cost me little that I can forge as many as needed, Su Xian quickly reassured her, sensing her hesitation.
Do you truly believe you might sell it? No cost at all? Su Jiaorong confirmed. None whatsoever, Su Xian affirmed with certainty. It may not cost anything, yet it possesses great worth. He instructed her to drip her blood upon the bronze talisman, performing the necessary incantation to acknowledge her as its master. A profound connection blossomed between Su Jiaorong and the bronze bracelet. The talisman shrank into a delicate bronze lotus, intertwining gracefully. It can even transform. Su Jiaorong exclaimed in astonishment.
Once altered, others shall not perceive it as a talisman, thus avoiding potential trouble, Su Xian chuckled. Such a marvelous item must be worth a fortune, Su Jiaorong mused, her thoughts racing. You have already recognized it as yours. It cannot be used by another, Su Xian cautioned, anxious that she might sell it.
What a pity it would be.
Su Jiaorong's expression reflected regret. Su Xian genuinely contemplated selling it. After distributing the talismans, he departed for the Imperial Medical Bureau. After securing a brief leave, he set about crafting more talismans. Although the bureau was quiet, he felt it prudent to remain active rather than collect his salary without work. It was also time for his medicine stall. He had not opened it in 2 months. Upon arriving at the bureau, he greeted his colleagues and made his way directly to Wang Fengshan's office. You've returned, you should take a few days to rest. After all, there's little to do here, Wang Fengshan remarked warmly, noticing his daughter's evident happiness. Previously reserved, she had transformed in Su Xian's presence, especially after their recent trip to Lingchuan, appearing much more cheerful.
You've even taken up gardening at home.
Wang Fengshan regarded Su Xian with increasing fondness, akin to a father-in-law growing more enamored with his son-in-law. Uncomfortable under Wang Fengshan's enthusiastic gaze, Su Xian quickly excused himself.
I've rested for over half a month.
I'll return to duty tomorrow, he said, hastily exiting Wang Fengshan's room. After making rounds to inform the neighbors of his stall's reopening, Su Xian returned home, where his sister was preparing dinner. Alone, Su Jiarong struggled to manage the meal. Only with the help of the Bear brothers could she keep up, for otherwise, both Su Xian and Niu Dali's appetites would overwhelm her efforts. They had roasted an entire cow, and even that proved insufficient for Su Xian and Niu Dali, prompting them to roast a pig as well. Li Billion, gnawing on a roasted chicken, watched in awe as Su Xian consumed nearly half a cow without displaying any signs of fullness. She, in contrast, was unable to eat more after finishing one chicken, her belly round and full. Could it be that growing up allows one to eat so much, she pondered, determined to grow so she could consume countless chickens. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, it was either the effects of the strange armor or his successful fourth-tier training that allowed food to be digested almost instantaneously, nourishing his body. It reminded him of the esoteric texts discussing cultivation through consumption, causing him to salivate unintentionally. Was he influenced by the strange armor? He was tempted by the allure of gluttony. After satisfying his hunger, Su Xian retreated to his room and retrieved a substantial piece of bronze. This piece, the thickest he had extracted from the bronze chest, was more aptly described as a pillar than a plate, perfectly suited to bear the immortal trap talisman. He had reserved it specifically for inscribing the talisman. With 3 remaining, if he could locate the other 3 talismans of the extermination of immortals, inscribing them upon the other 3 pillars would yield a true extermination talisman. Su Xian invoked the incantation to summon the furnace fire, placing the bronze pillar within to temper it. As he activated the spirit-absorbing divine ability, the forces of heaven and earth surged into his being. His scales vibrated, devouring the malevolent energies and leaving behind pure elemental power. In the void, Su Xian began to inscribe the talisman, his body surrounded by ethereal images of talismans. With a pointed finger, he etched symbols in the air, the pinnacle of earth immortal energy guiding his hand. Golden lines emerged, forming a 6-dimensional talisman. The power of the Tao radiated from the immortal trap talisman. The sky over Qiantang City darkened, and bolts of lightning flickered ominously within the clouds. Su Xian hesitated to inscribe the immortal trap talisman into the bronze pillar, fearing that if he did, the heavens would unleash their wrath upon him and his family. Successfully crafting a first-tier immortal trap talisman, his mastery of talismanic energy solidified. With a mental breakthrough, his spiritual power surged from a half-step earth immortal level to the full earth immortal realm, further enhanced by the three-eyed blessing, propelling his spiritual force into the martial immortal tier. A deity composed of concentrated spiritual energy materialized within his consciousness. The 5 organs of his body opened their eyes, emanating a radiant 5-colored light. They leaped upward from his core, soaring into his mind's sea. The 5 deities had not yet merged, encircled by an intricate array of profound patterns, the inverted yin-yang array of the 5 elements. Su Xian was taken aback, astonished at this unexpected outcome. Could the inverted yin-yang array of the 5 elements be utilized in such a manner? With this array in place, the powers of the 5 elements refined the central deity of concentrated spiritual energy. Su Xian trembled as he effortlessly broke through to the 3rd tier of spirit refinement. Did this count as the merging of the 5 deities, or not? Su Xian found himself bewildered. If it were a fusion, then the 5 deities merely formed the inverted yin-yang array, without truly merging. Yet the elemental divine powers combined into a singular entity, refining the concentrated deity of spiritual energy. His martial cultivation had veered off course. The future remained uncertain. However, contemplating such matters was futile. The thunder tribulation was the immediate concern. Gritting his teeth, Su Xian gazed up at the impending thunderstorm and summoned a thought. The strange armor enveloped him, and countless blood threads pierced his body. Merging with him, the exotic-shaped talisman activated, transforming Su Xian into a stout, short Taoist priest. The concealment talisman activated, shrouding his presence and form. He dashed from his room, heading toward the outskirts of Qiantang City. The flight talisman activated, propelling him beyond the city limits to a desolate mountain to the west. Fortunately, his spiritual breakthrough enabled him to carry the immortal trap talisman and bronze pillar. Otherwise, he would have had to disperse the talismans and abandon his endeavor. A voice within urged him, if he relinquished this opportunity, he might never have another chance to forge the immortal trap talisman. Thus, he soared from Qiantang City to pursue the creation of the immortal trap talisman. Su Xian embedded the concentrated void of the immortal trap talisman into the bronze pillar. A thunderous clap echoed from the heavens, as if the world itself were enraged. A bolt of lightning descended. As Su Xian braced for the oncoming strike, he invoked the indestructible radiance talisman, enveloping himself in golden light, resembling a revered monk, and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding explosion, the lightning dissipated upon impact. The runes of the immortal trap talisman slowly revealed themselves upon the bronze pillar. Another bolt of lightning descended, this one thrice as thick as the first. It seeks to end my existence, Su Xian retaliated with another punch. The lightning struck him directly, charring his form as the indestructible radiance talisman faded, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The immortal trap talisman was halfway complete, yet another, even thicker bolt of lightning descended. Su Xian summoned all his vitality at the third-tier realm, invoking the talisman once more. The indestructible radiance talisman reformed within him, and he reinforced his punch with the 9-ya golden light talisman, aiming it defiantly at the descending lightning.
Chapter 49 Desperation, the enigmatic armor, and the 9 radiant golden light talisman. The golden blade, infused with the power of the 9 radiant golden light talisman, surged into the thunderous tribulation. The tempest of lightning erupted upon the blade, shattering it, yet the calamity was mitigated by a third, brilliant golden light illuminated the surroundings as the indestructible diamond talisman activated, transforming into a protective shield. The tempest struck the golden barrier with a resounding explosion, obliterating it in an instant, and further diminishing the tribulation's potency by another third. Seizing the momentum, the lightning cleaved downwards upon the enigmatic armor. Electric arcs danced chaotically around Su Xian, causing the armor to fissure, as the celestial dragon roared, enveloping him in the 8-9 profound techniques. The thunder tore through every inch of Su Xian's flesh, a charred aroma wafting through the air. Internal and magical energies spiraled in a frenzied manner along the route of the Changchun technique, astonishingly propelled by magical force. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a martial arts technique? The Changchun technique fervently nourished Su Xian's body, with the scorched skin rapidly regenerating, only to be seared once more. The celestial dragon coiled around Su Xian, the 8-9 profound techniques enveloping him in a protective embrace. His physique, tempered by the tribulation, grew increasingly robust. Su Xian, his form charred to a deep black, emitted wisps of smoke. With a third-tier martial cultivation, celestial magical power, talismanic defenses, and the protection of the celestial dragoness techniques, he stood resilient against the onslaught of the thunderous tribulation. The trap immortal talisman had assimilated over half of its essence. Gritting his teeth, Su Xian pressed on, even as a more potent bolt descended. A change swept over Su Xian's visage. It was a strike twice as formidable. How could one endure such relentless fury? The tribulation seemed inexhaustible, an unending torrent. Was it not said in tales that there were 3, 6, or 9 strikes? Having endured 3, the storm clouds above showed no sign of dissipating. With a surge of spiritual energy, the forces of heaven and earth rushed forth. He concentrated, melding the 9 radiant golden light talisman into his fist, while the indestructible diamond talisman flowed into his very being. The energies of heaven and earth infused the enigmatic armor, hastening its restoration. The celestial dragon voraciously absorbed the cosmic forces, propelling the 8-9 profound techniques into a frenzied whirl. Internal and magical energies fully activated the Changchun technique to mend his wounds. With a resounding strike, the stone fist surged forth, wielding the blade of the 9 radiant golden light talisman against the thunder. A fifth of the thunder's might was dispelled by a single blow. The tribulation showed no signs of relenting. The indestructible diamond talisman shattered. Another strike from Su Xian's fists followed, his stone fist unleashed with ferocity into the tempest, echoing like thunder, cleaving away another fifth of its force. The lightning arcs surged wildly, and the enigmatic armor erupted. Su Xian's flesh was instantly charred, as the Changchun technique worked feverishly to restore him. Blood erupted from his mouth, grievously wounded, as lightning arcs ravaged his body, causing crimson to flow freely. Yet, with gritted teeth, he continued to merge the trap immortal talisman. With the trap immortal talisman nearly complete, only a final fragment remained for its successful refinement. A massive bolt of thunderclouds coalesced above, resembling a furious dragon as it descended upon Su Xian. Witnessing the last fragment of the talisman nearing completion and the furious lightning akin to a dragon descending upon him, a bitter smile crept across his face. Could he endure? The previous tribulation had nearly exhausted him, and now he was grievously injured. The enigmatic armor lay dormant, as if lifeless. How could he withstand this, to continue or to surrender? If he ceased, he feared he would never have another chance to forge the trap immortal talisman. However, to persist meant risking his life. Fortune favored the bold. The formidable nature of the trap immortal talisman was evidenced by the intensity of the tribulation it attracted. If successfully refined, it would undeniably provide an additional means of survival. In a moment of focus, thousands of crystals materialized before Su Xian. The spirit-absorbing technique enveloped the crystals, voraciously consuming their inner energies. Pure cosmic energy surged into his being, channeling into the enigmatic armor and the celestial dragon. The scales shimmered, devouring the energies within the crystals and returning them to Su Xian. His vitality surged, flooding his internal organs. The divine light of the 5 gods radiated, as the powers of the 5 elements fused into the deity formed by his consciousness. The celestial dragon let out a mighty roar, penetrating Su Xian's body, entering his sea of consciousness, entwining itself around the deity. The strength of virtue and flame transformed into pure intent, infused into the deity by the celestial dragon. The deity's divine light surged, causing Su Xian's mental prowess to expand tremendously. The enigmatic armor emitted a dazzling dark light, fully reviving. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal armor standing 5 meters tall.
Under the immense energies of the tribulation and the crystals, the enigmatic armor activated its second form, giant armor. The surge in mental power sparked a flood of inspiration within Su Xian. The decomposition technique manifested vividly in his mind, every stroke and symbol etched clearly in his thoughts, enhanced by talismanic power. As the decomposition talisman coalesced in his mind, the scales pulsated, his vast vitality filling his body, igniting his martial intent. Invincible at his level, he felt empowered against even stronger foes. Su Xian gazed defiantly at the tribulation, his resolve unwavering. He would meet it head-on. His martial intent surged, propelling him forward along the endless river of martial arts. The strength of martial arts flowed into him as the scales flickered, absorbing all enigmatic power. The stone fist began to undergo a transformation. The techniques of the stone fist melded into one singular, formidable strike. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, astonished at the immense shift in his capabilities as he prepared for a final confrontation. He realized that one must not forsake their vigor in the pursuit of power. To falter would mean to become timid, and stagnation would yield no further growth. He glimpsed the path beyond the realm of the martial sage. The martial way was boundless. Su Xian trembled as the tribulation descended upon him like an enraged dragon. He refrained from utilizing the 9 radiant golden light talisman or the indestructible diamond talisman. Instead, he infused the decomposition talisman into the enigmatic armor's gauntlets and launched a punch towards the incoming lightning. With a thunderous impact, the sky erupted, and a mushroom cloud ascended. The tribulation was utterly shattered, the force of his fist shooting skyward, piercing through the storm clouds above. In an instant, the sky cleared to a brilliant blue. The trap immortal talisman was successfully forged. The decomposition talisman's sigils were imprinted onto the gauntlets of the enigmatic armor. Through sheer serendipity, Su Xian had managed to integrate the decomposition talisman into the gauntlets, an opportunity that would have otherwise been unattainable. The gauntlets of the enigmatic armor continually disintegrated, yet the restorative powers of the Changchun technique and the enigmatic armor worked tirelessly to mend them, maintaining a delicate balance. The gauntlets successfully bore the decomposition talisman, granting Su Xian's fists the power of decomposition. The successfully refined trap immortal talisman surged into Su Xian's sea of consciousness, floating before the deity. Su Xian felt his strength waning, on the brink of collapse. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Changchun technique. Indeed, it was the most potent technique for recovery. In an instant, a sliver of strength was restored. He activated the bronze talisman of causality, severing the cause and extinguishing the effect. The wind control talisman propelled him into the air, while the concealment talisman cloaked his figure. As he flew back towards the city, Su Xian vanished without a trace. Moments later, numerous figures emerged. The entire mountain had been leveled, leaving all in awe. Fahai gazed at the mountain's summit, where the aura of Buddhist power dissipated, finding nothing amiss. Amitba, severing cause and extinguishing effect, leaves no trace, he murmured before vanishing. The recent tribulation had been terrifying. He dared not investigate further, fearing he would be ensnared by the storm. Upon his arrival after the tribulation, the one who had faced it had vanished without a trace. Not far away, a stunning woman veiled in mystery appeared, her mind conjuring simple symbols that manifested around her. Frowning slightly, she found nothing and turned to vanish from the mountain's peak. To all, she was as if she had never existed. In the Wang family's ancestral home, Wang Shifeng gazed towards the mountain but did not approach. This was beyond her involvement. A slight furrow crossed her brow. In her past life, no one had transcended at Xiantang. After encountering Su Xian again, history began to deviate from its previous course. Was this a blessing or a curse? At the very least, Su Xian was not malevolent. With this thought, Wang Shifeng busied herself with her flowers and plants. Su Xian returned to his chamber, focusing as the enigmatic armor violently tore away from his flesh, leaving him an excruciating pain that penetrated to the very marrow. Yet, he collapsed onto the bed, grinning despite the agony. It had been perilous, and the toll had been great. 1,000 crystals had vanished, and his internal, magical, and mental energies were depleted. Yet, the rewards were equally substantial. His consciousness had transformed into a deity, the trap immortal talisman was successfully refined, the decomposition talisman integrated into the gauntlets, and the enigmatic armor had activated its second form. The martial intent crystallized, embodying an indomitable momentum, and the secrets of the Changchun technique were unveiled. He had profited immensely. Su Xian drew a deep breath, settling into a meditative posture to recover through the Changchun technique. Once restored, he would assess his gains. Chapter 50 Harvest, Departure. Refining crystals in the dead of night, Su Xian recuperated some of his injuries and began to assess his gains. His spiritual consciousness coalesced into a deity, capable of absorbing the merits and divine power from the transformation of the celestial dragon, thereby continuously augmenting his mental fortitude. The 5 deities formed a yin-yang inversion array, harmonizing the elemental forces to nurture the deity. His spiritual power broke through to the martial immortal realm, making him one of the rare few in the world whose mental prowess surpassed that of Su Xian. Yet, no matter how formidable his mental strength, if his physical power was lacking, he could still be crushed by another's fist. With mastery in the art of symbols, a single thought could manifest a talisman. However, this came with a significant cost, as the spiritual absorption could only sustain intermediate talismans at most. The use of crystals was essential, and the expenditure was indeed painful. The enhancement of martial arts transformed the rock fist, achieving mastery in the art of boxing. Simplifying complexity, a single punch could surpass 1,000. The thunder tribulation tempered his body, while the 8-9 profound arts refined his physique, making it comparable to that of a second-tier body refiner. The strange armor activated its second form, the giant armor, yet the consumption remained tremendous. Su Xian's current cultivation could only be sustained with crystals, otherwise, extracting blood energy would inevitably lead to the depletion of life force. The strange armor gauntlets bore the imprint of a disintegration talisman, granting his fists the power of decomposition. The creation of the ensnaring talisman was successful, providing him with means to confront first-tier and master-level opponents. To locate additional talismans from the extermination talisman was essential. Just one would suffice to pair with the ensnaring talisman, ensuring he could contend with grandmasters or extraordinary powerhouses. 3 specific runes would certainly be adequate against half-step Earth Immortal realms, while 4 would render the Earth Immortal realm itself defenseless. Alas, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. The ensnaring talisman was acquired through serendipity, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 talismans were unknown. Seeking them seemed less promising than anticipating the activation of the scales for a divination. Although the ensnaring talisman had been refined, it lacked energy infusion, rendering it only a half-finished product. With a thought, the ensnaring talisman materialized in his hand. The essence of the world surged forth, flooding into the ensnaring talisman. It absorbed the heavenly and earthly forces like a parched desert welcoming the rainy season, greedily drawing in the power of the cosmos. As the earthly forces infused, the ensnaring talisman emanated a verdant glow. The more energy it absorbed, the more a chaotic and murderous consciousness surged within it. Once the ensnaring talisman recognized its master, Su Xian felt no fear of backlash. When he could not control it, he withdrew the talisman into his sea of consciousness. The scales trembled, and the strange forces of the talisman were absorbed, feedback coursing through Su Xian. With a mere thought, he inscribed the extermination talisman into the ensnaring talisman. The strange consciousness shattered, dispersing into the sea of his mind as spiritual energy. The third eye on the deity's forehead opened, consuming the scattered spiritual energy completely. Only then could the ensnaring talisman be deemed truly refined. Furthermore, his martial cultivation broke into the third tier of body refinement. The space around him expanded by 2 mu. The serpent surged to its peak, just one opportunity away from transforming into the flying serpent. Should he disregard the cost and absorb the energy from the crystals, his overall combat strength could reach the pinnacle of half-step Earth Immortal realm. Yet, this state would not last long. The crystals were finite. Even with tens of thousands of crystals, sustaining such power for a mere quarter of an hour was uncertain. Currently, he possessed 2,300 crystals, sufficient to maintain his state for 2 breaths, allowing him to unleash 2 formidable punches. At the pinnacle of half-step Earth Immortal strength, his transformed rock fist could rival that of an Earth Immortal's might. The 4th rune on the scales illuminated, and with another surge, he might acquire a new divine ability. After counting his harvest, Su Xian's face radiated joy. He had gained a foothold in strength. He reserved 1,000 crystals for emergencies, dedicating the remaining 1,300 crystals to cultivation. As dawn broke, he planned to absorb and cultivate through the night, not rushing the process. Su Xian felt aches throughout his body. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the pain and donned a fresh set of clothes before stepping outside. His superlative mental power granted him perfect control over his body, yet he felt as if he might shatter upon arriving at the medical bureau. He found it devoid of any pressing matters. With FA High stationed there, even the most malevolent creatures dared not approach Qiantang City, resulting in no injuries among the populace. Ordinary people found it difficult to receive treatment at the medical bureau, leading the doctors there to idly swat flies. With little to occupy his time, Su Xian returned home, pushing a cart laden with medicinal herbs and a medical kit. Setting up a stall at the alley's entrance to it was more fruitful than the medical bureau, and upon learning of Su Xian's stall, locals flocked to seek treatment. They presented common ailments, headaches, fevers, and joint inflammation. By employing the Changqun technique alongside acupuncture, he cured them without the need for medication. After a busy morning, a long queue of patients remained, compelling Su Xian to ask them to return the next day, establishing a routine of treating patients each morning. Everyone understood, vowing to arrive early the following day. The townsfolk assisted in loading the stall onto a cart, enthusiastically pushing it to his doorstep before departing. Uncle, upon seeing Su Xian, Li Bilian rushed over and clung to his neck. What did you buy for me? Su Xian produced a roasted chicken. Uncle loves you. Li Bilian leapt down from his neck, seizing the roasted chicken and devouring it. Changming approached, wagging his tail, begging for a morsel. Su Xian tossed a chi-gathering pill, which Changming eagerly caught and scampered off to his doghouse to refine it. Shon Dali promptly took the cart away. Master, the bathwater is ready. Niu Dali approached with a dusting cloth. Alright. Su Xian took the cloth, dusting off the remnants before retreating to his room. The steaming bathwater awaited him, and as he shed his clothing and immersed himself in the tub, having endured excruciating pain for half a day, the warm water relaxed his entire body, alleviating his discomfort. After a meal, a smoke felt like a taste of immortality to in Su Xian's world. A bath was akin to divine bliss. However, even amidst his relaxation, he had to suppress his cultivation. Upon finishing his bath and exiting the room, the aroma of food wafted through the air, awakening his hunger. After activating the second form of the strange armor, he found himself ravenous, unable to consume ordinary food, as its energy was insufficient. He felt perpetually starved, even if he ate continuously. Dinner's ready, Su Jiaorong called out. Uncle, it's time to eat. Li Billion appeared from nowhere, her hair adorned with leaves and dirt, resembling a little ruffian. Who knows if you'll ever get married? Let us eat. Su Xian lifted Li Billion, brushing off the leaves and dirt atop her head, and headed toward the dining hall. Upon arrival, everyone awaited them. Changming dashed into the dining hall as if pursued by hunting dogs. Perhaps he had been starved during his time as a stray. At the mere mention of food, he was more eager than anyone else. Su Xian's appetite surged, and he consumed as much as an entire cow, yet still felt unsatiated. Master, we are preparing to venture out in search of medicinal herbs, Xiong Dali said after finishing his meal. Practicing the yin-yang inversion array requires real combat experience. With Fa High present, Jiantang City has turned into a paradise, unsuitable for our training. We shall head into the wilderness, where we can search for herbs while also practicing the array. Bring this along, return with the corpses of any creatures we slay. Su Xian handed a bronze vial to Xiong Dali, originally intended for Li Billion. It was of no use to her, and thus it was perfect for Xiong Dali to store the bodies of the slain creatures. Understood. Xiong Dali did not question why they needed to bring back the creature remains. If the master commanded it, they would comply. The 5 brothers of Xiong Dali departed from the Li household. Su Xian returned to his room, invoking the energy of 1,300 crystals. With the power of the world converging upon the crystals, pure energy surged into his body like a torrent. As he operated the Dongxian Dao Sutra, the energy within the crystals rapidly transformed into magical power. The scales shimmered, and the strange forces were consumed, providing feedback to Su Xian. His blood surged, and he entered a frenzied state of operation. The 5 deities radiated 5-colored divine light, merging into the elemental forces that nourished his divine consciousness. The refinement of the crystals was swift, directly converting into magical power and infusing into his middle dantian. His magical power soared within the middle dantian, and for the first time, Su Xian felt as though his chi cultivation was akin to riding a rocket. Chapter 51 of the Birth of Alchemy and the Trials of Elixirs. Within the center of his dantian, the mana surged wildly, dissipating into strands that coalesced into a fine mist. As Su Xian endeavored to push his limits further, the crystal stones transformed into dust, scattering with the wind, completely gone, not a trace remaining. The experience of cultivating with crystal stones was truly exhilarating. He yearned for more to enhance his practice. Although his dantian was unlike any other, vast beyond measure, he believed that with sufficient crystal stones, his cultivation speed could rival that of natural-born prodigies in chi refining. Yet, he overlooked the fact that while others had a pond for a dantian, his was an ocean, a rather fanciful disregard for reality. The scales devoured the strange energy, which in turn fortified his physical vitality, making his divine essence more substantial. His martial intent manifested within his sea of consciousness, gradually inching closer to his divine essence, which was a manifestation of his spiritual awareness. The fusion of martial intent with the divine essence could potentially lead to a breakthrough into the second rank. If he could amass several thousand crystal stones, not only could he transcend into the vast sea realm, but also ascend to the second level of martial arts. Such aspirations remained mere thoughts. He had to find ways to acquire crystal stones, be it through concocting new elixirs or selling talismans. He was reluctant to part with high-grade talismans, and the bronze tokens dismantled from bronze chests were scarce. The mid-level talismans had a reasonable price, but their worth fell significantly when exchanged for crystal stones. The mid-level talisman auction was non-existent, thus, he could only sell them in his shop. With the demands of practicing medicine and cultivating, he had little time to sell talismans. Ancient elixirs were not abundant, and he could not afford to sell too many of the same grade. The temptation of concocting elixirs devoid of toxic properties could potentially incite madness within the cultivation world, and he dared not take such risks. Selling elixirs that could not entirely purge the strange energy was futile, as they were not particularly rare and would not fetch a high price. He would have to sell them himself, yet time was not on Su Xian's side. Fortunately, he had an abundance of high-grade elixirs. By refining them one by one, he could amass enough to exchange for crystal stones to continue his cultivation. Who could he send to the auction house? It would be impractical for him to make the journey himself. A round trip by flying boat would take a month. Thus, he resolved to accumulate a larger quantity of elixirs before heading to Lingshuan for a collective auction. To refine elixirs, one must first cultivate the necessary herbs. He needed to nurture the herbs, beginning with the lower-grade cleansing elixir to provide for his sister, and Bai Lian. Should he have the opportunity to hunt a powerful demon, he could use it as the main ingredient to concoct a superior cleansing elixir for his sister and Bai Lian. Infusing mana into the space transformed it into what elemental power, which Su Xian controlled to nourish the planted herbs. During his spare moments, he devoted his mana to nurturing them. The great herbs matured, and Su Xian's aim was not merely to hasten their growth but to propagate them. The great herbs needed to branch out and flourish under the nurturing of wood elemental power. The great herbs split their roots and blossomed, proliferating abundantly. As the great herbs continued to grow, flowers would bloom and seeds would drift down to the herb field, where clusters of great herbs would take root and sprout. Su Xian beamed with delight at the sight of verdant greenery within his space, eager to hasten the growth of the newly sprouted herbs. However, with his mana depleted, he had to pause his nurturing efforts and resume his practice of the Dongxian Dao Sutra to recover his mana. A day passed, and the great herbs had grown into seedlings. In about 7 or 8 days, he expected them to mature enough for elixir refinement. It was time for him to report to the Imperial Medical Bureau, so Su Xian rose and exited his chamber. "Uncle, it's time to wash your face," Li Bai Lian said as she approached with a basin of water. In the past, Li Bai Lian had struggled to carry the wash water, but now it seemed effortless. The effects of the gathering qi elixir were remarkably evident. Bai Lian was truly obedient. Su Xian took the wash water from her, and after completing his morning routine and having breakfast, he went to the Imperial Medical Bureau. With little to attend to, he strolled around before returning home, pushing his cart to the alleyway. The townspeople hurried to assist Su Xian in setting up his medicinal stall, and he commenced his diagnoses. The ailments were not severe. He administered acupuncture and Long Gong therapy, completely healing his patients. Life returned to a tranquil rhythm each day. He reported to the Imperial Medical Bureau, attended to patients at the alley, and returned home in the afternoon to cultivate and hasten the growth of the great herbs. 7 days passed in a blink. Su Xian gazed at the abundance of matured great herbs in his space, a look of joy upon his face. He could now refine mid-tier and higher elixirs, which required the use of great herbs. Previously, the herbs in his space were merely ordinary and could only yield qi-nourishing powder in gathering qi elixirs. He ignited the bronze alchemy furnace, which emerged from his dantian, transforming into a towering furnace of 1.5 meters. Instead of refining the cleansing elixir, Su Xian opted for the minor returning elixir. The cleansing elixir was a high-grade concoction with significant difficulty in refinement. His only experience lay with the gathering qi elixir. Feeling uncertain about immediately attempting the cleansing elixir, he chose the intermediate minor returning elixir, for which he had all the necessary ingredients in his space. Other mid-tier elixirs lacked sufficient materials. He had brought back some great herbs from the auction house, but the requirements for refining the minor returning elixir exceeded those alone. With the materials for the minor returning elixir extracted from his space, Su Xian infused the alchemical fire into the bronze furnace and began to refine the medicinal liquid. He had utilized the bronze furnace several times for elixir refinement. It was not only more convenient and efficient than pure alchemical fire but also retained more of the herb's potency. The refined liquid was collected into porcelain vials. Su Xian extended his hand to touch the liquid. The scales gently trembled, consuming the strange energy within. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised by the abundance of strange energy in the great herbs, rivaling that of fifth-tier demons. However, it still paled in comparison to crystal stones. Vials of the minor returning elixir were soon extracted. As he began the refinement process, Su Xian exerted his formidable mental strength to control the alchemical fire in the herbs with unprecedented precision. He had expected to fail a few times before achieving success, yet to his astonishment, the first batch of minor returning elixirs was successfully refined. Su Xian regarded the elixirs devoid of spiritual patterns with disdain. The lack of spiritual inscriptions rendered them inferior. They could be sent to the auction house, and he stored the elixirs away to continue refining. Reflecting on his previous experience, he realized he had hesitated during the fusion of the medicinal powers. According to the essential techniques of alchemy and ancient records, he needed to wait before adding other ingredients. In retrospect, he should have added them at that moment and developed his own methods for refinement. For the second batch of minor returning elixirs, Su Xian poured the medicinal liquid into the furnace, using his powerful mental strength to control the alchemical fire. This time, he discarded the written instructions and relied on his own experience. Upon completion of the minor returning elixir, as Su Xian prepared to collect it from the furnace, a bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the furnace. Su Xian stood dumbfounded. What was happening? He recalled a legend. The emergence of high-grade elixirs was often accompanied by tribulations. Could this be one of those trials? Why did he seem so fated to encounter heavenly tribulations? Fortunately, the elixir tribulation only affected the elixir itself and was not overly disruptive. Su Xian activated a concealment talisman, rendering his room unnoticeable, then directed his mental energy into the furnace to assess the situation. 1 Minor returning elixir. Su Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this, the most perfect batch, would yield only a single elixir. The previous batch had produced 30. He observed as the lightning struck the elixir, and 3 spiritual patterns manifested as 3 divine dragons surged upward to confront the lightning tribulation. With a tremendous crash, the furnace trembled incessantly. Su Xian was alarmed. Would it explode? As expected of a magical artifact, the bronze furnace was indeed well crafted. It endured 3 strikes of lightning without exploding. At that moment, the minor returning elixir within the furnace radiated a golden light, and the 3 spiritual patterns exuded a profound resonance. Did this mean that an elixir with 3 spiritual patterns constituted a high-grade elixir? Su Xian had not anticipated that high-grade elixirs could be so easily refined. He opened the furnace to collect the elixir in one fluid motion. The solitary elixir, adorned with 3 spiritual patterns, was carefully stored in a vial. He was uncertain of the potency of this minor returning elixir. It had been a while since the 5 brothers left. Why hadn't they returned? Niu Dali would be quite suitable for testing the elixir. In the wilderness, Niu Dali sneezed. Chapter 52 Recovery and Purification. Su Xian arrived before the doghouse of Changming. The overwhelming wealth and fortune favored Changming. Changming looked up at Su Xian, feeling a hint of anxiety. It was unusual for its master to visit the doghouse at such an hour. Had the master uncovered its secret? Changming, you have been with me for quite some time, haven't you? Changming had transformed into a spiritual dog and could no longer be treated as an ordinary canine. After such a long companionship, emotions had inevitably developed. Before testing the medicine, it was prudent to strengthen their bond. Changming grew increasingly nervous. Had the master discovered something? Would it be coerced into a confession? I shall bestow upon you a magnificent fortune. Su Xian produced a vial from his possession, uncorked it, and a captivating fragrance wafted from within. Changming's eyes sparkled. It stood upright, fixated on the bottle, unable to contain its drool. A truly exquisite treasure. Undoubtedly, just by inhaling the scent of the medicine, it felt a remarkable improvement in its injuries. Indeed, it had not misjudged. Its master was a person of great destiny. Following Su Xian would allow its wounds to heal. It had initially feared that the master had discovered something, but it turned out to be a gift of elixir. Woof, woof, woof. Changming wagged its tail, fixated on the porcelain bottle. Here you go. Su Xian tossed the small medicinal pill to Changming. The pill, adorned with 3 spiritual patterns, was free of toxic properties. Changming leaped and swallowed it whole. A surge of warmth erupted within, the potent medicinal energy coursing through its meridians. Changming burst out of the doghouse and began to run wildly. Its speed intensified, causing droplets of blood to surface. Su Xian shared the sensations of Changming, feeling every shift within its body. The medicinal power flowed like an ocean of vitality, refining every part of Changming. Ultimately, it transformed into inner strength circulating through its meridians. Changming instantly broke through from the 9th rank to the 7th rank, and soon after, to the 6th rank. At that moment, its inner strength stabilized, its body drenched in blood, and its eyes shone brightly like the moon in the night sky. It appeared battered yet more invigorated than ever before. A leap from the 9th rank to the 6th rank in an instant. Su Xian was astonished. The potency of the 3-pattern pill was extraordinary, rivaling that of a high-grade elixir. He felt grateful to the vendor from the ghost market. Without a bronze alchemy furnace, it would have been impossible to forge such a pill. Even if one managed to create it, the tribulations of lightning would have destroyed the furnace. A skilled chef requires a good knife, just as an alchemist needs a fine furnace. The items purchased in the ghost market, along with the mysterious map and the sapling grown from withered roots, held unknown significance. The map was incomplete, and only by finding the other fragments could its true nature be discerned. The ancient and profound aura it emanated suggested its extraordinary value. As for the opportunities, they would come in due time. The 3-pattern pills were too potent for his sister and Bai Lian to consume at present. They should wait until they had established a foundation in martial arts. Returning to his room, Su Xian began to prepare the materials for the purification pill. After ensuring all ingredients were ready, he started to extract the medicinal liquid. The alchemical fire ignited within the bronze furnace, and the materials were placed inside. With a powerful mental focus and the alchemical formula, he refined the liquid. Under the influence of his formidable mental strength, all impurities were eliminated, though the enigmatic energy remained. A vial of pure medicinal liquid was successfully extracted. With a mere gesture of his hand, he drew out the liquid, and the enigmatic energy was swiftly consumed by the scales. Su Xian, with practiced ease, managed to perform these tasks even with his eyes closed. Thanks to the enhanced capabilities of the furnace and his strong mental prowess, extracting the liquid was as simple as drinking water. In total, he produced 30 portions of the purification pill liquid along with the 18 portions of the small elixir. He had a total of 48 vials. Alchemy is rarely successful with every attempt, so he had prepared 20 portions of the small elixir, yet surprisingly managed to create 2 3-pattern pills. The remaining 18 were yet to be refined. Gazing at the 48 vials, Xian decided to refine them all. He first produced 2 portions of the unpatterned small elixir, followed by refining the rest into 3-patterned small elixirs. After completing the 18 small elixirs and familiarizing himself with the process, he proceeded to create the purification pills. With 2 prior experiences, Xian was exceptionally skilled, though he found the absence of patterns somewhat awkward. He successfully created 2 batches of unpatterned small elixirs, which he stored in vials. As he continued, every 10 minutes, a storm cloud enveloped the furnace, striking it with thunder, causing it to tremble violently. Flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings. In 10 minutes, Xian managed to refine a batch of 3 patterned small elixirs, summoning a tribulation each time. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely think it a dream. An alchemist of the first rank, preparing to induce a tribulation for a spiritual elixir, would typically require decades of meticulous preparation. Accomplishing even a single successful batch in a lifetime would be a remarkable feat. What was Xian doing? A production line for spiritual elixirs. The tribulations arrived every 10 minutes, almost as if they were free labor. It was as though the tribulations felt obligated to appear. As the final strikes came, the storm dissipated with casual flicks. Xian noted that the tribulation was the least powerful of the lightning tribulations. How ludicrously dismissive. Having completed 16 batches of the small elixir, he produced 16 3-pattern pills. With a deft motion of his hand, he stored the last 3-pattern small elixir in a vial, placing it safely in his spatial storage. He then began the process of refining the purification pill. The purification pill was an advanced elixir, far more complicated than the intermediate small elixir. It required ignition, ingredient placement, and meticulous crafting. The first batch of purification pills was completed without invoking a tribulation, leaving Xian somewhat disappointed. In the second attempt, he recalled the lessons learned and was more precise in his ingredient placement. This time, the pill successfully attracted the tribulation. The bronze furnace shook violently under the onslaught of the lightning, arcs of electricity dancing chaotically. Once the tribulation passed, Xian skillfully executed the alchemical formula, extracting a 3-patterned purification pill. Success, he exclaimed joyfully. These toxin-free pills could be consumed indefinitely. The more, the better. If not for the time required for the medicinal herbs in his field to recover, he would have refined hundreds, allowing his sister and Bai Lian to enjoy them daily like candy. With the experience gained, the remaining 28 portions of purification pills were swiftly transformed into 28 3-patterned elixirs. A single pill a day would last for half a month. By then, the herbs could be harvested once more for additional purification pills, allowing his sister and niece to partake in daily doses for strengthening their bodies. As he refined the elixirs, the scales absorbed the enigmatic energy, illuminating 4 lines. The concentrated divine essence of his mental awareness further solidified under the feedback from the scales, enhancing his cultivation. A notable improvement. Xian stored the furnace away, noting that there was still an hour until dawn. He spent that hour practicing the serpent dash and drawing talismans. As the first light of dawn broke, he heard his sister bustling about. "Here, take this purification pill," Xian said, handing one to Su Jiarong. "What kind of pill is this?" she inquired, placing it into her mouth. "Delicious and sweet," she exclaimed, and then felt the pill dissolve instantly, flowing into her stomach. A wave of warmth radiated from within, leaving her feeling pleasantly numb, as though she were receiving a massage. A sense of indescribable comfort enveloped her, and the lingering pains from her exertions began to vanish under the influence of the medicinal power. "I need to use the restroom." Su Jiarong's expression shifted as she rushed towards the lavatory. Chapter 53. No issues. These tied. Half an hour later, Su Jiarong emerged from the restroom, her complexion radiant. "Hanwen, what kind of elixir is this? I feel as light as a swallow, almost as if I could soar into the sky. I've never felt this invigorated before. It must cost a fortune, right?" Su Jiarong inquired, her face etched with concern. "Such remarkable efficacy must be worth a considerable sum." Xian smiled wryly. "Sister, you're once again fixating on money. The elixirs I concoct are free of charge. Taking one daily can refine your muscles and cleanse your marrow. You too can cultivate martial arts." His discerning gaze fell upon his sister, and he beheld her form, now pure and unblemished, with all traces of her previous toil and injuries vanished, her body restored to its peak condition. A faint glimmer of spiritual light began to rise from her, albeit still faint and weak. Xian was confident that given time, this light would surely penetrate 3 feet deep, elevating her to the status of a prodigy. If only she were younger, akin to her niece, her potential could surely be elevated to that of an eternal genius. This was merely a simplified version of the marrow-cleansing elixir. Who knew what heights her aptitude might reach once he perfected an improved formula? "Can I really practice martial arts?" Su Jiarong asked in disbelief. Yes, after refining your muscles and cleansing your marrow, your body will return to its prime, naturally enabling you to cultivate martial arts, Su Xian affirmed.
Give it to me, Su Jiaorong extended her hand. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. The elixir, Su Jiaorong clarified. Here are 27 marrow cleansing pills, you and Billion should each take one daily.
Su Xian was surprised by his sister's decisiveness, as she did not haggle over money this time. He had prepared various arguments to persuade her to take the elixir, but he found no opportunity to voice them. All right, Billion, Su Jiaorong turned to summon her daughter to take the elixir. Su Xian felt as if his sister had transformed into a different person. Regardless, as long as she was willing to consume it, that was sufficient. After devouring over 50 buns the size of fists and drinking nearly half a pot of porridge, Su Xian organized the medicinal materials and pushed the cart out of their home. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, everyone helped set up the medicine stall. Su Xian commenced his consultations, dealing with a variety of ailments such as headaches, fevers, and rheumatism. With acupuncture combined with the Changchun technique, he swiftly alleviated the patient's maladies. His formidable spiritual perception, honed in the realm of martial immortals, sensed a powerful presence within the tavern across the street. Su Xian paid no mind, for as a physician, he had no such formidable adversary to fear. Even if there were, he was unafraid. Should they dare to lay a hand on him, he would ensure they regretted it. Within the tavern, a strikingly beautiful woman veiled in a scarf observed Su Xian as he treated the townsfolk. Mistress, we have investigated all individuals in Xiantang City and found no suspicious characters, save for Su Xian, who is rather peculiar, reported a man clad in black, kneeling before her. Peculiar, the mistress inquired, puzzled.
Su Xian treats ailments for merely 101, a fee that is practically equivalent to free. What could his motives be?
Our investigation revealed that the Taoist priest visited here shortly before her incident. Could she have discovered something? The man in black speculated. You possess quite the insight. He certainly does not provide his services out of goodwill. He cultivates the celestial dragon grate, a practice that requires the accumulation of merit and incense power. It is a clever strategy. By keeping his fees low, he effectively offers free treatment, fostering gratitude among the people. Many must have erected shrines in his honor, the mistress revealed, a knowing expression gracing her features.
Su Xian, oh Su Xian, you remain as you were in your past life, seeking fame and reputation, resorting to any means necessary for power, even exploiting the common folk. It seems it is indeed you. She had not anticipated that in this life, Su Xian had taken Fa Hai as his master and learned the celestial dragon grate. Could Su Xian have also been reborn? The mistress mused, watching him with increasing intrigue. Indeed, many have built shrines in Su Xian's honor, offering daily prayers, the man in black realized. There are no free lunches in this world. Su Xian's actions now make perfect sense. His near-free treatment for the common folk is merely a means to accumulate merit and incense. However, does not the celestial dragon grate require dragon chi for cultivation? He questioned, perplexed. Su Xian possesses dragon chi of his own. No need to investigate him further, the mistress commanded. Understood, the man in black replied, transforming into a shadow and vanishing. The mistress gazed at Su Xian and softly remarked, By Suzhen, when will you make your appearance? If you delay, your gentleman may become another's, then we shall see how you fare. With that, the mistress dissipated into a beam of red light, vanishing from the room. Su Xian sensed something amiss. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that despite having a benefactor watching over him, his safety was still uncertain. At that moment, 100 miles away from Xiantang City, the 5 brothers of the Xiong family were forming the 5 elements yin-yang reversal formation to confront a third-tier beastly apparition, a bizarre giant chicken, 2 meters tall, with sparse feathers. Its massive head was grotesquely adorned with human faces, as if they had been embedded within its skull, leaving only the faces visible. The apparition launched a fierce assault, spewing strange flames that withered and blackened the grass and trees along its path, leaving desolation in its wake. The Xiong brothers hurled purification talismans at the creature and activated intermediate gathering talismans, imbuing their weapons with the power of heaven and earth. As the 5 elements yin-yang reversal formation activated, the brothers channeled their strength into Xiong Dali. The 5 purification talismans struck the apparition, eliciting a terrifying cry akin to that of an infant, as 5 blue flames ignited upon its body. Empowered to the 3rd tier, Xiong Dali wielded a long knife, infused with the power of heaven and earth, and swung it down upon the apparition. A 10-meter blade of energy erupted forth, severing the apparition's head with a single stroke. Its body collapsed onto the ground. Huff, 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 brother, shall we venture deeper into the mountains? Nyo Dali gasped, looking towards Xiong Dali.
Having left Xiantang City, they were making their way towards West Lake, only to find that the closer they drew, the more terrifying the apparitions became. After traversing just over 100 miles, they encountered a third-tier apparition. Had it not been for the 5 elements yin-yang reversal formation, which amplified Xiongdali's strength, along with the various talismans bestowed by their master, they likely would have perished in the wilderness by now. Something feels off, Xiongdali murmured, pulling out a bronze vial and performing a hand sign to store the apparition's body within. Furrowing his brow, he continued, a third-tier apparition should not have ventured this far to the outskirts of Westlake, unless something is amiss there.
Beast tide? Dali exclaimed. Quickly, we must return.
Xiongdali's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee with his brothers.
As they began to run, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, a thunderous noise akin to a stampede echoed in the air, the brothers' faces paled, the beast tide was indeed upon them. They activated their concealment and wind talismans, fleeing towards Qiantang City with all their might. In the face of the beast tide, even the land's immortals could only focus on self-preservation. Their only hope of survival lay in reaching Qiantang City before the tide caught up with them. Soon, countless flying apparitions appeared behind the 5 brothers, pursued by an innumerable horde of terrestrial beasts. Trees were uprooted, and shrubs were trampled as the apparitions fled in a desperate bid for survival, relentlessly chasing after Xiongdali and his siblings. Chapter 54 of the Battle with the Demon, the coffin. The 5 brothers laid their eyes upon the towering walls of Qiantang City, their faces lighting up with joy as they gritted their teeth and rushed towards the city with all their might. A terrifying aura rapidly approached from behind them, closing in an instant. Form the formation, exclaimed Xiongdali, his expression shifting dramatically. The 5 brothers swiftly arranged themselves into the 5 elements yin-yang reversal formation.
The indestructible Vajra talisman activated, and the 9 radiant golden light array was set in motion. They drew forth a collection of intermediate talismans, casting anxious glances backward.
First grade. Xiongdali gasped, startled by the swarm of demons soaring towards them from behind. Mastery realm. The sight of the densely packed demons made Xiongdali feel utterly despondent.
They were not merely a single first-grade demon or a mastery realm demon, but a multitude of first-grade and mastery realm demons. Even grandmaster demons surged forth, and soon, transcendent demons made their appearance. The 5 brothers found themselves as powerless as if facing monstrous waves crashing upon them, an endless tide of beasts. It was no wonder that even formidable beings at the threshold of immortality could only manage to protect themselves. Resistance was futile. Are we doomed? This thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of the 5 brothers above them. Demons flew past in droves.
Quick, retreat.
Xiongdali remembered the concealment talismans on their bodies and shouted to his brothers. The flying demons couldn't see them, presenting a fleeting moment of safety, while the ground demons, in a mad rush, barreled forward, oblivious to their presence, capable of trampling them into mere flesh and blood. With all their strength, the 5 brothers fled toward Qiantang City. The sound of the city's horn blared again, more urgent and resounding than before. Xian, who was currently tending to his stall, felt his expression shift upon hearing the horn. The citizens of Qiantang waiting in line for medical attention also changed their expressions. Dr. Su, hurry home, was the collective thought, not one of self-preservation, but rather a rush to assist Xian in packing up his medicinal stall. In a short while, everyone had loaded their belongings onto a cart, with the robust De Chang pushing it, urging Xian to follow him back quickly. Xian felt a warmth in his heart. It is in critical moments that one truly recognizes those who care for you. Everyone, return home and take cover. The city's protective formation has been restored, so there is no need for concern, he assured them. Xian resolved that should danger arise, he would once more summon the guardian deity for these people. After all, what were a few years of lifespan compared to their safety? Coincidentally, his sister and niece needed a powerful demon for medicinal purposes. I'll go. Chang, you should return first, Xian instructed. No, Dr. Su, I'm strong, I push quickly, so I shall assist you in returning, Chang insisted, taking charge of the cart towards the Li family estate. The estate was not far from the alley, and Xian allowed Chang to take the lead. Once the cart reached home, Chang finally departed. Xian reflected on how everyone had disregarded their own safety to help him pack up his stall. He felt that amidst this tumultuous world, there were indeed things worth protecting. Today, filled with fervor, he wished to safeguard these simple folk. Sister, you and Bai Lian stay in the room and do not come out. I have a talisman left by my master that can ensure your safety, Xian instructed his sister. Realizing the urgency of Qiantang's peril, he knew he couldn't summon the deity within the home, lest they be discovered. He prepared to leave, to conceal his identity and hunt demons, for he had long craved the flesh of demons. The culinary methods from the ancient tome would finally find their purpose. He hoped to find an opportunity to bring back a powerful demon for his sister and niece to use in their potions, crafting a fortified soul-cleansing pill. He held no worries for their safety. With the talisman from his benevolent master, as long as the city remained intact, they would undoubtedly be safe. Be careful, Su Jiaorong nodded, her expression serious. Rest assured, Su Xian replied, donning his enchanted armor and vaulting over the wall, vanishing from Su Jiaorong's sight. Chang Ming observed Su Xian's departing figure, hesitating momentarily before slipping through a dog hole to pursue him.
Kid, don't go seeking death. What would I do then?
Chang Ming fretted. Upon leaving the Li family estate, Su Xian merged with the enchanted armor in a moment of concentration. The transformation talisman activated, reshaping him into a towering figure clad in radiant armor, exuding a formidable aura. He then activated another concealment talisman, rendering himself invisible. With a few agile leaps, he ascended to the city walls. The protective formation of Qiantang City was activated by Wang Fengshan. A beam of Buddhist light descended from Jingshan Temple, where Fahai presided over the city's defenses. With Fahai at the helm, he absorbed the strength of the city's populace and communicated with the imperial court's fortunes, causing Qiantang City to emanate a dazzling radiance. Su Xian gazed towards the outside of the city, inhaling sharply. A deluge of demons surged forth from the wilderness, threatening to raise Qiantang City. Leading the charge was a transcendent demon, followed closely by a throng of Grandmaster and Mastery Realm demons. A beast tide. Su Xian was taken aback, recalling how Qiantang City had nearly fallen victim to sacrifice last time, and now faced this once-in-a-millennium beast tide. Truly, Qiantang City was beset by calamities. Then, he caught sight of the 5 brothers fleeing from the airborne demons. The talismans crafted by the talisman masters were ineffective against their creators, thus he could see the 5 brothers clearly. As the city gates were on the verge of closing, the protective formation was about to seal. Su Xian swiftly soared towards the gates, halting their closure just in time for the 5 brothers to dash inside. With the gates shutting behind them, the last segment of the protective formation sealed completely, enveloping Qiantang City in its safeguarding embrace. Master, the brothers hesitantly inquired upon spotting Su Xian. Return home and guard your family, Su Xian instructed the 5 brothers. Yes, they responded, hastening back to the Li estate. Countless demons, as if receiving a command, launched an assault on Qiantang City. Leading the charge was the transcendent demon, storming towards the protective formation. Behind it was a dense throng of Grandmaster, Mastery Realm, First Grade, and Second Grade demons. Fahai, transformed into a colossal figure, ascended and merged with the protective formation, channeling its power to strengthen himself into a Tenjong tall Buddha. The giant Buddha radiated with a brilliant light, swatting away the incoming transcendent demon. The transcendent demon crashed into a hillside not far from Qiantang City, creating a massive crater upon impact, bleeding profusely and appearing near its end. Indeed, my benevolent master is formidable. A transcendent being cannot withstand a single strike, Su Xian thought, unable to suppress the urge to finish off the severely wounded transcendent demon, to collect its remains, but he restrained himself. The beast tide would not be so simple. After the battle, there would be ample time for collection. An unrelenting swarm of demons assailed the city's formation, ranging from 3rd grade to Grandmaster, densely packed. With a sweep of his hand, the giant Buddha formed by Fahai sent a large number of demons flying, reducing many to mere pulp. Su Xian lamented, wondering how he would feast on such a bounty. From the direction of West Lake came a thunderous roar. A coffin soared towards them from that direction. Unremarkable at first glance, it was surrounded by decay yet emanated a horrifying pressure. Half-step to immortality. Su Xian, possessing the awareness of a martial immortal, easily sensed the demoness strength within the coffin. He had never anticipated that alongside Fahai and the Golden Drum Dharma King, there was another demon of half-step to immortality emerging from Qiantang. As Su Xian was astonished, Fahai had already engaged with the coffin. The Tenjong tall Buddha struck the coffin with a palm, causing it to dip perilously, nearly crashing to the ground. The lid of the coffin slowly opened, releasing an eerie and terrifying pressure that seeped out. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering what lay within. As the lid fully opened, an aura of immortal-level strength radiated forth. Chapter 55 of the Great Menace, the Giant Buddha, the Palace, a single fist. A coffin creaked open at one corner, and a pale finger emerged, a finger of white bone. The terrifying power of the earth immortal realm descended upon Qiantang City. The world was reduced to the presence of this solitary white finger. Wang Shifeng gazed solemnly at the coffin suspended in the sky. It had awakened. The enchantress looked at the white finger above, her expression shifting dramatically. Had it awakened prematurely? By Fu. Su Xian involuntarily uttered a name upon seeing the white finger. After saying it, he froze. What was this Bai Fu? He did not recognize the name. What was happening? Why had he spoken it? He felt an inexplicable affinity with the entity within the coffin. What was going on? The original host, had the original consciousness not dissipated? Su Xian broke out in a cold sweat. With formidable spiritual power in the earth immortal realm, he began a self-examination. The 3 eyes of the deity in his sea of consciousness opened, scanning every inch of the realm without missing a single spot. Nothing was found elsewhere in his body. The 3 eyes swept over his entire being, especially focusing on his heart. Aside from the brain, where consciousness could hide, the heart was the only other possible sanctuary, yet still, he found nothing. Su Xian furrowed his brow. How could this be? The words just spoken had definitely escaped his lips, yet they were not of his own making. The absence of the original host's lingering consciousness posed a grave concern. Concealment was the most perilous. How powerful must one be to evade detection from the spiritual prowess of the earth-immortal realm? Wait, there was still one place he had yet to investigate. He directed his spiritual energy into his scales. Su Xian felt a moment of disorientation as he materialized within the palace. Above the palace loomed a throne, upon which sat a man in a long gown, appearing to be in his 40s, and bearing an uncanny resemblance to Su Xian himself. Su Xian, the middle-aged man on the throne, opened his mouth as if to speak, but his words dissipated into the wind, transforming into pure spiritual energy that scattered throughout the palace. The three eyes voraciously consumed the spiritual energy within the palace. The innate connection between this energy and Su Xian allowed it to merge seamlessly with his soul without the need for refinement. Su Xian's spiritual power surged, advancing through the mid to late stages of the earth-immortal realm. The deity formed from the condensed spiritual energy began to take shape within his body. Though an entity of energy, it bore no distinction from a human. It developed internal organs, blood vessels, a brain, bones, and marrow. Was this the spiritual power that transcended the earth-immortal realm? Su Xian could not discern its true nature, too enigmatic to articulate. Nonetheless, his martial intent, bolstered by this formidable spiritual energy, grew exponentially, nearly solidifying into a tangible form. The martial intent began to meld with the deity of his sea of consciousness, pushing his martial cultivation toward a breakthrough into the second rank. Just as Su Xian was on the verge of achieving this breakthrough, the spiritual energy within the palace had been entirely consumed. His martial cultivation stagnated at half a step into the second rank. Su Xian surveyed the entirety of the palace. What was this place? How had his spiritual energy entered the scales, leading him to this palace? Why was he seated upon the throne? After witnessing him, what was it Su Xian wished to convey? How could he exit this place? Countless questions surged in his mind, yet none bore answers. The vanishing of Su Xian, however, provided him a sense of relief. At least no other presence remained within him, granting him a measure of tranquility. He needed to leave quickly. A great battle raged outside. Gazing at the throne, Su Xian approached and hesitated before taking a seat. He instinctively felt that the throne concealed a means of escape. His spirit transcended the earth-immortal realm, reaching an unknown dimension. With an intuition sharper than a woman's sixth sense. As he settled upon the throne, Su Xian found himself in an even grander palace. Unbeknownst to him, he was now holding a long, rectangular jade tablet, akin to those wielded by celestial beings in ancient tales. He stood alone in the vast hall, wishing to move but finding his legs unresponsive. Suddenly, he returned to the throne. Had it all been an illusion if not for the jade tablet in his hand? Su Xian felt a wave of disorientation as he departed from the Palace of Scales and returned to the realm of reality. Everything outside transpired in the blink of an eye. The white finger had barely touched the brow of the gigantic Buddha, transformed from the Dharma Sea. Great Dragon of Might! With a thunderous shout, the giant Buddha emitted a radiant light, morphing into a celestial dragon that surged toward the white finger. The great formation of Qiantang fervently siphoned power, channeling it into the Dharma Sea, elevating its strength from half a step into the earth-immortal realm to full earth-immortal status. With a resounding crash, the dragon collided with the white finger. The force of the Buddha's might radiated outward, rippling through the very fabric of space. The white finger was repelled back into the coffin. The protective array of Qiantang City quaked violently, akin to waves cascading over water. Witnessing the unfolding events, Su Xian sighed inwardly. Once again, families would hang white sails at their doors, weeping in despair. Such was the treacherous state of the world. Fortunately, his esteemed master had intercepted the coffin, sparing him the need to summon divine aid. With a creaking sound of wood rubbing against wood, the coffin lid opened a foot-wide gap, and a skeletal arm emerged, its fingers curled into a fist, striking toward the giant Buddha. The very heavens and earth seemed to coalesce around this singular punch. Su Xian felt his own martial intent stir, igniting an irresistible urge to unleash a fist of his own. Great Dragon of Might! Within the chest of the giant Buddha, the Dharma Sea echoed with a resonant shout. The Buddha radiated with brilliant light, raising one hand in defiance against the skeletal fist. A dragon's roar erupted as a celestial dragon coiled around the Buddha's arm, its head manifesting in the palm, colliding with the white skeletal fist. Silence enveloped the world, all sound ceased. No, the entirety of existence paused for that fleeting moment. Had Su Xian not transcended into the realm of spirit, he might have sensed nothing at all. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, forcing the skeletal fist back into the coffin. The protective array of Qiantang City trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. The dragon's roar resonated as the auspicious energy of Qiantang's government coalesced into a dragon, weaving through the protective array, rapidly mending the cracks. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Wang Fengshan had activated the county seal. The county seal could commune with the imperial fortune, channeling it to reinforce the protective array. Such a feat was no small endeavor. Wang Fengshan's cultivation must have drawn upon his own essence. Consuming one's essence equated to depleting one's lifespan. Su Xian felt a deep respect for Wang Fengshan. Though still an acting official, he was worthy of the title of magistrate of Qiantang County. The giant Buddha did not wait for the coffin to react. It struck the coffin with an open palm. A golden dragon erupted from the Buddha's hand, emitting a dragon's roar as it surged toward the coffin. Throughout this process, it voraciously absorbed the energies of the cosmos, transforming before the coffin into a 100-meter-long dragon. It crashed against the coffin with a thunderous impact, sending it flying, splintering wood into the air, crashing against the mountainside. As the coffin shattered, splintered pieces fell away, and a terrifying pressure emanated from within. It was as if an unparalleled monstrosity was about to be born. Su Xian felt an invisible force constricting his heart, rendering it unable to beat, suffocating his breath as if trapped within a heavy bellows. Only through the powerful spiritual will could he withstand this pressure. As the coffin was completely obliterated, the fearsome entity within was revealed. Su Xian stared in disbelief as a human servant emerged from the wreckage. Upon witnessing this overwhelming menace, Su Xian initially presumed this to be a mere servant.
"Monk, I seek only to find someone in Qiantang. Should you step aside, I vow not to harm anyone here," the servant addressed the Dharma Sea. "Amitba, I have sworn an oath to protect this realm. I cannot allow you to take even one person from here," the Dharma Sea replied, invoking a solemn chant. He had vowed not to resist should he witness someone taking away the people of Qiantang, for to do so would invite the backlash of his oath. The Dharma Sea could not permit the servant to claim anyone before him. "Then, monk, receive my fist." The servant, akin to a child first learning to fight, crouched into a stance and launched a straight punch toward the Dharma Sea. In that moment, darkness engulfed the sun and moon, the stars extinguishing. As the world descended into chaos, all that remained was the radiance of the resplendent Buddha and the singular fist. Chapter 56, The Arrival of the Golden Bowl King. The colossal Buddha radiated a brilliant light, coalescing into a gigantic celestial dragon. This dragon bore 5 claws, within the city's protective formation, the auspicious golden dragon sword, merging seamlessly with the celestial dragon. The colossal Buddha diminished in size, integrating into the Sea of Dharma. The Sea of Dharma thrust forth a palm towards his servant, channeling all his strength into that single strike. The world was left with nothing but the clash of palm and fist. Suddenly, the entire realm was engulfed in darkness. Then, akin to a stellar explosion, a radiant light erupted, illuminating the universe. Su Xian's martial intent surged forth. The essence of the rock fist frantically absorbed the energy from the clash of palm and fist, continuously ascending. Observing skilled combatants was indeed a tremendous opportunity. In his sea of consciousness, Su Xian, recognizing the divine spirit, gestured, conjuring a servant and a monk, who tirelessly rehearsed the techniques of that fist and palm within his mind. The quintessence of these techniques melded into his own strike. Su Xian had not anticipated that transcending the realm of martial immortals would enable him to initially integrate martial intent and analyze the martial arts he witnessed. It was astonishing. Initially, he believed that merely strengthening his mental prowess would enhance his martial intent slightly, offering no substantial aid in combat. Now, it proved to be a remarkable advantage. As long as he observed skilled fighters, he could continually simulate and learn. Su Xian capitalized on the strengths of others, merging the servant's fist into his own. The palm of the Sea of Dharma resembled the Grand Dragon's profound mastery, yet it was not entirely so. One could discern the shadow of the Grand Dragon's techniques within it, intertwined with other methods. It was not merely cultivated through dragon energy, merits, or incense offerings. The Sea of Dharma had forged a unique path of his own. Su Xian absorbed the essence of each strike, continually elevating the Grand Dragon's mastery. He reached a transformative state. While Su Xian's realm and strength had not ascended, his martial cultivation was steadily advancing. At the same level of cultivation, his combat prowess was now at least 20% stronger than before. An increase of merely 10% in a single fist should not be underestimated. Achieving this was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Had it not been for Su Xian's transcendence over the martial immortal realm, allowing his mental energy to evolve into the servant's fist and absorb insights from observation, it would have taken countless years to attain this enhancement. The greatest improvement stemmed from the Grand Dragon's mastery, which could only be deemed proficient. Observing the palm of the Sea of Dharma, he advanced from a novice to a transformative state in one fell swoop. Next, he would solidify his palm intent, enabling him to unleash a strike that could render the heavens and earth silent. His martial intent coalesced, and his fist intent was refined, allowing him to absorb the palm of the Sea of Dharma. Su Xian's elevation was instantaneous. The clash of palm and fist struck the city's protective formation. The formation, akin to glass, manifested countless fissures before shattering with a thunderous crash. The Sea of Dharma crashed to the ground, creating a vast pit. Countless malevolent beings were reduced to ashes beneath this blow, having no protective formation to shield them. The servant, clad in tattered garments, bore a trickle of dark green blood from the corner of his mouth, his chest pierced through, with an imprint of a palm stamped upon his front.
As he descended from the sky, he paused, gazing at the massive pit. Su Xian also looked towards the pit, sensing the flickering life force within, which could extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, it ignited into a roaring blaze. Had he broken through, it appeared as though the sea of Dharma emerged from his skin, akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. His snowy white eyebrows and beard transformed to black, his somewhat plump figure slimmed down into a robust young man in his 20s, radiating the aura of a terrestrial immortal. The servant furrowed his brow and questioned the sea of Dharma. Do you truly intend to obstruct me, monk? The sea of Dharma responded, Amitba, benefactor, you share a connection with the Buddha. Would you be willing to follow me to Golden Mountain Temple for cultivation? With one hand raised, the sea of Dharma called out a Buddhist incantation. Su Xian marveled, believing that the Buddhist sect in this world had not changed, still retaining its essence. Ah, you monk, even the king of hell would not dare speak so boldly to me. Bai Fu, what gives you the audacity? The servant laughed in anger, malevolent energy emanating from him, enveloping his form. As the malevolence dissipated, he transformed into a skeletal general clad in armor, a manifestation of late-stage terrestrial immortal power. The skeletal general brandished a white bone sword, slashing towards the sea of Dharma. Tala, the sea of Dharma cried out, as the Golden Mountain Temple's pagoda appeared in his grasp. He hurled the pagoda into the air. Countless chants resonated from the pagoda, which ascended to an astonishing height, its tip pointing downward, transforming into a beam of golden light that swiftly descended to strike the skeletal general atop his head. Su Xian recognized the technique of a descending palm strike. Little did he know there also existed a technique of a descending pagoda. Shouldn't the sea of Dharma's strongest ability be the great might of the celestial dragon? Su Xian gazed in astonishment at the descending pagoda, trailing flames behind it. Just as the skeletal general's sword was a mere half-centimeter from the sea of Dharma's chest, it had to be retracted. Otherwise, he would be shattered by the plummeting pagoda. In an instant, it vanished, reappearing 1,000 meters away. The pagoda remained poised above the skeletal general's head, still locked onto its target. Su Xian was in shock, recognizing the legendary spiritual treasure. A spiritual treasure is a magical artifact with sentience, capable of autonomous attacks. As for its power, that varies. Some magical artifacts are even stronger than spiritual treasures. It is merely a distinction of intelligence. Su Xian contemplated that he too could devise such a technique. His alchemical furnace remained motionless beneath the tribulation. The furnace, devoid of objects, could refine anything. As a weapon, the furnace could draw enemies within and directly extract their essence. Forging a batch of precious elixirs, however, that was merely a thought at this point. Transforming the alchemical furnace into an offensive magical artifact is no simple task. The forging techniques he learned had their pitfalls, and he had only recorded some foundational knowledge of weapon crafting. To nurture a magical treasure, one must not only refine it with spiritual energy but also infuse it with various heavenly and earthly materials to enhance its capabilities. The alchemical furnace had never been designed for combat. Many materials were chosen solely for their resistance to high temperatures, corrosion, and pressure, ignoring offensive capabilities altogether. Weapons require sharpness, strength, weight, and a focus on attack power, none of which had been refined. Su Xian needed to incorporate materials that would enhance these attributes into the alchemical furnace to potentially transform it into a weapon. The simplest approach would be to draw someone in to refine them. This would require the formation to be inscribed, right? Would one simply jump in? He was overthinking. At that moment, the pagoda had struck the skeletal general's head. As the skeletal general pointed his white bone sword towards the pagoda's apex, a golden radiance erupted, expanding outward in a circular plane. Lightning flickered upon the pagoda, and a bolt of thunder morphed into a thunder dragon, lunging towards the skeletal general. A thunder peak pagoda. The skeletal general exclaimed. The thunder dragon collided with him, the lightning infused with the power to dispel evil and annihilate malevolence, shattering his armor and revealing cracks in his bones. Yet, the skeletal general was fierce. He self-detonated his bone sword, unleashing a devastating blow that sent the thunder peak pagoda flying, transforming into a streak of white light racing towards West Lake. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. No need to summon divine assistance. As he watched the skeletal general prepare to flee, a colossal centipede, towering 100 meters high, appeared and devoured the skeletal general whole. The sound of bones being crushed echoed from afar. Observing the battlefield, Wang Shifeng's expression changed at the sight of the centipede. The Golden Bull King had seized the opportunity to consume Bai Fu. No, it wasn't merely an opportunity. All of this was likely orchestrated by the Golden Bull King. Amitba, lay down your sword and become a Buddha. All beings are equal, your sins of slaughter are too great. You must return with me to the temple for cultivation. The sea of Dharma, holding the pagoda in one hand and a withered bamboo staff in the other, stepped forward, crossing 1,000 meters to stand before the centipede. Monk, become my source of cultivation, devour the heavens and earth. The 10 heads of the giant centipede spoke simultaneously, one lunging towards the sea of Dharma, as if to consume the very universe itself. Chapter 57 The Yellow Sparrow encounters the eagle. As Fai cast the Leifong pagoda into the air, it soared majestically against the wind, transforming instantaneously into a towering edifice. Celestial light enveloped it, and thunder crackled around. In that moment, the enormous maw of the Leifong pagoda, which had threatened to consume the heavens and the earth, vanished like a fleeting dream. The colossal centipede demon flickered twice before disappearing as well. 1,000 miles away, a 10-centimeter-long centipede was desperately fleeing. The king of gold and brass was no fool. With the Leifong pagoda as Fai's spiritual artifact, and his golden pestle now destroyed, he had no choice but to digest the white blessing and attempt to escape. His earlier bravado had merely been a ruse to buy time for his retreat. Truly, he deserved praise for his cunning. Now, 1,000 miles distant, the old monk Fai could not possibly pursue him. Once he refined the white blessing, he would roam freely across the realm. The fleeing king of gold and brass paused, as if lost in a fog, and cautiously glanced ahead, transforming into a 10-meter giant centipede. As the mist dissipated, a 10-meter armored figure materialized before him. Su Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Untold riches seemed to rain down upon him. With a spirit that transcended the realm of celestial martial arts, he easily pierced through the illusion conjured by the king of gold and brass. His three eyes clearly perceived the conflict of two powers within the demon, rendering it incapable of battle. His sister and Bai Lian required a formidable demon for their medicinal needs. An opportunity delivered to him on a silver platter was simply too good to pass up, especially too, as the saying goes, he who does not seize the moment may regret it. He chased after it. 1,000 miles from Qiantang City, he activated the ensnaring immortal talisman to trap the king of gold and brass. Su Xian spoke little, channeling his spiritual powers directly into 1,000 reserve crystal stones, infusing his body with the might of the heavens and the earth. The ensnaring immortal talisman fully unleashed its potential, as did his spectral armor and martial intent. Unmatched at his level, he was evenly matched against foes of higher realms. The river of martial arts flowed forth as countless attack talismans activated and adhered to his fists. The power of 1,000 crystal stones surged into his punches. With a single blow aimed at the king of gold and brass, he struck. Just as the demon began to discern its opponent, a fist the size of a cauldron slammed into its face. Desperate to evade, it found itself ensnared as if stuck in a quagmire. All that remained in the world was that fateful punch of the king of gold and brass, however, did not resign itself to defeat. Unleashing the full force of its half-step earth immortal strength, a horn sprouted from its armored head to meet the incoming fist. The power of the white blessing surged within, momentarily stalling its strength as it helplessly watched the iron fist collide with its forehead. Despite its millennia of refined scales, comparable to the defenses of an earth immortal, it would not be easily shattered by a mere punch. As long as it survived, it could reclaim its power. Defeating the opponent was not essential for escape, yet, upon impact, the king of gold and brass's complexion changed dramatically. What an incredibly fearsome punch, enhanced by such a multitude of talismanic power. Without even needing to strike with its fists, the sheer weight of the talismans was enough to cause it distress. The force of the punch was not only ferocious but also bore the might to dismantle, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the scales on its forehead and surged into its skull. Its brain, obliterated beyond recognition, left it utterly defeated. After all the scheming, it had thought itself the Yellow Sparrow, only to be confronted by an eagle, dying without clarity, filled with resentment. Su Xian collected the corpse of the king of gold and brass into his spatial realm. Of the meteoric fire rain talisman swept across the battlefield, activating the causation talisman to sever cause from effect, rendering all consequences invisible. Just as he was about to pursue the king of gold and brass, his transformation into the flying serpent occurred, breaking through to the second transformation, vanishing without a trace. Su Xian had just departed when Chang Ming emerged from the underbrush, a stunned expression on his canine face. My master has attained the strength of an earth immortal. 18 levels of earth immortal prowess. Chang Ming's expression shifted as he transformed into a white shadow and disappeared. A golden light descended. Fai had arrived, holding the Leifong pagoda aloft. Upon sensing the aura, Fai furrowed his brow. Who could have slain the king of gold and brass so swiftly? Are there still strong figures in Qiantang City, or? Fai instinctively gazed towards West Lake. Retracting his gaze, he vanished from sight, still holding the Leifong pagoda. Su Xian returned to Qiantang City, dispelling the spectral armor as he arrived home. He had indeed profited immensely. Despite depleting all of his reserve crystal stones, acquiring 2 earth immortal demon corpses was undeniably a great gain. Had he not exercised restraint, he might have laughed joyously at the sky. My lord, greeted Xiong Dali as he approached upon Su Xian's return. Is Hanwan unharmed? Su Jiao scrutinized Su Xian, concerned for his well-being. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, Su Xian bore no injuries. Only then did Su Jiao relax. Sister, fret not, I am unscathed, Su Xian reassured her, noticing her worry. Are you hungry? I shall prepare dinner, Su Jiao offered. Today, I shall cook, Su Xian declared, filled with joy at his recent acquisition, preparing to create a banquet of demonic delicacies. Although he had not obtained any siege demon corpses, the 5 brothers of Xiong Dali had been absent for so long, they surely had some spoils to share.
You will cook? Su Jiao was taken aback. Su Xian had never ventured into the kitchen before. Could he truly prepare a meal? Sister, just wait and see.
Su Xian instructed her to hold on as he turned to retrieve a bronze vial and headed for the kitchen.
Why does the Lord need demon corpses for cooking? Xiong Dali asked, perplexed. Xiong Dali's expression shifted slightly as he exchanged glances with his brothers. Surely the Lord does not intend to prepare demon meat? Monkey Dali asked timidly.
You'll find out once it's done, Xiong Dali urged his brothers to refrain from speculation.
Demon meat possesses eerie powers.
Not only is consumption hazardous, even mere contact can lead to corruption. Our Lord is not ignorant of this, it must serve another purpose.
The brothers pondered, realizing that Monkey Dali's conjecture seemed implausible. How could we consume demon meat? Unless the eerie power is extracted, it's impossible, absolutely impossible.
Upon reaching the kitchen, Su Xian's consciousness probed into the bronze vial. He was astonished to discover that the 5 brothers had hunted down a 3rd-tier demon. Were it not for the presence of 2 earth immortal demon corpses, he would have considered using the 3rd-tier demon as material for refining marrow-cleansing pills. And now, however, it was merely destined to become a culinary ingredient. Su Xian did not extract the 3rd-tier demon. Instead, he procured a 7th-tier demon, a pig-like creature with 3 mouths and 6 eyes, covered in steel-like bristles. Su Xian placed his hand upon the demon, absorbing its eerie power entirely. Controlling the Dan fire, he meticulously burned the bristles off the demon. The 9 radiance golden light talisman transformed into a luminous knife, effortlessly dismembering the demon. The knife was incredibly sharp. The 7th-tier demon was as tender as tofu under its blade. He skillfully skinned and deboned the creature, separating the edible parts according to the ancient tome, while inedible remnants were reduced to ash with Dan fire and tossed into the furnace ash, which the 5 brothers helped to clean. He retrieved the necessary medicinal ingredients from his spatial realm, following the ancient tome's instructions to stew the demon pig. A rich aroma soon wafted through the kitchen.
How fragrant!
Li Billion exclaimed, cradling Chang Ming, her chicken leg losing its appeal. Everyone curiously gazed towards the kitchen, wondering what their lord was concocting. Su Xian, too, was taken by surprise at how delightful the demon meat smelled. Standing before the pot, he could hardly restrain himself, drooling in anticipation, yet he held back, reminding himself to be patient. It was utterly delectable. The author of the ancient tome must be a divine chef. His heightened senses delved into the pot, observing the transformation of the ingredients. At the perfect moment, he extinguished the Dan fire, lifting the lid to reveal steam coalescing into a dragon that surged forth from the kitchen.
Xiong Dali and the 5 brothers, along with Su Jiao and her daughter, were left in awe, swallowing hard in astonishment. Li Billion's eyes widened as she held Changming, exclaiming, an anomaly? What sorcery is this, that even cooking a pot of meat brings forth such marvels?
Chapter 58. The Guardian Celestial Soldiers begin alchemy. Seated around the dining table, everyone gazed hungrily at the bubbling pot of bizarre meat, yet none dared to take a bite. To their astonishment, the master had indeed prepared this strange delicacy. The 5 brothers of Bear Dali looked at the fragrant meat with expressions that suggested their navette had been thoroughly exposed. Changming, have a piece of meat, Su Xian said with a smile, placing a chunk of the bizarre meat before Changming. Having removed the strange power, it was only fitting for Changming to be the first to sample it. Be cautious, he advised. With teary eyes, Changming chewed on the meat, which she found incredibly resistive. Who could know what consequences might follow? It was too delectable, his body betraying his will. Delicious, truly delicious. Everyone watched as Changming's throat bobbed, swallowing hard. Uncle, is it safe to eat? Li Billion asked Su Xian, having seen Changming consume a piece without apparent harm. Let us wait a bit longer, Su Xian replied, his concern evident. Perhaps it has not yet manifested, we shall see. Changming, eyes wide, felt his energy surge by 10%. Woof woof woof. He barked at Su Xian, signaling that he desired more. You may eat, Su Xian communicated through their shared senses, confirming Changming's status. Indeed, it seemed to enhance his cultivation, purging the strange power without any danger. As Su Xian finished speaking, the others, driven by their cravings, hurriedly grabbed pieces of the bizarre meat. Hanji, this is absolutely delicious, Su Jiorong exclaimed, her surprise evident. She had never tasted anything so exquisite. There was no hint of fishiness, it was rich yet not greasy, incredibly tender, and melted in her mouth, leaving her overwhelmed by its meaty aroma. She nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. Uncle, can you cook like this every day? Li Billion implored, her mouth glistening with oil as she gazed longingly at Su Xian. The meals prepared by her uncle far surpassed those made by her mother. If only her uncle could cook daily, they would feast on delicious food continuously. Absolutely not, Su Xian replied firmly. The bizarre meat was not something to consume at every meal, it required a digestive process. With his strange armor, he could indulge daily, but Li Billion was not yet trained. Once a week would be quite extraordinary for her. Oh, she said, feeling somewhat disheartened, but perhaps you could cook once every 7 days? Su Xian added, softening the blow. Wonderful, Li Billion exclaimed, leaping with joy observing everyone devouring the bizarre meat. She quickly joined in the fray. Su Xian dove in as well. In mere moments, a third of the bizarre meat had vanished. Since merging with the strange armor, Su Xian had never felt satiated. Today, at last, he was full. Everyone lay back, unable to move. Changming sprawled on the ground with a distended belly, rolling his eyes. Su Xian was the quickest to recover, aided by the consumption of the strange armor, and retreated to his room. Upon introspection, Su Xian found his martial intent had initially fused with his spiritual force, stepping into the threshold of the second tier. He was on the verge of achieving it. His spiritual force had transcended the realm of martial immortals, allowing him to perceive the Golden Cudgel King's illusionary techniques. He could also engrave and simulate martial arts methods. Lacking scales, this ability could serve as his backup. He discovered a palace amidst the scales, where his original soul fragment lay hidden. For reasons unknown, upon seeing him, it dissipated into spiritual force, which he absorbed. Just before vanishing, it seemed to wish to convey something. Curious yet regretful, he found no opportunity to inquire further. He ventured from the Palace of Scales into a grander palace, obtaining a jade token he had yet to examine. As he observed the battle between Bai Fu and Fa Hai, his prowess surged, and he capitalized on the moment when the Golden Cudgel King absorbed Bai Fu, clashing forces within him, ultimately slaying the Golden Cudgel King and acquiring 2 corpses of the bizarre entities. The Dragon S9 transformations had broken through to the second transformation. The Flying Serpent transformation to IT was an undeniable windfall. He unearthed 2 mysterious locations of the Palace of Scales and the Colossal Palace, the nature of which remained a mystery. Su Xian retrieved the jade token from his spatial pouch, pondering if it might offer any clues. Bestowed by De Tian, destined by fate, he mused, gazing at the ancient inscription on the jade token, utterly befuddled. Xianbing, is this a token of identity? Su, is this Su Xian? Am I a Xianbing? The phrases inscribed, bestowed by De Tian, destined by fate, left him pondering their implications. Was the Grand Palace the headquarters of a secret organization, of which Su Xian was a Xianbing? What manner of organization was this? He infused the token with inner strength, yet it yielded no response. Attempting to channel magical energy met with the same result. Was it merely an ordinary jade token? How could such a token come into his possession? Su Xian scrutinized the token, sensing it was far from ordinary. Activating his keen perception, he opened his third eye. Before him, the white jade token transformed into a radiant beam of light. How could it contain pure essence of incense? With a sudden inspiration, Su Xian infused the essence into the white jade token. The token reacted, emitting a dazzling brilliance, revealing the constellation of the Big Dipper. A stream of information coursed into Su Xian's mind. Guardian Celestial Soldier. This was the identification token of the Guardian Celestial Soldiers of the Heavenly Court. Was the Palace of Scales a pathway to the Heavenly Court? Yet, the crux of the matter was the white jade token recognized him as its master, becoming his insignia. He had become a celestial soldier. The white jade token transformed into a beam of white light, darting into his sea of consciousness, adorning the waist of his divine form. The speed of his divine essence's condensation accelerated, his internal organs swiftly coalescing. Under the token's enhancement, he assumed a human-like visage, clad in white jade armor, wielding a celestial sword and a Schwani spear, standard equipment for the Guardian Celestial Soldiers. Celestial soldiers were originally divine beings. As Su Xian transformed into one, his spiritual consciousness manifested as a celestial soldier's form. Su Xian attained the status of an immortal, obtaining celestial records. In a world devoid of anomalies, even the most basic celestial soldiers were akin to immortals when descending to the mortal realm. Regrettably, due to the upheaval in the heavens and earth, although Su Xian had refined the white jade token to achieve celestial records, he could not exit his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he would certainly be tainted by the strange powers of the world. He could only fortify his sea of consciousness. As a celestial soldier, Su Xian's sea of consciousness was as impenetrable as a fortress. Unless the strange deity intervened, no one could assail his spiritual essence, nor could anyone breach his sea of consciousness to seize control. Should the strange armor attempt to possess him at this moment, he could effortlessly shatter its consciousness with a mere flick of his finger. His spiritual awareness had transformed into celestial awareness, which extended his perceptive range, empowered his third eye, and rendered him impervious to illusions. He could discern the truth of all things and exert control over every aspect of his body. Witnessing the celestial soldier grasping the intangible martial intent, Su Xian stared in astonishment. Is this even possible? His body trembled as he broke through to the second tier. He hadn't anticipated such a straightforward breakthrough. He relished it was likely that future breakthroughs to the first tier and master level would also be uncomplicated. His spiritual consciousness had transformed into celestial awareness, a level so elevated that breaking through felt as effortless as drinking water. As long as his vitality accumulated sufficiently, there would be no bottleneck to contend with. Xian turned his attention to the scales within his sea of consciousness, discovering they were connected to the celestial realm, which truly surprised him. The origins of these scales were undoubtedly significant. No wonder they were so powerful, yet, he wondered if he could still access the celestial realm. The treasures of the celestial realm were countless. Acquiring treasures from there would surely be a stroke of fortune. Xian probed the scales with his celestial awareness, but the palace had vanished, revealing only the divine formations of the scales. Unable to enter, he had no choice but to relinquish the endeavor. It was already a remarkable achievement to have attained celestial records. He could not afford to be greedy. Determined, Xian resolved to concoct an improved version of the cleansing marrow pill. The bronze alchemical furnace soared from his dantian, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall furnace. The golden cudgel king materialized from his spatial pouch, morphing into a meter-long giant centipede. Its abdomen was swollen, and upon splitting it open, a shattered white bone emerged. Chapter 59 Alchemical Mastery and Cultivation Advancement. Gazing upon the skeletal remains, Xian was enveloped by a profound sense of sorrow. Though he was a stranger to them, an inexplicable feeling akin to the loss of a beloved family member washed over him. Wait, what is this? Xian's attention was drawn to a scale embedded in the bones, his brow furrowing in recognition. Despite the skeletal form, he immediately identified it as identical to the scales from the Sea of Consciousness, albeit lacking a certain spiritual essence. Placing his hand upon the scale, he felt it tremble in response, an exhilarating emotion emanating from it. Indeed, this scale was connected to the scales of the Sea of Consciousness. Bai Fu, is this not the steward of the White Lady from the legend of the White Snake, the leader of the 5 ghosts? This scale, a conjecture formed in Xian's mind. A connection to the White Snake? No, while the scales bore resemblance, they were not identical. The scales from the Sea of Consciousness carried an aura of ancient times, while this particular scale lacked such historical gravitas. The existence of this scale could not possibly compare to that of the Sea of Consciousness. Why did the scales from the Sea of Consciousness react to this one? Xian found himself perplexed. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. This scale was undoubtedly related to the White Snake, and the scales from the Sea of Consciousness were similarly connected. Therefore, the Sea of Consciousness must also have ties to the White Snake. Xian was consumed by a desire to uncover the origins of the scales, as they were intrinsically linked to his very existence. After a prolonged search for clues, he finally grasped a thread of insight. However, a question arose: where was the White Snake? Was she not supposed to appear in Xiantang, seeking her benefactor and crossing paths with him? Shouldn't Bai Fu be assisting Shaoqing in stealing the treasury? Wasn't his brother-in-law being punished for the theft of the treasury? Everything felt amiss, yet simultaneously, everything felt interconnected. It was all a tangled web, but still, he felt a connection to the White Snake. Where could this lady be? Was that dream, the warning from the temple, all concerning the White Snake? Xian cast aside all doubts, choosing not to ponder further, for in due time, the truth would inevitably surface. Questions only served to highlight one thing: his own inadequacy. With a glance at the skeletal remains, recognizing their kinship, he resolved to lend his efforts to this matter. First, he would refine the bones. Absorbing the skeletal energy, he placed it into the alchemical furnace. With a flick of his fingers, he initiated the refining process. The alchemical flames did not consume the bones immediately, and Xian remained unperturbed. Altering his hand gestures, he transformed the alchemical fire into furnace flames. Under the influence of these intense flames, the bones began to soften, transforming into a fine white powder, while impurities dissipated into nothingness, coalescing into a pearl the size of a fingertip. With a deft motion, he extracted the pearl, his face lighting up with joy. It was a success. Stowing away the white pearl, he absorbed the eerie energy from the Blood King and tossed it into the alchemical furnace. Drawing upon his experience with the white pearl, the Blood King was swiftly refined into a blood-red O or B. As he held the blood pearl, he felt its immense vitality surge within him, filling him with exhilaration. He commenced the extraction of the medicinal liquid, retrieving ingredients from his spatial pouch according to the recipe outlined in the ancient tome. One by one, he cast the ingredients into the furnace, officially extracting the elixir. With practiced ease, he quickly produced 2 batches of the enhanced washing marrow pills liquid. He then placed the blood pearl into the refining furnace. Given his prior experience, crafting the second enhanced washing marrow pill proved even more effortless. Under the guidance of his celestial awareness, Xian poured bottle after bottle of medicinal liquid into the furnace. The blood pearl reacted with the liquid, softening under the alchemical flames, creating countless pores that absorbed the liquid, leading to a fascinating reaction within the pearl. Unexpectedly, he discovered that each variation of the enhanced washing marrow pill exhibited a unique refining reaction. Fortunately, his formidable celestial awareness allowed him to masterfully control the furnace and monitor all developments within. Despite the distinct reactions, a common thread remained, revealing a discernible pattern. His powerful celestial awareness effortlessly pinpointed the critical moments, allowing him to introduce the appropriate medicinal liquid. Su Xian understood why the ancient tome had not become a coveted treasure among the various factions. Each refinement produced inconsistent results, and without the serendipity of attaining celestial awareness granting him complete control over every detail of the alchemical process, others would likely ruin their attempts. Would they even consider the recipe flawed? It was clear that no one would covet it. As the final medicinal ingredient was added to the furnace, the blood pearl transformed into a yin-yang symbol, half white and half black. A celestial calamity materialized above the furnace, unleashing 6 bolts of lightning upon the Taiji washing marrow pill within. The Taiji washing marrow pill convulsed violently in the furnace. Su Xian executed a hand gesture, extracting the Taiji washing marrow pill into his grasp. For spiritual patterns danced continuously upon its surface, radiating the essence of the Taiji. Just as he stowed the Taiji washing marrow pill into a vial, Su Xian's expression shifted slightly. His vitality surged uncontrollably, and his magical power surged to new heights. The feedback from refining the 2 earthly deity-level eerie energies began to meld into his body. He involuntarily stood, initiating the practice of the flying snake transformation. The Dongxian Dao scripture flowed effortlessly through him, drawing in spiritual energy and seizing the opportunity to cultivate. The celestial dragon emerged from his body, absorbing the forces of heaven and earth, merging with the powers of merit and incense, ascending at an astonishing rate. In an instant, the celestial dragon reached the 5th rank and continued to rise rapidly. Su Xian himself was also experiencing a swift elevation in cultivation. His vitality infused into his 5 organs, and the 5 spirits emanated the powers of the 5 elements, merging into the divine soul of the heavenly soldiers. The divine soul of the heavenly soldiers radiated celestial light, advancing without hindrance. He progressed smoothly through the mid-phase of the 2nd rank and into its later stages. His magical power surged wildly, filling the entire lower dantian with a dense mist of energy. Chapter 60: The emergence of celestial weapons and the promise of 1,000 feet of spiritual light. Behind Su Xian, the ethereal shadow of a celestial weapon materialized. The divine intent unexpectedly manifested, achieving the 1st rank. This was not the spirit of the celestial weapon separating from its body, but rather the extraordinary release of divine intent, impervious to the corrupting forces of heaven and earth. Su Xian had not anticipated that breaking through to the 1st rank would be so effortless. Becoming a celestial weapon meant that there were no more bottlenecks beneath the celestial being, and with the scales absorbing the corrupting energy in return, his cultivation surged at an astonishing pace. Future advancements in cultivation would transition from the sluggishness of a bicycle to the swiftness of a racing car. With the manifestation of divine intent, he received the augmentation of celestial weapons and martial will. He forged a connection with the long river of martial arts, and his combat prowess skyrocketed to extraordinary levels. His celestial path saw considerable elevation, as mist enveloped the entire central dantian, finally revealing the opportunity to break through to the 3rd realm of the expanding sea. With a few thousand crystal stones, a breakthrough into the expanding sea realm was assured. Enhanced by celestial cultivation, talismans, and the corrupting armor, Su Xian's strength reached the level of a Grand Master without relying on crystal stones. He had not anticipated such a significant elevation from alchemical refinement. It was only natural. The 2 otherworldly beings of the earth immortal realm could not facilitate a substantial breakthrough in the corrupting energy they absorbed, which was indeed the issue. "My lord, many seek your healing," boomed the voice of Xiong Dali from outside the door. "I shall be out shortly," Su Xian replied, stowing away the alchemical furnace and exiting the room. He followed Xiong Dali to the entrance. The citizens of Qiantang appeared feeble, some supported by others, while others were being carried in. "Use this to dilute the water. 1 grain should suffice for a whole bucket," Su Xian instructed as he handed Xiong Dali a chi-boosting pill devoid of spiritual patterns. Many had been drained of their vital energy by the city's protective array, and they required replenishment. Upon returning to refine chi-boosting pills, he feared encountering ordinary people suffering from both vital energy and blood loss. It was time to put this to good use. "Indeed," Xiong Dali responded, taking the chi-boosting pill and turning back. "Everyone, do not panic. The seriously ill should come to the front," Su Xian called out loudly. The crowd hastily cleared a path for those in critical condition, and Su Xian ordered the bearers to carry the gravely ill into the courtyard. He infused these individuals with the true chi of everlasting spring to sustain their lives. With so many patients, one could only imagine how many lives were lost the previous night. When deities clash, mortals suffer. Indeed, the lives of mortals are as fragile as ants. Fai had responded to Bai Fu, indicating that some sacrifices were necessary to preserve the majority. Such words may roll off the tongue easily, but as Su Xian gazed at the dying souls on the stretchers, he could not help but recall those who perished the night before. It was not that he was overly compassionate, merely possessing a shred of conscience would invoke sympathy and indignation. Su Xian felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was still striving to survive himself. How could he possess the ability to change these dire circumstances? All he could do was mutter inwardly, "What a wretched world." He could only strive to save as many lives as possible. Some, despite receiving the true Qi of everlasting spring, could not hold on to life. Su Xian had no time to express his regrets or condolences. He moved on to the next patient. Xiong Dali brought over the water. Everyone receives a bowl. Under the nurturing effect of the Qi boosting pills, the individuals began to recover. The weak could walk unaided, and color returned to the faces of those on stretchers. It took an entire day to attend to all those who had come for healing before he finally received a moment's respite. The merits of the three-eyed deity increased by 10%. The Heavenly Dragon's Grand Tome of Merit ascended directly to the 4th level. The Heavenly Dragon broke through to the 4th rank of cultivation. To save and support others could be a lifetime vocation. The power of incense surged dramatically with the increase in incense power. His celestial status experienced growth. Originally a mere soldier, he had become the captain of a celestial weapon squad. The celestial status would rise with the growth of incense power. The deities of the heavenly court seemed to be aligned with the power of incense. Some had attained divinity through their physical forms, able to detach from incense, yet the majority were incense deities. If his incense was sufficient, could he continuously elevate his celestial status? Celestials could not manifest in the mortal realm, as they would be corroded by corrupting forces. Su Xian could not restrain himself from spreading his teachings and faith to enhance his celestial status. Trapped within the sea of consciousness, he could only fend off spiritual attacks. Enhancement offered little substantial benefit to it. Was far more advantageous to wholeheartedly enhance his martial, celestial, and talismanic paths. For mortals, celestial weapons and celestial awareness were sufficient. Seeing his sister and niece on the verge of collapse, Su Xian approached, infusing them with the true Qi of everlasting spring to restore their vitality. It was not merely the Qi boosting and marrow cleansing pills that nurtured their bodies during this time. His sister and niece feared they could not endure a day and night of such labor. "Sister, take this marrow cleansing pill," Su Xian urged as he handed her a Taiji marrow cleansing pill. Upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma burst forth, transforming into the Taiji pattern. The rich scent filled the air.
"No, it is too precious," Su Jiaorong protested, shaking her head, recognizing the immense value of the pill.
The 5 brothers inhaled the medicinal essence and felt their cultivation grow.
"It is undoubtedly a divine medicine."
"Sister, consuming this pill will enable you to cultivate martial arts. I concocted it at minimal cost," Su Xian hastened to explain.
"Will consuming it truly allow me to cultivate martial arts?" Su Jiaorong hesitated.
"Absolutely," Su Xian assured her, knowing that as long as his sister could cultivate martial arts, she would be intrigued. After consuming the ordinary marrow cleansing pills for so long, she could indeed practice martial arts, though Su Xian wished to refine the process further before allowing her to do so. After consuming the Taiji marrow cleansing pill, there would be no issues with cultivation. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, Su Jiaorong did not hesitate to swallow the Taiji marrow cleansing pill. As the Taiji marrow cleansing pill entered her belly, a surge of Taiji power began to refine Su Jiaorong's body. Su Xian's celestial awareness continuously monitored his sister's condition. He witnessed the Taiji marrow cleansing pill being consumed, transforming into a massive medicinal force that surged into Su Jiaorong's lower dantian, leaving Su Xian astonished, fearing the overwhelming medicinal force might rupture her dantian. The medicinal energy surged into Su Jiaorong's dantian, condensing into a Taiji pill, gradually releasing its power to refine her foundation in dantian, opening up the dantian itself. Before she had even begun her martial training, Su Jiaorong had already stepped into the 9th rank. Su Xian exhaled in relief, never expecting the Taiji pill could slowly release medicinal energy to refine his sister's foundation in dantian, allowing her to achieve the 9th rank as a martial artist. Truly, it was a marrow-cleansing pill forged from the otherworldly beings of the earth immortal realm. Su Jiaorong radiated spiritual light, expanding from an initial 2 feet to a continuous growth of 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, and ultimately reaching 50 feet, though the rate of growth then slowed, yet it remained steadfast. Having fully absorbed the Taiji pill, Su Xian believed his sister's spiritual light could potentially reach 100 feet. Such talent was unparalleled in antiquity. "Bai Lian, consume this pill," Su Xian said, producing a blood-red marrow-cleansing pill and offering it to Li Bai Lian. "Thank you, uncle," Li Bai Lian replied, accepting the blood pill and placing it in her mouth. Under Su Xian's celestial awareness, the blood pill melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a crimson energy that surged into Li Bai Lian's lower dantian, condensing into a blood pill that continuously radiated blood energy, refining her foundation and dantian. What Su Xian observed through the three-eyed deity revealed that Li Bai Lian was particularly suited for the blood pill. As the energy permeated her body, her spiritual light began to surge uncontrollably. In an instant, it reached 50 feet, then 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet, and 300 feet before gradually slowing, yet it continued to rise steadily. Su Xian estimated that upon complete absorption of the blood pill, Li Bai Lian's spiritual light might reach an astonishing 1,000 feet. Such a quality had never been heard of before. Even the ancient prodigies did not possess spiritual light of 1,000 feet. Thankfully, both Li Bai Lian and his sister bore the anomalous talismans, concealing their transformations. Otherwise, they might attract unwanted attention, as one could never be certain of the existence of sinister arts that could seize such talent. Corrupt beings also favored targeting those with high potential. The anomalous talismans altered their qualities while retaining their original capabilities. His sister's spiritual light was half a foot, while Li Bai Lian's was 3 feet. Su Xian eagerly anticipated his sister and niece's martial training, fearing they might ascend through the realms as the ancient prodigies had, achieving 3 realms in a single day. The 5 brothers stood in awe, feeling as if they were dreaming. 50 feet of spiritual light. 300 feet of spiritual light. The Lord's family is truly extraordinary. Chapter 61, The Secret Realm of West Lake. When Su Xian beheld Wang Fengshan, the latter's hair was as white as that of a septuagenarian. "Your Highness, what have you done?" Su Xian was taken aback by the immense toll the county seal had exacted on Wang Fengshan's lifespan. Xiao Ran felt a surge of respect and reflected inwardly, acknowledging that he could never accomplish such a feat. The cost was far too great. He would undoubtedly flee with his sister and niece. While he harbored sympathy for the citizens of Qiantang, it did not imply he would act recklessly. To save others was commendable, yet one must not sacrifice oneself, a principle he held dear. One should undertake tasks commensurate with their abilities, for self-awareness is invaluable. "I would trade my life for the lives of 100 citizens," Wang Fengshan declared. "As my time draws near, I have a request." He gazed earnestly at Su Xian. "Your Highness, please speak." "I shall do all within my power." Su Xian felt no inclination to refuse, for he owed Wang Fengshan much: his recognition, the gift of knowledge, and the noble duty to protect an entire city. "My only concern is for my daughter. I beseech you to look after her." Wang Fengshan, aware of his daughter's sentiments, resolved to put aside his pride and assist her one last time. Su Xian let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Wang Fengshan might ask of him something perilous, which would be difficult to decline. Caring for Wang Shifeng seemed manageable. The young lady possessed the strength of a 4th-grade practitioner. As long as she refrained from reckless actions, danger should be minimal. Initially, she had been somewhat frosty towards him, but now she no longer bore that unapproachable demeanor. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Miss Wang. If we can defend Qiantang City, the higher authorities may grant you longevity elixirs." "There is still hope," Su Xian promised. "I am but a mere spirit pattern alchemist. How could I possibly be bestowed with a longevity elixir?" Wang Fengshan replied with a carefree smile. "There are many awaiting such gifts. How could one be granted to a humble alchemist like me?" With a resolute heart, he activated the county seal. Su Xian's agreement to his request brought him solace. Su Xian was at a loss for words. The rarity of longevity elixirs was profound. He suspected Wang Fengshan's words were merely to instill a glimmer of hope, for he, too, doubted the likelihood of receiving such a boon. "Su Xian, can you concoct it?" she inquired. Having closely observed Su Xian's actions in this lifetime, and considering his medical expertise, she resolved to trust him once. Her own abilities were insufficient for crafting the elixir. "Let me see the formula," Su Xian said, intrigued by the prospect of a longevity elixir. With such an elixir in hand, would he still need to live in fear? The cost of summoning the divine was but a single longevity elixir. Surely, not only the door gods but even the Jade Emperor could be summoned. With the celestial beings at his beck and call, chaos would surely ensue. "Here," Wang Shifeng said, producing a tattered formula and handing it to Su Xian. "Is it incomplete?" Su Xian exclaimed upon noticing the several torn sections of the formula, leaving out vital ingredients. "How can this be concocted? Is there no way for you to create it?" Wang Shifeng pressed. "I must study it further, and some of the spiritual herbs are missing," Su Xian remarked, furrowing his brow. He did possess the main ingredient, the purple lotus, which was fortunate. "I have all the other herbs, I only lack the main ingredient, and the damaged sections leave me uncertain about what herbs are missing," Wang Shifeng stated. "Bring forth your herbs. I shall examine them." Su Xian's eyes brightened, hoping that the herbs Wang Shifeng provided could be cultivated. With a patch to experiment with, he was confident he could eventually produce the longevity elixir. It was merely a matter of a few missing ingredients. With his understanding of medicine, he was certain he could deduce what was required. "Follow me," Wang Shifeng beckoned, leading him away. Su Xian trailed Wang Shifeng as they departed the Imperial Physicians' Bureau, finding themselves in a secluded alley.
Su Xian felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being lured into a trap. Do not resist, Wang Shifeng instructed.
Very well, Su Xian acquiesced, though he remained uncertain of her intentions. Suddenly, he felt disoriented, and just as he was about to resist, he recalled Wang Shifeng's words and relaxed his defenses. As he stood close to her, he sensed her reliance on him, with the 9 radiant golden light talisman ready to activate at any moment. It was a trap. A single strike could claim Wang Shifeng's life. Yet, if she dared to lean against him, it seemed unlikely she would betray him. In a whirlwind of celestial transformation, Su Xian found himself in an unfamiliar space.
A blessed land?
He could scarcely believe that Wang Shifeng possessed such an extraordinary realm. Initially, he had taken pride in having a space for growing herbs, but now he felt akin to Lu Laolao, the foolish woman from the story. Wang Shifeng's blessed land stretched vast, easily spanning 1,000 acres. Su Xian felt a sense of insignificance in comparison. No wonder she had cultivated to the 4th grade at such a young age. With such an expansive blessed land, even a pig could achieve 4th grade status. It appeared Wang Shifeng had not entirely dispelled the malevolent forces, which hindered her cultivation progress. She needed to expel these dark energies from her body, inadvertently slowing her training. Yet, attributing her slow progress to Wang Shifeng seemed somewhat insulting. Su Xian regarded her and found no folly in her actions. Such secrets should not be exposed so freely. What was Wang Shifeng's true intention? If she meant to provide him with herbs, why not simply hand them over?
Why lead him into this sacred space, unafraid of his potential ill intentions?
Bringing you into this blessed land is to inform you of a matter. The consequences are too great. Discussing it outside could attract unwanted attention, Wang Shifeng explained, her gaze steady upon Su Xian. She had been observing Su Xian's actions closely, and indeed, he had changed significantly. This realization made her comfortable bringing him into her sanctuary. Su Xian could never have anticipated that Wang Shifeng's intent in bringing him here was to shield him from the repercussions of heavenly destiny.
Miss Wang, I assure you, I shall leave immediately.
I swear by my martial path to never reveal a word of this blessed land, Su Xian declared, sensing the gravity of the situation and feeling a surge of anxiety. Such secrets were not meant for all ears.
Do you not wish to learn of Bai Sujian's whereabouts? Wang Shifeng probed.
In his past life, Su Xian had deceived Bai Sujian, leading her to ruin. He truly wished to sever any lingering ties between them, yet, for the sake of her father, he felt compelled to listen.
Speak. Su Xian had not anticipated that the secret pertained to the white snake.
To discern the connection between the sea scales and the white snake, he needed to delve deeper into her story. In 2 days, the eastern side of West Lake will unveil the secret realm, where a mirror of time resides. Once you enter, you will have the ability to control the flow of time, allowing you ample opportunity to experiment with the longevity elixir formula. This realm is connected to Bai Sujian, Wang Shifeng revealed.
I shall go, Su Xian affirmed.
Setting aside the marvel of the time mirror, his desire to assist Bai Sujian compelled him to act. The ingredients for the formula are within the herb field. Once you gather them, I shall lead you out, Wang Shifeng instructed, gesturing towards the field. Su Xian entered the herb field, uprooting entire plants to store in his bronze vial. Although Wang Shifeng possessed a blessed land, it was prudent to maintain a semblance of modesty. With these fresh herbs, he was confident he could successfully concoct the longevity elixir. What was the true nature of the white snake in this world? A demon, or perhaps a celestial being? Chapter 62, Seeking Martial Arts. Xian Yang Fist. Upon returning home, he planted all the medicinal herbs into his spatial realm. The magical energy was transformed into wood spirit energy to nourish the herbs. He nearly stripped Wang Shifeng's medicinal field bare, leaving only a few plants out of conscience. These herbs had been growing for quite a long time and soon bore seeds or divided their roots, creating an expansive medicinal field. Observing this flourishing patch, Su Xian wore a satisfied expression. Next, he set about identifying the unknown herbs from the elixir recipe to supplement them. Su Xian took out the recipe for study. The pharmacology of the elixir closely resembled that of medicinal practice, both grounded in the principles of yin and yang as well as the 5 elements, each working in harmony, with the monarch and minister complementing each other. The primary herb was the purple lotus, renowned for its ability to enhance one's spirit. Su Xian quickly grasped the pharmacological significance of the recipe. It was designed to fortify the spirit and invigorate the blood, thereby extending one's lifespan. Where on earth did Wang Shifeng procure this recipe? It was utterly infuriating. The recipe was poorly preserved, with several holes rendering some ingredients lost. 2 herbs were meant to complement the purple lotus, one serving as the primary ingredient to bolster blood vitality, and 2 others that worked alongside this main herb. Su Xian was truly tempted to curse. Such a precious recipe should have been better safeguarded, yet it had been ravaged by pests. He combined the contents of the damaged book with the essential knowledge of alchemy to see if he could find substitutes for the missing herbs. The damaged tome contained a soul-nourishing pill, specifically designed to treat injuries to the spirit, which could provide insights into supplementary ingredients. To enhance blood vitality, the most suitable option would be the flesh of a demon. He contemplated using the flesh of demons to replace the primary herb intended for blood vitality in the longevity elixir. The bronze vial contained numerous demon corpses, providing a potential avenue for experimentation. Others would undoubtedly hesitate to alter the recipe recklessly. However, Xian, endowed with celestial perception, possessed an intimate understanding of the transformations of elixirs, granting him the ability to modify the recipe with confidence. By incorporating different materials, he could control and adjust the reactions of the herbs at any moment. He felt quite assured about deriving the longevity elixir. However, it would require time and countless experiments to discover the correct ratios and materials. This urgency was precisely why Wang Shifeng had urged him to enter the time-space mirror. Wang Fengshan could not afford to wait much longer. Accelerating time within the mirror would enable him to quickly ascertain the correct ratios of the missing herbs and concoct the longevity elixir, ultimately aiding Wang Fengshan. Xian, with his formidable celestial perception and sense of direction, dared not claim he could finalize the recipe within a year. Wang Fengshan, to say nothing of living for a year, might barely survive for half a month. Xian had yet to commence his experiments with the elixir recipes. Entering the secret realm of West Lake, he sought out the time-space mirror, which would naturally afford him ample opportunity to conduct his experiments. First, he intended to find a suitable martial art for his sister. His sister had successfully broken through to the 9th rank warrior after nurturing herself with the Taiji soul cleansing pill, yet she lacked a proper martial practice. He inquired about her desires regarding which martial art she wished to cultivate. Exiting his room, he made his way to the backyard, where he saw his sister drying vegetables, presumably for making pickles.
"Sister!" Xian called out. "Hanwen, what is it?" Su Jiarong set aside her tasks to ask. "I am preparing to find a martial art for you. I would like to know which one you wish to cultivate?"
Xian inquired. A martial art must resonate with one's heart to be suitable, so he first wanted to understand his sister's preferences. "The stronger, the better," Su Jiarong replied without hesitation.
"Stronger?" Xian was taken aback.
He had assumed his sister would prefer a health-preserving martial art. He believed the Changchun Gong he practiced was quite commendable, especially since he discovered it could also channel magical energy, leading him to think it was quite extraordinary and intended to pass it on to her. Yet, his sister was merely a housewife, uninterested in violence. He was surprised she desired to cultivate a formidable martial art. "I want to find your brother-in-law," Su Jiarong stated with unwavering determination. Seeing the resolve in his sister's eyes, Xian understood that his frugal sister, aware of the soul-cleansing pill's potential to enhance martial prowess, had unhesitatingly consumed it.
"Sister, it's been quite some time."
"Brother-in-law," Xian urged. "As long as there is no corpse, he is not dead," Su Jiarong asserted firmly. Xian fell silent. "Very well, I shall go to Jinshan Temple to ask my master for a powerful martial art." "Until the martial art is perfected, you must not venture alone into the wilderness in search of your brother-in-law," he warned. No matter the circumstances, his priority was to empower his sister.
"All right," Su Jiarong nodded.
She understood that lacking sufficient strength to enter the wilderness would be tantamount to courting death. Not only would it impede her search for Li Gongpu, but it would also risk her daughter's loss of a mother. She was not merely a wife but a mother as well. Only then did Xian feel reassured. Arriving at the foot of Jinshan Temple, he found an even greater crowd of worshippers than before, with throngs of people ascending the stone steps. His master had saved the entire populace of Qiantang City, and gratitude abounded, prompting everyone to visit Jinshan Temple to pay their respects. Upon seeing Xian, the devotees parted to create a path for him. Who in Qiantang County was more beloved than Fahai? Only Xian held that distinction. Ascending the steps, Xian swiftly reached Jinshan Temple and headed straight to the back courtyard meditation room.
"Do you have any questions?" Fahai inquired, already aware of Xian's arrival and assuming he was seeking guidance on cultivation.
"Master, I wish to request a powerful martial art suitable for women that can both protect and strike," Xian stated. Fahai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xian's request for a martial art. His brow furrowed slightly as he considered Xian's niece. It was likely for her sake that he sought this knowledge. Although she was still young, it would be beneficial for her to practice some foundational forms to strengthen her body. Later, she could cultivate inner energy, as was customary among clans and sections. He thought little of it. This girl, endowed with the 3 corpses' spiritual light, piqued his interest, and he contemplated taking her as a disciple. However, she was too young, so he refrained. Now that Xian had taken him as a master, he could not accept disciples, lest the lineage become muddled. This girl was destined to become a prodigy. Teaching her martial arts would forge a beneficial connection. "I cannot impart the techniques of Leishan Temple without formally accepting you as a disciple." However, I possess a yin-yang mysterious technique obtained from an ancient site, suitable for both offense and defense, allowing one to use strength against strength. It is ideal for female practitioners.
I shall pass this technique on to you, Fahai declared. Thank you, master. Su Xian exclaimed with joy. His master had indeed provided a martial art suitable for his sister. Fahai then presented Su Xian with the secrets of the yin-yang mysterious technique, carefully explaining its principles. Su Xian's expression turned peculiar. It bore a striking resemblance to Taiji, yet, the yin-yang mysterious technique had yet to embody the essence of Taiji. It remained in the rudimentary stages of leveraging force against force. It had not reached the realm of harmonious yin and yang, or the unity of chaos. He pondered whether integrating the Taiji of his past life into the yin-yang mysterious technique would yield a martial art akin to the Pancher fist. Excitement welled within Su Xian. After attentively absorbing Fahai's explanation of the yin-yang mysterious technique, he stored the martial art away, bid farewell to Fahai, and returned home. In his previous life, he had pursued strength and fitness by studying Taiji with an elderly man in the park and had researched Taiji online. Though he could not claim mastery, his theoretical knowledge was solid. Once at home, Su Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, attempting to merge the yin-yang mysterious technique with Taiji. The scales began to vibrate as the essentials of both martial arts manifested upon them, continuously intertwining. The Pancher fist he practiced also integrated into this fusion. Su Xian's face lit up with excitement as he activated the scales' predictive capability. Subsequently, he wished for the scales to deduce the immortal trap talisman. The scales, however, paid no heed to Su Xian. The Pancher fist, yin-yang mysterious technique, and Taiji converged under the scales projection, coalescing into a singular martial art that entered Su Xian's consciousness. Incredible, Su Xian had never anticipated such a delightful surprise. He decided to name this newfound martial art Qianyang Fist. Chapter 63, Entering the Secret Realm. The spiritual mirror. The essence of Yang Qian emerges, the pinnacle of Yang itself, infused with the profound principles of yin-yang mysticism and the true meaning of Tai Chi. However, the stone fist proves remarkably formidable, assimilating both the yin-yang mystique and the essence of Tai Chi to forge the supreme Yang Fist. It draws upon the Yang of yin-yang mysticism and the Yang of Tai Chi, melding with the stone fist to create an unprecedented martial art that employs strength to counter strength, overcoming the powerful with sheer might. With the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, it transforms 1,000 pounds of force into 10,000 pounds of strength. Su Xian initially anticipated a synthesis of the yin-yang technique, yet unexpectedly, he birthed the supreme Yang technique. In its raw power, the Qianyang Fist possesses extraordinary finesse, as its techniques are derived from the absorption and integration of the yin-yang mystique and Tai Chi's methodologies regarding force application. Whether leveraging strength against strength or employing the principle of 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, it fundamentally revolves around the utilization of force. These techniques, woven into the stone fist, enhance its aggressive internal energy, rendering it even more potent and relentless, thus earning the name Qianyang Fist, the Fist of Supreme Yang. The Qianyang Fist remains a singular strike, capable of manifesting 380 variations and 12,700 methods of force manipulation. This strike not only flawlessly harmonizes all of his physical power, internal energy, and magical force but also amplifies it through technique. It is the most suitable martial art for him, though it may not be fitting for his sister. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential. The integration of yin-yang mysticism and Tai Chi within the Qianyang Fist allows Su Xian to attain a profound understanding of both. Separating the yin-yang mystique and Tai Chi from the Qianyang Fist proves simpler than deriving a new technique through fusion. Su Xian extracts a technique from the Qianyang Fist that amalgamates the yin-yang mystique and the true essence of Tai Chi, adopting the name Tai Chi Fist. With the Qianyang Fist in his repertoire, he gains additional assurance as he ventures into the Westlake secret realm. The prospect of a doppelganger technique is enticing. He could send a replica into perilous situations. Alas, he has yet to encounter such a technique in this world, uncertain whether it simply does not exist or if he has yet to come across it. The enigmatic armor could substitute for his presence, but it lacks the capability to concoct elixirs, rendering it useless in the Westlake secret realm. Su Xian must undertake the journey himself. As the time for the secret realm's opening draws near, he cannot afford to impart the Tai Chi Fist to his sister, so he instructs his 5 brothers to keep watch and swiftly departs from the Li residence. Changming discreetly follows. Outside Shentang City, Su Xian merges with the enigmatic armor, activating the concealment and transformation runes. He becomes a towering figure clad in armor, standing 2 meters tall. The transformation rune alters his aura into an otherworldly presence, while the concealment rune masks all traces of his being. With heightened perception, he instantly surveys the surroundings for 3 miles, moving directly towards the Westlake secret realm. With his martial prowess fully unleashed, the essence of martial intent coalesces behind him into a celestial weapon, bolstering Su Xian's strength. Any malevolent entities he encounters are dispatched with a single blow, their corpses collected in a bronze vial.
No adversary exceeds the first rank, and Su Xian finds no need for evasion. He boldly advances toward the site of the West Lake Secret Realm's opening. Upon reaching the West Lake Secret Realm, Su Xian raises an eyebrow. His perception reveals a multitude of individuals congregating. Wang Shifeng lurks within the dense foliage to his left. That woman, his senses detect the very woman who invaded his room that day, positioned to his right. His master is also present, along with several unfamiliar faces, likely skilled practitioners from distant lands, all at least of first rank. Each possesses methods of concealment, rendering them no different from shadows under his perceptive scrutiny. At the water's edge, the space shimmers like rippling waves, and a radiant light unfolds, revealing a colossal stone gate, the entrance to the secret realm. Su Xian remains still, patiently awaiting developments. All are within the purview of his perception, everything is under his control. The woman who had entered his room approaches the stone gate, accompanied by a towering man wielding a large blade. A scholar, fan in hand, also approaches the gate. A figure shrouded in a black robe steps forth, none other than the vendor from Lingchuan. Many familiar faces gather, while others remain hidden in the shadows, such as Wang Shifeng. The emerging individuals exchange glances, seemingly reaching a silent accord. They hastily approach the stone gate, each producing a stone to place in its central recess. Their stones align perfectly to form an eye, its vertical pupil cold and piercing, inducing a chill down the spine. The stone gate illuminates, swinging open. The group rushes inside, securing the stones in place as they enter. As they do, the gate begins to close. Su Xian observes keenly. In an instant, he employs the flying serpent technique to teleport before the gate. Wang Shifeng appears at his side, and together they plunge into the stone entrance. Once inside, the gate seals shut completely. The surrounding individuals rush forward, attempting to breach the gate, but their efforts leave not a scratch. Gradually, the stone gate fades away, sealing the secret realm. All that remains is a sense of disappointment as they depart. Su Xian finds himself momentarily disoriented, only to reappear in his chamber, where the sound of water draws his attention. What is happening? He approaches the source of the sound, only to find two massive serpents entwined in a bathing pool. Upon noticing him, the serpents lunge forward, but with a single punch, he dispatches the two second-rank monsters. Their remains stored within the bronze vial. Su Xian surveys the room, which appears to be a woman's boudoir, complete with a vanity. Approaching the copper mirror atop the vanity, he notices something peculiar. His perception fails to register the mirror's presence. The mirror appears ordinary, its polished surface gleaming, but as he draws near, it reflects his image clearly. Indeed, something is amiss. He activates the concealment rune, yet his reflection persists. This copper mirror is anything but ordinary. Is this the temporal mirror? What a coincidence, arriving in the secret realm only to stand before the temporal mirror. Su Xian furrows his brow, sensing an unsettling orchestration at play. Who could be behind this? Wang Shifeng? Unlikely, she lacks such capability of the white snake. That seems plausible. The secret realm's connection to the white snake would make transporting him here a simple task. Is it indeed the white snake? Su Xian approaches the copper mirror, refraining from seizing it. He remembers the incident with the enigmatic armor all too well. Mysterious artifacts should not be tampered with. The consequences are unpredictable. With powerful perception, he extends his awareness toward the copper mirror. Yet, within his perception, only the vanity remains, devoid of the mirror's presence. Smirking at the mirror, he muses on the mysteries at play. Forming a seal with his hands, he conjures a flame of the artifact, directing it toward the mirror. The flame envelopes the mirror. While he employs the disassembly technique against it, the copper mirror emits a brilliant green light. Evading the disassembly technique and surging toward Su Xian, he retaliates with a punch, the disassembly rune glowing upon his fist. A soft clang resounds as his fist strikes the copper mirror, shattering its green aura, allowing his perception to finally register the mirror. Without hesitation, the artifact flame follows suit, enveloping the copper mirror and initiating the smelting process. Spare me, a youthful voice emerges from within the copper mirror. Su Xian remains unfazed, manifesting the disassembly rune in the void, ready to penetrate the mirror. A chubby child with a bun hairstyle, clad in a simple garment, leaps from the mirror, kneeling before Su Xian and bowing repeatedly. Artifact Spirit. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, the spirit hastily proclaims. Su Xian continues the smelting of the copper mirror, channeling a drop of his blood toward the spirit's forehead. The spirit does not evade, allowing the blood to seep in and form a red mole. With ease, Su Xian's perception delves into the copper mirror, successfully refining it. Chapter 64. Acknowledging the master, completing the elixir formula, and the creation of the longevity pill. Su Xian extended his hand, and the bronze mirror flew into his grasp. A stream of information surged into his mind. The time-space mirror governs the flow of time within a 100-meter radius, capable of accelerating or decelerating it, with the only limitation being one's magical power, as the mirror requires such energy for its activation. However, this posed no constraint for Su Xian. With a thought, he vanished from the room, entering the realm of space. By accelerating time, he was able to hasten the growth of medicinal herbs in the medicinal field. Whatever task he undertook, he ensured to reap multiple benefits. Su Xian never let opportunities slip away. To waste even a moment was akin to committing a crime. Utilizing the spirit absorption technique, he drew in the forces of heaven and earth, channeling them into the time-space mirror. Under his command, the spirit of the mirror immediately accelerated time within the 100-meter range 100-fold. With another thought, the alchemical furnace appeared before him, and he commenced his experiment on the longevity pill. With a wave of his hand, the recorded medicinal ingredients for the longevity pill flew to him. He cast them into the furnace, refining the medicinal liquid with remarkable speed, as everything flowed seamlessly. Before long, he had refined 50 portions of liquid medicine. Next, he sought to identify the missing substitute ingredients. He referenced the damaged formula and located the auxiliary herbs of the purple lotus, deducing 2 alternative ingredients based on the longevity pill's formula. He proceeded to refine 5 portions of each substitute. Although he couldn't ascertain the optimal ratio with just 5 portions, he could determine whether these 2 herbs could serve as replacements. If they proved viable, he could refine more and gradually experiment with the ratios. Next came the enhancement of the Xian blood component of the longevity pill. With the main ingredient missing and 2 auxiliary ingredients still lacking, Su Xian decided to transform the entire Xian blood section into a concoction derived from the flesh and blood of the demonic creature. This would also integrate the enhancement of the spirit component. While he was somewhat unclear about the longevity pill's formula, he was well versed in the Xian blood enhancement formula. He resolved to replace it accordingly while leaving the unclear portions unchanged. The auxiliary herbs were refined into liquid form. He retrieved the demonic corpse, a 6th-grade creature, deciding to use it for his experiment. Given its high rank, it would be a pity to ruin even one. The demonic corpse was tossed into the furnace, and he performed the necessary incantations. Under his celestial perception, he quickly transformed it into a blood pill. He proceeded to toss in another 6th-grade demonic creature, producing another blood pill. Su Xian successfully refined 5 blood pills. Fortunately, Xiong Dali and his companions had collected numerous 6th-grade and above demonic corpses, and he had hunted plenty upon entering the West Lake's secret realm, providing enough material for his experiments on the longevity pill. Su Xian immersed his celestial perception into the furnace, commencing his trials. He placed the purple lotus liquid and blood pill into the furnace. The 2 components quickly merged under the furnace's flames, their essence intertwining harmoniously. Su Xian then added the auxiliary herbs into the furnace, attentively monitoring the changes elicited by each ingredient through his celestial perception. Upon the introduction of the 10th medicinal liquid, an eruption akin to a volcanic explosion occurred, releasing a plume of black smoke from the furnace's opening. It was a failure. Su Xian was not surprised. He pressed on as another cloud of black smoke billowed forth, resulting in yet another failure. Countless attempts later, a smile emerged on Su Xian's face. Despite the failures, they confirmed the feasibility of the substitution plan. What followed was the adjustment of dosages. Thanks to his celestial perception, he was able to observe the reactions of the liquid particles. Otherwise, even a decade would not suffice to identify the correct substitute herbs. Adjusting the experimental dosages proved straightforward. He modified the quantities of each ingredient, refining them while utilizing his celestial perception to discover the perfect ratio. This marked a repetitive experimental process. After 3 days of diligent effort, Su Xian finally identified the flawless ratio for the longevity pill. From experimenting with substitute herbs to determining the ideal dosage, he expended 7 days, equivalent to 700 days in accelerated time, or 2 years in actuality. Outside, the grass atop Wang Fengshan's grave had grown exceedingly high. Su Xian gazed at the sanguine longevity pill in his hand, his face alight with joy. He lifted the time acceleration, instructing the spirit of the mirror. The energy field encompassing a 100-meter radius dissipated. Unlike the last occasion when summoning the deity had instantly robbed him of his lifespan, resulting in diminished vitality and graying hair, now he clearly sensed that the 2 years spent in accelerated time were genuine. Yet, another peril of the time-space mirror emerged. Accelerating time meant he had truly lived through those accelerated days within this temporal realm. In essence, he had effectively aged 2 years, reducing his lifespan. To accelerate by 100 years could lead to premature death. The time-space mirror could also decelerate time. If he could slow down the passage of time, wouldn't that allow him to live much longer? If decelerated 1,000-fold, his century-long lifespan could extend to 100,000 years. Su Xian felt a surge of excitement. Could he not focus the power of time solely upon himself? He turned to the spirit of the mirror and inquired. Yes, the spirit replied, genuinely apprehensive that Su Xian might attempt to refine it. Others could not dismantle it, but Su Xian truly possessed the capability to do so. With the time enhancement directed solely at himself, the time around him slowed down by tenfold. Su Xian resolved to give it a try. He sensed the power of the time-space mirror concentrating around him, enveloping only his being. The world beyond him suddenly accelerated tenfold, akin to a video playing at high speed. Theoretically sound, yet if he slowed down the temporal flow, it meant he would experience life at 1/10 of the external world's pace. And that was merely a tenfold deceleration. What if he achieved 100-fold or 1,000-fold? The next second he witnessed could become entirely unrecognizable. Though the idea was splendid, practical application proved elusive.
Wait a moment, if he could move fast enough, could he not negate the issue of slowed time? If he could achieve tenfold speed, could he not also utilize the tenfold deceleration of time?
Su Xian's eyes brightened. He adjusted the time slowdown to threefold. Yes, the spirit of the mirror confirmed, implementing the change. Su Xian's entire being now moved at 3 times the speed. His bodily time was reduced to a third, yet his speed increased threefold, allowing him to perform tasks as effortlessly as before. A threefold deceleration effectively granted Su Xian threefold longevity. As he enhanced his speed, he could further decelerate time, thus extending his life. However, one issue remained: his cultivation would also correspondingly slow. He lifted the time deceleration, instructing the spirit to cease its control over time. The idea of utilizing time manipulation to enhance his lifespan proved impractical. His foremost priority was to bolster his strength. Slowing his cultivation process would be a trade-off he could not afford. While the longevity pill had been successfully refined, he lacked a test subject. It would not do for him to partake in it himself. For safety's sake, he decided to seek a test subject during his stroll through the West Lake's secret realm, all the while searching for clues about the white snake.
How long have you been here?
Su Xian reappeared in the room, directing his question at the spirit.
I do not know, the spirit replied, shaking its head. Unaware?
Su Xian regarded the spirit, incredulous that it had no knowledge of its duration here. The time-space mirror was damaged. I am the spirit that reformed after its self-repair, hence I am unaware of how long I have been here.
And since your creation, how long has it been? Su Xian had not anticipated the time-space mirror's previous destruction. 500 years, the spirit responded.
It had lain here for 5 centuries, spending every day in slumber. Upon seeing Su Xian, it had hoped he would take it away, prompting the manifestation of anomalies. Little did it realize that Su Xian intended to refine it directly.
Is there anyone else here?
Su Xian sought to gather information through the time-space mirror. No, you are the first master to arrive here, the spirit replied, shaking its head. Su Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, the time-space mirror had no knowledge of the white snake. He would have to search for clues within the secret realm. Chapter 65 of the Longevity Elixir. Summoning the deity, the mysterious god Su Xian emerged from his chamber in a daze, finding himself within a grand palace. It was an alternate realm, which explained why the temporal mirror had not revealed anyone else. Entering the secret domain of West Lake did not grant access to the preceding room. Quite intriguing, the palace resembled that of a dragon's abode, adorned with intricate crystal carvings of dragon patterns and images. It was monumental, crowned by a crystalline canopy. Surrounding it was a vast expanse of water, teeming with countless fish and shrimp. Su Xian nearly mistook it for the dragon palace of West Lake. The scales within his sea of consciousness began to radiate warmth. There was indeed a connection. This place was undoubtedly linked to the white snake. However, everything here was adorned with dragon motifs, dragons, dragon carvings. While the white snake was merely a serpent, how could it be associated with dragons? Su Xian was aware that a snake could transform into a dragon. In the tale of the white snake from his previous life, the white snake had cultivated immortality but had not transformed into a dragon yet. This was a peculiar world, and deviations from norms were expected. At this point, the discrepancies between this world and the white snake legend he knew were immense. The white snake had not cultivated immortality, so the transformation into a dragon was plausible. With his celestial perception fully activated, he summoned his third eye, which opened upon his forehead. No danger or illusion could evade him now. Sensing the scales within his sea of consciousness, Su Xian ventured deeper into the palace. As he progressed, the warmth of the scales intensified, nearing a fiery red hue. Eventually, he arrived at the end of the palace, where a stone door appeared before him. This door diverged from the palace's crystalline aesthetic. It was immensely thick and as dark as ink, devoid of any carbon residue. Su Xian suspected it to be a door sculpted from blackened charcoal. He halted, furrowing his brow. After traversing for so long without encountering anyone else in the secret domain, it struck him as peculiar. Gazing at the stone door, he felt something was amiss. Mr. A woman's voice echoed in Su Xian's mind, causing him to startle. This voice was all too familiar. He had heard it in his dreams and in the temple.
The white snake?
Mister, quickly leave. The voice of the white snake grew clearer, issuing another warning. Last time in the temple, it had alerted him to depart as well. What was happening? Wasn't this secret domain related to the white snake? Why was she urging him to leave in such an anxious tone? Was her voice not that of the white snake, or was this secret realm not hers? Su Xian hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat. He too sensed the danger. The longevity elixir had already been successfully tested. It was of no consequence that he had not found clues regarding the white snake. He was confident that such clues would eventually surface, and there was no need to jeopardize himself in pursuit. With a swift turn, Xian dashed towards the palace's exit. As he did, lines of light illuminated the stone door, coalescing into a rune. As the rune glowed, the stone door transformed into a black vortex, seemingly intent on devouring everything. Xian felt a consuming force behind him, his expression shifting dramatically. He could not afford to dwell on it. He hurled the deity statue he held into the air, channeling his celestial perception into it. With his martial prowess at the first rank and the power of the mountain-splitting realm infused into the statue, it radiated divine light, temporarily halting the consuming force. As Xian poured all his strength into the statue, he felt 10 years of his vitality siphoned away. Just recently, he had lost 5 years. Now, with his cultivation increased, he had lost 10. It made no sense, but deities do not engage in reasoning. From within the divine light, the guardian deity stepped forth, towering a full yard high. With a mighty mace in hand, he swung it skyward, shaking the very foundations of the secret realm and tearing a massive rift in the heavens. Seizing Xian, he soared into the breach. A furious roar erupted from the secret domain as countless dark, ominous mists surged forth from behind the stone door. Pursuing Xian, the guardian deity retaliated with a swift strike of his mace, unleashing a divine force that clashed with the dark mists. Golden radiance erupted, momentarily halting their advance, yet the terrifying pressure filled the entire secret realm. The enigmatic deity, Xian, felt the overwhelming pressure and his complexion paled. No wonder the guardian deity had not charged directly at the adversary but instead sought to escape by breaking the secret realm. The white snake had indeed been cautioning him. As Xian was being whisked away by the guardian deity, the mysterious god unleashed a silent roar towards him. Xian heard no sound, but he witnessed the dark mist morphing into a gaping maw, ripples of distortion emanating through the space as if the entire realm were in tumult. As the waves surged towards him, Xian activated all his protective techniques: the heavenly dragoness grand repository, the 8-9 profound skill, the ghostly armor, and the unyielding Vajra talisman, layering defenses around himself. Nevertheless, he sensed that against the attack of the spectral deity, all his efforts might be futile. Just as the spatial waves reached him, a beam of divine light descended, shielding him from harm. Xian sighed in relief. The guardian deity was reliable. He was carried out of the secret realm amidst the deity's brilliance. Upon returning to the banks of West Lake, the guardian deity transformed back into the statue amidst a surge of divine light. Xian caught the statue, activating the flying serpent transformation, and departed from that place. The concealment talisman activated, as did the aberration talisman, and with his celestial perception fully engaged, he rushed towards Qiantang City. Every encountered demon was dispatched with a single blow, drawn into his bronze vial. Not long after Xian's departure, West Lake erupted into chaos, as if some dreadful entity lurked beneath its surface. Suddenly, a golden sun appeared in the sky, calming the tumultuous waters of West Lake. As tranquility returned, the golden sun gradually faded. Xian fled frantically, feeling the golden light illuminating his path from behind, yet he dared not look back, fearing the spectral deity might emerge from the depths of the West Lake secret realm in pursuit. He rushed across the wilds between West Lake and Qiantang, finally returning to Qiantang City, where he exhaled in relief. He had felt like an ant, easily squashed at any moment. It was utterly terrifying. He had thought his current cultivation would allow him to revel in this world, only to realize he had been viewing the sky from within a well. He needed to continue enhancing his cultivation. His fear of inadequacy was only intensifying. Xian removed the ghostly armor and stealthily returned home.
Hanwen, what has happened to you? Su Jiaorong exclaimed in shock upon seeing Xian's graying hair.
Sister, do not worry.
I am fine. It is merely my hair that has turned gray. It will return to normal in a few days, Xian reassured her, hoping to quell her concerns. Changming, looking disheveled, crawled back through the dog hole, overjoyed to see Xian unharmed. West Lake is utterly terrifying, Changming exclaimed. Take this.
Xian, witnessing Changming's excitement, produced the longevity elixir to let Changming test its effects. If all went well, he would refine a batch of longevity elixirs to replenish any lost vitality. The journey into the secret realm had been fraught with danger, resulting in a loss of 12 years of lifespan. However, the successful experimentation with the longevity elixir could be considered a silver lining. Changming, upon catching a whiff of the elixir's fragrance, was instantly captivated.
A marvelous item.
He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the longevity elixir that Xian tossed to him.
Xian and Changming shared a sensory connection, feeling the elixir being consumed and transformed into immense vitality and spiritual energy that nourished Changming's soul and physique, strengthening both. While Changming's life force experienced a boost, it felt wrong.
It seemed to enhance his constitution and spirit, making him more robust rather than directly extending his lifespan.
Had it not been successfully refined? Xian's brow furrowed in contemplation. What went awry?
Sister, I shall return to my chamber to meditate and recover. Please do not disturb me, Su Xian instructed Su Jiaorong before retreating to his room. He needed to investigate where the process had faltered. The longevity elixir was crucial to restoring his vitality.
Su Xian retrieved the elixir's formula and began to study it once more. Wait a moment, the life force transformation longevity elixir, what could this mean?
Upon scrutinizing the formula again, he discovered a line of small text beneath the list of ingredients.
Is this the key to refining the elixir? What does the life force transformation longevity elixir imply? Could it require life force to create the longevity elixir? Where could he find such life force? The long spring technique.
A sudden realization struck him regarding the cultivation method he practiced.
It might be worth a try. Chapter 66.
Extending life by 2 years through elixirs. Upon entering the spatial realm, the spirit of the apparatus accelerated time by tenfold. The energy field enveloped an area of 100 meters, causing time within to hasten at a tenfold rate. Su Xian retrieved the alchemical furnace and summoned the medicinal ingredients, swiftly refining the elixirs. With practiced ease, he extracted 10 portions of the elixir. He proceeded to concoct the deceptive corpse and produce 10 6th grade to 5th grade blood elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian closed his eyes to nurture his spirit, channeling his inner strength and magical energy to restore himself. He aimed to refine the longevity elixir in a peak state. Under the impetus of the Changchun technique, Su Xian quickly regained his optimal condition. He began the refinement of the longevity elixir, combining the purple lotus medicinal liquid and the blood elixirs while deftly manipulating the alchemical formula.
His spiritual awareness delved into the furnace. After a successful attempt, the subsequent refinements proceeded with greater fluidity. The process flowed seamlessly, yet he struggled to find the opportune moment to infuse the true energy of Changchun. His spiritual perception monitored the changes in the elixir, but the chance to inject the essence of Changchun eluded him. Any attempt to do so might lead to the elixir's collapse, thereby ruining the longevity potion. At last, as the final ingredient melded into the elixir, his spiritual awareness detected the moment to inject the essence of Changchun. Unfortunately, he was unprepared, and the fleeting opportunity vanished as the elixir solidified. The calamity of alchemy manifested. 6 bolts of lightning swiftly struck the elixir, and the tribulation dissipated in an instant, leaving behind an impression of completion. Su Xian wondered if others experienced tribulations with such haste, likening it to the plight of contemporary workers. Formulating the incantation, he grasped the longevity elixir in his hand. The 3 partially formed spiritual patterns marked the elixir. While it could be considered a potent restorative, it lacked the efficacy to extend life. He stored the elixir away and prepared to refine it anew. This time, Su Xian felt more confident. He would accelerate the process at the outset and slow down only in the final stages. Now was the moment. All the ingredients fused in an instant, and he infused the elixir with the essence of Changchun. A surge of vitality emanated from the elixir, as if a chemical reaction had been triggered, awakening the life force within all the ingredients and coalescing into the longevity elixir. Su Xian realized that it was essential to draw forth a thread of vitality to activate the life force of all the ingredients to successfully concoct the longevity elixir. His selection of ingredients was aimed at activating the purple lotus and the essence of the deceptive flesh, which, while not inherently rich in vitality, served their purpose. However, the efficacy of the elixir was likely limited. He had made the right choice with the deceptive flesh, as it contained a potent life force that compensated for the lack of vitality in the auxiliary ingredients. Without it, the longevity elixir might not have materialized. The longevity elixir coalesced into a two-toned, purplish-red pill. No tribulation manifested this time. Su Xian was grateful merely to have controlled the infusion of vitality into the elixir. The aspiration to concoct a spiritually patterned elixir seemed somewhat unrealistic, especially given the inadequacy of several auxiliary ingredients. Su Xian deemed the absence of spiritual patterns as normal. He deftly performed the alchemical incantation, bringing the longevity elixir into his possession. Su Xian's spiritual awareness carefully examined the elixir. A smile spread across his face. It indeed contained vitality and was capable of extending life. The ingredients remained unchanged, the process unaltered. There was no need for testing, and it could be consumed safely. Freshly forged and still warm, he placed the longevity elixir in his mouth. It dissolved almost instantly, and a gentle elixir flowed into Su Xian's abdomen, radiating warmth throughout his entire being. He felt as if he had just enjoyed a sauna, followed by a full-body massage. His once gray hair rapidly transformed back to black, returning to its original hue in no time. Su Xian keenly sensed an increase of 5 days in his lifespan. The 5 days of extended life manifested as his gray hair darkened. The replenishment of his vitality naturally restored his hair color, unrelated to the increase in lifespan. It was common for a man in his 50s or 60s to still have black hair, while those in their 20s or 30s might be gray. Su Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a few decades of additional life, yet found himself with only 5 days. In truth, 5 days was a significant gain, but the disparity between expectation and reality left him disheartened.
The vitality contained within the 6th grade deceptive flesh was limited, being a lifeless entity. Thus, the longevity elixir could only extend life by 5 days. The test sample of the deceptive flesh should yield a greater increase in lifespan. He reignited the furnace without adjusting the auxiliary ingredients, replacing the blood elixirs with those derived from 5th grade deceptive flesh. With newfound composure, Xian refined the elixir once more, finding the process even smoother than before. He successfully created the longevity elixir again, still without the emergence of tribulation. The auxiliary ingredients remained somewhat lacking. Xian paid no mind, he merely wished to compare the differences between elixirs made from 5th grade and 6th grade deceptive flesh, hence his decision not to make adjustments. The absence of spiritual patterns made for a clearer comparison. He deftly performed the incantation to extract the longevity elixir, placing the warm elixir into his mouth. A wave of warmth coursed through him, and Xian relished the experience. The longevity elixir was indeed delightful. No wonder people became addicted to consuming elixirs. After 10 days, he carefully sensed the effects of the 5th grade deceptive flesh elixir, which extended his lifespan by an additional 2 days. As expected, the stronger the deceptive entity, the more life force retained in its remains, thus resulting in a greater increase in lifespan from the elixir. If he were to refine an elixir from a living deceptive entity, the increase would likely be even more substantial. Xian calculated that a living 6th grade deceptive entity would surely yield an increase of over half a month in lifespan. The life force of the deceptive entities was naturally abundant, but some loss occurred during the refinement process. Achieving an additional half-month was commendable. One must not be greedy. The longevity elixir was already defying nature. If it were overly abundant, who wouldn't attain immortality? No one would dare to concoct elixirs from living deceptive entities, as doing so would amount to infusing the elixir with malevolent energy akin to hastening their own demise. Only Xian would entertain such thoughts. Xian thoroughly understood the principles of the longevity elixir and began to adjust the auxiliary ingredients. Unable to modify them, he opted to supplement with additional ingredients. The newly revised formula was prepared for improvement, and he commenced the alchemical process. 1 6th grade blood elixir and the purple lotus medicinal liquid were placed into the furnace. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual awareness, no issues arose with the improved auxiliary ingredients. During the refinement, the fusion of time altered, but under Xian's control, the process unfolded without peril, culminating in a successful synthesis. Mastering the intricacies of the longevity elixir's prop. With all the medicinal liquids successfully merged, Xian infused the elixir with the essence of Changchun, activating its vitality. A longevity elixir radiating red and purple hues successfully coalesced. The tribulation manifested above the furnace, and 9 bolts of lightning struck down directly. The longevity elixir within the furnace shrank slightly in size, becoming more compact. As the tribulation concluded, Xian felt as if it had cast a fleeting glance in his direction. A mere illusion, surely. How could a tribulation possibly gaze upon him? He deftly executed the incantation, gathering the longevity elixir in his hand. The longevity elixir, struck by the 9 bolts of lightning, indeed exhibited a marked difference. 3 spiritual patterns danced upon the elixir, emanating an immense life force that caused nearby medicinal ingredients to flourish wildly. Xian swallowed the longevity elixir. 10 days passed, joy surged through him. Adjusting the auxiliary ingredients had proven effective, doubling his lifespan. He continued the refinement process, seeking to reclaim the 12 years of lost vitality. Xian entered a fervent mode of refining longevity elixirs, with tribulations frequently manifesting. Watching Xian, one might wish to strike him with lightning. The burden of forced labor was a universal discomfort. 1 by 1, he consumed the elixirs, converting them into vitality. Yet he felt increasingly revitalized, his once dull skin transforming into a supple and radiant complexion, akin to that of an infant, fresh and rejuvenated. The longevity elixirs derived from 5th grade deceptive flesh extended life by 15 days, those from 4th grade deceptive flesh by 20 days, 3rd grade deceptive flesh by 27 days, 2nd grade deceptive flesh by 35 days. And 1st grade deceptive flesh by 45 days. Xian, having consumed various longevity elixirs concocted from different deceptive entities, concluded that he had regained 2 years of lost vitality. The journey to reclaim 12 years, however, remained a formidable task. While consuming elixirs could prolong life, it was somewhat unrealistic to rely solely on them.
Master, young lady Wang has come to visit.
Just as Xian deactivated the time acceleration, Wang Shifeng arrived, likely seeking the longevity elixir. Perhaps he could enlist her as a free laborer to experiment with refining elixirs from living deceptive entities. The potential for increased longevity was indeed intriguing. Chapter 67 Practicing Martial Arts, Ascending 2 Ranks. Xian, the longevity elixir? Xian arrived in the parlor, and Wang Shifeng hurriedly inquired. With his father bedridden and the longevity elixir still unrefined, Xian feared that his father had not witnessed the wonders of the West Lake's secret realm. Fortunately, Xian had not ventured there, otherwise, he might not have returned having refrained from entering the West Lake's secret realm for several days. Could Xian truly concoct the elixir? Xian raised an eyebrow, under his celestial perception, Wang Shifeng's body appeared as if it were on the brink of disintegration, a force continuously mending her form. She had sustained considerable injuries within the secret realm. Su Xian chose not to pry further. If she remained reticent, he would not meddle in her affairs. Miss Wang, I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. I possess a modicum of talent in the healing arts and have successfully manufactured a longevity elixir. Su Xian presented the specially crafted 6th grade, unmarked longevity elixir, laced with residual sinister toxins, to Wang Shifeng. The longevity elixir. Wang Shifeng gazed in astonishment at the elixir in her hand. Having witnessed such a concoction in her previous life, she recognized its vitality without a doubt. However, it seemed slightly insufficient. What do you mean by talent? This is nothing short of a marvel. How could you deduce the elixir in merely a few days? She could hardly fathom the extent of his capabilities. It can only extend life by 5 days, Su Xian lamented. Then let us refine more. Wang Shifeng exclaimed with excitement. 1 elixir grants 5 days. 1,000 elixirs would yield 5,000 days. Not only can my father survive, but he could also achieve longevity. Su Xian remained silent, observing Wang Shifeng closely. Yet gradually, she calmed under his gaze. What was she contemplating? If the longevity elixir is so easily refined and can be consumed in large quantities, it would not just benefit the common populace but would undoubtedly ensure eternal life for the emperor as well. Is it truly so simple to concoct the elixir? Can it be consumed repeatedly? Wang Shifeng inquired, taking a deep breath. Of course, it is not merely a matter of desire. Although I have made every effort, the elixir's toxicity has not been entirely eliminated. The maximum safe intake is 3 elixirs, Su Xian replied. At this, Wang Shifeng's heart sank. 3 elixirs would only prolong life by 15 days. What good is that? Do not worry, Miss Wang, this elixir was crafted using the body of a 6th grade sinister creature. If we were to use a living one, the longevity it provides would be even greater, especially if it were of a higher grade. If you can capture a living sinister creature, I can concoct 5 more longevity elixirs. If County Lord Wang consumes 3, he should be able to restore his vitality. The remaining 2 can be kept. Su Xian stated. Then I shall keep the 2 and go capture a sinister creature at once. Wang Shifeng declared without hesitation. Are you certain you can do that? Su Xian asked, recalling Wang Shifeng's injuries. It's nothing. Just wait for me to bring back the sinister creature, Wang Shifeng replied, returning the longevity elixir to Su Xian before departing from the Li family residence. She had no doubts about Su Xian's words. Aside from the inherent difficulty in refining sinister creatures into medicine, the primary ingredient, the purple lotus, was indeed a precious herb. The fact that he managed to concoct 6 longevity elixirs could be attributed to sheer fortune. It was likely that such precious herbs would be scarce in the future. This time, she must capture a high-grade sinister creature for medicinal purposes, otherwise, the opportunity would be squandered. After Wang Shifeng's departure, Su Xian consumed the lingering power of the longevity elixir, tossing it into his mouth. Though its effects were modest, it served well as a snack. He awaited the delightful surprise Wang Shifeng might bring him. Knowing her fortunate circumstances and her awareness of the West Lake's secret realm, Su Xian was certain that she was no ordinary person. Perhaps this time, she would present him with a significant surprise. Would she manage to procure a half-step earthy mortal-grade sinister creature for medicinal use? Su Xian shook his head, dismissing such thoughts from his mind. What was he thinking? It was not yet dark. Why indulge in dreams? Hanwen, are you all right? Su Jiarong inquired anxiously after Wang Shifeng had left. She had been worried sick upon seeing Su Xian return with white hair. Now that it had returned to black, she felt a sense of relief, yet her heart remained uneasy. Sister, I am fine. I am perfectly well, Su Xian replied, bouncing around in front of Su Jiarong. That's good to hear. You are no longer a child, it's time to be more composed. Su Jiarong observed her brother's fair complexion and vibrant spirit, finally putting her worries to rest. Sister, I sought a martial art from my master for you, and I shall teach it to you, Su Xian announced to Su Jiarong. Before entering the secret realm, he had merged the scales with Tai Chi's Yin-Yang profound technique and the Pancher fist to create the Qian-Yang fist. He intended to derive a form of Tai Chi for his sister from the Qian-Yang fist. He had not had the opportunity to impart it to her before entering the secret realm, but he was determined to teach it to her now. Good. Su Jiarong readily agreed, eager to begin learning the martial art. In the courtyard, Su Xian began to teach his sister Tai Chi, initially imparting its essentials. He guided her step by step, assuming that she would be slow to learn due to her age and lack of prior exposure to martial arts. To his astonishment, she memorized everything after a single explanation, and after he demonstrated once, she executed it with remarkable precision. Was this the result of extraordinary talent? Su Xian gazed at his sister, whose spirit radiated brightly, filled with envy. He wished he possessed such aptitude. Unfortunately, the marrow-cleansing elixir was ineffective for him. After years of refinement by the scales, the elixir could not alter his innate qualities. The scales had tempered him for so long that he would likely fare better if his sister consumed a single marrow-cleansing elixir. He pondered how the scales had refined him, but chose to dismiss such thoughts. Overthinking only led to sorrow. As Su Jiaorong practiced the fist for the third time, she began to grasp the fundamentals. By the 5th repetition, she had mastered a fragment of Tai Chi. By the 10th, she could apply Tai Chi's principles of leveraging strength. Upon the 20th repetition, the forces of heaven and earth surrounded her, activating the Tai Chi elixir within her, which fervently refined her body. In an instant, she broke through to the 8th rank. Su Xian, along with the 5 brothers, stared in disbelief. From no training at all to reaching the 8th rank after merely practicing a set of movements? Truly monstrous, they are indeed extraordinary beings. The 5 brothers silently consumed a marrow-cleansing elixir and continued their training in the 5 elements yin-yang reversal array. If they did not intensify their efforts, Su Jiaorong's strength would soon surpass theirs. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before she did, they hoped to delay that moment for as long as possible. The 5 of them dedicated themselves tirelessly to their training. Even the carefree Niu Dali gritted his teeth and practiced diligently, stating, "With so many elixirs provided by our master, even a pig could reach the 1st rank. If we fail to reach it ourselves, we might as well throw ourselves against a tofu block and die." From then on, the 5 brothers resolved to train relentlessly. After consuming the marrow-cleansing elixir to enhance their talents, they may not have reached the level of ancient prodigies, but they had attained a commendable level of excellence, and their progress was swift. Meanwhile, Su Xian found himself questioning his own existence. After 30 repetitions of Tai Chi, his sister grasped a fragment of its true essence. The Tai Chi marrow-cleansing elixir within her was completely activated, not only refining her marrow and muscles but also making her entire body and meridians more conducive to the operation of Tai Chi's power. Su Jiaorong broke through to the 7th rank. Su Xian felt as though the heavens themselves were favoring his sister. To achieve such breakthroughs after merely 30 repetitions was unprecedented throughout history. The 5 brothers, who had been diligently practicing their martial arts, no longer dared to look in that direction, fearing the blow to their spirits. If their martial hearts crumbled, to whom could they turn for solace? Su Jiaorong became absorbed in her Tai Chi practice, experiencing an illusion of entering an unfathomable space. In that realm, she could visualize every punch she threw, and in comparison to her brother, she quickly recognized the flaws in each strike, correcting them immediately in the next round. Practicing martial arts did not seem so difficult after all. In the past, her public servant training had been arduous, and the 5 brothers found it equally challenging. However, she felt that as long as one had hands, one could practice. Had they simply not discovered the right method to train? Unbeknownst to everyone, while Su Jiaorong practiced, she was also distracted by other thoughts. Su Xian stared in disbelief at his sister. Had she truly awakened the essence of Tai Chi? At that moment, the 5 brothers found themselves utterly unable to continue their training. From now on, they could not bear to watch their master's family practice martial arts. Otherwise, their martial hearts would inevitably shatter. They had believed their spirits had been tempered sufficiently by their master, yet they were still struck down. What was the point of living? Chapter 68, The Essence of Taiji Martial Intent. The 5 brothers depart and return. Su Jiaorong, having consolidated the Taiji martial intent, emerged from her meditative state. "I have reached the 7th rank?" Su Jiaorong asked her brother incredulously. Li Gongpu had toiled for over a decade to achieve merely the 7th rank, yet after just one sparring session with her brother, she attained the same level, as if in a dream. Indeed. Su Xian was at a loss for words, his heart a tumult of emotions. In comparison to his previous cultivation, the disparity was monumental. It had taken him over 10 years to reach the 5th rank. Tears brimmed in Su Xian's eyes. "Do not linger here, I shall cultivate on my own." Su Jiaorong consumed a qi-gathering pill and resumed her practice. Su Xian exclaimed, "Good heavens, have you forgotten your master already?" He turned to leave. Su Xian returned to his mundane life, reporting to the Imperial Physician Bureau, setting up a stall at the alley's entrance, and practicing at home. The 5 brothers proposed venturing into the wilderness for hunting, believing that such an endeavor would better suit their cultivation. Under the influence of cleansing and qi-gathering pills, Xiong Dali broke through to the 5th rank, while Niu Dali and the others reached the 6th rank, poised for another breakthrough at any moment. They formed the 5 elements yin-yang reversal formation, and when confronted with a 1st-rank monster, it was a 50-50 chance. With the talismans crafted by Su Xian, as long as they did not encounter a cunning bird and elusive 1st-rank creature capable of revealing hidden forms, they faced little danger in the wild. Su Xian instructed the 5 brothers to travel to Lingchuan City to auction the cleansing pills and 20 small restoration pills he had produced. The non-spirited and simplified ancient cleansing pills were sure to fetch astronomical prices. The 20 small restoration pills would undoubtedly be in high demand. Most likely, the Su family would purchase the cleansing pills, while the small restoration pills would be auctioned off. It mattered not to him. He sought only crystal stones, provided they offered sufficient quantities. Su Xian requested the 5 brothers to return with the corpses of the monsters they hunted, preferably bringing some back alive. He provided them with a medicinal compendium, instructing them to gather everything, roots included. They planned to peruse the newly arrived potent herbs and treasures at the Lingchuan auction house and purchase what they could. He entrusted the first command to Xiong Dali. The 5 brothers bid farewell to Su Xian and departed from Qiantang City. Su Xian eagerly anticipated their return with crystal stones, confident that his cultivation would experience a qualitative leap, breaking into the 3rd realm of the immortal path. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Su Xian heard a series of knocks at the door and, upon opening it, found Wang Shifeng, battered and injured, collapsed at his doorstep. Su Xian quickly infused her with a stream of pure spring vitality to stabilize her life force, carrying her into the courtyard.
What has happened to Miss Wang?
Su Jiaorong, emerging from within, inquired anxiously upon seeing Wang Shifeng's injured state.
Sister, do not worry.
I am here, please fetch some hot water, Su Xian instructed. All right, Bai Lian, come help, Su Jiaorong called into the room. Li Bilian, rubbing her eyes as she emerged, was promptly pulled by Su Jiaorong to prepare the water. Su Xian laid Wang Shifeng on the bed in the guest room and extended his consciousness to assess her condition. Gasping in horror at the sight, her meridians were shattered, and deep wounds visible to the bone marred her body. Her left hand was severed, her lung pierced, and a gaping hole punctured her abdomen, while one eye had been punctured as well. Had it not been for a mysterious force within her sustaining her life, she would have already perished. He hastily cut away her tattered clothing, his heart racing at the extent of her injuries. This woman was undeniably tenacious, risking her life in the search for monsters. Su Jiaorong and Li Bilian soon returned with the hot water. Su Xian meticulously cleaned her wounds, purifying her body of all impurities with a purification talisman. Utilizing the 9 heavens profound origin technique, he cast a complete version of the technique onto Wang Shifeng. Her injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, though Su Xian's own magical energy was depleting rapidly. Fortunately, despite not having reached the sea expansion realm, his magical power was more profound than that of a typical sea expansion cultivator. As Wang Shifeng's injuries were severe and his magical energy dwindled, Su Xian gritted his teeth, exhausting his vitality to mend her wounds. The monsters Wang Shifeng brought back would surely bring him joy, or else he would suffer a great loss. Watching Wang Shifeng, her injuries vanishing and her skin free of scars, Su Xian exhaled, tucking her under a blanket. He had sacrificed 2 years of his lifespan. The cost of his vitality had been substantial. He hoped that the monsters Wang Shifeng captured would compensate for this loss. Were it not for his ability to concoct longevity pills, he would never have drained his lifespan to heal her. At most, he would have stabilized her condition and allowed her to recover gradually. Wang Shifeng had regained consciousness, feeling utterly exposed, her eyes still closed in embarrassment. Despite having been in such situations thrice before, the awkwardness lingered. Su Xian, aware that she had awakened, could only feign ignorance and turned to leave the room. Only after confirming his departure did Wang Shifeng retrieve her clothing and dress, her mind racing at the realization that Su Xian had seen every inch of her. She shook her head, dispelling the thoughts, and took a deep breath to regain her composure before stepping out of the room. As Su Xian sat in the courtyard sipping tea, he noticed Wang Shifeng's emergence and gestured for her to join him. Wang Shifeng walked over with a neutral expression. As long as she felt unembarrassed, it was others who should feel awkward. I shall pass on the tea, let us focus on alchemy, Wang Shifeng declared, placing a bag before Su Xian.
What is this? He inquired, gazing at her.
A Beastmaster's bag, containing 5 extraordinary monsters, she replied. Su Xian's heart soared with joy. Extraordinary monsters meant he had gained much, and the 2 years of vitality expended had not been in vain.
Excellent, I shall begin refining pills right away.
Please wait, he said, turning back to his room with the monsters in hand. Experimentation could commence. He had initially assumed that Wang Shifeng would only capture a single first-rank monster. He never anticipated that she would bring back 5 extraordinary ones. This woman was formidable. Only a 4th-rank cultivator could emerge alive from such a secret realm, and there had to be a reason behind it. Wang Shifeng undoubtedly held more secrets, otherwise, she would not have dared to reveal her treasures so generously. Watching Su Xian leave without even accepting her spirit tea, Wang Shifeng felt he was a spendthrift. She took a seat, poured herself some tea, and began to sip, refusing to waste the opportunity.
Miss Wang, are you feeling better?
Su Jiaorong asked, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Wang Shifeng's recovery. Such severe injuries, healed so swiftly by my brother's expertise.
His medical skills are truly remarkable.
Sister, I am quite well now, Wang Shifeng replied warmly, her impression of Su Jiaorong favorable. You must be hungry, allow me to prepare a meal for you, Su Jiaorong offered enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Wang Shifeng. What a splendid young woman she was, it would be wonderful if she could become a sister-in-law. Regrettably, her brother seemed indifferent to Wang Shifeng. Indeed, to all women even the last time, with the beautiful Bai girl, her brother had shown no interest whatsoever. Su Jiaorong felt a pang of concern, uncertain what type of girl would capture her brother's heart, and when he might marry to ensure the Su family lineage continued. If he remained unmarried for life, the Su family would face extinction. She resolved to find him a suitable sister-in-law. With a lingering gaze upon Wang Shifeng, she turned and headed to the kitchen. Wang Shifeng sensed Su Jiaorong's scrutinizing gaze, sending a chill down her spine. Su Xian's consciousness delved into the Beastmaster's bag. 5 extraordinary monsters lay unconscious within, saving him considerable trouble. He began to refine pills. How much lifespan could the longevity pills restore? He awaited the results with eager anticipation. Chapter 69 Extending Life by 30 Years, the appearance of the extermination talisman. In a moment of revelation, he captured a comatose extraordinary demon. Sensing the power of talismans emanating from the extraordinary beast, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the talisman he did not comprehend. It was capable of inducing slumber in a beast of such caliber. How fascinating! The extraordinary demon was cast into the alchemical furnace. With a deft movement of his hands, the alchemical flames enveloped the creature, which remained unperturbed. As the refinement progressed, an incessant stream of demonic energy seeped forth, attempting to infiltrate Su Xian. No wonder no one dared to refine a living demon. This corrupting force was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The beast's scales quivered, the demonic energy devouring it completely, feeding back to Su Xian. His vital essence surged, merging into his internal organs, where the spirits of those organs radiated a divine multicolored light, coalescing into the quintessence of elemental power, infusing his ethereal soul. His ethereal soul radiated with brilliance, and a celestial warrior materialized behind Su Xian. The warrior's luminescence expanded outward, forming the nascent shape of a force field. A domain began to take shape, pushing towards a breakthrough akin to a grandmaster. With an ethereal soul, advancement was straightforward. As long as one's cultivation was sufficient, continual breakthroughs were attainable. Others needed to comprehend the intricacies of a domain to transcend it, but Su Xian, with his ethereal soul, possessed an innate domain, allowing for effortless formation given his adequate cultivation. His path to immortality unfolded before him like a smooth road. The demon, refined into a blood elixir, elicited no reaction, further piquing Su Xian's curiosity about the talisman employed by Wang Shifeng. Yet, such a trump card, one he believed even a fool would not disclose, was best kept to himself. He quelled his thoughts and performed the alchemical technique to extract the blood elixir, feeling the immense vitality and life force within. Su Xian was elated. Indeed, living demons yielded the finest results. One after another, extraordinary demons were transformed into blood elixirs in their slumber. Su Xian intoned, and 5 portions of the longevity elixir's ingredients appeared before him. In mere moments, the 5 portions of the elixir were refined to completion. Observing the finished materials, Su Xian closed his eyes to cultivate and restore his peak condition. Upon regaining his full strength, he opened his eyes. He cast the blood elixir in violet lotus liquid into the alchemical furnace. His spiritual awareness sensed the transformations occurring within. The auxiliary herbs were added to the furnace, merging with the blood elixir in violet lotus liquid to form a unified concoction. The interplay of violet and crimson colors danced within the elixir, flowing in a harmonious cycle. The auxiliary herbs blended seamlessly into the dual-hued liquid. Having undergone countless refinements and with his spiritual awareness guiding him, Su Xian deftly controlled the process, even with the blood elixirs from living extraordinary demons. As the elixir solidified, he infused it with the essence of eternal spring. The vitality of the raw materials awakened. The longevity elixir was complete. A calamity of alchemy manifested above the furnace. 9 bolts of thunder descended in rapid succession, only to vanish without lingering. Su Xian was well acquainted with the tribulations of alchemy. The more familiar he became, the more he sensed a consciousness behind the calamities. Several times, he felt as if the tribulations sought to strike him. As the tribulations dissipated, a translucent longevity elixir, adorned in violet and crimson hues, was successfully refined. With a flick of his fingers, he extracted the elixir. For ethereal patterns danced upon its surface. Su Xian was astonished to have produced a longevity elixir inscribed with 4 ethereal patterns. He resolved to proceed with caution. He must not allow it to be too perfect. While others aimed for excellence, he needed to temper his results. Seizing the moment, he consumed the longevity elixir. The elixir transformed into a warm current, coursing through Su Xian's entire being. He shuddered, feeling every pore on his body open wide, a singular word escaping his lips. Delightful. The medicinal properties entered his sea of consciousness, nourishing his ethereal soul. Unlike previous longevity elixirs, which merely nurtured the spirit, this one was distinct. It provided a tangible benefit to his ethereal soul. Astonishingly, this time, the elixir contributed to a slight enhancement of his ethereal soul. Vitality continuously infused his body, fortifying him. Su Xian's lifespan surged, extending by 30 years. He opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face. The 12 years of lifespan he had expended were replenished, and he gained an additional 18 years. Remarkable, Wang Shifeng had indeed surprised him. The longevity elixir derived from living demons was undeniably superior. Continuing with precise control of his spiritual awareness, and learning from the experience of the first furnace, the subsequent batches were all flawlessly successful. He refined 3 elixirs devoid of patterns but free of toxins, each granting approximately 15 years of life extension, totaling 45 years, sufficient for Wang Fengshan to reach a natural end. One elixir adorned with 4 ethereal patterns, free of toxins, was set aside, while the 3 devoid of patterns were stored in a vial. With the alchemical furnace put away, Su Xian exited the chamber.
How did it go? Wang Shifeng inquired as she approached. Having waited an entire day and night, I have fulfilled my promise. Each elixir extends life by approximately 15 years, all 3 are contained within. Su Xian handed the vial to Wang Shifeng. Upon receiving it, she uncorked the vial, and a wave of vitality surged forth, delighting her. Such a great favor warrants no thanks. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Shifeng swiftly recapped the vial, concerned about dissipating the elixir's potency. Miss Wang, I have developed an interest in talismans. Might you share the talisman that induces slumber in extraordinary demons? Su Xian hesitated before speaking, his curiosity piqued. He yearned to see this talisman. If Wang Shifeng was unwilling, so be it. Very well. Wang Shifeng produced a cracked jade pendant and handed it to Su Xian. Is it truly this simple? This talisman can incapacitate extraordinary demons. Calling it a priceless treasure would not be an exaggeration. Su Xian was taken aback by her generosity. He had anticipated resistance to his request, but Wang Shifeng gave it without hesitation. Dazed, he accepted the jade pendant, wanting to express his gratitude, but Wang Shifeng had already taken flight. Hurrying home, Su Xian examined the jade pendant in his hand. It became clear that the talisman within was incomplete. Due to excessive use, the runes had frayed. Even high-level talismans could not self-repair, rendering this effectively a discarded talisman. Wang Shifeng had no use for it, yet such a precious item was not something one simply gives away. He noted this favor from Wang Shifeng. This talisman bore a sense of familiarity. The ensnaring talisman appeared in his hand, and he compared it to the one within the jade pendant. They shared a common origin, being one of the 4 talismans of the Extermination series. Su Xian was exhilarated. Although incomplete, with the ensnaring talisman to reference, he might just be able to restore it. Returning to his chamber with the jade pendant, he infused his spiritual awareness into it, retrieving the talisman into his sea of consciousness. Someone had attempted to restore it previously, as Su Xian recognized the runes did not align with the style of the Extermination series. After the incomplete talisman had been modified, it was no wonder it could still function. Su Xian meticulously removed the additional runes from the array, leaving only the original runic lines. With the ensnaring talisman as a reference, he swiftly dismantled this talisman. The essence of talisman crafting lies in deconstruction. Understanding how to draw each rune from its inception is crucial. A single misstep and the runic lines would lead to collapse. A first-grade talisman is 3-dimensional, with countless intertwining runes. Without deconstruction, one would remain ignorant of the drawing technique. With his spiritual awareness and experience in refining the ensnaring talisman, Su Xian successfully dismantled the talisman. This was also the reason Wang Shifeng had readily relinquished it. It was of no use to her, and better to owe a favor than to discard it. Next came the endeavor to restore the talisman. Fortunately, despite its incompleteness, only about 20% was missing, making restoration feasible. Su Xian anticipated the completion of this talisman, wondering how the combination of 2 first-grade talismans would manifest. Might it transform into a forbidden talisman? Chapter 70. The simulation of crystal stones, symbol refinement, and alchemy. The consciousness enters the celestial soul. With a swift motion, a runic matrix materializes before the celestial soul. A flash of the ensnaring symbol matrix appears within the 3 eyes on the celestial soul's forehead, conducting a comparative simulation. The simulation is indeed feasible. It is fortunate that the divine spirit has transformed into the celestial soul. Otherwise, such a simulation would be utterly unattainable. The mental exertion required is immense. Without formidable spiritual strength, one could hardly engage in such simulations. The lines added to the runic matrix remain a mystery as to who initiated the simulation. Only now does one realize the exceptional prowess of that individual. Although it may not match the original, to achieve such a simulation is undoubtedly the mark of a genius among geniuses. Su Xian is unaware that this endeavor is not the achievement of a single individual, nor even a single generation, but rather the culmination of countless generations' efforts. His ambition to complete the runic matrix is either a testament to his ignorance or his arrogance. Nevertheless, endowed with the celestial soul and possessing a spirit powerful enough to transcend the mundane world,
he indeed has the opportunity to simulate the runic matrix. Su Xian's progress in the simulation is excruciatingly slow. Each day, aside from reporting to the Imperial Medical Bureau, setting up his stall, and cultivating, he dedicates all his time to the simulation. After more than 10 days, he manages to simulate a single runic line. To complete the matrix, he estimates it will take over a year. The task is daunting. Su Xian steadies his mind and continues the simulation at a measured pace. There is no need for haste. Wang Fengshan has made a recovery and is officially appointed as the County Lord of Qiantang, no longer serving in an acting capacity. Wang Fengshan's revival has attracted much attention. Despite having exhausted her lifespan, she not only recovers but her hair turns from white to black, appearing even more vibrant than before. It is as if she has defied the ravages of time and returned to her youth. Wang Shifeng reveals the discovery of an ancient relic, claiming to have found longevity pills within. This announcement draws countless individuals to the ancient site. Su Xian, upon hearing the news, marvels at Wang Shifeng's extraordinary capabilities. Is it so simple as to possess an ancient relic? Such a feat could only be achieved by someone like Wang Shifeng, who wields some hidden power, enabling her to discreetly access the ancient site. However, this matter holds no relevance for him. He continues his daily routine of reporting to the Imperial Medical Bureau, setting up his stall, returning home to cultivate, and simulating the runes. After a month and a half, while Su Xian is immersed in his simulation, he perceives a red shadow appearing in the courtyard. It is her. Su Xian furrows his brow, incredulous that this woman has survived the secret realm. What should he do? The woman had once mentioned taking him away. Would she attempt to do so again? The deceptive armor manifests behind him, preparing for fusion. The deity statue is held firmly in his grasp. If this woman truly intends to abduct him, he would not hesitate to engage her in a contest, regardless of the cost. As for the deceptive deity, he feels powerless against her. He simply does not believe he can outmatch her. A beam of Buddhist light illuminates the space, accompanied by the sound of sacred chants. The light forms an ethereal representation of the Dharma Sea, shielding him from the woman. Su Xian breathes a sigh of relief, momentarily forgetting his benefactor. It will not be so easy for this woman to take him. She must first contend with his master. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the Dharma Sea, the woman hesitates, casting a reluctant glance toward Su Xian's chamber before vanishing in a swirl of red light. The Buddhist talisman falls silent, and the Dharma Sea dissipates into rays of light, as if nothing had transpired. Su Xian stows the deity statue away, allowing his consciousness to plunge back into the celestial soul to continue his simulation of the runes. After that night, Su Xian requests his sister to take a leave of absence from the Imperial Medical Bureau, opting instead to provide free medical services at home. He fears that venturing outside might lead to another encounter with that woman. With the Buddhist talisman in his home, he feels somewhat more secure. Possessing the talisman ensures that he cannot reveal his hidden trump card. Over the past 10 days, the 5 brothers, Xiong Dali and his companions, have returned from their arduous journey. Su Xian's face lights up with joy. The 5 brothers have returned, and with them, the crystal stones. Holding the crystals in hand, he feels a surge of confidence. Should that woman return, he would ensure she leaves empty-handed. With his divine perception, Su Xian notes that Xiong Dali has reached the 4th rank, while Niu Dali and the others have attained the 5th rank. Impressive indeed. Xiong Dali and his companions are well suited for outdoor cultivation rather than being confined indoors. Master, we discovered numerous medicinal herbs and strange creatures along the way. The crystals we gathered and auctioned are all here. We could not bring back the living creatures, only their remains, Xiong Dali reports, a look of disappointment etched on his face for not completing the task adequately. No worries. It is I who have not considered all aspects, Su Xian replies, taking the bronze vial from him. He realizes he had underestimated the situation. The strange creatures emit a deceptive aura, and even with protective runes, they would not allow themselves to be taken easily. Given the long journey, how could they have transported the living creatures back? We can concoct the bewitching symbol used by Wang Shifeng to incapacitate the strange creatures, allowing us to transport them in beast-taming bags. The bags designed for superior creatures had not been reclaimed by Wang Shifeng, making them perfect for Xiong Dali and his companions. This is a beast-taming bag. I will craft the bewitching symbol for you. In the future, if you encounter strange creatures, you can incapacitate them and store them in the bag. Su Xian hands the beast-taming bag to Xiong Dali. Understood, Xiong Dali responds, accepting the bag. Su Xian's divine perception probes into the bronze vial, revealing 43,000 crystals. 13,000 derived from the auction of small recovery pills, while 30,000 were the crystals used by the Su family to purchase the cleansing pills. The auction featured several potent medicines, generously gifted to him by Su Yanran, along with the large medicinal herbs collected by Xiong Dali and his companions during their journey. Compared to the tens of thousands of crystals, these herbs may not hold significant value, yet they address the scarcity of medicinal varieties in the fields. Some elixirs require specific ingredients to be refined, and now with the herbs replenished, many elixirs can be produced. If only he could gather some precious herbs, he could craft even more advanced elixirs.
He intends to improve the bewitching incense for Xiong Dali and the others.
Here are the small recovery pills and the cleansing pills. Take the time to recuperate, Su Xian tells Xiong Dali, handing him 2 vials. The small recovery pills contain 3 spiritual patterns, while the cleansing pills are the ordinary version with 3 spiritual patterns. The bronze vial contains the remains of a first-rank strange creature that Xiong Dali and his brothers hunted. Su Xian plans to use it to refine enhanced cleansing pills for them. Understood, Xiong Dali replies, accepting the vials. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Xian plants all the large medicinal herbs from the bronze vial into the fields. His spiritual energy transforms into wood spirit energy, nurturing the herbs to ensure they take root swiftly and do not perish, before addressing the crystals and the remains of the strange creatures.
The sight of 43,000 crystals excites Su Xian. Not only can he expand his sea of energy, but he can also reach the 4th realm without issue. Remaining calm, he stores the crystals in his space and decides to refine the cleansing pills first, aiming to elevate the strength of the 5 brothers further. Now, with the 5 brothers utilizing the reversed yin-yang formation to confront foes, they can withstand even masters. With their cultivation reaching new heights, they will be prepared to face grand masters and even superior beings. This level of power is truly valuable. He begins crafting a bewitching symbol, aiming to capture living strange creatures. Su Xian retrieves a bronze plate, chanting incantations as the flame of the artifact ignites, initiating the smelting of the bronze plate. Having thoroughly studied the runes, he envisions the bewitching symbol materializing in the void. He channels the incantation into the bronze plate. A flash of otherworldly light occurs as the bronze plate transforms into the bewitching symbol. The essence of the earth and heavens is drawn forth, infusing the bewitching symbol with power. The strength within the symbol continuously amplifies, birthing an otherworldly awareness. Su Xian stores the bewitching symbol within his sea of consciousness, and with a wave of his hand, he shatters the otherworldly awareness. The scales absorb the deceptive energy while his third eye devours the spiritual power. The division of labor is remarkably clear. The bewitching symbol has been successfully refined. He then begins the preparation of the cleansing pills. The alchemical furnace materializes before him. The process of refining the enhanced cleansing pills is second nature to him. With 5 first-rank strange creatures as the primary ingredients, the cleansing pills are successfully completed, resulting in 6 thunder tribulations. 3 spiritual patterns dance within. Following this, he focuses on enhancing his cultivation. Su Xian chants, and 3,000 crystals appear before him. The power of the spirit draws upon the 3,000 spiritual stones. The pure energy of the earth and heaven surges into his body. The Dongxian Dao Sutra operates at a frenzied pace, and the scales emit a dark light, absorbing the deceptive energy. Chapter 71 of the Expansion of the Sea Realm, 8th Domain, 4th Divine Ability. The Dongxian Dao scripture fervently refines the power of the heavens and earth contained within the crystal stones, transforming it into magical energy that surges into the central dantian. The central dantian vibrates, expanding once more. The breakthrough into the expansion of the sea realm has been achieved. The previous expansion of the dantian was primarily driven by the scales, rather than a true breakthrough into the expansion of the sea realm. This time, the expansion occurred naturally, without the previous instance of the dantian being overextended. Rather than merely an expansion, it could be said that the dantian is growing. The expansion of the sea realm is tenfold that of the opening mountain realm. Upon this realization, Su Xian felt a sense of foreboding. Tenfold the opening mountain realm, does that not imply 10 times the current central dantian? With such a robust foundation, how could one possibly break through in the future? He had initially thought that with over 40,000 crystal stones, breaking through into the Qi Sea realm would be a matter of mere moments, yet, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Su Xian remained unperturbed. With the longevity pill, breaking through a realm was merely one avenue to extend his lifespan, not the only one. He felt no anxiety whatsoever. A solid foundation is simply a solid foundation. As long as his strength remains unaffected, all is well. The dantian continued to expand, 3,000 crystal stones being completely consumed. Su Xian summoned 5,000 crystal stones. Under the influence of the spirit absorption divine ability, the power of the heavens and earth within the crystal stones was frantically absorbed. The Dongxian Dao scripture operated with fervor, refining the power of the heavens and earth into magical energy. This energy was injected into the central dantian, which kept growing and expanding. Within half an hour, the central dantian had expanded threefold. The 5,000 crystal stones were exhausted. Su Xian released another 5,000 crystal stones. The spirit absorption continued to voraciously consume the energy within the crystals. Su Xian's cultivation level surged wildly. The scales absorbed the Yiri power, responding to Su Xian. As his internal qi and blood surged vigorously, the qi and blood washed over every part of his being, making him stronger with each passing moment.
As his body grew stronger, it in turn nourished the 5 internal organs. Under this nourishment, the 5 organs grew increasingly robust. The 5 spirits, nourished by the 5 organs, shimmered with 5-colored divine light. This energy congealed into the power of the 5 elements, infusing the immortal soul, which continuously strengthened, beginning to break through to the master realm. The divine intent of the celestial soldiers behind Su Xian supported a vast energy field. This energy field evolved into the 5 elements, and as the 5 elements formed, a domain emerged. Finally, this energy field transformed into a divine intent domain. With the emergence of the domain, the master realm was attained. The long river of martial arts appeared, bestowing Su Xian with the divine intent of the celestial soldiers. Initially, the domain encompassed merely a 1-meter radius around Su Xian. However, as the scales continuously feed back, the domain kept growing. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, the entirely family mansion was enveloped by the domain. It continued to expand. Su Xian sensed something amiss. Theoretically, a domain of 100 meters could begin to unlock the rules of the world. Breaking through to the Grand Master level would enable the creation of an illusory world, yet, his domain was engulfing the entire alley and still expanding. Was this the profound foundation of the 9 refinements of blood? Could it possibly parallel the refinement of Qi? Su Xian felt a twinge of anxiety. The more the domain expanded, the more unsettled he became. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Would it extend to envelop the entire Qiantang city? As long as the domain did not inject divine intent, it remained formless and invisible. It would not be discovered by others, yet, there was no certainty that someone would not perceive this formless domain. In this eerie world, anything was possible. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, activating the trap immortal talisman, shrouding the entire room. At the very least, he would not be traced. Even if the domain enveloped the entirety of Qiantang City, should it be discovered, no one would know who had unleashed it. He continued to absorb the crystal stones for cultivation. He could not believe that 40,000 crystals would not suffice to break through to the expansion of the sea realm. He was determined to see just how far the domain would extend. After consuming 5,000 crystal stones, Su Xian summoned 10,000 more. The energy within the crystals was frantically extracted and poured into him, as the scales flickered, devouring the eerie power, and the Dongxian Dao scripture operated with fervor, refining the energy. Magical energy surged into the central dantian, which continued to expand. For 3 days and nights, Su Xian consumed 33,000 crystal stones through spirit absorption, and finally, the central dantian ceased its expansion. It had transformed into an immense, boundless expanse. Originally, the central dantian resembled an ocean. Now, it had become a starry sea. The martial arts domain now covered the entire Qiantang city, spreading outward, reaching beyond the city limits. There remained another 10,000 crystal stones. Su Xian took out 5,000 crystals. He could not break through to the expansion of the sea realm just yet and would have to wait for the next auction to acquire more crystals. He reserved 5,000 crystals as a backup. Otherwise, should he encounter the woman in red, he would be left with only one trump card. With 5,000 crystals, he could still activate the eerie armor and the trap immortal talisman, giving him a fighting chance. The spirit absorption divine ability fervently absorbed the energy of the 5,000 crystals, infusing it into Su Xian. The scales shimmered, voraciously consuming the eerie power. They radiated dazzling brilliance as the 4th divine ability rune ignited fully. Su Xian was taken aback that the divine ability was the first to illuminate. The rune transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into his immortal soul, branding the divine ability onto Su Xian's consciousness. It was the divine calculation. He realized that when Bai Niangzi sought him at West Lake, she had employed this very divine calculation to discern his past life over 500 years. She had deduced that Su Xian was a shepherd from 500 years ago, thereby confirming him as her savior. Little did he expect it to be this divine ability. All knowledge of the divine ability flooded into his mind. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The divine calculation was indeed formidable. However, utilizing it would invoke the backlash of heaven and earth. The more powerful the being calculated, the greater the backlash would be. For instance, if Su Xian attempted to calculate his master's fortune, the force of heaven's backlash would instantaneously lead to his demise. If he were to calculate his niece, given that her spiritual light would undoubtedly exceed 1,000 feet and her status was exceedingly high, she too would attract a terrifying backlash from heaven. Whether he could withstand it was uncertain. The backlash of heaven and earth could not be resisted with external objects. Even if the eerie armor merged with him, it would not shield him from the backlash. Only he could endure it himself. The consequences could be fatal, or at the very least, result in injury or a reduction in his lifespan. In essence, to utilize the divine calculation, one must be sufficiently strong to withstand the repercussions. Su Xian was uncertain about the efficacy of the divine calculation. It felt impressive yet somewhat superfluous. Did he intend to calculate the fate of ordinary people, to set up a stall and seek a livelihood? Su Xian felt a trace of disappointment. If only he could mitigate the backlash of heaven and earth. The mist-like magical energy within the central dantian began to undergo metamorphosis. The mist-like magical energy was continually compressed under the influx of magical energy, coalescing into a droplet of water. As the droplet formed, it began to voraciously consume the mist-like magical energy within the central dantian. The magical energy melded into the droplet continued to grow. 1 droplet of magical energy transformed into 2, then 3, 4, 5, culminating in a pool of magical energy. He had broken through to the 4th realm of the Qi realm. The magical energy condensed into a C. Su Xian's entire being was refined by the surging magical energy, and his body underwent a transformation and elevation. His lifespan instantaneously doubled. The lifespan of a Master Realm cultivator was 300 years, doubling that meant 600 years. In the future, utilizing divine abilities would no longer require meticulous calculations. Extracting lifespan, with 600 years, he could not be drained to death. As long as he remained alive, he could restore it. Su Xian felt emboldened. With 600 years of lifespan, he could summon no mere projection. Calling upon the Door God's avatar should pose no issue. Should he encounter an eerie deity again, he could engage in a fair contest. The Master Realm domain expanded to encompass all of Qiantang City and continued to extend outward for another 5 miles. It was immensely vast. He was unsure if others possessed domains of such magnitude, nor did he dare to inquire. An 8-li radius had yet to congeal the laws of the world. Should others discover it, there would undoubtedly be countless eyes seeking to uncover his secrets. At that point, he feared he would have no peaceful days ahead. He could only cultivate in solitude. At most, he would consume crystals. He refused to believe he could not break through with such a broad domain. Would the congealment of the world not transform into a genuine realm? Achieving the Earth Immortal domain could potentially materialize into a real world. Su Xian felt a sense of anticipation regarding the prospect of becoming an Earth Immortal. Would his domain evolve into a tangible realm? Chapter 72 of Battle. Striking with full force with a resounding roar, the heavenly dragon emanated a formidable pressure, its essence merging with the power of merit and incense, transforming into a colossal dragon measuring 10 meters in length, attaining the first-grade mastery. The profound techniques were cultivated to the 3rd level. Having just transcended, the flying snake transformation evolved into the 9 transformations of the Azure Dragon, allowing him to shift forms within a kilometer. Su Xian sensed an unfamiliar bloodline stirring within him. Was it possible that the descendants of Huaxia were indeed the heirs of the dragon, a dragon's bloodline? The practice of the Azure Dragon steps would inevitably lead to answers. With divine intent, domain enhancement, magical power augmentation, fist intent reinforcement, and the empowerment of the heavenly dragon and the 9 transformations of the Azure Dragon, his combat prowess reached an invincible state akin to a grandmaster, standing on equal footing with half-step Earth Immortals. The Earth Immortal realm was unyielding. Furthermore, with the addition of talismans, sinister armor, and crystal stones, he could even contend with Earth Immortals. The thought of the enigmatic deity within the secret realm subdued Su Xian's arrogance. The Earth Immortal realm was merely a new starting point. Before the enigmatic deity, he felt like an ant. The memory of that helplessness still sent chills down his spine. The enigmatic deity, whose lifespan was not to be trifled with, would require divine intervention to confront. He might be able to face 1 or 2 of them as an immortal. Under his immortal perception, he discerned that the enigmatic deity in the secret realm had not unleashed its full power, as if suppressed by some form of sealing force. If his perception was accurate, it was indeed alarming. The depths of this world were far beyond his expectations. He must exercise caution. Survival was the true path to invincibility, and now that he could concoct longevity pills, his life was secure. If he remained prudent, there would eventually come a day when he would no longer need to eat beef. Su Xian's greatest concern remained the white snake, a being of at least enigmatic deity caliber. If he could maintain a low profile, the attention of other enigmatic deities might elude him, but this particular one would be unavoidable. He pondered when and in what manner she would appear. The multiple warnings served as a caution for Su Xian, indicating that she was aware of his arrival and intended to usurp his identity. Such violent retribution was to be expected. The more he contemplated, the more he felt his strength was insufficient, stirring unease within him. He needed to strive for greater power, at the very least, to possess the means of self-defense in the presence of the enigmatic deity. Summoning a deity required a process, and the enigmatic deity did not adhere to martial ethics. A sneak attack would surely spell his doom. The vendetta against her husband meant that the white snake would resort to any means necessary, and Su Xian would not be surprised. To preserve his life, he must attain a level of self-defense before the white snake made her appearance. In short, his strength was still inadequate. He could only advance gradually, without haste. Su Xian transformed his magical power into wood spirit energy to nourish the space, allowing the medicinal herbs he had planted to grow wildly. He refrained from using magical power to accelerate their growth for the sake of breaking through his cultivation. Now that he had transcended, it was time to spur the herbs into maturity. Under the vast magical energy, the herbs quickly ripened, yielding multiple shoots, and a verdant expanse emerged. Unbeknownst to him, the space had expanded to 300 acres. Gazing at the medicinal fields, Su Xian wore a satisfied expression. Exiting the space, he left the room. His sister had reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade?
Su Xian observed Su Jiao with a mix of emotions, realizing she was on the verge of breaking into the 6th grade. How little time had passed. Was this the caliber of ancient prodigies? A tinge of sourness enveloped him. It was certainly not jealousy, merely reminiscent of having eaten a lemon that morning. His 5 brothers were laboring earnestly beside him, their expressions reflecting a sense of being invigorated. Xiong Dali, here is a soul-capturing talisman for you, and this is an exquisite cleansing pill. Each of you 5 brothers should take one. It should elevate your talents to that of prodigies. It's better not to compare if you cannot. Su Xian handed the soul-capturing talisman and the medicinal pills to Xiong Dali, kindly advising him. With his niece beginning her cultivation, would the others not feel their resolve wavering? Given Su Jiao's rapid advancement, Su Xian feared that his niece could reach the 1st grade within a month. The thought was terrifying. It seemed that normalcy was absent from their family. That he dismissed the thought. Overthinking would only lead to frustration. Yes, Master, we have decided to venture out for combat training. Should anything arise, please use the communication talisman to inform us. Xiong Dali initially believed they could contend at the 1st grade and become significant forces within the family. However, witnessing the speed of the eldest lady's progress, it was clear they would soon find themselves relegated to mere gatekeepers. Naturally, they felt discontent and resolved to continue enhancing their strength in the wild. Remember to capture some live monsters to bring back. Su Xian, of course, agreed. The 5 brothers were indeed suited to honing their skills outdoors. Understood. Xiong Dali departed with his 5 brothers, entering the wilderness. Uncle, when can I practice martial arts? Li Bilian ran up to Su Xian, cradling her long-lasting charm. Why do you wish to practice martial arts, Bilian? Su Xian inquired curiously, surprised that his niece, usually preoccupied with chicken legs, would express such an interest in martial arts. Mother practices martial arts to seek father. I wish to practice martial arts to find father too, Li Bilian declared resolutely. Su Xian felt a surge of emotion, unable to resist placing his hand upon her head. Once I find a suitable martial art for you, Bilian can begin her training. Su Xian said nothing more. He understood the significance of a father to a child. All he could do was offer unwavering support. The scales nourished her body, allowing her to practice martial arts before the age of 13. Perhaps there was a way to enable Bilian to start before reaching that age. With her potential, if she could begin training now, the future achievements were beyond Su Xian's imagination, truly terrifying. If the scales could accomplish this, then surely there was a way. Yes, I will train diligently in martial arts, Li Bilian affirmed steadfastly. The long-lasting charm bore a disdainful expression. The child's bones and meridians have not fully developed. How could she possibly cultivate? Master, are you deceiving a child? If children could cultivate, wouldn't the Holy Lands be frantically nurturing them? From what I know, all sects and families can only allow children to practice forms to strengthen their bodies, with true internal energy cultivation beginning at 13. It is impossible for Master to expect the young lady to begin cultivating now, absolutely impossible. Su Xian understood that it would be challenging for his niece to begin her training at this age. There was no rush. He would summarize his experiences and eventually discover a useful method. After taking a leave of absence for so many days, it was time to report to the medical bureau. Upon returning, he would carefully ponder how to enable Bilian to commence her training sooner. With such remarkable potential, it would be a pity for her to wait until 13 to begin cultivation. Resolute in his decision, Su Xian stepped outside. Just as he reached the alley, he halted. His immortal senses detected a woman in red waiting ahead. Indeed, she had been here waiting for him. Fortunately, he had not left home even for a moment during these days. His immortal perception clearly sensed that while he remained in the alley, it formed its own realm, Earth Immortal Realm. Brother, why have you stopped? A charming voice suddenly rang out behind Su Xian. Startled, he turned. She was incredibly swift. With his immortal senses, he realized the woman had been in front of him one moment and was now at his back. It was terrifying. You can see me, yet you cannot react. It truly feels uncomfortable. Su Xian did not turn around. The sinister armor stood behind him, facing the woman. Through the armor, he observed her every motion with clarity. Miss, do we know each other? Su Xian inquired. Fated enemies, it seems you have indeed forgotten me. We met in. The woman fell into reminiscence, her eyes shimmering with light reminiscent of happiness. With the integration of the sinister armor, the heavenly dragoness great treasury of skills operated at full capacity as the ensnaring talisman activated and was hurled towards the woman. The transformation of the serpent allowed him to shift forms within a kilometer. A fist technique unleashed, the radiant indestructible Vajra talisman activated, absorbing spiritual energy that surged directly into 5,000 crystal stones. The power of the crystals flooded into his body. The second form of the sinister armor, the giant armor, was activated under the influence of the crystal energy.
fully triggering the ensnaring talisman. With a thought, various high and low attacking talismans manifested around him, transforming into fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, earth thorns, meteor showers, and entwining vines, all directed towards the woman. The concealment talisman activated, camouflaging him as he launched a punch at her. Divine intent manifested, enveloping the entire alley in a domain of power, martial intent bolstered, creating a balanced confrontation. Chapter 73 The Enlightenment of Talismans. Under the scrutiny of celestial perception, the woman appeared as if clad in nothing at all, leaving Su Xian with a clear view. A talisman on her body glimmered and vanished in an instant. A talisman master, Su Xian was taken aback. The woman executed a transformation, her form shifting and reappearing in a different location. Su Xian, unyielding, propelled himself forward in a single punch, only to find the woman had once again eluded him. As she vanished, Su Xian followed suit, reappearing before her. The woman then disappeared once more, and Su Xian materialized like a shadow at her side. Brother Su, I never anticipated you to possess such capabilities. You must immediately accompany me back. Fear not, I shall treat you well, the alluring master remarked, her expression one of surprise, realizing Su Xian had concealed his true prowess in this lifetime. His cultivation had reached the master realm, his combat strength a half-step into the earth immortal stage, yet, it was still insufficient. With a thought, she conjured a talisman. Countless talismans surrounded her, forming an absolute domain. The martial domain, fortified by the absolute talisman, swiftly suppressed Su Xian. His countenance shifted as he gazed at the enigmatic talismans, astonished. They were even more formidable than the trapping talisman. A forbidden talisman. The opponent was not merely a high-ranking talisman master, but possessed a forbidden talisman as well. This posed significant trouble. Perhaps he had overestimated his own strength, yet, he was not without his trump cards. Drawing upon the power within the crystals, Su Xian frantically infused it into the trapping talisman. Though its rank was inadequate, the energy could compensate. The trapping talisman was a part of the forbidden talisman. Provided enough energy was supplied, unleashing its forbidden might was not impossible. The opponent's forbidden talisman was inscribed in the void, lacking a proper vessel, at best a semi-finished product. He did not believe that the energy from 3,000 crystals could not empower his trapping talisman to breach the opponent's forbidden talisman. The sole flaw of a forbidden talisman was its overwhelming power, making it difficult to find a suitable vessel. Even when found, inscribing talismans upon it was a formidable challenge. Many forbidden talismans could only be inscribed in the void, categorized as semi-forbidden talismans. The energy from 3,000 crystals blazed fiercely, flooding into the trapping talisman, which radiated a brilliant glow, its power steadily ascending. This was the moment Su Xian unleashed the trapping talisman. The alluring masteress' expression changed, her absolute domain was shattered by the overwhelming power of the talisman. Su Xian summoned the river of martial arts, bolstering his strength behind him. Celestial soldiers manifested, their intent materializing. An expansive domain enveloped the entirety of Qiantang City before instantly retracting into the alley, condensing into a tangible form. Under the enhancement of divine intent, the entire domain transformed into a reality akin to the world of earth immortals. Su Xian had not anticipated such an outcome. He had intended for the domain to be expansive, infused with divine intent, fearing detection, controlling it merely to envelop the alley. He never expected that its concentration would result in materialization. This was not a world shaped by the domain, but rather a tangible form achieved through concentration. The difference from the solidified world of earth immortals was negligible. The river of martial arts enhanced Su Xian, as a celestial soldier emerged from its waves, merging with his divine intent. His power surged, rendering him invincible at his level, and equally formidable against those of higher ranks. A palpable aura of life and death enveloped the woman. The alluring masteress' countenance shifted again. She sensed the threat of death. How could Su Xian pose a threat to her? No longer holding back, she summoned a talisman with a thought, intending to tear through space, evade Su Xian's assault, and counterattack. Her expression changed drastically as she felt ensnared, as if trapped in a quagmire. The space was sealed, rendering her unable to utilize her teleportation talisman. She had no choice but to engage directly. With a thought, numerous talismans appeared around her, comprising defensive and offensive types. The sky was filled with talismans, arranged under her control, forming a new talisman array. Su Xian's brow twitched in alarm. The opponent was on the verge of completing the talisman array, and today would likely end in disaster. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch. With a thought, countless talismans manifested around him, his magical energy surging as they charged into the forming array. You arrange, I disrupt. Although Su Xian's talismans were of lower to mid-level potency, they wreaked havoc upon the woman's talisman array. She had not anticipated that Su Xian was a talisman master, adept in the art of talismans. The thought of her Taoist clone crossed her mind, surely the work of Su Xian. Now was not the time for such considerations. She observed Su Xian's relentless onslaught, an endless array of transformations infused with the river of martial arts advancing toward her. The alluring master was compelled to respond with all her strength. This was the first time since her rebirth that she had been pressed into such a corner. Intrigued, the alluring master spread her arms wide, radiant light emanating from her. Su Xian was taken aback. She had become her own vessel, inscribing the talismans upon her body. What a formidable opponent! Su Xian could hardly believe that she had inscribed the talismans upon herself, forming a talisman array. It was unprecedented, unheard of. Indeed, one should never underestimate the ingenuity of others. There were all manner of extraordinary ideas. However, this would be of no use to him.
Allow me to dismantle this.
While these talismans constituted a complete forbidden talisman, he found himself at a loss. Yet, this talisman array was composed of numerous talismans, and despite forming an unconventional forbidden talisman, it had gaps. This presented him with an opportunity to dismantle it. Striking the talisman array, Su Xian unleashed the power of his dual fists to dismantle the talismans. The dismantling force collided with the array, causing it to erupt in a dazzling light that shot skyward.
How is this possible?
The alluring master looked on in disbelief as her proud talisman array crumbled beneath Su Xian's fists, disintegrating into individual runes that shattered. She had not anticipated that her esteemed array would be so utterly defenseless against the dismantling talismans. She had other means at her disposal, but it was too late to employ them. Attempting to evade, she found herself engulfed by Su Xian's forceful advance. It felt as though no matter how she tried to escape, his fists possessed an inexhaustible array of transformations, rendering evasion futile. With a resounding crash, a defensive glow enveloped the alluring master, only to be shattered by Su Xian's punch, which then struck her directly. She staggered, her heart pierced by Su Xian's blow, her eyes wide with disbelief as she collapsed. She felt discontent. Had she not relied on the talisman array and utilized other means, she might not have met her end here. Yet, none of it would unfold again. Su Xian found himself momentarily dazed. The alluring master's physical form was alarmingly frail, seemingly no more than rank 4. Was it true that talisman masters were physically weak? Though he had mastered the art of talismans, he was not a pure talisman master. The path of talismans was one of cultivation, and he was not well versed in the intricacies of talisman masters. Reaching out, he extracted the enigmatic pill from the woman's dantian. A fireball talisman incinerated her into ashes. The causal talisman activated, severing the ties of causation. Su Xian hurriedly departed the alley. The woman had sealed the alley's aura, but her final strike would surely attract attention. Remaining would only invite entrapment. Not long after Su Xian's departure, a beam of golden light descended, highest divine sense scanning the surroundings. Once again, causation had been utterly severed, leaving no trace to pursue. It was certain that a battle of strength equal to that of an Earth immortal had just transpired. Only within the realm of Earth immortals could the world materialize without disrupting reality during combat. Otherwise, this alley would have long since been obliterated. Fa departed, and the powerful figures from various prominent families arrived shortly thereafter. Upon witnessing the scene, they hastily retreated. Such a formidable opponent was beyond their capacity to investigate.
From a place of eerie charm, a furious roar echoed, Who has destroyed my clone?
Countless strange beings trembled in fear, fleeing from the enchanted locale. Su Xian found a secluded spot to release the enigmatic armor, exhaling deeply. 5,000 crystals had vanished. The woman had possessed nothing of value, save for an Earth immortal grade enigmatic pill. He wondered if it was sufficient to recoup his losses. Nonetheless, it was best to resolve such dangers swiftly. The woman's use of talismans had provided him with profound insights, revealing the potential to combine various talismans, their power rivaling that of forbidden talismans. Had he not encountered her, the Earth immortal realm would have remained unconquered. In this instance, he had met his nemesis, a convergence of fate and fortune. He intended to study the methods of talisman application further. Chapter 74 of the Strengthening Elixir, Bone Fortifying Soup, and Soul Confounding Pill. As was customary, Su Xian reported to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Upon returning home, he attended to patients, and only after completing his duties did he retire to his chamber. Activating the concealment talisman, he obscured all traces of presence in the room. He then retrieved the deceptive pill and, utilizing his spiritual prowess, channeled it into the pill. The magical essence within the deceptive pill was voraciously consumed by Su Xian. The scales quivered as the deceptive energy was entirely devoured. The Tao of cavernous mysteries circulated, refining the magic and infusing it into his central dantian. The magical reservoir within his central dantian swelled, transforming from a small puddle into a pond. The strength of the Earth immortal realm is formidable. Even refining a mere tenth of the essence results in such a significant enhancement. If he were to consume 10 or 20 more Earth immortal essences, would his cultivation not instantly ascend to the fourth realm, the Blessed Land? Such thoughts were merely fanciful. Not to say that Earth immortals were scarce, But they were not easily vanquished. The recent victory over a woman was due to her misjudgment in employing a talismanic formation, which she was fortunate enough to dismantle, thus countering her spell. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to leave her unharmed without incurring a cost. If she were not a life-and-death adversary, she would have been reluctant to fight to the bitter end. Regardless, devouring crystalline stones could also expedite his progress without the need for desperate measures. Earth immortals possess hidden trump cards. When confronting formidable foes, the outcome of life and death is far from certain. The deceptive energy of the deceptive pill was devoured to the last trace, leaving not a remnant. His domain expanded by a mile, yet there were no signs of the world's laws coalescing. It remained uncertain how much further the domain must expand before the laws of the world began to crystallize, thus achieving a realm of illusion. Continuing his cultivation, Xian returned with the spectral remains of the demonized corpses, absorbing their deceptive energies. He disassembled them into morsels, storing them in his spatial realm. The domain extended 2 miles further, reaching 11 miles. The deceptive energy of the spectral forms far exceeded that of the deceptive pill, yielding a far greater transformation of energy. Having completed this, Xian pondered how to facilitate his niece's early cultivation. After years of medical study, he possessed profound knowledge of the human body. Typically, a child could only commence cultivation after the age of 13, as their meridians and root bones were unable to endure the internal force. However, with the relentless refinement of the scales, her meridians and root bones could withstand internal energy in advance. There were drawbacks. Her root bones and meridians, having been tempered by the scales, had become extraordinarily resilient, rendering them impervious to the cleansing effects of the marrow-cleansing pill. In summary, her aptitude had become fixed, unable to be enhanced. Of course, with the presence of the scales, aptitude was of little consequence to Xian, for by Lian to cultivate, she needed to strengthen her root bones and meridians, which would indeed solidify her aptitude. Fortunately, this posed no issue for her, as her extraordinary innate talent could not be further improved. The focus was on how to reinforce Bai Lian's root bones and meridians. Xian recalled various elixirs and medicinal dishes that could enhance root bones and meridians, and indeed, he found what he sought. A nourishing soup made from the bones of demon beasts could fortify root bones. There existed a type of elixir, the continuity pill, specifically designed to mend severed meridians. By adjusting the medicinal ingredients, he could concoct an elixir that would strengthen the meridians. Combining the medicinal dish with the elixir would undoubtedly enhance Bai Lian's root bones and meridians. Xian resolved to modify the elixir to serve this purpose. After 3 days of meticulous adjustments, guided by the formidable power of his celestial spirit, he prepared the formula. Xian then commenced the alchemical process, igniting the alchemical furnace and introducing the spectral flesh into the mix. Soon, he successfully crafted 2 blood pills. The required medicinal ingredients were extracted and refined into tinctures. With the materials for both elixirs ready, he began the alchemical procedure. The blood pills were placed into the furnace, and his celestial consciousness monitored the transformations within. The medicinal liquids were added sequentially, perfectly controlled under his celestial perception. The strengthening elixir was successfully synthesized. During the first attempt, he failed to inscribe spiritual patterns. Although he observed certain areas where additional tinctures should have been added, he missed the optimal timing slightly, resulting in a successful elixir, yet not the finest quality. Naturally, it bore no spiritual patterns. In the second attempt, benefiting from previous experience, he ensured there was no delay this time, adding the tinctures with precise timing. The reaction of the elixir reached a state of perfection. The elixir was completed, and a tribulation of 9 thunderbolts descended, dissipating as the elixir gleamed within the furnace. Enduring all lightning strikes, performing the necessary incantations, he held the strengthening elixir in his hand, where 4 spiritual patterns danced upon its surface. Xian believed that the limit of his alchemical skills was represented by these 4 patterns. Any further enhancement would transcend the realm of alchemy itself. His celestial perception had achieved a level of perfection in pill crafting. To manifest more spiritual patterns, he would need to upgrade both the furnace and the elixir. The higher the quality of the elixir, the greater the potential for spiritual patterns to emerge. For instance, with the Qi cultivating pill, he managed to produce flowers, yielding a maximum of 3 spiritual patterns, while the gathering Qi pill could reach 4. Thus, the pursuit of more spiritual patterns was no longer a matter of alchemical technique but rather a question of the furnace and the elixir's quality. Storing away the strengthening elixir, Xian refrained from testing it with Chang Ming. Presently, Bai Lian had yet to fully digest the marrow-cleansing pill. Consuming the strengthening elixir would solidify her aptitude. He resolved to wait until Bai Lian had completely absorbed the marrow-cleansing pill and enhanced her aptitude before reinforcing her root bones and meridians. Xian contemplated adjusting the bewildering fragrance. Having learned the art of alchemy and talisman crafting, he aspired to concoct a portable and user-friendly version of the bewildering fragrance. He aimed to enhance its potency, as the original formula required half a day to take effect, rendering it impractical. This was why he seldom employed the bewildering fragrance. Extracting the necessary ingredients, he refined them into tinctures, alongside several older herbs known for their anesthetic and mind-confounding properties, which he also distilled into liquids. Extracting the toxins from the spectral remains yielded only a few drops from dozens of pounds. The soul-confounding pill had been a subject of his ongoing research, and now, having completed his calculations, he was ready to attempt its creation. With all materials prepared, Xian began the alchemical process for the soul-confounding pill. He introduced the tinctures into the furnace, allowing his celestial consciousness to delve within. The alchemical flames ignited, commencing the creation of the soul-confounding pill. As the concoction progressed, a peculiar fragrance arose from the furnace, inducing a desire to slumber. Xian held his breath, fearing that he might inadvertently succumb to its effects. His celestial perception guided him.
The process unfolded remarkably smoothly. The pill solidified into a deep green hue, without any tribulation descending. As this was merely the first attempt, Xian formed the necessary incantations and drew the pill into his hand, where all the mind-confounding potency was contained, dormant until activated. He stored it in a vial. Next, Xian set about crafting an antidote. He dared not use the soul-confounding pill without an antidote at hand, lest he render himself incapacitated. Extracting and purifying the necessary materials for the antidote, he quickly produced 10 pills devoid of spiritual patterns. Of the antidote, when held in the mouth, would negate the effects of the soul-confounding pill. He retained one antidote in his mouth while storing the others in a vial. Xian retrieved the soul-confounding pill, channeling it into a talisman. A low-level fire talisman materialized in the void, which he infused into the soul-confounding pill. Gazing at the pill, he pondered whether it could withstand the low-level fire talisman. At most, it might ignite. His motivation for holding the antidote was to ensure that should it ignite, he would not be affected. The fire talisman descended upon the soul-confounding pill, penetrating it like a branding iron on wax. Miraculously, the pill did not ignite. It appeared promising. The fire talisman fused seamlessly with the soul-confounding pill, forming a fiery sigil upon its surface. Xian channeled his inner force into the sigil, causing the soul-confounding pill to ignite, releasing a thick plume of smoke that soon enveloped the entire room. It was a success. Xian rejoiced. Alchemy and talisman crafting had fused for the first time, exceeding his expectations. He had gained another card up his sleeve. The question remained, how effective would it be? Could it truly confound the senses of a first rank or a master? Xian resolved to find someone to test it. Chapter 75. The Testing the Elixir. Formulating the symbolic array, seeking whom, Xian gazed upon the prominent families of Qiantang City. The esteemed elders of these illustrious families, at the master and grandmaster levels, wielded formidable martial prowess. Coupled with the celestial talismans from the heavenly dragon's great treasury, their grandmaster capabilities were unparalleled. Given his strength, enlisting the assistance of these venerable elders to test the elixir should pose little challenge. He was confident that, should the elixir fail, all parties could maintain amicable relations. His reasoning was sound. He infused all the soul-bewildering pills into the fire talisman. With a thought, he merged them with the enigmatic armor. The concealment talisman and the strange form talisman were activated. His celestial perception enveloped the entirety of Qiantang City, and there it was, the ancestral elder of the Sun family was cultivating within their spiritual array. A grandmaster, and only he with a flicker, Xian executed a series of spatial shifts. Arriving at the Sun residence. He soared into the compound, his celestial awareness combined with the concealment talisman rendering him invisible to all. Approaching the spiritual array, he found the ancestral elder of the Sun family deep in meditation, utterly unaware of Xian's presence. With a snap of his fingers, the soul-bewildering pill shot forth like a concealed weapon towards the elder. Who? The elder of the Sun family awoke with a start, but before he could utter another word, he was enveloped in thick smoke. Despicable, poison. His mind clouded, body weakened, he collapsed within the spiritual array. Xian materialized within the array. With his celestial perception, he harbored no concerns regarding potential treachery from the elder. Under his scrutiny, the elder's genuine faintness was all too evident. Xian wore a satisfied expression. Incapacitating a grandmaster in under 20 seconds indicated efficacy against superior beings, and it would surely have an impact on half-step Earth immortals. Of course, discussing toxicity without regard to dosage would be disingenuous. A substantial quantity could indeed fell a half-step Earth immortal. However, getting a half-step Earth immortal to inhale a sufficient amount of the bewildering smoke proved somewhat challenging. Nonetheless, its effectiveness against superior individuals was more than adequate. Administering the antidote to the elder, Xian executed another spatial shift, departing the Sun residence. He then appeared at the Li family's estate. Conducting further experiments with several individuals ensured absolute certainty. Within his celestial awareness, he discerned the elder of the Li family in seclusion within their forbidden grounds. These elders, with limited lifespans, devoted themselves to cultivation, yearning for breakthroughs to extend their lives.
Unable to break through, seclusion served to mitigate the passage of time, allowing them a few extra breaths. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined with their families, rendering life and death matters beyond mere personal concern. In this world, the elderly life lacked vibrant pursuits, no square dancing, no sunset celebrations, only the endless monotony of solitary cultivation. Su Xian's celestial perception paved the way, and under the cover of the concealment talisman, he entered the Li family undeterred. With a flick of his finger, he released the soul-bewildering pill, but by the time the elder of the Li family realized it was too late. In less than 20 seconds, he collapsed onto his meditation mat. Su Xian's satisfaction was palpable. After administering the antidote, he departed the Li family. Su Xian then proceeded to the Qian, Zhao, and Shui families. The results were gratifying, incapacitating a grandmaster within 20 seconds and a master in mere moments. Having completed his experiments, Su Xian returned home. Meanwhile, the ancestral elders of the various families were struck by fear. Their silent incapacitation revealed how effortlessly their demise could be orchestrated. None dared to speak out, uncertain of the adversary's intentions. They perceived it as a warning to rectify the misdeeds of their wayward descendants, to reinforce family codes, ensuring that all offspring refrain from stirring trouble, extorting others, or bullying the weak. The disciples of several families greeted everyone with smiles, leaving the citizens of Qiantang City somewhat unsettled. All of this was unrelated to Su Xian. He was currently tossing a strengthening pill to Chang Ming. Chang Ming was audacious in its consumption, willing to eat anything Su Xian offered. It leapt up and swallowed the strengthening pill whole. With shared sensory perceptions, Su Xian began to observe the transformations in Chang Ming. After consuming the strengthening pill, its meridians tightened like drawn strings, resonating with a vibrant sound. Its veins continuously strengthened, and its vital energy surged rapidly, culminating in a sudden breakthrough to the 4th grade. There was no doubt the reinforcement of its meridians bore remarkable effects. Once Bai Lian absorbed the full potency of the cleansing elixir and enhanced its qualifications, it would bolster its roots and meridians significantly.